Shu Ning, a 26-year-old woman, remains single and has carved out a career as an online emotional consultant. She has established a popular Weibo account, where her daily tasks involve posting updates related to emotional counseling and engaging in several paid consultation projects. Perhaps due to good fortune or her early start combined with diligent updates, she has amassed nearly 500,000 followers amidst the current wave of online popularity. The wedding is not taking place in the county seat, but rather in a town beneath it. Shu Ning finds it peculiar that, despite the town being merely an hour's drive from the county, the wedding is being held there when the county boasts numerous affordable and excellent restaurants. At this moment, Shu Ning's mother begins to voice her discontent to her daughter. It is also at this juncture that Shu Ning realizes the true nature of her cousin's marital choice. Her cousin, although not particularly tall, possesses a sweet demeanor. She holds a legitimate bachelor's degree and is employed within the banking sector. Despite a modest family background, both of her parents are gainfully employed, possess insurance, and have some savings, ensuring they are not a burden. Conversely, her cousin's husband hails from a family background that even Shu Ning, as an emotional consultant, finds disheartening. One parent is unemployed while the other engages in sporadic odd jobs, lacking both insurance and a pension. Their only son works as a temporary staff member in the county's tax bureau. In truth, if a couple shares a strong bond, even the most humble beginnings can be overcome through mutual effort. Together, they can strive for a decade or two, ultimately achieving their aspirations. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this young couple has known each other for merely 6 months, hastily organizing their wedding. How profound could their feelings truly be? Shu Ning has been studying and working away from home, and she is not particularly familiar with her cousin. Thus, she was unaware of her cousin's circumstances until her mother provided some information, leading her to curiously inquire, "Given that you have not known each other for long, how is it that you are suddenly getting married?" Shu Ning's mother glanced around before leaning in closer, covering her mouth, which prompted a realization in Shu Ning's mind. She is pregnant. Indeed. As a relationship advice blogger, Shu Ning has encountered a myriad of emotional dilemmas and marital situations over the years, and the notion of getting pregnant to secure a marriage no longer strikes her as unusual. Yet, she feels a sense of regret for her cousin while observing the groom bustling about the wedding venue. They have only known each other for half a year, have not formally met each other's parents, have not been engaged, and certainly have not acquired a marriage certificate, yet he has managed to impregnate his girlfriend? Words fail to capture the essence of this man. All she can muster is a sardonic respect for him. The wedding banquet is held in a shabby, self-operated hotel in a small town, with a space so cramped that one can hardly move, as a dozen tables are crammed into a single hall, making it difficult to even stretch one's arms while dining. Once the ceremony concluded and the banquet reached its midpoint, Shu Ning could no longer contain herself. She rose from the table and stepped into the hotel lobby for some fresh air. Though it is termed a lobby, it scarcely encompasses more than a dozen square meters, and a tall reception desk occupies a significant portion of it. As she stepped outside, she fortuitously encountered several relatives of the groom engaged in conversation near the reception desk. One middle-aged woman asked, "What was the bride price for this occasion?" A proudly attired aunt replied, "Not much, just 20,000. The other middle-aged women were astonished. "Your daughter-in-law works at a bank, right? She has a stable position, yet her family only demands such a meager dowry?" The festively adorned aunt smugly replied, "Her belly is already large. I shall give not a single cent. Her family will have to send her to me willingly." Shu Ning was left speechless. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues? Teacher Shu, my relationship with my mother-in-law is particularly strained. She freely enters my room and meddles with my belongings. She feels entitled to oversee every aspect of my life. Despite my numerous attempts to communicate this, she merely agrees verbally, but continues her behavior. Shu, can you believe it? My mother-in-law actually asked to borrow the dowry money that was given to me 6 months ago when I married. She claims it's for business purposes. Should I lend it to her? Teacher, my mother-in-law refuses to help take care of the child, yet she was the one who insisted I have a baby in the first place. I wanted to wait a couple of years until my husband and I were more financially stable. She kept pressing me, saying she would help once the time came. When I unexpectedly became pregnant, I discussed it with her, expressing that my own mother hadn't yet retired and couldn't assist with the baby. She agreed wholeheartedly, and I was immensely grateful. However, now that the child is born, she claims she doesn't want to take care of him, citing that it is too exhausting. What should I do? To be frank, Shu Ning was merely an emotional consulting blogger. While she could easily devise a solution for issues concerning romantic relationships from the perspective of those involved, it was quite another matter when it came to the complexities of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law dynamics. After all, it is a profession, and Shu Ning has always approached her work with utmost seriousness. Having accepted the consultation fee, she naturally felt compelled to patiently guide her clients and devise strategies. Though reluctant to engage with such matters, she steeled herself, delving deep into her thoughts to assist her client as impeccably as possible. Amidst the hustle and bustle, time flew by. On this particular day, Shu Ning shut down her computer, took a shower, and went to bed. Exhaustion overwhelmed her. She hardly touched the pillow before surrendering to slumber. In her dreams, she heard a peculiar voice addressing her. "Warning! High energy ahead. What on earth? Madame Gao? Which of these dresses do you find suitable? Shall I wrap it for you?" The sales attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Certainly, please hold on a moment." Shu Ning shifted into a more comfortable position on the soft sofa, striving to relax her body, yet no matter how cozy it felt, this body was no longer her own. Shu Ning had traversed into another realm. She had merely intended to take a nap, yet calamity descended from the heavens as she found herself forcibly bound to an enigmatic entity known as the high-energy system. It was indeed quite domineering and utterly unreasonable. However, it is said that those who are bound by the high-energy system are deemed by its judgment as individuals of high emotional intelligence and intelligence quotient. Although the binding was enforced, the system offered generous rewards. The more worlds she traversed and the more tasks she accomplished, the greater the monetary rewards in RMB. Shu Ning had always been a pragmatist. After being forcibly bound, she quickly adapted to her new reality and promptly inquired of the system, "As the passive party who has been bound against my will, surely I am entitled to some benefits?" The system replied, "Indeed, you are." Shu Ning inquired, "How much?" The system responded, "Upon the completion of the initial binding, the novice task will reward you with 100,000, regardless of the outcome." Shu Ning nearly thought she had misheard, exclaiming, "How much?" The system reiterated 100,000. Raising her voice, Shu Ning asked, "What is the usual reward for completing a world task?" The system answered pragmatically, between 30,000 and 200,000, assessed by the level of completion. Without further ado, Shu Ning declared, "Hurry, let's commence the first world task immediately." Shu Ning had a profound affection for money. Her father had passed away early, leaving her mother to raise her alone. They had lived in poverty, lacking what others possessed. She had even endured ridicule from classmates due to their financial struggles, which shaped her attitude toward wealth. Moreover, her mother's frail health necessitated continuous care, prompting Shu Ning to work tirelessly to earn money over the past few years. Money served as her motivation, the foundation of her existence. As long as she could earn, she was willing to change jobs. Furthermore, this new job promised far greater financial rewards than her previous endeavors in writing sentimental blog posts. Upon entering the first world, she found herself seated on a luxurious sofa in a high-end clothing store. If she hadn't been skilled at maintaining her composure, she might have been dazzled by the exquisite array of garments surrounding her. The attendant went to package her purchases, and with no other customers in sight, Shu Ning adjusted her posture comfortably and mentally snapped her fingers, saying, "System. Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am your high-energy system 0.1. Shu Ning, lacking the leisure for pleasantries, mused inwardly, "Please provide me with a comprehensive description of all the plot lines and task details." The system responded, "Certainly, 0.1 is at your service." After a brief pause, it continued, The difficulty level of your initial task concerning your mother-in-law is rated at 3 stars, with the primary challenge being to navigate the complexities of 3 5-year plans. Shu Ning, taken aback, exclaimed, "What?" From the moment she fell asleep, to binding with the system, and then entering the first world, Shu Ning, owing to her decisive and efficient nature, had not lingered long. In essence, she remained entirely oblivious to the true purpose of this so-called high-energy system. However, clarity had now dawned upon her. The essence of this high energy was, in fact, the intricate dynamics of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships. To put it plainly, every time Shu Ning traversed a new world, regardless of the ultimate task at hand, the principal challenge stemmed from the mother-in-law relationship, with her role as the daughter-in-law facing the greatest impediment from her mother-in-law. Shu Ning thought to herself, is this system truly so unique? Its entry point is quite unconventional. Thank you for the compliment. Shu Ning sighed. Well, considering the money at stake, let's proceed. At that moment, 4 glittering characters appeared in Shu Ning's mind. The wealthy wife. The first world task had commenced, and the original inhabitant was named Zhang Xueyan, a bona fide wealthy spouse. Shu Ning had now traversed into the life of Zhang Xueyan. It must be said that Zhang Xueyan was quite fortunate, at least in Shu Ning's eyes. Her rebirth was far superior to Shu Ning's own circumstances. Zhang Xueyan's father had prospered in the shoemaking business, now managing 3 large factories and several renowned shoe brands under his conglomerate, living a life of considerable affluence. Zhang Xueyan's current marital family, the Gao family, was also a prominent local household, initially engaged in foreign brand agency before shifting to real estate. Their enterprise not only encompassed property but also tourism and dining, boasting even greater wealth than the Zhang family. One would assume that with such a prosperous maternal family and an equally advantageous marriage, life would be smooth and devoid of troubles. Unfortunately, after a tragic car accident, Zhang Xueyan's health deteriorated over the years, leading to a decline and ultimately her untimely demise after 2 more years. Depressed and despondent until the end? How could one be melancholic with such wealth? To be honest, Shu Ning found it hard to comprehend. She believed that apart from financial struggles, nothing in the world could bring her to despair. However, she pondered the task's broadness. What criteria defined a life winner? Simply surviving? Bearing 3 children within 5 years? Or perhaps driving a Maserati to indulge in manicures worth thousands each day? Shu Ning mused that achieving happiness seemed far too simple. Merely enjoying life would suffice. With wealth, who could possibly remain discontent? She then demonstrated to 0.1 what it meant to transform into joy within moments. She wandered from the upper floor to the lower, purchasing suitable clothing, keeping tabs on familiar shops, and swiftly accumulating items from ordinary stores. 2 hours later, Shu Ning had entirely revamped her outfit, including bags and shoes. She summoned a driver with a phone call, walking ahead while the driver struggled to keep up, laden with myriad bags. The driver, overwhelmed with the bounty, found himself burdened. 1 arm laden with bags, 2 tucked under his arm, and a new designer bag dangling from his neck. What on earth happened? It's as if she has transformed into a different person, radiating vitality. He thought, recalling how she had been physically weak and fragile since the accident. With all these purchases, the sound of her high heels echoed, a stark contrast to her earlier frailty. Meanwhile, the newly activated system, 0.1, was taken aback, announcing within Shu Ning's mind, task completion is currently at 50%. Ha! Shu Ning chuckled, imparting a lesson to 0.1. If Miss Zhang hadn't succumbed to illness and despair, she would inherently be a life winner. First, she must alter the tragic ending of despair. Second, she must evolve into a life winner. Upon reflection, Shu Ning concluded that this novice task was relatively simple. Zhang Xueyan was already a wealthy heiress. Transforming someone of her stature into a life winner would be far easier than elevating a destitute protagonist to such a status. As for the melancholy demise, based on Shu Ning's extensive experience in emotional counseling, a woman's depression, especially that of a married one, often stemmed from her marital life. It was perplexing how a seemingly fine individual could fall into despair in just a few years. It likely had something to do with her husband's family. On her way home, with some time to spare, Shu Ning inquired of 0.1 1 for more detailed task information. Unfortunately, her nascent system companion proved too rudimentary, providing only a brief overview. The data indicated that Zhang Xuyen and her husband, Gao Qingfeng, were not well acquainted, having known each other for merely 6 months before marriage. Post-marriage, Gao Qingfeng was often preoccupied with work, leading to their intimacy being akin to that of familiar strangers, without even a child to their name by the time of Zhang Xuyen's passing. Continuing to examine the information in her mind, Shu Ning noted a line in bold red: Mother-in-law Song Ayun has high expectations for 3 children within 5 years. 3 children in 5 years? I'm more familiar with the notion of 5 years of study for 3 years of mock examinations. Shu Ning flipped through the materials and asked Zero, is that all? After a moment's contemplation, she addressed Zero. 1. Although we are still strangers, I must ask you to be honest with me. Why are you named Zero? 1. Upon glancing at the details, Shu Ning was astonished to discover that this high-energy system resembled mobile software, complete with updates. Hence, Zero. 1 was termed as such because both Shu Ning and the system were novices embarking on this journey. As the world tasks progressed, Shu Ning would receive monetary rewards, while the system would upgrade accordingly. The better the task was executed, the greater the rewards and upgrades. However, Shu Ning found herself perplexed by the system's capabilities, which were currently quite basic, lacking any advanced features. Well, she thought, that could be addressed later. For now, she would take things one step at a time. Upon entering the Gao family villa, it was already lunchtime. The spacious living and dining areas were merely separated by a wall. As Shu Ning approached, her mother-in-law, Song Ayun, sat alone at the table, casting a disapproving gaze as she scrutinized. You know your health is poor, yet you wander about recklessly? Shu Ning politely greeted her and sat down to eat. She was not particularly indulgent when it came to food, aside from 3 meals a day. She rarely snacked and had modest culinary expectations, just enough to feel full. However, on this day, she found herself ravenous, perhaps due to the fatigue from shopping in the morning, compounded by the delectable flavors of the Gao family's chef's cooking. Initially, she restrained herself, but as the meal progressed, her resolve weakened. Despite her attempts at moderation, the frequency with which she lifted her chopsticks caught the attention of her silent mother-in-law, who raised her eyes in surprise. Song Ayun, puzzled, wondered what had prompted her daughter-in-law to consume so much today. Typically, she barely touched her food, often claiming a lack of appetite when meals were served. Suddenly, a thought crossed Song Ayun's mind, and she blurted out, Are you perhaps expecting? Choking slightly on her food, Shu Ning managed to suppress a cough, striving to maintain the dignified demeanor befitting the Gao family's young mistress. Setting down her chopsticks, she dabbed her mouth with a napkin, waited until she could swallow without coughing, and politely stated, with all sincerity, I am simply hungry. Yet, even the slightest possibility of a grandchild ignited the fervor within her ambitious mother-in-law. I've noticed you usually don't eat much. What has caused this sudden appetite? Perhaps you are indeed expecting? Song Ayun pressed eagerly, insisting on a hospital visit to ascertain the truth. Though Shu Ning had initially been quite hungry, her mother-in-law's probing remarks had swiftly diminished her appetite. Not only had she never married or borne children, but even those with experience might feel disconcerted by such pressure to conform to societal expectations of motherhood. The critical aspect was that she had merely eaten a few extra bites, yet Song Ayun's eager expression, filled with unmasked anticipation of a grandchild, was unmistakable. Shu Ning could easily imagine how, when alone with her mother-in-law, the latter would employ various tactics to encourage her to conceive. With a patient demeanor, Shu Ning reassured her, No, truly, there is nothing to worry about. I can assure you, there is absolutely no need to visit the hospital. Song Ayun abruptly threw down her chopsticks, her expression cold. How long have you been married? Even considering the last car accident, it has been over half a year. You should have taken the time to recuperate, and by now, you ought to be expecting. Do you wish to wait until you're old and menopausal? Shu Ning was somewhat taken aback. The Gao family was prominent, and to hear Song Ayun utter the word menopause so brazenly at the dining table was truly astonishing. Just then, a timely reminder appeared. Related character, Song Ayun unlocked. Would you like to view? Shu Ning replied, View. Upon reading, she realized how this matriarch of the Gao family could express such crass sentiments. Song Ayun was not the original wife. In her youth, She had been a kept woman. Gao Qingfeng's father, Gao Lei, had been childless for years, later discovering that his sperm quality was too low to conceive. Yet, by a stroke of luck, Song Ayun managed to bear a son.
Consequently,
After the passing of the legitimate wife, this uneducated woman without a background became the official matriarch. Given her history, it was no wonder she placed such heavy emphasis on progeny. Shu Ning understood the situation, but Song Ayun seemed incensed. After throwing her chopsticks, she vented her frustrations. And although she refrained from using the crude term menopause again, her words remained harsh. Initially, Shu Ning chose silence, focusing on her meal. But as Song Ayun grew increasingly animated, Shu Ning calmly interjected, "Having children is not solely my responsibility." Embracing a cooperative spirit, Shu Ning added, "All right, I will see him after dinner." However, Song Ayun retorted, "After dinner, you will first accompany me to the hospital for an examination." Shu Ning picked up a large chicken leg and reiterated, "I am not pregnant." Song Ayun insisted, "Your sudden appetite mirrors my own symptoms from years past. Chances are you are indeed expecting." Shu Ning set down her chopsticks and declared a statement that finally silenced Song Ayun. "Your son used protection last time." Song Ayun was left speechless, and Shu Ning asserted confidently, "I said he used protection. So, he did." Shu Ning finally found a moment of tranquility. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she ascended the stairs for an afternoon nap. This notion was difficult for her to evaluate. The original owner was not an only child. She had a younger brother who married even before she did, and now his child was already a year old. Mother Zhang could not help but remark to Shu Ning, "Children are so adorable. You and Qingfeng should consider having one soon." Shu Ning chose not to respond. However, her sister-in-law interjected, "Sister, you've been nurturing yourself for half a year. It might be time to think about it." Shu Ning replied, "I wish to focus on my health a bit longer." Mother Zhang immediately grew displeased, stating, "Your sister-in-law is correct. It has been over 6 months since your accident. You should be well by now. Be honest with me. Do you simply not want to have children?" Before Shu Ning could respond, Mother Zhang continued, "You don't want to have children, do you? You young ones are far too selfish. Having children sooner would allow the Gao family to have a grandchild and give your father and me the joy of a grandchild as well. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Realizing the futility of arguing in this situation, Shu Ning opted for silence, sipping tea and snacking quietly. After some time, she rose and walked away leisurely. Once in the car, she began to understand how Zhang Shuyan, a dignified matriarch, could succumb to melancholy due to her husband's prolonged absence and the incessant reminders from both families about childbirth. Naturally gentle by nature and with few friends to confide in, she found herself overwhelmed by the pressure to conceive. Coupled with her unresolved physical health issues post-accident, her burdens grew heavier. Money could not alleviate her troubles, and ultimately, she found herself in despair. However, that was the original owner's plight. Shu Ning would not allow herself to succumb to such despair. As for the pressure to conceive, let them urge her. If she bore a child, it would be counted as her defeat. The driver inquired, "Madam, where shall we go now?" Shu Ning thought for a moment and recalled the traditional Chinese medicine clinic she had visited during her recovery from the car accident, asking, "Do you remember the way?" The driver affirmed he did and promptly turned the vehicle around. Upon seeing this, Song Ayun could not help but mutter, "Is she really not pregnant? She seems much rounder than before." However, the pressure to conceive was evidently far from over, as long as Shu Ning remained childless. There would always be concerns regarding her condition. To Shu Ning's surprise, the scale of this pressure was unprecedented. Song Ayun had invited Mother Zhang, clearly intending to address the matter of childbirth openly. Shu Ning sat on the sofa, sipping herbal tea from the clinic, remaining silent as they conversed. Song Ayun began, "Mother of my in-laws, considering the 2 children have been married for quite some time, I believe it is essential for them to have a child. Qingfeng is busy with work. As a man, that is his duty. Yet at home, I think Shuyan should take the reins. One manages the home, and the other manages work. Wouldn't you agree?" This polite remark elicited a smile from Mother Zhang, who responded, "Of course, that is how it should be." Song Ayun continued, "Managing the home is a task for Shuyan. She is nearing 27. Perhaps it is time to consider having a baby?" This statement struck a chord with Mother Zhang, who eagerly echoed, "Indeed, I mentioned to her that it is time to prepare." Song Ayun insisted. Not just prepare. It is time to give birth. Mother Zhang turned to Shu Ning, who continued to sip her tea in silence. Noticing her daughter's improved complexion, Mother Zhang urged, Shuyan, you should discuss this with Cheng Feng and consider having a child soon. With her mother urging her, Song Ayun took a backseat. Shu Ning set her teacup down but refrained from expressing anger. She needed to focus on her health and longevity to fulfill her own objectives. I too wish to discuss it with someone, but where can I find a person now? She said with a smile. Mother Zhang turned to Song Ayun, who responded, Cheng Feng is currently busy. He has been on business trips lately. Shu Ning replied nonchalantly, yes, he is busy. I haven't seen him in several months. Song Ayun's expression faltered slightly. Once we finalize our plans, I will speak with him. Finalize what? Secure the rights to her womb for procreation, and then notify Cheng Feng? This was a peculiar approach to having children, and Shu Ning silently rolled her eyes. Regardless of what her mother and mother-in-law discussed, she continued to sip her tea. Eventually, Song Ayun cheerfully bid farewell to Mother Zhang, as if everything had been settled and she had successfully secured her reproductive rights. When Shu Ning received a call, her phone was off. Upon returning to her room, she left a note on her vanity that read, I truly cannot be bothered to give birth. Shu Ning felt no burden in leaving home. As a lady from a wealthy family married to a wealthy husband, she possessed ample resources. She could leave without announcing her departure, and no one could hinder her. She journeyed across half of China to a southern island, indulging in swimming, sunbathing, and enjoying seafood. Feeling elated and invigorated, the system's task bar was fully completed, achieving a 100% success rate. She restored her health and uplifted her spirits, thus changing her previously dismal fate. A true victor in life. Lying on a beach chair in her bikini, wearing oversized sunglasses and sipping coconut juice, she asked the system, is everything completed? Can I leave now? Shu Ning mused, I told you, the beginner tasks are quite simple. She disregarded distractions, focused on her goals, recognized her identity and situation, acted with prudence, and avoided unnecessary conflicts. Indeed, Shu Ning, as a novice, effortlessly accomplished her tasks, nurturing her body while steadfastly refusing to give in to anger, extending her life towards health. If she did not wish to conceive, she would not. She would enjoy her meals, drinks, and purchases, living life exquisitely as a person others envied. Thus, the tasks were completed successfully. However, just as Shu Ning prepared to leap into the next world, the system suddenly inquired, Host, would you like to try the high-energy version of this world? Shu Ning questioned, the high-energy version? The so-called high-energy version would simply increase the difficulty of the existing world tasks, which also meant that the rewards would be proportionately greater. Shu Ning enjoyed money but was not obsessed with it. She understood the value of moderation. Having successfully completed the tasks in this world, she had already accumulated a considerable sum, including the initial rewards and the bonuses from completing the first world task. Yet she still asked, what is the reward for completing the high-energy version? Double? With the calculations laid out, it would be foolish to decline. Let us do it. Shu Ning agreed to accept the high-energy version of the world task. The system replied, after the task upgrade, the system task bar will automatically reduce. Shu Ning exclaimed, huh? He away on business for 29 days a month and too lazy to even call his wife. How could he possibly find time to, oh no, have a child? Sitting up abruptly, she removed her sunglasses and scanned the beach, filled with people in bikinis and muscular physiques, quickly spotting Song Ayun several dozen meters away, accompanied by 7 or 8 burly bodyguards. Shu Ning thought this plot twist is too abrupt. She reacted swiftly, like a rabbit, turning and fleeing. Song Ayun had already noticed her and intended to stealthily bring her back, but by the time she realized, the beach chair was empty. She urgently commanded her bodyguards, chase her. Over there. Hurry. Shu Ning, having taken nothing with her, swiftly dashed towards the road behind the beach. She had initially intended to cross the street and blend into the throngs of tourists, hoping to evade Song Ayun's gaze unnoticed. However, she soon realized that Song Ayun's bodyguards were akin to wolves, pursuing her with remarkable speed. Just as she felt they were about to catch up, an idea struck her, and she mentally shouted, 0. 1. Don't you have some aids or props? Panting from her exertion, Shu Ning heard 0. 1's calm voice reply, basic prop, Plot rewind has been unlocked. Would you like to use it? Instantly, the concept of plot rewind flooded her mind. To simplify, it was a mechanism to turn back time, allowing her to revert to a previous moment. If the system had a higher level and greater capabilities, the host could choose how far back to go. Unfortunately, 0. 1 had not yet reached even a single digit, meaning the plot rewind would be random. Shu Ning decided. Use it. No sooner had she spoken than her surroundings transformed before her eyes. Blinking in surprise, she realized she was back in the room of the Gao family villa. She instinctively glanced at the wall clock. It was the morning of a fortnight ago. Could it be the day she had left home? Yes, it was indeed that day. Approaching the sofa, she found her neatly packed bag carelessly tossed atop it. Grabbing the bag, she pondered her current task completion rate. To her astonishment, it was disappointingly low. How high could the standards be? Yet, rather than dismay her, this revelation invigorated her. After all, doubling the rewards in the same world was quite enticing. A smile crept onto Shu Ning's lips as she swung the door open, only to find a tall figure blocking her path. Slowly lifting her gaze, she was met by a pair of obsidian-like, deep black eyes. In that moment, as her eyes locked with the man before her, 0. 1 promptly unlocked the relevant character, and information about the man flooded Shu Ning's mind. Gao Qingfeng. Earlier, in moments of boredom, she had privately complained to 0. 1 about Gao Qingfeng, suggesting that he either harbored animosity toward the original owner or simply disregarded her entirely. Now, confronted with his cold, unyielding gaze, Shu Ning felt justified in her previous grievances. Gao Qingfeng was undeniably handsome, standing nearly 6 feet tall. Though his demeanor was serious and unyielding, his features were exquisitely defined, with a chiseled nose and sharp jawline. A man of such appearance and poise could easily score a perfect 10. Being a woman, Shu Ning found pleasure in the sight of such a striking figure before her. Yet Gao Qingfeng's first words shattered her admiration. "Where are you going?" he asked coldly, grateful that she had only taken a small shoulder bag when she left home. Shu Ning confidently fabricated a lie. "Oh, just going out for a stroll, to clear my mind." As she attempted to pass, Gao Qingfeng stepped closer, forcing her to retreat. And with that single step, he effectively blocked the doorway, leaving her trapped in the room. Standing face to face at a distance of merely half an arm's length, Gao Qingfeng remained silent, his demeanor frosty, while Shu Ning was uncertain of his intentions. Suddenly, she recalled 0. 1's earlier hint about the high-energy plot involving Gao Qingfeng agreeing to, father-child. Shu Ning silently mused, 0. 1. Who would believe that a mere decimal could feign innocence? Just as she prepared to break the suffocating silence, a voice echoed from the hallway. "Young master?" Song Ayun had just risen and, hearing the commotion, rushed over, disregarding the fact that it was her son and daughter-in-law's room. She barged in, and upon seeing Gao Qingfeng leaning against the bed with his arms crossed, her expression shifted to one of concern, though he remained with his eyes shut, his face betraying annoyance. He merely murmured a soft HM in response without opening his eyes. Song Ayun promptly replied, "Oh, then you rest. Mother 1T disturb you. I'll go make you some soup. It'll be ready when you wake up." It seemed that despite having given birth to Gao Qingfeng, the bond between mother and son was rather distant. The reason for this estrangement could be traced back to the original matriarch of the Gao family, who had passed away. The original wife had no children and endured her husband's numerous extramarital affairs. Over time, as she grew older, she learned to accept much of what had once caused her great distress. Ultimately, she realized that regardless of how many women her husband took, she remained the sole mistress of the household. Unbeknownst to her, fortune smiled upon Song Ayun, granting her a son. The original wife, having accepted her fate, expressed her devotion to her husband, deciding that the child, being a Gao, should not suffer outside the family. She was willing to raise him as her own. This dream was realized after the original matriarch's death, yet reality proved to be harsh. The original wife had indeed taken good care of Gao Qingfeng, providing him with the best of everything and personally overseeing his education. Thus, he grew up to be a morally upright young man, understanding from an early age what was right and wrong. He recognized that his father's numerous affairs were wrong, while his mother's nurturing was right. He preferred his mother and despised his father and the women his father consorted with. Unbeknownst to Gao Qingfeng, he was, in fact, the son of the mistress, Song Ayun. He believed himself to be the sole heir of his father and the original wife. The original wife had played her cards expertly. Even after her passing, Song Ayun, bolstered by her son, entered the Gao household. Yet Gao Qingfeng resented her for shattering his previously held beliefs. Loathing his father's extramarital affairs while simultaneously realizing that he too was an illegitimate child. It was said that he discovered this truth when he was merely 9 years old, during a meal with Song Ayun, which left him utterly sickened. Shu Ning observed the dynamic between the mother and son, her gaze drifting to Gao Qingfeng's handsome yet stern visage, and could not help but lament to 1. A once upright youth darkened into a reclusive elite. How cruel reality can be. With that thought, Shu Ning followed Song Ayun out of the room. Initially, Song Ayun had not noticed Shu Ning, but upon closing the door, she saw her trailing behind and earnestly advised, "Qingfeng is probably working overtime again. Don't disturb him. Let him rest." Nodding, Shu Ning replied, "Yes, resting is essential. He shouldn't exert himself." She feigned ignorance, remaining silent. Song Ayun reiterated, "Did you hear me?" Shu Ning silently thought, "Mother, you just told me not to disturb him and to let him rest." After a brief pause, Song Ayun countered, "You two can wrap up quickly, and then he can rest just the same." Shu Ning sighed internally. "Fine. You're his mother, so the rules are yours to dictate." Now, leaving was no longer an option for Shu Ning. On one hand, Song Ayun insisted she assist in the kitchen, and on the other, the high-energy plot was underway, requiring her to complete her tasks. Thus, there was no need to escape at present. However, 1 informed her that her tasks remained unchanged. Shu Ning found this perplexing. After 3 months of nurturing, gaining 8 pounds, how much more must I achieve to truly thrive? Is being a winner not enough? What more must I accomplish? With no further guidance from the system, Shu Ning, exasperated yet resigned, proceeded to assist in the kitchen, occasionally hearing Song Ayun chattering away while witnessing her mother-in-law secretly adding ingredients and herbs for nourishment into the soup pot. Shu Ning silently pondered, "My goodness." She remarked, "Did you not claim to be a child who knows nothing?" Following Song Ayun as she prepared soup, the young master of the Gao family remained upstairs, indulging in slumber. As noon approached, Shu Ning intended to take a moment to sip some health tea, but was called over by Song Ayun, who thrust a tray laden with a thick soup pot and bowls into her hands. With a benevolent smile, Song Ayun encouraged her, "Go on. Qingfeng has slept the entire morning. It is time for him to awaken. You can rouse him and offer some soup to warm his stomach." As Shu Ning ascended the stairs with the tray, she felt an intense gaze burning into her back. A surge of blood rushed to her head as she wondered if her mother-in-law anticipated that something would transpire after the soup was consumed. "Shut up with your decimal point nonsense," she retorted. Upon reaching the bedroom, Shu Ning gently pushed open the door. The room remained largely unchanged since her departure that morning, save for the half-drawn curtains by the floor-to-ceiling window. Gao Qingfeng had shifted from leaning against the bedside to being enveloped in the covers. In slumber, one sheds all pretenses, and as Shu Ning approached with the soup, she observed that his expression was less cold and severe than before. In fact, he appeared even more pleasing to the eye than in the morning. A handsome man is always particularly captivating, especially to the female gaze. However, as she placed the soup on the bedside table, her eyes fell upon a note carelessly discarded there, and her heart jolted as if struck by lightning. It was the very note she had written prior to leaving home, which she had left on her vanity. As Shu Ning stood frozen, staring at the words on the note, a cold voice broke the silence. "It seems you truly do not wish to conceive." Turning around, she found Gao Qingfeng awake. Sitting up in bed, his expression once again icy, his gaze scrutinizing her as if he were a sharpened blade. "Not wishing to conceive is fine. Leave the Gao family, and you shall be free. Damn it, how I long for that. Constantly being urged to bear children. Feeling as though I carry a womb in my belly without a moment's peace." Yet divorce was not an option, for the system indicated, this does not align with the original character's inner desires and psychological behavior. "Speak plainly," Shu Ning demanded. Shu Ning was astonished. "Why did you not mention such crucial information before as a system?" She was both exasperated and compelled to admit that the system's assertion held merit. Given that this was an upgraded world task, an expansion of the plot was indeed plausible. However, if the original character had a fondness for this ice-cold demeanor, then... Noticing Shu Ning's silence, Gao Chengfeng's face broke into a glaring smirk. What are you pretending for? Was it not you who wished to marry? Now you claim to not want to conceive? Before she could respond, his long arm reached out, pulling Shu Ning towards the bed. In her mind, she screamed, 0, 1. Completing her interrupted thought, she declared, let me show you. Watch closely. In one swift motion, she turned and leaped onto Gao Chengfeng, adopting a pitiable expression and flashing her large, doe-like eyes adorned with colored contacts. Indeed, I am hopelessly in love with you. Come, allow me to bear your child. With that, she hastily began to unbutton his shirt. In the next moment, she found herself unceremoniously thrown off the bed. Self-rescue, a perfect score. As she lay on the ground, Shu Ning mused, where's the applause? Divorce would lead to mission failure, but fortunately, this world did not demand that she maintain the original character's personality in every action. Rising from the floor, she dusted off her legs, disregarding Gao Chengfeng, and promptly tore the note from the bedside table, discarding it into the trash. She surmised that given the current circumstances, Song Ai Yun's hopes of having 3 children in 5 years were futile. Gao Chengfeng clearly did not regard his wife with any esteem. Yet, if their relationship was so poor, how had they come to marry in the first place? Sitting at the edge of the bed, she sipped the soup while inwardly questioning the system. Is there any unlocked plot content pertaining to the original character and Gao Chengfeng? This narrative evidently represented an upgraded, high-stakes version. It was said that Gao Chengfeng and Zhang Shuiyan had never known one another before. They had no prior interactions. However, once the young couple graduated, they naturally became the targets of parental matchmaking. With both families being prominent local elites, it was only logical that a matchmaker would bring them together. For those from affluent backgrounds such as theirs, meeting for a meal was trivial. It was merely an opportunity to make a new acquaintance. Both Zhang Shuiyan and Gao Chengfeng approached the meeting with this mindset. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shuiyan was immediately taken with Gao Chengfeng. However, Gao Chengfeng did not reciprocate her affections. It was not that the original character lacked beauty, far from it, as she was exceptionally lovely, tall, and leggy, turning heads wherever she went. Yet, Gao Chengfeng already had a girlfriend, a university alumna, who was 2 years his senior. They had been together since their college days. But his girlfriend was deemed too ordinary by the Gao family, who dismissed her. Nevertheless, Gao Chengfeng was quite devoted and genuinely liked his girlfriend. Even when compelled to meet Zhang Shuiyan, he made it clear at the dinner that he was already involved, attending out of obligation. Zhang Shuiyan returned home disheartened. The original character was indeed beautiful, but her disposition was overly accommodating. She attended the matchmaking without hesitation and dined without complaint. Though she was drawn to Gao Chengfeng, upon learning of his girlfriend, she retreated. This matchmaking endeavor ultimately faltered. However, Gao Chengfeng's father was quite taken with Zhang Shuiyan after seeing her photograph and learning about her family background, believing them to be well-suited. He vigorously advocated for this union. Song Ai Yun, having come from a humble background herself, did not prioritize social status when it came to her son's marriage. In an effort to mend their mother-son relationship, she had previously met with Gao Chengfeng's girlfriend and had supported their union. However, despite her opinions, she unwaveringly backed her husband's decisions. Initially supportive of Gao Chengfeng's relationship with his girlfriend, she later shifted her stance to favor Zhang Shuiyan, insisting her son break up with the other woman. Once the breakup occurred, the Gao family began to orchestrate Gao Chengfeng's marriage with fervor, taking the lead in planning the wedding. Zhang Shuiyan and her family were unaware of these machinations, believing that Gao Chengfeng was genuinely interested in their daughter. With both families being of comparable status, marriage seemed only natural. On the day of the wedding, like all brides, Zhang Shuiyan was filled with anticipation and dreams of her new husband. After the banquet, she finally mustered the courage to confess her feelings to Gao Chengfeng. She bared her heart, only to have it callously crushed beneath the weight of indifference. Zhang Shuiyan suffered greatly, yet she lacked the capacity to alter her circumstances. In her desperation, she confided in her mother about her plight, but was met with the advice to be more understanding of Gao Chengfeng's busy schedule, assuring her that their relationship would blossom with time. Unable to escape her fate, Zhang Shuyan continued her life as a wealthy bride, but soon faced pressure from her mother-in-law, Song Aiyun, to conceive. The weight of expectations bore heavily upon her, leading to a near-fatal car accident while she sought solace during a restless night. Shu Ning could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for this once privileged beauty, now mired in despair. Secretly, she lamented to the system, "This high-stakes drama is utterly twisted. Must you torment a perfectly lovely woman like this?" However, Shu Ning and Gao Chengfeng do not share the same bed. Their bedroom is a suite, featuring a main bedroom with a large bed and a small bed in the secondary room. Originally, Song Aiyun designed it this way with the intention of having a child sleep in the smaller room in the future. Little did she expect it would conveniently benefit Gao Chengfeng. Shu Ning is completely indifferent to the presence of another man in her room each day. She sleeps as usual, knowing that with Gao Chengfeng's apathetic attitude towards the original owner, nothing untoward would occur in the middle of the night. She has no worries that Gao Chengfeng would invade her space. Perhaps it is because Shu Ning manages to live a fulfilling life regardless of circumstances. Before long, the task progress bar advanced from 20% to 25%. TSK, such a small increment seems rather stingy. Nonetheless, this indicates a significant point. Unlike in the previous ordinary version, the current Shu Ning is far from being labeled a winner in life. She is waiting, well aware that nothing could be as simple as it appears. Sure enough, one day, as she descended to the courtyard for a stroll, she inadvertently encountered Song Aiyun on the phone. It was a fortunate coincidence. Before she could leave, she overheard Song Aiyun say, "Auntie still likes you the most." At that time, there was no other choice, and it caused hardship for both of you children, forcibly separating you. Oh, this is rather intriguing. It seems the person on the other end of the line is the legendary ex-girlfriend of the senior. Shu Ning decided to linger, hiding behind a tall bush, arms crossed, listening to Song Aiyun's conversation. On the other end of the line, a gentle voice responded, "I understand, Auntie. I know my conditions were too poor. I was unworthy of Chengfeng." Song Aiyun replied, "Don't say that. Annie knows you are wonderful. It's just that your family background is ordinary. Annie also came from humble beginnings and can empathize with you. I have never discriminated against you for that, but back then, Sai, the Zhang family was pressing hard. And your uncle Gao was in a difficult position. There was simply no other way, and it was only right to make sacrifices for you. I understand. I understand it all. I don't blame Uncle Gao, nor do I blame you, Auntie. It is certainly not Chengfeng's fault. It was all due to those Miss Zhangs. Her appearance was far too sudden." Song Aiyun agreed, "Yes, exactly." Shu Ning thought, "Excuse me? What does this have to do with her? What does it have to do with the Zhang family? Was it not the Gao family that concealed their son's relationship, tearing apart the couple and striving to facilitate this marriage? What was so sudden about Miss Zhang's appearance? Did she act as a mistress and snatch your man? Was it not you who could not withstand the pressure from the Gao family and chose to break up?" Shu Ning couldn't help but chuckle. As the conversation continued, discussing trivial matters, she lost interest and turned back inside. Of course, this was merely Shu Ning's conjecture and intuition. The system had yet to unlock new plot points, and she could not glean any information from it. But if she couldn't ask the system, she still had her mother-in-law, who was relentlessly pressuring her to have 3 children in 5 years. Shu Ning leisurely settled onto the sofa, waiting. Before long, Song Aiyun entered the room, her cheeks flushed with a smile, clearly in good spirits. She cast a glance at Shu Ning on the sofa and, feeling no inclination to engage, was called to a halt by Shu Ning, "Mom." Song Aiyun stopped, turned around, and upon seeing her daughter-in-law's gloomy expression, furrowed her brow in confusion. "What's wrong now? It's broad daylight. Who has provoked you?" The words "there's someone outside" triggered a reaction in Song Aiyun, who had once played the role of a mistress, and she immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" However, as her voice rose, she fell silent again, and Shu Ning could read the expression on her face, realizing she had likely hit the nail on the head. If the ex-girlfriend could approach Song Aiyun, then Gao Chengfeng had probably already made connections. Song Aiyun was originally about to head upstairs, but now sat directly across from Shu Ning. Assuming the authoritative demeanor of a mother-in-law, she sternly said to Shu Ning, "You are Qingfeng's wife. How can you lack trust in him? Making baseless assumptions and speaking such words?" She continued, "Men, especially exceptional ones like Qingfeng, handsome and wealthy, naturally attract many women. As his wife, you should understand this." She added, "Moreover, if you fear for your standing, why not simply have a child? Whether a daughter or a son, once you have a child, it won't matter how many women he encounters outside. You can still firmly hold your position as Mrs. Gao." Oh, here we go again. Song Ayun can twist any conversation back to the topic of childbirth. Ultimately, she even threatened Shu Ning in a tone meant to intimidate. "If you keep delaying, be careful of a woman outside giving birth, using the child to push you out of your position." Shu Ning was utterly exasperated. The woman outside was likely that ex-girlfriend. What was this? Mother-in-law, didn't he once engage in the very act of climbing the ranks through childbirth? And now you encourage your son to do the same? As a mother-in-law, even if you came from humble origins, it is not honorable to ascend through such means. You should at least uphold your position as a mother-in-law with dignity, yet you say such things? Song Ayun, who had once been subjected to humiliation by the original Mrs. Gao, nearly choked on her words. Shu Ning maintained a facade of innocent bewilderment. Isn't that how dramas portray it? The empress takes the concubine's child and raises it as her own. The emperor wouldn't care whose child it is. Nor would he depose the empress for such a reason. Song Ayun fell silent. In Shu Ning's mind, applause echoed. Perhaps it was the silent indignation that left Song Ayun too agitated to join for dinner that evening. However, Shu Ning was too preoccupied to concern herself with Song Ayun, for in the afternoon, her younger brother, Zhang Xuemu, had called her. The original owner shared a close relationship with this brother, and Shu Ning had interacted with him a few times. He was a dependable man who treated the original owner well. Upon answering the call, before Shu Ning could speak, Zhang Xuemu urgently exclaimed, "Sister, do you know who I ran into at the Industry Expo today?" Shu Ning replied, "Slow down, who is it?" Zhang Xuemu answered, Ouyang Shi. Ouyang Shi, the very ex-girlfriend of Gao Qingfeng, the unattainable white moonlight and red mole of his heart. Shu Ning was not surprised to hear Ouyang Shi's name, however. She was curious how Zhang Xuemu encountered her at the Shu Industry Expo. Zhang Xuemu continued, "I didn't initially notice her, but later on, I found out she is the buyer who set a record with 1.3 billion in orders. 1.3 billion in orders right off the bat at an expo? Wasn't Ouyang Shi from an ordinary background? What high branch had she climbed?" Zhang Xuemu was not only aware of Ouyang Shi, but also understood the entangled history between her and his brother-in-law, Gao Qingfeng. This information had been shared in confidence by Zhang Xuyan after her marriage, leading Zhang Xuemu to harbor some disdain for the Gao family, extending his contempt to Ouyang Shi as well. Thus, upon hearing news of Ouyang Shi, he promptly called his sister. What a good brother. Shu Ning couldn't help but chuckle. What about our dad? Zhang Xuemu retorted, that old man said my son is lazy. He isn't any better himself. Shu Ning laughed, finding her brother charmingly endearing. After hanging up, she pondered and realized she could no longer sit idly by. It was time to take initiative. She scrolled through her phone contacts, found a number, and dialed. Once connected, a puzzled voice responded, "Mrs. Gao?" Shu Ning replied with a smile, "It's me." The voice on the other end sighed, "Mrs. Gao, didn't we terminate our cooperation?" Shu Ning, maintaining a light tone, said, "Mr. Su, isn't their business to be done? If we collaborate well this time, I assure you a profit of at least 7 figures. The other party sounded skeptical. "Let us meet to discuss." Shu Ning confirmed, "Sure, the usual place. I'll be waiting for you." After ending the call, Shu Ning stepped out, casually selecting a car from the garage, and headed straight to a CAF nestled deep within the city's alleys. Upon entering, she ordered 2 cups of coffee and settled by the window on the second floor, waiting patiently. Before long, her gaze fell upon a disheveled man sporting a bird's nest hairstyle. He wore a blue sweater over a wrinkled shirt, his loose-fitting jeans and oversized slippers suggesting he had just awakened. As he approached the CAF, he squinted against the sunlight, raised his chin slightly, and greeted Shu Ning with sleepy eyes. "You're quite prompt, aren't you?" Su Hangting, who had taken on various odd jobs as a private investigator, had encountered a myriad of baffling employers. However, He had never met anyone quite like Zhang Xueyan, whose impatience led her to stir the waters. Their collaboration had ended abruptly, and he found himself surprised when he received a call from her today. He had wondered whether Mrs. Gao was seeking his services to gather evidence of her husband's infidelity in light of a potential divorce. Sitting face-to-face on the second floor after sipping their coffee, Su Hangting observed the woman before him and was struck by how different Mrs. Gao appeared. Once beautiful but burdened by a sullen demeanor and weary eyes, she now radiated vitality and composure, her eyes sparkling with life, as if she were a completely transformed person. "Are you truly considering a way out of your troubles through divorce?" Su Hangting inquired with interest. Shu Ning, maintaining her calm, posed a question in return. "Are you fully alert now?" Su Hangting adjusted the two rebellious strands of hair, replying, "Thank you for the coffee. I'm quite awake. I just wrapped up a case early this morning and managed to sleep in a bit today. Feel free to continue. I'm listening." Shu Ning nodded. "Good. You remember Ouyang Shi, don't you?" As a private investigator, Su Hangting had an excellent memory and recalled every client's details. Afterward, Shu Ning produced a debit card from her wallet, stating, "This card holds 200,000 as a deposit. Should you provide me with satisfactory information, I will ensure further payment, 7 figures as promised." Su Hangting regarded the card with a discerning eye, remaining still before responding. "Mrs. Gao, it's not that I doubt your intentions or wish to forego earnings, but you must refrain from compromising your own integrity." Shu Ning understood his implication and, acknowledging the foolishness of her past actions, assured him, "Rest assured, I will not repeat such folly." Su Hangting queried, "So, what is the task at hand?" Shu Ning clarified, "There is no specific task. Simply follow my instructions." "Very well," Su Hangting replied, taking the bank card in hand. "You can trust me. I will send you Ouyang Shi's information within a week." Shu Ning considered for a moment. "It's better if we don't communicate via phone. I reside at the Gao household. Send me a message instead, and we can discuss in person." "Agreed. In any situation, the paramount aspect is information. Being forewarned about various developments enables one to navigate circumstances effectively." Su Hangting, a man of the streets with a wealth of experience, was undoubtedly the ideal ally. Shu Ning remarked, "Indeed." She continued, teasingly, "Are you saying you can't procure Ouyang Shi's information?" "Oh, then perhaps your capabilities fall short," Su Hangting retorted. In less than a week, Su Hangting arranged to meet Shu Ning again, this time in a corner of the CAF's second floor, away from the window. As she pondered the complexity of the situation, she pulled out the documents and gasped in astonishment. The tale was not merely convoluted. It was a saga of twists and turns. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Shi's birth mother turned out to be a formidable character. Abandoning her child, she had persevered, eventually gaining admission to university, working as a teacher for several years before transitioning into the business world. After years of fierce competition, she emerged as a successful businesswoman with considerable wealth. Shu Ning was thoroughly impressed. The unfolding narrative was unexpectedly dramatic. It became evident why her progress had stalled. While one person transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix, another lurked in the shadows. Mrs. Gao's tranquil life was bound to be disrupted. Yet, more intriguing information awaited her. Within Su Hangting's findings, he detailed the frequency of Ouyang Shi's encounters with Gao Chengfeng over the past 2 months. Although their meetings were not overly frequent, they occurred 2 or 3 times a week. Moreover, Ouyang Shi had not only met with Gao Chengfeng but also with Song Ayun. Upon discovering her mother-in-law's name on the list, Shu Ning chuckled softly. She mused whether her mother-in-law might be urging Ouyang Shi to hasten the process of bearing Gao Chengfeng's child to secure her position over Shu Ning, the original wife. Su Hangting, curious, inquired Mrs. Gao, "What's amusing you?" Shu Ning pressed her lips together, pointing to Song Ayun's name in the documents. "Mr. Su, do you know who this is?" Su Hangting recognized her as Gao Chengfeng's mother, the mother-in-law of Zhang Xueyan. Shu Ning smiled. "It's one thing for my husband to visit his mistress, but his mother is also involved. How can I, as the wife, not find this amusing?" Su Hangting remained silent, observing Shu Ning, who seemed to have transformed into a composed individual. He wondered if she might evolve into a formidable character herself. With a sense of anticipation, he presented another packet of documents, stating, "Originally, you were to purchase this information, but as we are old acquaintances, I am offering it to you free of charge." Shu Ning graciously accepted. "Thank you." She opened the packet and quickly scanned the contents, smiling as she realized the information was indeed invaluable. Following this, she continued her daily routine, unconcerned about Gao Qingfeng. She had no expectations of him developing feelings for her, as long as they coexisted peacefully. If he chose to stray, he was free to do so. As long as she maintained her position as Mrs. Gao, the system would not deem her task a failure. Song Ayun, her mother-in-law, seemed preoccupied solely with the prospect of grandchildren. Rather than pressuring Shu Ning for children, she prepared soups daily, undoubtedly meant for Ouyangxi. Shu Ning chuckled to herself. What is there to hinder? Historically, the most challenging relationships are those between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. Ouyangxi had yet to enter the family, yet Song Ayun was eager to assume the role of a mother-in-law. Did she need to intervene? Surely they would create their own conflicts. Song Ayun, in a fit of anger, shouted, "Dump it.
Pour it all out."
I can't stand the broth being too greasy. I want to make it again." Descending the stairs, Shu Ning cheerfully remarked, "Did Mom make soup? Why throw it away? I'd love to have some. I'm quite hungry." Shu Ning spoke truthfully. In her current situation, there was no need to vie for a man's affection. Gao Qingfeng's heart was already with Ouyangxi. Why should she compete? Moreover, she needed to care for her health. The last thing she wanted was to jeopardize her well-being and risk failing her mission. She preferred to leave the heavy lifting to others. After finishing the soup, she handed the empty bowl to the housekeeper, who accepted it and commented, "The young mistress has been drinking a lot of nourishing soup at home." "What have you been drinking?" she inquired. Shu Ning responded casually, "Just some herbal teas and dietary remedies from the traditional medicine clinic my mother recommended after the accident." Song Ayun regarded Shu Ning, noticing her improved complexion. "I believe the clinic you mentioned has a renowned physician specializing in infertility, doesn't he it?" Shu Ning smiled and said, "It's not just about infertility. With the recent policy allowing for a second child, many women have sought out treatments. I've heard that several have successfully conceived." Song Ayun exclaimed in surprise, "How incredible." Without thinking, she asked, "Since you've never been pregnant, shouldn't you consider visiting as well?" In the past, Shu Ning would have declined, but on this day, she did not refuse. Instead, she replied, "Should I go alone? That sounds rather dull." Song Ayun offered, "I'll accompany you." By afternoon, the driver took the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Upon arrival, they indeed found numerous women in their mid-40s who had come seeking treatment. Initially, Song Ayun was merely there to support her daughter-in-law, but she soon found herself engaged in conversation with several women of a similar age. Song Ayun asked them, "Does it really work?" Auntie A replied, "It does. I promise you." A friend of mine had stopped menstruating, but after taking their medicine for a few days, she got her period back and even became pregnant last month. Song Ayun gasped, "Is that true? How old is your friend?" Auntie A responded, "She's 49. Song Ayun thought to herself that she was slightly younger than that woman. Auntie B chimed in, "It really works. There are several here who have conceived. One of them is already 6 months along and is about to give birth." Song Ayun exclaimed again, "They're about to give birth?" Auntie B lowered her voice, "Yes. And she secretly found out it's a boy." Song Ayun's jaw dropped in astonishment. Standing nearby, Shu Ning found her mother-in-law's envious and astonished expression rather amusing, as if the idea of giving birth at an older age had opened a new world for her. In truth, Song Ayun was not very old. She had given birth to Gao Qingfeng when she was only 18. With proper self-care, she appeared quite youthful, even younger than the women seeking treatment in the clinic. Shu Ning pulled out her phone, opened Weibo, and showed Song Ayun a celebrity's profile, saying, "Look, Mom, this actress is 46 this year, older than you. And she just had a baby last year." Song Ayun, unfamiliar with celebrities, took the phone in astonishment. "Really?" Shu Ning employed her persuasive skills, speaking enthusiastically while neglecting the potential risks of childbirth, insisting that women at 50 could still bear children with modern medical technology ensuring safety. By the end of her pitch, Song Ayun was nearly swayed. However, what good was her newfound desire? She herself could not conceive. It was her husband's issue. Gao Fu was useless when it came to having children. Song Ai Yun, unable to contain herself, inadvertently said, "Your father can't have children." Shu Ning seized this opportunity, leaning in to whisper, "Mom, it's a coincidence that I'm visiting the clinic today. I heard there's a doctor there who knows an old physician specializing in male infertility. He has herbal remedies that can help." Song Ai Yun could hardly believe it. "It can really be treated?" Shu Ning smiled. "It's worth a try. They say it's a special tonic with no side effects." Song Ai Yun remained silent. Shu Ning encouraged her. "Why not give it a shot, Mom? Wouldn't another son or daughter be wonderful?" This statement struck a chord with Song Ai Yun. Indeed, if it weren't for her husband's issues, she would genuinely wish to have another child. A second child would provide added security, especially since her relationship with Chingfeng was not particularly strong. Raising another child close to her would surely ensure their filial piety and obedience. Observing the increasingly resolute expression on Song Ai Yun's face, Shu Ning realized her plan was succeeding and pressed on. "I won't tell anyone. We'll keep it a secret. If it doesn't work out, no one will know. If it does, how perfect would that be?" Song Ai Yun turned to her daughter-in-law and slowly asked, "Should we do as you suggest?" Shu Ning laughed, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. "Absolutely." Yet, she was quite annoyed with Chingfeng's mother. During their university days, Chingfeng rarely mentioned her. One day, he inadvertently revealed some truths, and with a woman's intuition, Ouyangxi pieced together much of the story, leading her to harbor a certain disdain for Song Ai Yun. However, Ouyangxi's current stance mirrored Song Ai Yun's from years ago, yet she still found her mother-in-law bothersome, especially lately. When Song Ai Yun would ring the doorbell early in the morning with a thermos in hand, Ouyangxi, eager for a lion, found it incredibly annoying. After enduring it several times and subtly expressing her dislike for soup, Song Ai Yun stubbornly insisted on delivering her concoctions. Finally, Ouyangxi snapped, refusing to even touch the thermos, stating she was on a diet and wouldn't drink soup. Furious, Song Ai Yun left, while Ouyangxi relished a peaceful nap. However, upon waking, she felt a tinge of unease. After all, that was Chengfeng's mother. During lunch with Gao Chingfeng, she casually brought up the incident, downplaying it and softly asking, "Do you think Annie is upset with me?" Chingfeng brushed it off. "It's nothing. If you don't want to drink, then don't." Ouyangxi blushed, "But Auntie always brings soup, as if she really wants us to have a child." Chingfeng paused, placing down his utensils, taking her hand in his, and solemnly promised, "Don't worry. I will keep my word." Ouyangxi's face flushed, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Gently, she placed her hand on her belly and playfully asked, "What if I were to conceive before you get divorced?" Chengfeng replied seriously, yet gently, "Our child will be born into this world rightfully." Ouyangxi smiled, her cheeks rosy, like the most vibrant flower in spring. In her bliss, she forgot how she once looked down upon Song Ai Yun, who had climbed the social ladder through her children. In that moment, she felt justified and necessary, thinking that the woman occupying the title of Mrs. Gao in the Gao family villa was the true interloper. Even though she had never met Mrs. Gao, her feelings towards her were tainted with jealousy, stemming from the innate instincts of womanhood. With the news that Su Hangtian had provided, she was acutely aware that Gao Chingfeng and Ouyangxi were building a life together outside. Shu Ning understood perfectly. Gao Chingfeng's request for divorce was merely a matter of time, as his heart had always belonged to Ouyangxi. If Gao Fu had not intervened, the young couple could have parted amicably, and he wouldn't be so reluctant to let Ouyangxi go. If not for the pressure to marry, he wouldn't harbor resentment towards the original owner of this body. However, she realized that she still had a chance to win. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in reality. Gao Chingfeng simply desired to be with Ouyangxi. So be it, she would facilitate their union, as she didn't care for him. As for divorce? That was out of the question. The divorce system would deem the task a failure, and she wouldn't let her efforts go to waste. Yet, Gao Chingfeng would find it no easy task to secure a divorce. After all, Shu Ning had the entire Zhang family backing her. The Zhang family would never allow their daughter to be cast aside by the Gao family. However, Shu Ning could not have anticipated that. For the sake of his heart's desire, Gao Chingfeng would, just 2 months later, be the first to propose divorce. As the one initiating the divorce, he presented himself sincerely. offering stock, funds, money, property, and vehicles, ensuring that Shu Ning, as Mrs. Gao, would not be left wanting materially. If it weren't for the system's insistence that divorce equated to failure, she might have considered accepting his generous offer. Alas, these compensations were mere illusions. The task's rewards were the only reality. With righteous indignation, Shu Ning shook her head, resolutely refusing to divorce. Gao Chengfeng regarded her with a signature cold smile. If you don't agree today, next time, the situation may not be as amicable. Shu Ning recognized that now was the time to utilize the information Su Hangtian had provided her. She feigned a heartbroken expression, looking at Gao Chengfeng with a sense of grievance, forcing out a few tears that swirled in her eyes. With a trembling voice, she asked, "Are you truly willing to divorce me for that woman? But do you not know? That woman has long been married and has a child." Shu Ning was not an actress. It was not easy for her to summon tears on the spot, and her eyes ached from the strain as she dabbed at the corners with a tissue. "You should have mentioned it sooner," she remarked. Upon hearing the news, Gao Chengfeng was so astonished that he stepped back in disbelief. Nonetheless, she should carry on with her affairs. Indeed, after Gao Chengfeng learned of this revelation, a tumult of emotions swirled within him. He was, after all, a man with a possessive nature, exhibiting a certain degree of male chauvinism. Although he had been married, he could not accept the notion of Ouyang Shi marrying someone else, let alone the fact that she had borne a child for another man. Yet, he undeniably harbored feelings for Ouyang Shi, and as those emotions brewed within him, they intensified. He initially intended to suppress his anger and refrain from confronting Ouyang Shi in a fit of rage. However, after leaving the Nanshan villa, he found himself heading straight to their love nest to confront her. Ouyang Shi's expression crumbled in an instant. She had initially sought to restrain herself and adamantly deny the truth, but as Gao Chengfeng's unwavering gaze bore into her, she realized Shu Ning's words were indeed valid. Recognizing that the truth was laid bare, she, emboldened by love, clung to Gao Chengfeng and wept, "Why can't I get married? You have married someone else. Your father forced me to flee to a distant land. Must I remain single for you forever? Yes, I was married and I have had a child. But what does that matter? I am single now. I am divorced, and I have not wronged anyone." Gao Chengfeng endured. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Ouyang Shi approached him for an embrace. "I was afraid you would disdain me." After a moment's pause, she raised her chin defiantly. "Did you not confront Zhang Xuyen regarding your divorce? How did you come to know all this? Did she tell you? Is that so?" As she spoke, her fingers dug deep into her palm. That woman had taken her man and now sought to ensnare her further? Very well. She would not hesitate to claim her rightful position as Mrs. Gao. However, there was no need for excessive concern. If one possessed the capability, they could initiate a business war to bring down the Zhang family alongside Gao Chengfeng. Of course, this was utterly implausible. Shu Ning's confidence stemmed from the support of her younger brother, Zhang Xueming. He was quite capable. The Zhang family's business was flourishing, with connections in the political realm. If Gao Chengfeng truly had the means to dismantle the Zhang family, he would have acted long ago. Thus, what was there to fear? She had her brother. Afterward, Shu Ning focused solely on one task, assisting Song Ai Yun in conceiving a child. Typically, childbirth was a matter between a man and a woman, with outsiders having no place in it, yet Shu Ning possessed this unique capability. To be precise, her assistant, 01, had this ability. When she first heard of such assistance, she asked 01, "Are you truly that impressive? What use is it?" Shu Ning retorted, "What the hell, you fool." Who could have anticipated that this assistance would indeed prove useful? After all, rather than being pressured daily to conceive, it was far better to enable Song Ai Yun to bear a child herself. Thus, there was no herbal remedy for infertility, only assistance to combat it. 2 months had passed since the assistance was employed, during which Shu Ning aided Song Ai Yun in tracking her ovulation cycle, measuring her basal body temperature, and supervising the nanny as she prepared nourishing soups. Although the nanny was unaware of the unusual dynamics between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, she found it curious that the two, once at odds, now spent their days together. Were they researching how to conceive? One morning, as Shu Ning awoke and brushed her teeth, she suddenly heard 01 in her mind. "Congratulations, host. Your mother-in-law is expecting." Shu Ning nearly choked on her water. "What? She is really pregnant? Shu Ning exclaimed. How do you know this? She had been eagerly awaiting the news of Song Ai-yun's pregnancy, and now that it had finally arrived, her joy surpassed even that of learning of her own. At breakfast, she had to restrain her excitement. Midway through the meal, she quietly asked Song Ai-yun, Mom, have you taken a pregnancy test recently? Song Ai-yun looked at her quizzically. Weren't we just measuring ovulation a few days ago? Isn't it too early to test for pregnancy? Not too early at all. Shu Ning replied calmly. It's worth checking just in case. Having given birth over 20 years ago, Song Ai-yun appeared quite experienced. No, there is definitely nothing. It is too soon for that. Yes, there is. There is definitely something. The roles of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had reversed, with Shu Ning urging Song Ai-yun to visit the hospital for a checkup. Naturally, Song Ai-yun refused, bemused. Why are you so insistent on testing and checking? What's the hurry? I told you it wouldn't be this quick. You haven't given birth. You wouldn't understand. Shu Ning thought to herself, I may not understand, but my assistant Zero. One does. Since Song Ai-yun was unwilling to go, Shu Ning could not press the matter. In the following days, Song Ai-yun indeed began to exhibit some unusual changes. Her appetite improved dramatically, and her complexion became noticeably brighter. Shu Ning, perplexed that pregnancy could enhance one's skin, casually remarked, Mom, your appetite seems to have improved lately. Song Ai-yun dismissed it. Oh, perhaps it's because we have a new chef specializing in Sichuan cuisine. Shu Ning leaned closer and whispered, Mom, could it be that you are pregnant? Song Ai-yun replied irritably, Are you going to let me eat or not? Why are you always thinking about having children? Shu Ning thought, why does that sound so familiar? The nanny entered with soup and, not privy to the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law's hushed conversation, remarked, It seems Madam's appetite has improved, and her complexion looks great. One might think she is pregnant. Auntie, you have quite the keen eye. Song Ai-yun began to ponder. Could it be true? Is it too soon? After the meal, Shu Ning discreetly suggested to Song Ai-yun, Mom, I have a pregnancy test. Why not come to my room and check? Song Ai-yun considered it and nodded. Once inside the room and closing the bathroom door, a simple test revealed 2 clear lines. She was pregnant. Shu Ning had already known the truth, but feigned excitement once more. Mom, you are indeed pregnant. Song Ai-yun stared at the 2 lines on the test, her expression one of confusion. 2 lines mean I am pregnant? Where's the instruction manual? Let me check again. Could it possibly be 1 line? She picked up the manual and read it twice, confirming, indeed, 2 lines mean I am pregnant. I am really pregnant. Song Ai-yun nearly jumped with joy. But Shu Ning quickly pressed her down, advising, Mom, you must be careful. You're not yet 3 months along. You cannot jump around or you might risk losing it. Song Ai-yun instantly calmed down, nodding, right, I mustn't jump. Yet her face betrayed an uncontrollable excitement. She was having another child. She truly was pregnant. From this moment forth, she would have another child to rely on. Whether a son or daughter, it was her own flesh and blood. Not a grandchild, but her own child. Song Ai-yun's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as Shu Ning gently held her. Mom, Shu Ning quickly added. You must take care of yourself this time, considering your age. You must maintain a stable mood and not become overly excited. Song Ai-yun wiped her eyes and took a deep breath. Yes, I must not get too excited, or it could lead to complications. After a pause, she looked at Shu Ning with curiosity. How do you know so much? Shu Ning smiled. Oh, I listened to my mother nagging my sister-in-law while she was pregnant. Song Ai-yun had only casually asked. Her current focus was solely on the life growing within her. From now on, that child would be her utmost priority. Meanwhile, after tidying up the bathroom, Shu Ning said to Zero, From today onward, my mother-in-law's pregnancy is in your hands. I will consult you whenever I have questions. This child must be born safely. Shu Ning added, Of course, I will keep a close watch. As she spoke, a white system interface materialized in her mind. The main page is exceptionally simplistic, featuring a task progress bar, the current task details, and sections for assistance, tools, and finances in the lower left corner. There is also a circular icon which, when clicked, surprisingly reveals a shopping mall. A shopping mall? What on earth is this? As Shu Ning pondered, the main page seemed to respond, automatically opening the shopping mall. Upon inspection, it indeed resembled a marketplace where assistants and tools could be purchased. However, the tools remained locked, shrouded in gray, while several assistance options were already available. One of the assistance options particularly caught her eye: fetal protection assistance. Shu Ning exclaimed, "This is possible?" After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "If I use this, Song Ayun will surely be able to protect this child." Shu Ning then asked, "How much does it cost?" To her astonishment, the price was a staggering 30,000. With a mere 100,000 as the novice binding reward, how could one assistance option demand 30,000? Shu Ning resolved, "Buy. I cannot afford to lose this child." She heard a clicking sound akin to that of a card being swiped, though she boldly declared her purchase. A twinge of regret lingered in her heart. Spending 30,000 to secure a fetus for her mother-in-law, she thought, is indeed a unique feat for a daughter-in-law. Half a month later, Shu Ning encountered Su Hangting once more. The determination etched on his face indicated that this time, she would have to pay for the information. "As long as it's useful, the price doesn't matter," Shu Ning said readily. "Name your price." Su Hangting extended his fingers. 50,000? She proposed. Su Hangting chuckled. "Madam Gao, your generosity is commendable, but the price is 50,000. After acquiring the information from Su Hangting, she opened it to find the blood test report from the obstetrics and gynecology department. "Oh Yang, she is pregnant." Shu Ning was taken aback. She hadn't expected the news to arrive so swiftly. Su Hangting slowly remarked, "Madam Gao, it appears you must prepare yourself." Shu Ning smiled. "You need not worry about that." "Do you require my assistance?" "My rates are quite reasonable and my efficiency is high," Su Hangting offered. "No need, I can manage on my own," Shu Ning replied, rising to take her leave. Su Hangting watched her depart, his gaze unwavering, perplexed by the transformation in this woman who had recently confronted Gao Qingfeng with his intelligence. She now exuded an air of composure, as if she were an entirely different person. The current Madame Gao was strikingly beautiful, graceful, and confident, with a prestigious background. Such attributes concentrated in one woman were indeed captivating. Zhuo Ling, a formidable woman, had been abandoned by a scoundrel in her teens after bearing his child. She then fought her way through the business world, proving herself far from weak. In her demeanor, there was no trace of the emotional vulnerability typically associated with women. Upon grasping the situation, Zhuo Ling found herself at a loss for words. If it were her, having a child with a married man would hold no value. She would terminate the pregnancy. Moreover, Ouyang she already had a child with her ex-husband. In Zhuo Ling's perspective, a woman, even if capable of bearing children, should not have too many. One child suffices. Yet Ouyang she was resolute in her decision to keep the child, tearfully expressing her desire to be with Gao Qingfeng, who reciprocated her feelings. The child would be born. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Ouyang she clearly articulated her intentions. Zhuo Ling, ever the problem solver, directly asked, "Do you wish to claim the position of Madame Gao?" Ouyang she nodded. Zhuo Ling scoffed. "Do you truly believe that merely having a child will secure you that title? If it were so simple, Miss Zhang would not have been the one to enter the Gao family." Ouyang she flushed with embarrassment, fully aware that she could not compare to Zhang Xuyan. Yet, she believed that as long as Qingfeng's heart belonged to her, she would eventually achieve the title of Madame Gao. With her pregnancy, the opportunity had arrived, and she was determined to seize it. Zhuo Ling, a shrewd businesswoman, easily discerned Ouyang she's motives. "Enough with the tears. There's no need to feign helplessness before me. You simply wish to rely on your pregnancy for my assistance in your pursuits, do you not? Just say it directly. Is shedding tears truly necessary?" Ouyang she looked at Zhuo Ling cautiously. "Mother, will you help me?" Zhuo Ling smiled, her voice resolute. "You are my daughter. I may not have raised you, but I owe you that much. If you wish to become Madame Gao, I will surely assist you." Only then did Ouyang she inform Gao Qingfeng, "My mother, my biological mother, is aware of this. You know how she can be rather controlling." Ouyang she hesitated, but Gao Qingfeng sensed the underlying message. "Go ahead. Does she have any demands?" Ouyang she feigned uncertainty. "I understand you cannot leave, and I am not pushing you to do so. However, my mother believes that her future grandchild should be born under proper circumstances, and she feels I should not be wronged." Gao Qingfeng assured her, "Rest assured, I will not allow you and your child to be wronged." With his promise, Shi's heart settled. The matters concerning the Gao family would be addressed by her mother and Gao Qingfeng. All she needed to do was await the outcome, anticipating the day when Zhang Xueyan would relinquish her position as Madame Gao. Meanwhile, after discovering her pregnancy, Song Ayun waited half a month before visiting the hospital for a checkup, choosing not to disclose her condition to anyone, wishing to wait until the pregnancy was more stable before surprising her husband and son. During this time, Shu Ning remained by her side. Previously, they would venture out shopping, but now they stayed home, watching the nanny prepare nourishing soups and researching dietary supplements. Shu Ning had seamlessly taken over the household duties that Song Ayun once managed, acting as the decision-maker. Far from feeling her authority usurped, Song Ayun found Shu Ning increasingly agreeable. With her own pregnancy, she felt no urgency to pressure her daughter-in-law into having children. The relationship between the two women improved significantly. Song Ayun began to engage Shu Ning in conversation, which, while labeled as chatting, was more about her mother-in-law sharing grievances about her past struggles with her husband and being overshadowed by the first wife, as well as the pain of having her son taken away and raised by others, leading to feelings of neglect. As Song Ayun spoke, Shu Ning listened, her attention drifting in and out, rendering the conversation somewhat inconsequential. Before long, Song Ayun began experiencing pregnancy symptoms, feeling excessively fatigued, losing her appetite, and suffering from nausea. The nannies noticed something was amiss, and Song Ayun finally shared the joyous news with Gao Fu. At 58, having enjoyed a successful life and career, Gao Fu had endured the trials of a genetic disorder throughout his life. Now, with the prospect of a second child, he was overjoyed. In his excitement, he rewarded Song Ayun with properties, vehicles, and stocks, even hiring additional nannies to cater to her every need, anxious to ensure that his wife, who was carrying their second child, was not inconvenienced. Initially, Song Ayun assumed the report belonged to her daughter-in-law. However, upon seeing the name Shi on the report, her mind raced. If it were her daughter-in-law who was pregnant, it would be double the joy, but if it were Shi... Before she could contemplate further, her hand was suddenly grasped. Looking up, she saw Shu Ning gazing at her with tear-filled eyes. "Mother, you must help me." Taken aback, Song Ayun instinctively reassured her, "It's all right. It's all right. I'm here for you." Shu Ning gazed at Song Ayun and said, "Mother, I am aware that Qingfeng has harbored feelings for Shi even before their marriage. I have turned a blind eye to their relationship, but now she is pregnant." Song Ayun assured her, "Her pregnancy is her own affair. I refuse to acknowledge that it is Qingfeng's child." Shu Ning responded, "But it is a reality we cannot ignore." To soothe Shu Ning, Song Ayun reiterated her firm stance against recognizing Shi's child. "This matter is not trivial. I must discuss it with my family," Shu Ning insisted. Unwilling for the situation to escalate, particularly to their in-laws, Song Ayun promised to handle it, urging Shu Ning to be at ease. "What tone is that? I desire a grandson, but it must be one born of Shuiyan." Gao Qingfeng coldly retorted, "Who was it that used to send soup to Shishi every day? Weren't you hoping for her to bear a grandson back then? How quickly you have changed your tune." Despite their strained relationship, Gao Qingfeng's every word seemed to defend Shi, which left Song Ayun feeling deeply unsettled. Their argument ended with Gao Qingfeng leaving, declaring before exiting, "Even if I don't leave, I will still leave." As he slammed the door behind him, Shu Ning internally lamented, 0. 1. Tears, tears. In the next moment, Shu Ning collapsed onto the sofa, weeping profusely. Her acting skills were commendable, perfectly blending the sorrow of unrequited love, the despair of her husband's infidelity, and the heart-wrenching pain of being told to divorce. With the assistance of 0. 1's tears, she could easily be mistaken for an award-winning actress. Song Ayun, already irate, became even angrier upon witnessing her daughter-in-law's sorrowful display, exclaiming, "That wretched Shi." It seemed she had forgotten how much she once adored Shi, eagerly preparing soup to deliver each day. As Shu Ning sobbed, she wiped her nose with one hand, finding it covered in mucus, and silently questioned 0. 1. "I didn't he ask for mucus assistance?" Just then, 2 streams of mucus flowed from her nose again, leaving her utterly exasperated. Song Ayun approached to comfort her, saying, "Stop crying, stop crying. Ignore that scoundrel. With your father and me around, he won't dare to think otherwise." The marketplace offered not only aids and props but also an array of inexpensive snacks comparable to those found in regular stores. Shu Ning indulged in a shopping spree, consuming without guilt, knowing the packaging would disappear without a trace. Seeing her daughter-in-law in such despair, Song Ai-yin also spent her days sighing heavily. One day, as Shu Ning descended the stairs, she found Song Ai-yin on the sofa enjoying fruit. Allowing the two to finally sit together again. With a resolute expression and noting the absence of the housekeeper, Shu Ning declared, "Mother, I have thought it over. Regardless of whether Ouyang she has that child or not, we absolutely cannot allow it to enter the Gao family." Song Ai-yin reassured her, "Do not worry. As long as I am here, Ouyang she will not have her way." Shu Ning solemnly explained, "No, mother, listen to me. Even if not for my sake, consider your own future and that of your unborn child, be it a brother or sister." Song Ai-yin was puzzled by her words. Shu Ning continued, "Think about it. Mother, you are pregnant, and so is Ouyang Shi. Their children will be roughly the same age, right? However, you must consider your age. In 20 years, should illness strike and you find yourself in a hospital bed, Ouyang Shi will still be under 50. Your child may be left without support, while hers will have a mother and Chung Feng as a father. When it comes to the Gao family fortune, which child will it belong to?" Song Ai-yin had never contemplated these ramifications before, but Shu Ning's words struck her like a bolt of lightning. It was clear that children raised together could easily become competitors. Whom would she favor, her own child or her grandchild? The answer was obvious. She would naturally favor the child she was currently carrying. Moreover, her relationship with Gao Chingfeng was indeed fraught. As they aged and became unable to care for themselves, how would Gao Chingfeng treat her child? No one is universally loving. Even a child born from the same womb would have varying degrees of closeness. Song Ai-yin was now consumed with thoughts of her unborn child, yearning to provide the best for him, even desiring to give him all of Gao's riches. This notion took root in her heart like a seed breaking through the soil. Observing Song Ai-yin's expression, Shu Ning understood her thoughts and delivered a final blow. "Mother, I must be honest with you. I am unable to bear children. Since the accident, my health has been poor. Now that Chung Feng's affections lie elsewhere, I cannot bear to bring a child into this world, one who may grow up without a father's love. Moreover, I cannot divorce. My family cannot endure such shame. I wish to continue being Mrs. Gao. I promise you, as long as we keep Ouyang Shi and her child at bay, I will treat your child as my own. As long as I remain Mrs. Gao, I will protect him." Song Ai-yin fell silent, but her mind was in turmoil. How had she not thought of these things before? If she were to pass, would Chung Feng care for the child she bore? Would he tend to his younger siblings instead of his own? Empathy surged within her. She realized that everyone would only safeguard their own offspring. She was one such person, and so were Ouyang Shi and Chung Feng. With this in mind, she looked at Shu Ning and recognized her as the perfect candidate to entrust with her child. Shu Ning, after all, was a legitimate Mrs. Gao, backed by the entire Zhang family and without children of her own. By now, Shu Ning had discerned how to navigate this world. She needed to secure her position as Mrs. Gao amidst various uncertainties, managing her husband's affairs and how her mother-in-law regarded her. She did not need to confront Ouyang Shi directly or engage in petty conflicts with Chingfeng. She simply had to ensure that Song Ai-yin remained in the limelight. Reconciliation? Shu Ning scoffed. There was no possibility of harmony between mother and child. Their relationship had always been tenuous, and now with Song Ai-yin pregnant and Chung Feng's affections directed towards Ouyang Shi, it was evident that her mother-in-law, a long-standing mistress, had no illusions about the future dynamics between her child and Ouyang Shi's, or how Chingfeng would treat them as siblings. Ultimately, zero. One did not comprehend how fiercely a mother would protect her young. However, Shu Ning realized that persuading Song Ai-yin to completely reject her son would not be an overnight achievement unless Ouyang Shi or Chingfeng stirred up further trouble. Fortune smiled upon Shu Ning when, just days after Gao Chengfeng's departure, Zhuo Ling arrived at the Gao residence. This formidable woman sought no association with Song Ai-yin, whom she deemed a mere mistress. She directly approached Gao Chengfeng's father, Gao Jianyun, and bluntly stated her purpose. Her daughter was now pregnant with his precious son's child, and they needed to discuss the next steps. Gao Jianyun was taken aback by his son's actions. Weighing his options, he realized he must neither offend the Zhang family nor Zhuo Ling. Thus he replied, "Since it is my son's error, he shall bear the consequences." However, the Gao family must also express its stance. "Ms. Zhuo, please feel free to state your demands." Zhuo Ling smiled and stated directly, "Since you want me to make a request, then, Mr. Gao, I shall not be modest. My daughter will not consider an abortion. She has been with your son for quite some time, and you are well aware of this. My demands are not extravagant. All I ask is for your son to divorce, and then I will consent to their union. Our families can then arrange the marriage, which will serve to amicably resolve the matter." Gao Jianyun had anticipated that Zhuo Ling would negotiate terms, but he was taken aback by such a bold request. If his daughter-in-law's family background were ordinary, he might have contemplated it, but the Zhang family behind his daughter-in-law was not easily dismissed. Especially with Zhang Xuemu flourishing in recent years, it would be unwise to offend them. He responded ambiguously, "I will have Chengfeng come over to apologize." This was merely a stalling tactic, implying that the Gao family still held a position, but that the fault lay with the one responsible. Divorce? That was out of the question. Little did he know that his son stood in solidarity with his future mother-in-law. As soon as he arrived, he declared, "Dad, I wish to divorce so that Ouyang Shi and the child can have a complete family." Gao Jianyun was blindsided by his son's declaration, his anger boiling over. He restrained himself from striking Gao Chengfeng on the spot. How foolish. All for that woman, Ouyang Shi, whom he refused to part with back then. And now he was willing to forsake his wife and family. Once Zhuo Ling left, Gao Jianyun furiously pointed at Gao Chengfeng. "You spend all your time away from home, taking care of a woman and a child, while neglecting your own mother." Gao Jianyun was momentarily stunned, then suddenly hurled a teacup at his son in anger. "You have the audacity to trouble your mother with this? You know how to care for your lover, yet you don't know to show some concern for your mother? She has been pregnant for several months." Gao Chengfeng was taken aback. His first reaction was shock. Soon, that surprise was overshadowed by other emotions. As a son, he had never liked Song Aiyun and had little affection for her. Thus, when he learned that his mother, at her age, was expecting, he felt no joy. From a man's perspective, Gao Chengfeng coldly contemplated, furrowing his brow, and replied slowly, "At her age, what is the point of going through this? It would be better to terminate it soon." What did he just say? Gao Jianyun's blood rushed to his temples upon hearing such inhumane words. Terminate it? Do it soon. Did he think his own son was a treasure, that he, an older father, was merely making a fuss? Gao Jianyun erupted in fury, raising his hand to slap him hard. Terminate it? Why don't you terminate that illegitimate child of Ouyang Shi's instead? Get out. I don't want a son like you. Gao Chengfeng, after receiving the slap, left in silence, while Zhuo Ling departed with a request for a response. Song Aiyun was not particularly surprised by Zhuo Ling's visit. In the past, Ouyang Shi had no one to rely on and had left in disgrace. Now, with a strong mother supporting her, she naturally felt emboldened. Upon hearing Song Aiyun's remarks, Gao Jianyun understood it was a mother's instinct to defend her son. After recalling Gao Chengfeng's earlier foolish statements at the company, his anger escalated. "Are you still helping that beast?" Gao Jianyun blurted out. Song Aiyun had not anticipated Gao Jianyun's reaction and instinctively replied, "But after all, Chengfeng is our son." Gao Jianyun had endured the pain of infertility all his life and placed immense value on descendants. Gao Chengfeng's words had undoubtedly struck a nerve. The question of abortion did not concern him at all. Had he become irrelevant as a father? Initially, Song Aiyun intended to advise him, but upon hearing the word heir, memories of Shu Ning's earlier comments flooded her mind. Strangely, she chose not to speak further. Yet at that moment, she found herself particularly curious about how Chengfeng would react if he learned she was also pregnant. Shu Ning, appearing surprised, thought to herself, "Here it comes." With his own child on the way, Gao Chengfeng will finally confront his mother, Song Aiyun. If this were a television drama, it would surely be a climactic moment, and she would rush to the mall to buy snacks while watching. Unfortunately, she had to maintain her composure and continue as the Gao family's daughter-in-law. Shu Ning feigned curiosity, asking, Chengfeng, doesn't he know yet that mom is expecting, does he? Such a significant piece of news should have spread by now. As she quietly observed Song Ayun's demeanor, she chuckled inwardly, noticing the ongoing struggle. During lunch, while Shu Ning was preparing nourishing soup for Song Ayun, she looked up to see Gao Chengfeng entering. She scanned his face for a moment, then lowered her gaze to continue serving the soup, saying nothing. However, inside, she was amused. Given Gao Chengfeng's calm, yet slightly warm expression today, she sensed he had come prepared, unlike his previously cold demeanor. Today, it seemed he was perhaps orchestrating a grand scene. Shu Ning internally chuckled to herself. At the dining table, she maintained her composure, thinking, "Oh, how entertaining." As Gao Chengfeng spoke, Song Ayun was momentarily taken aback. If it had been anyone else whose attitude shifted so dramatically, she might have questioned it, but concerning her own son, it was different. His words were particularly pleasing to her ears. She immediately smiled. "Then let us eat. You've been busy all morning. You must be hungry." Gao Chengfeng replied coolly. "Let us eat." The table was set, and after the housekeeper left, only the mother and son remained, alongside Shu Ning, who felt somewhat superfluous at that moment. Indeed, she was an extra, as her husband and mother-in-law transformed into a caring son and a loving mother. Song Ayun urged, "Eat more. You work hard." Gao Chengfeng replied, "Me fine, Mom. You should eat more. Your health is most important." Their exchange felt as though Shu Ning was merely a decoration at the table. However, she willingly played the part of the decoration, wishing she could vanish entirely. As she quietly munched on her food, she struggled to suppress a laugh, the taste of sunflower seeds lingering in her mouth. After a while, she could no longer contain her amusement. Having laughed enough, she finished her meal, slowly put down her chopsticks, and turned to Gao Chengfeng with a smile, her eyes narrowing playfully. It seemed he was already aware of his mother's pregnancy. Now, with this sudden shift in attitude towards their familial bond, he must have ulterior motives. But dear Mr. Gao, whatever you may desire now, in the end, it will all come to nothing. Shu Ning gently spoke. "Chengfeng, are you aware that Mom is pregnant?" Gao Chengfeng was indeed aware. He just hadn't initiated the topic after their lengthy conversation filled with maternal affection. Since Shu Ning broached the subject, it was the perfect opportunity for him to follow suit. He merely glanced at his wife, nodded slightly, set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and turned to Song Ayun, saying, "Mom, I wanted to talk to you about this." As Song Ayun sipped her soup, she remained outwardly composed, but her attention was fixated on her son's reaction. When she heard Gao Chengfeng casually mention discussing her pregnancy, her heart skipped a beat. She was utterly uncertain, but deeply concerned. Nevertheless, she maintained an air of calm, and both mother and son presented a facade as though they were discussing something trivial. Soon after, Song Ayun finished her soup, and mother and son moved from the dining room to the sofa. Shu Ning, embodying the role of both wife and daughter-in-law, went to the kitchen to prepare a fruit platter and digestive tea. Of course, as Mrs. Gao, she did not need to lift a finger. She merely had to give instructions and observe the nanny as she worked. The most experienced and attentive nanny in the Gao household, who had been with Song Ayun the longest, quietly remarked to Shu Ning, "The young master seems to be in good spirits today. He can even sit down for dinner and chat with his wife." Shu Ning, arms crossed and standing to the side, remained silent, though internally she thought it was merely a facade. "There will be quite a show to watch soon," she mused, before turning to the nanny and asking, "Do we have any sunflower seeds at home? Please prepare some and send them over along with the fruit platter," Shu Ning added. "Of course, young mistress. I shall fetch them right away," the nanny replied. Unable to suppress her craving for sunflower seeds, Shu Ning eventually found some to eat. She also noticed the fruit platter included cantaloupe, honeydew, and watermelon, which delighted her, feeling quite prepared as an observer of the unfolding events. At that moment in the living room, Song Ayun leaned back against the cushions, resting comfortably. Almost 4 months pregnant, her belly had yet to show. But being of advanced age, she was particularly cautious, striving to find a comfortable position while seated. Gao Chengfeng sat on the edge of the sofa, observing his mother and thinking how overly precious she had become, making a fuss over trivial matters. Owing she was also pregnant, continuing her daily routine, and even hitting the gym, yet his mother required several cushions just to sit comfortably. Such delicacy struck him as amusing, and a sardonic expression flickered in his eyes before quickly fading. Having settled into her position, Song Ayun seemed to realize she was being overly indulgent. She smiled and explained, "Carrying a child is not easy. Being a second-time mother, I find myself even more anxious than the young girls." Gao Chengfeng replied nonchalantly, "It is wise to be cautious." His mother, hearing this, felt her spirits lift. She gently caressed her belly and smiled, saying, "Having you is already a blessing. I never expected to conceive again. Who knows if it will be a boy or a girl? A girl would be wonderful, completing our family perfectly as a little darling." For Gao Chengfeng, the current situation of having dinner and engaging in conversation was already pushing his limits of patience. Any further developments would undoubtedly complicate matters for him.
He spoke up, "Mom."
With a lingering smile, Song Ayun looked up. Gao Chengfeng lowered his voice, his expression inscrutable, and said, She is pregnant too." In an instant, Song Ayun's good mood evaporated. While she was discussing her child, her son was bringing up his own. Indeed, it seemed that even before birth, a competitive dynamic had already taken root between the unborn children, an inevitability. Yet, Song Ayun managed to keep her composure and replied slowly, "I am already aware of this matter." She regarded him with surprise. "What did you just say?" The abrupt interruption left both Song Ayun and Gao Chengfeng momentarily speechless, awkwardness hanging in the air. After a brief silence, Gao Chengfeng continued, "Mom, I believe that since she is carrying my child, a member of the Gao family, it is not appropriate for her to remain living alone. On one hand, it could reflect poorly on us, and on the other, I wish for someone to care for her daily needs. As her pregnancy progresses, she will become less capable of looking after herself, and having someone to assist her will allow her to focus on the pregnancy." Shu Ning, munching on her seeds, was astonished to find herself inadvertently involved in the conversation. Naturally, she was not one to remain passive, especially not when confronted with the prospect of a third party's pregnancy affecting her own standing. She cleared her throat, gently signaling her presence by stifling a burp. Song Ayun. Gao Chengfeng. As Song Ayun processed her son's words, she glanced at her daughter-in-law on the opposite side of the coffee table, her brow furrowing slightly. Nevertheless, she chose a conciliatory tone. "Chengfeng, regardless of the circumstances, you must understand that this is absolutely unacceptable." Yet Gao Chengfeng countered, "Mom, haven't you always wanted a grandchild?" Song Ayun replied, "It is true that I wish for a grandchild, but it must be born to Shuyan. What difference does it make? Regardless of who gives birth, it is still my child." Gao Chengfeng pressed on. As he advanced his argument, Song Ayun sought to diffuse the tension, not wanting to discuss such an awkward topic in the presence of her daughter-in-law. She aimed to end the conversation swiftly, stating, "To put it another way, even if care is needed, we can only hire a nanny. You know my current condition. Once she becomes larger, I will be even more burdened. If we are hiring a nanny, it is your responsibility to manage that, and you need not consult me." Gao Chengfeng looked at Song Ayun and asked, "Mom, do you truly want this child?" Startled, she retorted, "What do you mean by that?" "You are nearly 50, he replied. Song Ayun furrowed her brows, and Gao Chengfeng continued, "There are risks associated with later life pregnancies, and it is detrimental to your health." Song Ayun paused, realizing he was expressing concern for her well-being. Shu Ning, enjoying the unfolding drama, found the situation increasingly intriguing. Gao Chengfeng maintained his composure, voicing his worries about Song Ayun's advanced maternal age. She reassured him that she would take care of herself and urged him to focus on his own responsibilities. "I will take good care of Shi," he asserted. Song Ayun recognized her son was not a fool. He understood her implication. His insistence on keeping Ouyang Shi and the child indicated that he had accepted her pregnancy. A sense of relief washed over her, and she resumed her maternal role, speaking earnestly, "Have you truly considered if you want this child? Think carefully about the implications for that child. They will be born into a situation with no legitimate status, no familial blessings, and may face criticism and disdain. Are you truly prepared for that?" Gao Chengfeng had endured this conversation for long enough. If it weren't for the child and Ouyang Shi, he would not be sitting here at all. Yet, hearing those words, he felt as though he was listening to an absurd joke. A legitimate status? Family blessings? Criticism and disdain? Now that he was aware of these considerations, why had they not been taken into account when he was born? When it was his turn, he was expected to accept his fate, yet when it came to others, he was told to reconsider? The expression on Gao Qingfeng's face strained as he held back his frustration, his hand gripping the cushion on the sofa until the veins on the back of his hand stood out. He turned to face her, his gaze icy. Song Ayun, observing her son and daughter-in-law, quickly addressed Shu Ning. Shuyan, why don't you go upstairs for a moment? I need to talk to Chungfeng. Shu Ning, feeling a mix of hurt and amusement, returned to her seat, though she should have stormed off upstairs in a dramatic huff. Instead, she opted to remain, eager to continue watching the unfolding drama. Gao Chengfeng immediately snapped, "Be quiet." At first, Song Ayun had struggled to connect the dots of Gao Qingfeng's fragmented remarks. However, with Shu Ning's interjection, she was taken aback and stared at her son in shock. Gao Qingfeng, feeling cornered, insisted, "Mom, don't listen to her nonsense." Unprepared for such a rebuttal, he paused for a moment, but in that silence, Song Ayun's expression shifted. Gao Qingfeng turned again, his voice raised, "Be quiet." Song Ayun, now disregarding her son's outburst toward his wife, fixed her gaze on Gao Qingfeng, demanding, "Look at me and tell me directly, how do you truly feel about my pregnancy with this second child?" Gao Qingfeng pursed his lips, his expression fluctuating with impatience, the previously frigid demeanor returning to his brow and eyes. He spoke with a hardened tone, "I truly do not support your desire for this child." Song Ayun gasped. Gao Qingfeng attempted to soften his words. "After all, you are advanced in age. Having a child at nearly 50 carries significant risks, and you should consider your health." Song Ayun gazed at him. "Yes, I am of advanced age, and indeed there are risks, but what about you? Once the child is born, even if something unfortunate occurs, you are still here as my elder brother." As she spoke, her unwavering gaze fixated on her son, her eyes filled with quiet, earnest anticipation. She added, "You are the elder brother." This phrase carried genuine emotion, as if she was entrusting the child to Gao Qingfeng at that moment. Yet he averted his gaze, looking down at his shoes. "What if I lack the energy to care for them? Work, the company, business trips, and my own children." The busy schedule and the responsibilities of the company made it understandable to neglect a younger sibling with such a significant age gap. However, the final 6 words struck Song Ayun like a dagger to the heart. Her eyes flickered, shifting from hope to disappointment, then to calmness and finally, Shu Ning observed keenly as Song Ayun's gaze turned utterly cold. He had work, a partner, a career, and children, yet he could not spare a thought for his own younger brother or sister, while his daughter-in-law could at least regard her child as her own. His own son claimed he had neither the time nor the energy. Very well. As Song Ayun expressed her thoughts, Shu Ning silently browsed through the system's store interface, discovering a rather appealing aid called Heartfelt Truth. Although it was somewhat expensive at 15,000, she decisively purchased it. Just as Song Ayun's words fell, Gao Qingfeng, seemingly unable to suppress his emotions, clenched his knees tightly, his muscles taut, shoulders trembling, and his eyes, now bloodshot, lifted to meet Song Ayun's. In an explosive outburst, he shouted at his own mother, "At your age, why are you pursuing a second child? Terminate it!" Song Ayun was taken aback, trembling in disbelief as she looked up at her son, slowly rising to her feet, her eyes wide. What did you say? You want me to terminate it?" Gao Qingfeng, bewildered by his own reaction, struggled to control himself. Yet, his true feelings surged forth like a fish escaping a net. His rationality was no longer effective, leaving only a torrent of anger and the impulse to voice his genuine thoughts. He stood firm before Song Ayun, shouting again, "Yes. Terminate it." Fueled by rage, Song Ayun felt a fire coursing through her veins, all except for her belly, which remained calm. Her eyes burned with hatred as she pointed towards the villa's entrance. "Get out. I do not have a son like you. Leave." Seizing the moment, Shu Ning rushed between Song Ayun and Gao Qingfeng, arms outstretched, boldly defending her mother-in-law. "Qingfeng, how could you treat your mother this way while she is pregnant? If you want to strike someone, strike me." Thanks to Shu Ning, Gao Qingfeng's dramatic confrontation ultimately transformed him into an unfilial son, selfishly berating his mother over the fate of her child. The household staff, incensed by his actions, watched as he was escorted away by bodyguards. Meanwhile, with the aid of Protect the Baby, Song Ayun remained composed, her anger flaring but her belly serene, unaffected by the turmoil. Once Gao Qingfeng was expelled, she reclined on the sofa, resting her forehead on her hand as the housekeeper brought her water and fanned her. She rubbed her temples, eyes closed, reassuring herself. I'm fine, I'm fine. Shu Ning, feeling guilty for her mother-in-law, turned her attention to Song Ayun's belly. Mom, does your stomach hurt? Upon this inquiry, the room's focus shifted entirely to Song Ayun, with everyone concerned for her well-being. Although she felt no discomfort, the sudden attention made her subconsciously aware of a slight unease in her abdomen. She opened her eyes, gently caressing her belly, frowning, but Shu Ning interrupted, grabbing her hand and, without hesitation, urgently instructed the housekeeper, "Quick, call for a car. We're going to the hospital. Call the doctor, and then call Dad." The housekeeper, lacking her own initiative, complied immediately, turning to follow Shu Ning's orders. Thus, under Shu Ning's urging, chaos ensued at the Gao residence that noon as they rushed to the private hospital. Upon learning that Mrs. Gao might be experiencing signs of a miscarriage, the hospital sprang into a state of high alert. During a meeting, Gao Jianyun received a call from his secretary, and without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the meeting, storming out. By the time they reached the hospital, a stretcher was already prepared for Song Ayun. Shu Ning, channeling her inner actress, wept as she followed the stretcher, crying, "Mom, you will be fine. You must be fine." The urgency of the situation startled Song Ayun, and though her abdomen felt normal, Shu Ning's tears invoked a sense of panic within her. She pondered if she might truly be facing a miscarriage, her eyes darting around the stark, white hospital ceiling, filled with dread. Would she bleed out and perish? In that moment, she too succumbed to tears. The two women, one lying in distress, the other trailing behind in despair, left the nurses and doctors bewildered, pushing the stretcher while wondering just how severe the situation was. Meanwhile, the bodyguard transporting the two women received a frantic call from Gao Jianyun. "What is happening?" he demanded. The bodyguard, on the verge of losing his lucrative position, replied with a tremor in his voice, "Madam, she might not make it." Gao Jianyun's mind reeled, his blood pressure skyrocketing, leaving him dizzy. Just then, the bodyguard heard Gao Jianyun's secretary shouting, "Mr. Gao, medicine, medicine, stop the car, hurry." Thus, when Shu Ning was momentarily separated from the emergency room, she turned to the restroom to collect herself. The bodyguard, bewildered, followed her, his gruff voice breaking through, "Madam, Mr. Gao just called." Shu Ning, rubbing her eyes, assumed he wanted her to take the call. "What's wrong?" The bodyguard replied, "It seems Mr. Gao fainted from anger." Shu Ning, slightly taken aback, murmured, "Oh dear, I truly apologize. He should take care next time." Just then, the bodyguard's phone rang again. Seeing it was Gao Jianyun, he promptly handed it to Shu Ning. Realizing she had rushed out without her phone, she accepted it and pressed the answer button. Gao Jianyun's voice came through, weary and strained. "Shuyan, how is your mother?" Shu Ning stepped away from the bodyguard, her tone laced with a hint of sorrow. "Mom is in the emergency room. I'm waiting outside for her." Gao Jianyun, "All right, I understand. Please have a seat. I will arrive shortly." Shu Ning obediently replied, "Okay." However, the call was soon taken over by Gao Jianyun's secretary, who respectfully addressed Shu Ning, "Madam, greetings. I am Secretary Chiao. It appears that Mr. Gao has just experienced a spike in his blood pressure. If it is convenient for you, please arrange for a stretcher ambulance to wait outside the hospital lobby. We shall be there shortly." Shu Ning choked slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. She hastily inquired, "What happened to my father?" Assistant Chiao reassured her, "Rest assured. Mr. Gao is currently out of danger." Shu Ning promptly replied, "Understood. I will make arrangements right away." Thus, that afternoon, the elderly couple, Gao Jianyun and Song Ayun, were both transported to the emergency room on a stretcher. Meanwhile, Shu Ning, accompanied by a bodyguard and Secretary Chiao, waited outside. Having indulged in a hearty meal and a plethora of fruits earlier, she felt quite uncomfortable, especially after having just performed a dramatic scene filled with tears. Now, she was left feeling nauseous and plagued by hiccups. Both the bodyguard and the secretary turned to her simultaneously. Secretary Chiao asked, "Madam, would you like some water?" He stood up, intending to fetch some. Shu Ning quickly rose and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need, I will go myself. You two stay here." As Shu Ning approached the elevator on the second floor, she spotted a vending machine. However, she suddenly remembered that she had not brought her wallet and thus could not make a purchase. With a sigh, she thought it best to find an unoccupied spot and buy some water from the system's purchasing mall. Just as she turned to leave, a cup of hot soybean milk was presented before her. After a long and emotional day, this gesture was a welcome relief. She looked up to find Su Hangding standing there. Su, perhaps having profited from Shu Ning's business, had upgraded his appearance significantly. He was no longer disheveled but donned a crisp denim outfit that complemented his well-built physique. He had shaved and styled his hair, revealing a handsome face that had previously been obscured. To her surprise, he was not an older man but rather quite youthful. Su Hangding held the hot soybean milk aloft, standing before Shu Ning, and upon noticing her stillness, he raised an eyebrow and teased, "What? Am I blinding you with my handsome face?" Shu Ning accepted the cup with a grateful thank you and inquired, "Have you changed residences recently, Mr. Su?" Su Hangding responded quickly, shrugging, "Indeed. I no longer reside in a dump. Thanks to Mrs. Gao's generous support, my quality of life has greatly improved." His words, delivered with a touch of humor, elicited a smile from Shu Ning, who had forgotten her hiccups and sipped the soybean milk. Su Hangding watched her intently, amusement dancing in his eyes. He had witnessed Shu Ning's fervent chase in her high heels, crying out in desperation. Had he not known that the person on the stretcher was Mrs. Gao, he might have mistaken her for a grieving widow. Shu Ning, having taken a few sips, broke the silence, asking, "What a coincidence to run into you here, Mr. Su. Are you here for business today?" Su Hangding chuckled. "Mrs. Gao's business offers are quite lucrative. Presently, I have only your project on my agenda." Although their meeting appeared serendipitous, Shu Ning felt compelled to inquire, "Any updates?" Su Hangding maintained his light demeanor. "Not at the moment. I'm merely visiting a friend today." Nodding, Shu Ning acknowledged that this was not the time for idle chatter. She took a step away, raising the empty cup of soybean milk. "Thank you for the warm drink."
"Goodbye."
Su Hangding nodded, stepping aside like a gentleman. "Goodbye." Yet he suddenly added, "Should you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me." Shu Ning turned to glance at him, smiled, and departed, her thoughts drifting lightly. He looks quite good, a handsome fellow. Meanwhile, the couple, Gao Mrs. Gao and Gao Mr. Gao, had their own dramatic encounter in the emergency room. Mrs. Gao had completed her examination and was deemed fine, but due to her pregnancy, she could not receive injections or fluids. A nurse brought her a cup of warm water to ease her anxiety. Just as she took the cup, blowing gently on the steam, the emergency room door swung open and a group of medical staff wheeled in a familiar figure, her husband. She gasped, nearly dropping the cup. "Husband." Psst. Ignoring her condition, Mrs. Gao leapt from her bed and rushed to him. "What happened, my dear?" Lying on the stretcher, Gao Jianyun, typically a figure of authority, appeared vulnerable, especially emotionally, as tears welled up in his eyes. He gazed at Song Ayun and whispered, "Wife." Misinterpreting his state, she began to cry, believing he was gravely ill. Before the doctors could even begin their examination, Song Ayun sobbed into her husband's still form. The doctor, clearly bewildered, muttered, "No, it can't be." Dead? This incident temporarily expelled Gao Qingfeng from the Gao household, freeing Shu Ning from having to face her cold husband or endure his talk of divorce, an unexpected relief. On the other hand, Gao's father, upon grasping the situation, found his opinion of Shu Ning improving slightly. To him, she was the daughter-in-law he had chosen, and her willingness to protect Song Ayun only heightened his esteem for her. Compliments from Song Ayun about Shu Ning's kindness further solidified this newfound admiration. Gradually, Gao Jianyun began to see her as a far better match than his wayward son. Gao Qingfeng. Despite feeling relieved that her child was safe, Song Ayun was filled with a renewed sense of caution, especially after hearing her son suggest she terminate her pregnancy. The weight of her status as Mrs. Gao had returned, bringing back a familiar sense of unease and prompting her to contemplate the uncertain future. As Shu Ning formally assumed control of the household affairs, she began managing the family's intricate social interactions and financial accounts. With her patience and methodical approach, bolstered by her assistant, she quickly adapted to the complexities of running a large household. That evening, as Shu Ning descended the stairs, she noticed Song Ayun sitting on the sofa, her face etched with worry. Approaching her gently, Shu Ning asked, "Mother, what troubles you? Why are you still awake at this hour?" Song Ayun rubbed her temples and sighed. What else could it be? It's about Chungfeng. He has become utterly besotted, revolving around Ouyang Shi. Shu Ning observed Song Ayun's expression and remarked thoughtfully, "After all, there is a child involved." Song Ayun fell silent. Shu Ning continued, "As we are not yet divorced and you and father are still here, he continues to pursue Ouyang Shi. But in the future." She intentionally left her statement unfinished. Song Ayun's demeanor turned cold as she replied, "When we are gone, only the child within me will remain. I doubt he will care for his siblings." Anticipating the sentiment from Song Ayun, Shu Ning responded, "At this point, whether or not I have a husband matters little to me. I merely wish to fulfill my role as Mrs. Gao." Song Ayun gazed at Shu Ning, contemplating in silence. A daughter-in-law might endure without a husband, yet she herself could not afford such a luxury. She needed a husband to secure the child growing within her womb. However, Gao Chungfeng, this son of hers, though born of her, had been nurtured by his legitimate wife and had never shared a close bond with her. With this resolution in her heart, Song Ayun determined her course of action. In the following days, Shu Ning continued to embrace her role as Mrs. Gao, and soon, the news of both Song Ayun and Ouyang Shi's pregnancies reverberated throughout the city. Yet, within their social circle, no one extended sympathy to Shu Ning, the husbandless Mrs. Gao. Rather, Ouyang Shi was deemed the more pitiable. Song Ayun had made it abundantly clear that she acknowledged only Shu Ning as her daughter-in-law, declaring that Ouyang Shi and her offspring would forever be barred from the Gao family estate. As this information spread, Shu Ning's acquaintances and those so-called friends who thrived on gossip erupted in a frenzy, enviously remarking on her good fortune. "You truly have a wonderful mother-in-law, supporting you even in such circumstances," they exclaimed. Isn't it crucial to have a strong maternal family? If the Gao family does not express their stance, how could Shui Yan's family possibly relent? They recalled the previous gathering where Gao Chingfeng had been seen with his heavily pregnant mistress, lamenting her misfortune as she was denied entry to the family home. The Gao family had issued a stern warning. Any woman participating in proper social gatherings would be seen as antagonistic towards them. Who would dare offend both the Gao and Zhang families simultaneously? Thus, Shu Ning, adorned in a haute couture gown and exquisite high-heeled shoes worth a fortune, graced the events attended by the city's elite women, basking in their envious glances despite the whispers that surrounded her. In this circle, no one was a fool. Men might indulge in affairs with numerous women, yet it was the wife who garnered the family's support that held true power. A beautiful femme alone was insufficient. Winning a man's heart was of little consequence without the backing of influence and status. Once firmly established, it was akin to possessing an ace up one's sleeve. What did it matter if one was pregnant, if they were still barred from the gatherings? Women surrounded Shu Ning, enviously vying for her advice. In a good mood, she delighted in sharing, stating, "My mother-in-law has always adored children. It would be better for her to have her own, so she can call her mom instead of just grandma." The women laughed heartily, praising Shu Ning's cleverness and positive outlook, urging her to enjoy life rather than rush into motherhood at such a young age. On one such day, while shopping for leisure, Shu Ning unexpectedly encountered Ouyang Shi in the maternity section of a department store. Ouyang Shi was there to purchase items for her child, while Shu Ning was shopping on behalf of Song Ayun. Initially disinterested, Shu Ning was halted in her tracks as Ouyang Shi, her belly prominent, confronted her. "Without a husband's affection, you must be clinging tightly to your in-laws, suffering greatly, aren't you?" Amused, Shu Ning chuckled lightly, casting a fleeting glance at Ouyang Shi's belly. With an arched brow, she retorted, "Without a title, yet still bearing a child? You can hardly wear elegant clothes or high heels. It must be you who suffers the most." Shu Ning's relaxed demeanor and serene smile struck a nerve with Ouyang Shi. "Do not revel in this too much. You want to hold on to your position as Mrs. Gao for long. Chungfeng's heart lies with me. Once the child is born, I shall see how long you can maintain your status. Out of deference for Ouyang Shi's pregnancy, Shu Ning refrained from uttering harsh words, but the audacity of Ouyang Shi's challenge angered her. Taking a step forward, she towered over Ouyang Shi, compelling her to retreat. I shall be Mrs. Gao for as long as I desire. If you wish to take Gao Qingfeng, be my guest. I do not covet him. Do not presume that what you value is cherished by others. What is Gao Qingfeng to me? He is still cast out from his own home. As for his biological son, my position here is far more secure. With a disdainful glance at Shu Ning's belly, Ouyang Shi dangerously whispered, You are aware of my mother-in-law's past, aren't you? Let me advise you. When you give birth, do so far from my sight. Should you dare parade your child before me, I will emulate the original Mrs. Gao and raise your child myself, claiming them as my own. Your son will take after Gao Qingfeng. How's that sound? Left speechless and teetering on the edge of tears, Ouyang Shi could only glare at Shu Ning. Without further ado, Shu Ning turned on her heel and left, initially planning to browse for baby items, but now disinterested. She sought out the floor manager and declared her intent to purchase every item in the baby section, every brand, every piece of merchandise. Ouyang Shi, dazed by Shu Ning's words, finally adjusted her mindset to shop, only to be informed, I'm sorry, ma'am, but we're sold out of all items. Stunned, Ouyang Shi inquired, sold out? But they're all on the shelves. The sales assistant, with an apologetic smile, explained, a Mrs. Gao came in just now and bought every single baby item, including those in the stockroom. Not a single item remains. Mrs. Gao, not a single item left? Ouyang Shi was on the verge of tears, realizing that not even a single piece of clothing for her child had been reserved for her. At that moment, the task progress bar on the system interface illuminated to 80%. With only 20% remaining, this high-stakes novice world mission would soon be complete. Shu Ning felt a surge of joy, particularly now that the pressure from her mother-in-law to have 3 children within 5 years had dissipated. As Song Ayun was too preoccupied to worry about her, she focused on nurturing her pregnancy and preparing for the arrival of her child, all while strategizing to win back her husband's affection. This tactic was one Shu Ning had taught her, drawing from her extensive experience as a relationship advisor. Not every woman possesses the ability to be self-sufficient. Some are destined to rely on men for survival. For such women, preaching independence is futile. Rather than imparting grand philosophies, it is far more pragmatic to teach them how to capture a man's heart. Furthermore, for a woman like Song Ayun, who could not sustain herself and depended entirely on men, this approach was even more pragmatic, yielding exceptional results. Years prior, Gao's father had been a wayward man, never participating in his children's upbringing. Now, as he aged, he had developed a fondness for children. Song Ayun would have him touch her belly, envisioning outings with their little one, which brought him joy. When a man is in good spirits, he is prone to showering his wife with financial gifts. Having tasted success, Song Ayun understood that her current situation relied heavily on her husband, her forthcoming child, and her assertive, opinionated daughter-in-law. Thus, with her maternal family's backing and the support of her in-laws, Shu Ning's position within the Gao household became unassailable. Ouyang Shi failed to grasp the concept of timing. She questioned, when will it be appropriate? 1 year, 2 years, or even 20? Their argument escalated, culminating in an unsatisfactory parting. Ouyang Shi sought out Zhuo Ling, genuinely shedding tears. Frustrated, she declared, if it comes to it, I will endure like Song Ayun did. After all, I have a child. She does not. The Gao family's wealth will belong to my son. Only then did Ouyang Shi recall that Song Ayun was also pregnant, and a cold sweat broke out as she came to a startling realization, as if awakening from a long-held dream. Indeed, Gao Qingfeng had always been on her side. Did the Gao family truly not care for this child? If the daughter-in-law bore no children, would they not be deprived of a grandchild? Now that she was pregnant, could they truly be indifferent to this child? It truly matters little. A month later, Song Ayun underwent a cesarean section and prematurely delivered a fragile infant, weighing just over 4 pounds, a boy. He spent a month meticulously nurtured in an incubator, finally reaching 7 pounds. The Gao family distributed joyous invitations, and the throngs of visitors nearly trampled the doorstep. Still in her confinement, Song Ayun, being somewhat older and physically weakened, could not receive guests. Thus, Shu Ning cradled the now plump baby, weighing between 7 to 8 pounds, to greet the visitors. Uninformed guests might have mistaken the situation, believing she was the one who had given birth, yet her beaming smile while holding the child undeniably exuded the aura of a matriarch of the Gao family. The Zhang family also came to see the baby, and Zhang's mother, still uneasy, beckoned Shu Ning to a corner, voicing her concerns. "What are you planning to do? I hear that the second mistress is about to give birth as well. Are you and Gao Qingfeng simply going to drag this out?" The Zhang family, currently discontent with the Gao family and Gao Qingfeng, remained passive due to their daughter's insistence on minimal interference. However, they were not entirely inactive, as Zhang Xueming, the obedient younger brother, had created considerable trouble for Zuoling in business dealings. Shu Ning smiled and reassured her mother, "You need not worry about them. Let them have as many children as they wish. Even if they bear 5, 6, or 7, they will never cross the threshold of the Gao family." Zhang's mother looked at her daughter with concern, then glanced at the small infant in the caregiver's arms, furrowing her brow and whispering, "Xuyen, tell me, what are your true thoughts? I see you so happy holding Zhang's youngest son, yet he is not your own child." Perceiving her mother's underlying anxieties, Shu Ning chuckled softly and said, "Mother, let me explain." She took her mother's hand and led her to a secluded spot in the yard. Once they were away from prying eyes, Shu Ning's voice rose slightly while maintaining an easy tone, as if they were merely discussing mundane matters. "First, you must understand that, for the Gao family, my child and the child of that woman outside are essentially indistinguishable." Zhang's mother immediately refuted, "How can that be? You are the legitimate wife. Your child, in the past, would be considered the rightful heir." Shu Ning couldn't help but smile at her mother's fervor, recalling her own mother, after all. What mother does not envision her daughter as a little princess destined for greatness? Yet the stark contrast between reality and personal aspirations was ever apparent. Shu Ning explained, "Though I am indeed the legitimate wife, consider this. My children are merely grandsons and granddaughters, while the children of that woman are also grandsons and granddaughters. If my child is unfortunate, lacking in superior genes and average in talent, yet the other woman's child is exceptionally bright and charming, how would that be perceived by the Gao family? Indeed, she was Miss Zhang, married into the Gao family, but what did that truly signify? For many noble families, especially those like the Gao family, issues surrounding women and offspring were always treated with bias. It was not uncommon for illegitimate children to inherit family fortunes. Song Ayun, the second mistress, had effectively outlasted the first wife. In reality, Gao Qingfeng was merely an illegitimate child. Hence, the existence of illegitimate offspring was not an insurmountable issue. With enough talent and luck, they too could inherit wealth. However, the children of Song Ayun and Gao Jianyun were an entirely different matter. Sons and grandsons would always maintain a closer bond. Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother grew more agitated. "You know that they have already had children, they have their own. And what will become of you, as his wife? Gao Qingfeng's heart is elsewhere. He has children with his mistress. One day, you might find yourself completely alienated." Zhang's mother, feeling a deep sympathy for her daughter, was anxious that the Gao family children would thrive while Gao Qingfeng remained absent, leaving her daughter with no standing in the Gao household. Shu Ning, sensing her mother's distress, uttered a few words. "A sister-in-law is like a mother, dear mother." Zhang's mother suddenly realized, her eyes widening as she gazed at Shu Ning. "You mean?" If she was not mistaken, her daughter's thoughts were indeed quite audacious. Shu Ning simply nodded, her demeanor calm yet resolute. Zhang's mother, still concerned for her daughter, paused before asking, "And how do you feel now?" Shu Ning raised an eyebrow. "Me? I am quite content, truly enjoying my role as Mrs. Gao." Zhang's mother pondered saying more, but reconsidered. After all, every affluent family has its share of troubles. As long as her daughter was happy and had her family's backing, she need not fear any upheaval from the Gao family. Meanwhile, Gao Qingfeng was indeed preoccupied, as Ouyang she was nearing her delivery. Soon, she gave birth naturally to another boy. Yet, what did it matter? The title of Mrs. Gao, which she so ardently desired, still eluded her. Moreover, Gao Qingfeng's admiration for Ouyang she had waned. His beloved senior had transformed, her skin coarse, hair brittle, and her once bright eyes now dull. She not only lost her beauty, but also adopted a sharp and irritable demeanor, making her unbearable, particularly during arguments when she would scold him for living off her after he left the Gao family. Gao Chengfeng tolerated this for some time until one day he stormed out, mirroring the manner in which he had left the Gao family. Suddenly, memories of their first meeting flooded his mind. She had worn a flowing white dress, youthful and radiant, with a shy smile and few words, even insisting on paying the bill. He questioned himself. Why would he abandon such a wife? Subconsciously, he found himself gravitating toward Shu Ning. Upon seeing her, he was not surprised, noting the weariness etched on his face. She understood that he had recently faced hardships and likely endured frustrations with Ouyangxi. In contrast, her own life was a world apart, enjoying good food, shopping, and tea. She was well off, appreciated as the Gao family daughter-in-law, and generously provided with pocket money, naturally lifting her spirits. Standing before him was his true wife, while the woman who berated him while cradling a child was not. For so long, he had not considered how Ouyangxi's position mirrored that of his own mother. Song Ayun. Both were mistresses, both involved with married men, and both had borne children. The woman before him was his legitimate spouse, while Ouyangxi was not. He had not only forsaken his wife, but had also fathered a child with Ouyangxi. How did he differ from Gao Jianyun? In the end, he had become the very person he once loathed. At that moment, Gao Chengfeng was engulfed in fatigue and regret. Yet, to Shu Ning, his expression was nothing short of absurd. Here was a scion of the Gao family, once the sole heir, now forsaking everything for a mistress. Cast out from the Gao household, losing his job, and utterly squandering a promising future, his intelligence questionable, and his emotional acumen even more so. Shu Ning stated coolly, "Mother is taking her afternoon nap, please wait a moment." As she watched his retreating figure, a slight smile curled her lips. Regretful now, dear husband? Just wait. There are even more regrettable events ahead. In the afternoon, upon awakening from her nap, Song Ayun was informed by Shu Ning that Gao Chengfeng had returned, presumably to see her, yet had hurriedly left. Shu Ning artfully conveyed, he arrived looking rather unwell and left in a rush. I mentioned you were napping and asked him to wait, but he said he had matters to attend to and left immediately. After a pause, she added, perhaps he truly had something urgent to attend to. Song Ayun scoffed at this. What could possibly be so urgent, other than going back to see his son? A poor complexion, indeed. Reluctant to return, she was essentially forced back due to pressure. Did she leave in haste? How pitiful if she despised the very existence of this mother who bore a child, wishing to avoid her altogether. Song Ayun had recently given birth, and her hormonal levels were still unstable. In the past, the mere mention of her son's return would have filled her with joy, but now, hearing only the name Gao Chengfeng evoked nothing but irritation and scorn. Shu Ning pretentiously sighed, remarking, he has left a grandson for the Gao family. Song Ayun immediately retorted, what grandson? Who recognizes that as a grandson? Shu Ning calmly countered, nonetheless, he is still a son. Song Ayun scoffed. Anyone can have a son. What of it? Gao Chengfeng, this son of mine, has turned into a heartless traitor who values his lover over family. Shu Ning replied nonchalantly, indeed, they are all boys. Thus, there will be more options for inheriting the family business. Her words rendered Song Ayun speechless. Contemplating the lineage of sons, grandsons, and who would ultimately inherit the Gao estate. Observing Song Ayun's sullen demeanor, Shu Ning departed contentedly, pondering a wager with herself. Despite her mother-in-law's current stance, it wouldn't be long before she wavered again. When asked why she was so certain, Shu Ning explained that in her previous experiences with emotional counseling, many cases of poor parent-child relationships had softened when the children sought forgiveness. This familial debt was indeed significant. Gao Jianyun's own scandalous affairs and Song Ayun's rise to power through her son left little room for moral integrity within the family, especially with Song Ayun, who was the mother of the very son in question, a vital piece in the power dynamics. Gao Jianyun quietly noted, his attitude seemed favorable this time. Perhaps he is beginning to recognize his faults. To which Song Ai-yun dryly inquired, "Recognize what faults?" She fell silent. Gao Jianyun continued. "When he came to see me today, I said nothing. Perhaps it's best to let him ponder for a while longer, until he fully severs ties with the outside world." After a moment, he asked, "What do you think?" What could Song Ai-yun say? In the Gao household, Gao Jianyun's words held absolute authority. "We shall proceed, as you say, dear husband." In the restroom, Shu Ning stood before the sink, filling a cup with water for rinsing. Yet, the reflection in the mirror revealed an indifferent visage. Just as she anticipated. Everything was unfolding as expected. According to her purpose in this world, her mission was to ensure the original owner firmly secured her position as Mrs. Gao and transformed her dismal fate into that of a victor. However, she pondered, did that mean she was to encourage Song Ai-yun to become pregnant? With one assisting at 30,000 and another at 15,000. It was hardly about the money. If the end result were to be as such, why had she exerted herself previously? Shu Ning could foresee the narrative shifting to, "Look how adorable the baby is. You should have one with Qingfeng soon. The sooner, the better for your health. After all, I am getting older and may not recover as well. You should have several while you can. It wouldn't be a problem at all. Hurry up and give birth, so your child can grow up alongside our little treasure and form a bond." After rinsing her mouth, Shu Ning slowly lifted her head, silently scrutinizing her reflection. A smile crept onto her lips. Her mother-in-law was truly one to forget past pains once healed. It seemed a considerable shock would be necessary for her to fully realign her stance. Shu Ning smiled at her reflection, dried her hands, and turned to leave. That day, she messaged Su Hangting, inquiring about the matter she had previously tasked him with. 2 days later, Shu Ning arrived for their meeting. Su Hangting slid a folder across the table towards her, grinning, "Mrs. Gao, just as you anticipated." He had indeed been busy fulfilling her request, his eyes now bearing the telltale signs of fatigue. Today, however, he appeared neither as disheveled as before nor as impeccably handsome as their last accidental meeting at the hospital. Instead, he exuded a relaxed demeanor, his gaze warm yet undeniably masculine. Leaning back in his chair, one arm draped casually over the armrest, he remarked, "It is my honor to assist Mrs. Gao in her endeavors." Shu Ning smiled, taking a sip of coffee, preparing to depart. "Thank you for this information. It is quite useful." Su Hangting remained seated, watching her with a smile, replying, "No need for thanks. By the way, today's coffee is on me." As Shu Ning stood to leave, she nodded appreciatively. Su Hangting gazed at her, a glimmer in his eyes. Meanwhile, the daughter-in-law appeared lost, sitting in the living room in a daze, unresponsive to calls, startled into awareness only to be shocked. Upon lifting her gaze, she found herself at the staircase's edge, staring down blankly, mirroring the same dazed expression she wore earlier, though her eyes were fixated intently on Gao Jianyun beside her. The more Song Ai-yun contemplated, the more she felt this was the case. That evening, sleep eluded her. The following morning, after Gao Jianyun departed for work, Song Ai-yun, dressed in her pajamas, sat at the dining table waiting for Shu Ning to descend. Meanwhile, Shu Ning was in her room, applying makeup in the bathroom, using a foundation she typically avoided, which rendered her complexion pallid, and a thin layer of bluish-gray eyeshadow beneath her eyes. After glancing in the mirror and finding her reflection akin to one who had not slept all night, she finally felt satisfied and made her way downstairs. 01 felt slightly aggrieved, asking why she didn't utilize its beauty assistance. Shu Ning shushed it, "Just give it a rest. Your taste in aesthetics is so straightforward. I aim to look like someone who hasn't slept, not like a corpse." 01 responded to this disdain with a silent, chicken-like retort. Arriving in the dining room, Shu Ning found Song Ai-yun waiting, having not even changed her clothes. Amused, she recalled the performance she had staged the previous day, wondering how many scenarios her mother-in-law had concocted overnight. Indeed, upon seeing her, Song Ai-yun's gaze flickered. Initially oblivious to her mother-in-law's expression, Shu Ning sat down, only to be taken aback when she looked up to see Song Ai-yun's face resembling a product of 01's beauty assistance, pallid and colorless. Across the table, in Song Ai-yun's eyes, Shu Ning was hardly any better off, appearing as though she had seen better days. The two women sat in silence, their expressions dismal. As the housekeeper served porridge, she intended to greet them but nearly dropped the bowl upon seeing the two of them, both looking as though they had just risen from the dead. Thank heavens it was daytime. Had it been night, dimly lit by a few lamps, they would have appeared like two specters. The housekeeper set down the bowl, finished arranging the dishes, and promptly exited. The two women, each believing the other looked worse, continued their silent breakfast. Song Ai-yun had little appetite, whereas Shu Ning feigned a lack of hunger. Both women took a mere bite before setting down their chopsticks in unison, one wiping her mouth with a napkin and the other stirring her porridge. Song Ai-yun lifted her gaze, discreetly studying Shu Ning across the table. Shu Ning kept her eyes downcast, focused solely on her bowl, yet inwardly she sighed to 01. Oh, as the play unfolds, I am so eager to witness the drama. 01 cautioned, host, exercise restraint. What if I cannot?
Shu Ning, addressing Song Ai-yun,
turned her head towards the kitchen, calling out, Auntie. The housekeeper emerged from the kitchen, inquiring, What is the matter, young mistress? Shu Ning replied casually, Is there any fruit? The housekeeper paused, contemplating the absurdity of eating fruit so early in the morning, which could be detrimental to one's digestive health, yet she responded, Yes. What kind of melon would you like? We have watermelon, and I also bought some cantaloupe this morning. Shu Ning nonchalantly suggested, Let us have both. The housekeeper nodded, All right. I'll prepare that right away. However, a voice interjected, reminding her, Host, let us hold off on the melons for now and focus on the matter at hand. Fine. She conceded. Thus, under the scrutinizing gaze of Song Ai-yun, Shu Ning slowly lifted her eyes, though they flickered nervously and quickly darted to the side. Song Ai-yun refrained from immediate questioning, waiting for the housekeeper to bring in the fruit platter. Once it was delivered upstairs, she called for Shu Ning to follow her. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, along with a platter of melons, entered Shu Ning's bedroom. Once the door was shut, Song Ai-yun furrowed her brows and said solemnly, Are you hiding something from me? Shu Ning remained silent, fixated on the fruit on the table. Song Ai-yun pressed further, Is this matter related to your father?
Still.
Shu Ning said nothing, her gaze unwavering on the melons. Growing impatient, Song Ai-yun urged, Speak up. Are you trying to drive me crazy? Finally. Shu Ning hesitantly raised her eyes, appearing troubled. Mom, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know how to say it. I'm afraid that if I tell you, you will. Song Ai-yun, now resolute, retorted, Well, what? Will I be frightened? Shu Ning bit her lip. Song Ai-yun, taking a deep breath, declared, You want to be scared. Just speak. It was only then that Shu Ning finally looked up and said slowly, Mom. Yesterday I went for a spa, and quite by chance, I overheard two women in the room next to mine. They were discussing Dad. Two women? Talking about Gao Jianyun? The weight of the revelation sank into Song Ai-yun, her expression darkening, yet she maintained her composure. Continue, she instructed Shu Ning. Hesitant, Shu Ning continued. One of the women referred to him as our Jianyun, mentioning how he bought her a house and even a sports car, and that he visits her weekly. During their conversation, she received a call, which seemed to be from Dad. Then she affectionately called him dear. Song Ai-yun suddenly exclaimed, That's enough. She sat rigidly on the sofa, struggling to contain her tumultuous emotions, her heart racing. After a moment, she found herself lightheaded, as blood rushed to her head, and she swayed slightly in her seat. Shu Ning quickly transformed into a concerned bystander, moving closer to support Song Ai-yun. Mom, are you alright? With her eyes shut, Song Ai-yun felt shaken by the news. In her earlier years as a mistress alongside Gao Jianyun, she had been aware of his marital status and numerous affairs. She had convinced herself that as long as she could be Mrs. Gao, it wouldn't matter how many women he had. Yet now, as the legitimate wife, she found the burden of such a title far heavier than she had anticipated. But now, her daughter-in-law was revealing that he had another woman on the side. What did that make of all the promises and vows? What of the sacrifices she made, risking her health to bear him a son? A chill crept up from her feet, as the warmth in her heart began to fade once more. Shu Ning, emboldened, noticed the shock in Song Ai-yun's eyes had dulled, and in her distraction, she took a piece of melon from the table and took a bite.
Well,
it seems I still prefer being a bystander. Suddenly, Song Ai-yun grasped Shu Ning's arm, glaring at her. Are you certain? Did you hear correctly? Is it truly your father? Shu Ning swallowed the piece of melon and replied slowly, Mom. I deliberately waited at the entrance of the spa to see Dad pick up that woman. The revelation struck Song Ayun like a thunderclap, shattering her composure. She contemplated why her daughter-in-law would lie to her. She knew her husband's character all too well. Women were always part of his life, never absent. She realized her hopes had been misplaced. She had believed he had truly changed, that his heart belonged solely to her now, and that having a child would secure his affections. Suddenly, a wave of despair washed over her. She reflected on how she was no different from her former self, nor was she any different from Ouyangshi today. What distinguished her husband from her son? Tears streamed down Song Ayun's face as she wept openly. Shu Ning reached for a tissue to wipe her face, recognizing that soothing her was no longer necessary. She placed the tissue box beside Song Ayun, allowing her to cry freely. After a while of sitting there, Shu Ning shifted to the single chair across the room. Understanding that Song Ayun was entirely focused on venting her emotions and had no regard for her presence, she continued to munch on the melon while observing Song Ayun's sorrowful state. Is it painful? Does your heart ache? She pondered. And what of Zhang Xueyan, your daughter-in-law? Does she not suffer when your son doesn't return home? When you, as a mother-in-law, secretly contact your son's mistress, or rush to deliver soup daily? Have you ever considered that your daughter-in-law might be heartbroken as well? After a while, Song Ayun's crying had subsided. She wiped her face and composed herself, throwing away the melon rind. True to her status as a former mistress who had endured for decades, she swiftly accepted the harsh truth of her husband's infidelity once more. Calmly, Song Ayun asked, Is there anything else? Shu Ning thought to herself that she should take a moment to breathe before rushing ahead, as the next piece of information was a heavy bombshell prepared specifically for her. Noticing Shu Ning's silence as she stared at her, Song Ayun took a deep breath. It's all right, just tell me. What Haven Ti experienced in the Gao family? Shu Ning suddenly spoke. That mistress seems to be pregnant. Song Ayun's voice caught in her throat, her surprise evident as she exclaimed, What? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Pregnant, Shu Ning confirmed. With a roll of her eyes, Song Ayun fainted. Shu Ning thought, Is this what they call having weathered storms? Oh, dear mother-in-law, don't scare me. If you faint, how will we navigate this high-stakes drama? She abruptly halted, musing, Wait. If my mother-in-law truly passed out, wouldn't that grant me the perfect opportunity to step in and care for my little uncle, sidelining Gao Qingfeng, and placing myself in a position of power within the family? Fascinating. Host, what are you thinking? Your mother-in-law has nearly fainted. Shu Ning chose to ignore Song Ayun for a moment, speaking in a slow, melodic tone. 01? 01, with a sense of urgency, declared, There is no rat poison, cockroach bait, or any harmful substances. Shu Ning retorted, What are you imagining? 01? Shu Ning continued, I merely wanted to ask if I would look good in a yellow robe. 01. After a moment's reflection, you would look splendid. Isn't it said that 30,000 cannot purchase false assistance? If it can guarantee male fertility, then surely she has succeeded in conceiving. If she can conceive, so too can other women, especially when the man in question is Gao Jianyun, the notorious womanizer. Believing in the fidelity of a seasoned rogue is perhaps less reliable than expecting a matchmaking boar to climb a tree. Long before Song Ayun gave birth, Shu Ning had already instructed Su Hangding to keep an eye on Gao Jianyun. However, it was true that there had been no women surrounding Gao Jianyun, as he seemed engrossed in a significant project. Yet, just as Song Ayun was nearing her delivery, a young woman suddenly appeared. This woman seemed to possess some charm, as Su Hangding's investigation revealed that the old rogue met this woman nearly every week. Though they did not spend the night together, the nature of their meetings was hardly different. Before long, he purchased properties and cars for her, having not only bought one apartment but also switched residences twice, ultimately acquiring a spacious villa and an expensive sports car. It was evident that the old rogue harbored considerable affection for his mistress. Recently, however, the mistress became pregnant. This development was rather remarkable. Just when Song Ayun thought she could reinforce her position with the birth of her son, this shocking news broke. And the fact that she did not succumb to despair could only be attributed to her remarkable composure. Upon learning of this news, Song Ayun fell silent and despondent for several days. During this time, Gao Jianyun was away on a business trip, leaving a nanny to care for the child. Alone, Song Ayun sat in silence from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk until dawn again, consuming little more than water over the course of several days. Shu Ning did not intervene, allowing her mother-in-law to endure this ordeal, waiting for her to fully comprehend the nature of the men in the Gao family. Finally, after 4 or 5 days, Song Ayun began to regain her composure. After all, she was a long-suffering mistress who had relied on her son for her position. Losing to a mistress was not something that would drive her to despair, especially since she was still the legal wife. For days, she had been in a daze, not even seeing her child. When she finally entered the nanny's room, she found Shu Ning holding the baby by the window, engaging him with playful chatter. Upon noticing her presence, Shu Ning gently addressed the baby. "Look, Mommy is here." As Song Ayun approached and gazed at the adorable infant, tears streamed down her face. Shu Ning exchanged a glance with the nanny, and soon the room was left with just the two of them and the baby. Shu Ning then spoke softly, "Mother, please stop crying. Have you begun to feel better after all these days?" Song Ayun wiped her tears, unwilling to lose face in front of her daughter-in-law, and feigned, "I'm fine." Initially, she failed to grasp the implications of Shu Ning's words until Shu Ning continued, "Chungfeng is a son, and this baby is also a son. Perhaps soon there will be another son." At that moment, Song Ayun felt a chill run down her spine. She had truly underestimated Gao Jianyun's shamelessness. His earlier vows now seemed like mere nonsense. "I will not let that child enter this house." Shu Ning then remarked lightly, "But perhaps father does not think so?" Song Ayun fell silent. Indeed, Gao Jianyun, her husband, might not share her sentiments. To him, Chungfeng was his son, and the child in Shu Ning's arms was also a son. So, what if a son born by the mistress? Was he not a son as well? Had she not once been a mistress herself? Was not Chungfeng also her child? It was quite understandable. A man who had long been troubled by issues of progeny suddenly finds his health restored and is blessed with another son, while also making a mistress pregnant. He would wish for 10 or 8 children to showcase his virility. However, Song Ayun had no desire for another child. Her 2 sons, regardless of their circumstances, were still hers, while the child of the mistress was another matter altogether. Would she be expected to embrace him as she did with the original Mrs. Gao? Absolutely not. Now, Song Ayun could truly empathize with the original Mrs. Gao's plight. Life appeared to be a cycle, with those behind believing they had outpaced those ahead, only to find themselves retracing the steps of their predecessors. The mere thought of it made Song Ayun feel nauseous and her scalp tingle. Shu Ning awaited her discomfort, hoping it would clarify the difficult position she currently occupied. Then, she spoke again. "Mother, father, and Chungfeng truly resemble each other." Listening to this, Song Ayun felt a tumult of emotions within her. Had it been in the past, she would not have understood the helplessness behind those words, for at that time, her husband had no mistresses and no outside children. Yet now, she absurdly realized that her current situation was eerily similar to that of her daughter-in-law, both entangled with men of the Gao family, both facing infidelity, both dealing with mistresses who had borne children. Heavens, had these men gone mad? One by one, Shu Ning continued, "Father and Chungfeng, can they truly understand one another? Especially when it comes to women?" Suddenly, Song Ayun found herself speechless. She was, after all, the mother-in-law, the elder, and should have had a position of authority. Yet now, she could not articulate her thoughts, unwilling to defend her husband or even to speak for her son. Her stance had been entirely undermined by these men. Song Ayun sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of despair. But Shu Ning suddenly declared, "Yet I refuse to be resigned to this fate." Startled, Song Ayun lifted her gaze to see her daughter-in-law, cradling the infant, her eyes cast down in quiet contemplation. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the young woman's face, as delicate rays danced like ethereal spirits upon her long lashes. In that moment, Shu Ning's expression softened, as if she were tenderly professing her love to a lover. Song Ayun found herself sharing the same perspective as Shu Ning. The words struck her heart like steel, brutally piercing her soul. Oh, women! Must their destinies truly lie within the hands of men? Yet Shu Ning continued gently, "Thus, I must embrace my role as Mrs. Gao with joy, for it is a world task worth hundreds of thousands. Song Ayun listened, tears streaming down her face, one hand caressing the baby, the other resting on Shu Ning's back, whispering, I understand. I truly understand. Shu Ning smiled faintly, her thoughts betraying her. You understand nothing. It's merely because your husband has strayed and fathered a child with his mistress. Days later, when Gao Jianyun returned from his trip, both husband and wife, one unfaithful and the other aware of the truth, maintained the facade of a loving couple. After dinner, Gao Jianyun intended to go upstairs to see the baby. In the past, Song Ayun would have eagerly insisted that the nanny bring the child down, but that day, she made excuses. The baby just finished feeding and is already asleep. Song Ayun was taken aback, but an overwhelming sense of disgust washed over her as she recalled Shu Ning's words. Father and son truly bore a striking resemblance, sharing the same stance, both understanding one another. Song Ayun's expression remained neutral, and she said nothing. Gao Jianyun assumed she was still harboring resentment over the near-miscarriage incident and attempted to console her, saying, after all, it's our son. Such matters are trivial. Song Ayun lowered her gaze, suppressing a cold laugh. Indeed, fathering children with mistresses was trivial in his eyes. What could she do? He was the head of the household, and with his words, she had no choice but to acquiesce, yet in her heart, she thought, will you not acknowledge it? The child of your son's mistress is unrecognized, yet what of your own mistress's child? After dinner, Gao Jianyun hurriedly left, claiming he had matters at the company. But Song Ayun no longer believed him. There was no need for suspicion. The familiar lightness in his step and the recent vitality in his appearance left her utterly convinced that he was heading to his mistress's side. Song Ayun turned away from her husband, closed her eyes, feeling increasingly cold inside. Little did she know, a more chilling revelation awaited her. Shu Ning unexpectedly pulled her aside on Wednesday, saying she would take her to a club where she had learned the mistress also held a membership. Shu Ning frequented the place on Wednesdays, while the mistress, who was fond of beauty, visited 3 or 4 times a week. Initially, Song Ayun was reluctant to go. With so many mistresses in Gao Jianyun's life, she found no reason to involve herself further. Shu Ning, however, retorted, this is different. This one carries the blood of the Gao family. Song Ayun still hesitated, her words escaping her lips without thought. Oh Yang, she also has Gao family blood. Are you going to meet her? Shu Ning was taken aback by her response, but it struck a chord with her, leading her to declare, whether I meet her or not is inconsequential. After all, I have my maternal family backing me. Song Ayun was left speechless, her mind echoing with Shu Ning's words, I have my maternal family backing me. These few words plunged her into deep sorrow as a mother-in-law.
Indeed.
Her daughter-in-law was a legitimate daughter of the Zhang family. What was she? Once, she had merely been fortunate enough to outlive the legitimate wife and, with the support of her only son, become Mrs. Gao. But who stood behind her? A husband surrounded by mistresses? A son who pressured her into abortion? Or perhaps her youngest son, still an infant, who did nothing but sleep? A heavy weight pressed upon Song Ayun's chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. At that moment, someone tugged at her sleeve, and she heard a sweet, melodious voice from not far away. Although the words were indistinct, the young woman's youthful and beautiful visage, along with her radiant aura, could not be obscured by the crystal curtain before her. Not only Song Ayun, but even Shu Ning was taken aback by her beauty and grace. Truth be told, being with an older man like Gao Jianyun felt like a flower planted in dung. Just the thought of it made Shu Ning feel disdain for that old man of the Gao family. How could anyone find such a mistress appealing? Beside her, Song Ayun's wrist trembled with rage. Shu Ning silently wondered if she might faint again, but unexpectedly, Song Ayun, without a word, lifted the curtain and dashed out towards the front desk, moving so swiftly that Shu Ning couldn't catch her in time. By the time she reached her, Song Ayun had already slapped the mistress across the face. Harlot. Shu Ning suddenly halted in her tracks, recalling 01's earlier words. What peculiar ability did you unlock yesterday? Overwhelming combat support, 01 replied. Shu Ning declared, use it, and pointed towards the beautiful mistress before her, her face alight with mischief. Stir the pot. Song Ayun sneered. How dare you call my name? The young woman, though struck hard and with a swollen cheek, did not raise a hand to her face nor flinch. Instead, she tossed her hair back as if the slap were inconsequential. Upon hearing Song Ai Yun's retort, she merely chuckled coldly, stepping closer and surveying the enraged lady with a disdainful gaze. Then, she enunciated each word clearly. Mrs. Gao, you must be quite furious now.
Are you not?
If you're not satisfied, would you like me to present my face for another slap? At the peak of her anger, Song Ai Yun felt her blood rush to her head. Though she understood the need for composure and rationality, her emotions were entirely unmanageable. The young woman before her appeared to be merely in her 20s, even younger than her daughter-in-law. She could easily be Gao Jianyun's daughter. How could she? How dare she? How could they act this way? Yet the young woman remained increasingly composed, stepping closer until she stood directly before Song Ai Yun, her features exquisite but her eyes icy.
So, what if you hit me?
Your husband can't keep you satisfied. All you can do is strike me. If you're capable, go confront your wealthy and powerful husband instead. Do you dare? Song Ai Yun stammered. You. The young woman interrupted her with even greater volume. You wouldn't dare. You can only strike me, the so-called mistress, because I appear less intimidating, because I seem easy to provoke. And when I am struck, it doesn't seem to affect your standing in your husband's household, does it?
Ha!
Song Ai Yun felt a chill run through her at the young woman's final mocking remark. Meanwhile, Shu Ning silently called out to 01. How many supports do we have left? 2 in total. 1 has already been used, 01 replied, and the duration is only 20 minutes. Shu Ning assessed the situation before her, resolutely stating, use the remaining 1 for my dear mother-in-law over there. The receptionists at the spa were astounded. They had witnessed many disputes between women, but this was escalating dramatically. What force must it take to bring them to the ground? Even more surprising was that the young female guest was no pushover. When pulled down, she raised her waist and clamped her legs, taking the middle-aged woman down with her. The two rolled on the floor, embroiled in a fierce struggle. I'll kill you,
Song Ai Yun shouted.
I'll kill you too, the mistress retorted. The 2 receptionists rushed out. Ladies, please, don't fight. Let us talk it out. They attempted to intervene but found it impossible to separate the combatants. Suddenly, a gust swept past them as another woman joined the fray, transforming the conflict into a chaotic melee of 3. Shu Ning leaped in, echoing the familiar phrase, do not harm my mother-in-law. If you wish to fight, then take me on. Just as she finished speaking, Song Ai Yun felt the mistress's long nails rake across her face. Without Shu Ning's intervention, the 2 women, both benefiting from 20 minutes of combat support, would have been evenly matched, resulting in little more than a few scratches and some hair pulling. However, with Shu Ning's involvement, Song Ai Yun endured several slaps. While the mistress bore scratches on her face and 2 hard knocks to her forehead, Shu Ning had stirred the waters even further, all the while remaining relatively unscathed. Meanwhile, Song Ai Yun and the mistress continued to exchange barbs mid-fight. Men, you should hold onto them tightly. Even nearing 60, how can you still find the courage? Song Ai Yun spat. I can indeed. If I couldn't, would I have a villa and sports car? If I couldn't, would I be coming here for spa treatments every day? The mistress shot back. Your parents raised you just to become a kept woman for an old man? Song Ai Yun challenged. With parents like mine, who can control me? And you, a former mistress, what right do you have to control me, the current mistress? If we're being honest, I should be calling you, Such ignorance is terrifying, Shu Ning interjected softly. Yes, I should call you senior, the mistress declared. Song Ai Yun didn't expect her past to be laid bare. She shrugged. Then you can just endure with a child outside. Let us see how long it takes for you to enter the Gao family. The mistress scoffed. Who cares about entering the Gao family while holding a child? I just want to live each day beautifully and freely. At your age, you still want to give birth? Song Ai Yun was momentarily taken aback. Not give birth? Didn't you say you were pregnant? She paused, and the mistress was equally exhausted and ceased her movements. Shu Ning inhaled deeply and was the first to rise. The battle came to a halt. Both women climbed to their feet, feeling the aches in their bodies. Song Ai Yun was sore all over, while the mistress, youthful as she was, quickly tidied her clothes, retrieved her bag from the floor, and smoothed her hair, transforming back into a proud peacock. She looked at Song Ai-yun and said, "Did you think I was about to give birth and snatch your position as Mrs. Gao?"
Ha, senior.
We're both mistresses here. Times have changed. In the past, resources were scarce, and mistresses clung to a single wealthy man, but now there are plenty of rich individuals. After draining one, why not pursue another who is even wealthier? Why would I burden myself with a child? If I have one, how will I continue to enjoy the luxury of others? Am I foolish? As she spoke, she rolled her eyes dramatically. Song Ai-yun, hearing such blunt remarks, felt as if she might faint from rage. Turning incredulously to Shu Ning, she asked, "What did she just say?" Shu Ning leaned in to explain, essentially, her business model has evolved. Having a child to gain financial support is too costly. Upon hearing this explanation, Song Ai-yun felt a surge of anger, even more intense than before. Business scope? The costs are too high. The mistress tossed her hair disdainfully, crossing her arms in a haughty manner. There's really no need for you to seek me out. After all, your man possesses ample wealth, and I, too, am in need of money. It's merely a mutual benefit. Rest assured, I've already profited sufficiently. Frankly, I'm tired of your husband's piggish face, and am contemplating a change. As for the child, that was dealt with long ago. I shan't allow a mere accident to hinder my indulgent life. With that, she flung her bag aside, dismissing the spa treatment, and turned to leave. However, before exiting, she paused to say, "Hey, Mrs. Gao, let me offer you some advice. Stop dealing with mistresses. With a man like yours, no matter how many you dismiss, more will come. Since you are already Mrs. Gao, safeguard your family assets and seize opportunities while you can.
Take care."
With that, she departed, leaving Song Ai-yun and the reception staff bewildered in her wake. Only Shu Ning observed the mistress's retreating figure, silently applauding in her heart. Wow, nowadays mistresses seek only financial gain without entangling emotions, refrain from stealing men, and don't bear children, yet they even educate the legitimate wives on securing family wealth? Such high standards of professional ethics in the industry? This mistress is truly formidable. If she continues to adhere to her principle of avoiding emotional involvement while accumulating wealth, she will undoubtedly amass a fortune in the billions in the future. Had I known this, I wouldn't have needed any assistance earlier. Just her words alone could have left Song Ai-yun utterly exasperated. Indeed, upon turning, Song Ai-yun's lips quivered, frozen in place, speechless. Shu Ning tidied up the aftermath of the encounter, wrapping an arm around Song Ai-yun as they headed to the dressing room, embodying the image of a dutiful daughter-in-law caring for her mother-in-law. After returning home, Song Ai-yun remained despondent for several days. One morning, as Shu Ning finished changing her clothes, Song Ai-yun unexpectedly pushed the door open and entered. Shu Ning was taken aback, gazing at her. Song Ai-yun firmly closed the door behind her, her expression grave, and immediately asked, "Do those words you spoke before still hold true?" Shu Ning replied, Song Ai-yun fixed her unwavering gaze upon her. "You know, the ones about treating my son as your own?" Has she finally come to the realization that the men of the Gao family are utterly unreliable? Shu Ning smiled gently and replied, "Yes. Of course, they do." Shu Ning initially intended to provoke her mother-in-law, Shuang Ai-yun, by revealing the affair of Gao Jianyun, but unexpectedly, the situation took a surprising turn when the mistress announced her pregnancy. This revelation certainly carried significant weight. When Shu Ning clandestinely visited the beauty salon to catch a glimpse of the mistress, there was indeed an ulterior motive behind her actions. Who would have anticipated that the mistress would be so audacious, dismissing the position of Mrs. Gao and solely focused on reaping financial benefits? Moreover, she had terminated the pregnancy, an act that further jolted Shuang Ai-yun and reshaped her worldview as a former mistress. Insecurity is a common affliction among women, and under Shu Ning's meticulous orchestration, Shuang Ai-yun now felt as though she stood precariously on the edge of a cliff, trembling with fear. Her husband's infidelity, the looming presence of potential mistresses and illegitimate children, her estrangement from her eldest son, and the burden of caring for an infant, all of these compounded her unease. As a woman who ascended the social ladder through sheer luck and her children, she found herself devoid of any substantial background. Ultimately, her future appeared bleak, fraught with uncertainty. What could she do? She felt utterly despondent. In the end, all she could do was cling desperately to her daughter-in-law as a lifeline. As for Shu Ning, she reveled in this development, making a point to express her shared plight with her mother-in-law. Grasping Shuang Ayun's hand firmly, she assured her, "None of this is your fault. It is all due to those wretched men." Shuang Ayun was deeply moved, feeling that among the Gao family, her daughter-in-law was the only one worthy of trust. With tears glistening in her eyes, she nodded in agreement. "Yes, they are all despicable men." Shu Ning, in a tone reminiscent of indoctrination, continued, "They are never home, indulging in affairs and fathering children, while we toil daily, managing this and that. We are the true mistresses of the Gao family." These words struck a chord within Shuang Ayun, and she fervently nodded in affirmation. "Yes, we are the true mistresses of the Gao family. The home is ours, the money is ours, and the assets should rightfully belong to us." Having endured years as a mistress, Shuang Ayun harbored an innate desire for conquest and possession. However, as she approached middle age, those ambitions had gradually been dulled by the monotony of life. Yet, Shu Ning's words acted as a catalyst, awakening her from her stupor. Suddenly, she recalled the young mistress she had encountered at the beauty salon. Once, she had been as beautiful as that mistress, possessing a meticulously maintained exterior. Even as a mistress, she had held her head high, swiping her partner's credit cards through luxury boutiques and mingling in affluent circles. But when had her life become solely consumed by the Gao family, by men, and by the mundane chores of domesticity? In a moment of clarity, Shuang Ayun realized that her transformation into Mrs. Gao had marked the beginning of her relinquishment of past ambitions and desires. She had dutifully embraced her role as a housewife, pouring her energy into managing the household. Meanwhile, the admonitions from Gao Jianyun's beautiful mistress still echoed in her mind. "Now that you are Mrs. Gao, protect the family fortune and seize opportunities as they arise." Indeed, what had driven her to endure the loss of her child? Was it not to ascend to the position of Mrs. Gao and acquire greater wealth? After all these years, residing in a villa and enjoying the comforts provided by a driver, she found herself questioning what Gao Jianyun had truly given her. A house? Merely the Nanshan villa. A car? One belonging to the family. Money? Only sufficient for daily expenses and social obligations. How much had she truly pocketed for herself? As for the Gao family's assets, they were non-existent in her knowledge. What wealth did Gao Jianyun possess? She had no idea. It was as if Shuang Ayun, the former mistress, had awakened from a long, disorienting dream. What had she been doing all this time? She had come to acquire wealth. Reflecting on the past 20 years, she pondered the significance of giving birth to Gao Qingfeng at 18. What had she endured as a mistress, facing scorn and disdain? Was it not all for the purpose of ascending and accumulating wealth? As her thoughts spiraled like a roller coaster, she recognized the stark contrast between her current reality and her original intentions, nearly choking on her realization. Observing Shuang Ayun's distress, Shu Ning was perplexed. What could be troubling her now? Shu Ning stifled a laugh, thinking how amusing it was to watch her mother-in-law, who masqueraded as the legitimate wife, and her father-in-law, who indulged in affairs, along with her husband, who had abandoned her, all become entangled in chaos. This turmoil could very well pave the way for Shu Ning's quest for the family fortune. In the aftermath, the Gao family continued as usual, seemingly unchanged. Gao Jianyun remained preoccupied with work, occasionally attending to his youngest son, while Shuang Ayun managed household affairs, and Shu Ning maintained her semblance of a widow. Noticing his wife's lingering discontent, Gao Jianyun, in his capacity as head of the household, urged her, "What can we do about our son? Should we not forgive him and allow him to live with that mistress for the rest of his life?" Shuang Ayun, now wiser, understood that taking a stand was futile. She had come to terms with her lack of status within the Gao family. However, her daughter-in-law held a different position, backed by the formidable Zhang family, which could compel Gao Jianyun to remain silent. Gao Jianyun, reminded of this, reflected on the implications. His daughter-in-law had the support of the Zhang family, and his son's actions would not easily be overlooked. Thus, he advised, encourage Xueyan. If she softens, her family will have less to say. Did he not know his son well enough to realize that mere persuasion would not suffice? Meanwhile, Shu Ning encountered Gao Qingfeng several times by chance. After the first encounter, she was certain it was no coincidence. His gaze, expressions, and the very aura he exuded betrayed his intentions. He was pursuing her. Unfortunately, human males, unlike animals, do not solely seek partners based on reproductive fitness. They also consider emotional connection. However, Gao Qingfeng's heart seemed as small as a sesame seed, unworthy of her attention. After dodging him a few times, Shu Ning resolved never to venture out alone again, always accompanied by Zhang Mu or her sister-in-law. Gao Qingfeng, having grown accustomed to being a domineering CEO, believed that as long as he presented himself with sufficient bravado, he could charm any woman. However, Zhang Mu regarded him with disdain, her gaze as cold as ice, while her sister-in-law openly expressed her dislike, promptly whisking Shu Ning away, unwilling to be associated with him. Over time, Gao Qingfeng became acutely aware of Shu Ning's stance. He even posed the question, "If you neither wish to divorce me nor reconcile, what do you intend to do?" Shu Ning chuckled softly, responding, "Reconcile? Old feelings? Let me think. Have we ever had a good relationship since our marriage?" After a pause, she smiled and concluded, "Indeed, we have never had a good relationship." Gao Qingfeng was taken aback. "So you won't even give me a chance?" His own words from years past echoed in his mind, now seemingly devoid of meaning. He could hardly believe the woman before him was capable of such indifference. He chastised her inwardly, surprised by her coldness. Shu Ning laughed heartily, her eyes sparkling, still maintaining her smile. "Cold-hearted? Oh, Mr. Gao, how could you forget? Every word I speak is a reflection of what you once said to me." Gao Qingfeng froze, recalling those words, his expression darkening. Yet, with ulterior motives in mind, he adjusted his tone, saying slowly, "Back then, my heart belonged elsewhere. Marriage was not my choice. If possible, I still hope you'll give me this opportunity." Shu Ning promptly returned the words to Gao Qingfeng with a serene demeanor, stating, "Though I once had feelings for someone, my hasty marriage was not by my choice. Regrettably, I am unable to offer you that opportunity now, for my affections have shifted." Gao Qingfeng, taken aback, inquired, "Who?" Shu Ning gazed at him, her expression gentle, and replied, "Myself." Gao Qingfeng, perhaps finding humor in the situation, felt a sense of relief. However, Shu Ning was not jesting. A woman's love for a man is a willing sacrifice, a readiness to face trials, and if the man is deserving of her affection, a favorable outcome may arise. Yet, in cases like that of Zhang Xuyan and Gao Qingfeng, it would have been better never to have met at all. Conversely, if a woman loves herself more, her willingness to endure trials is solely for her own sake. "I love you, yet you do not love me. Why should I continue to love you, even to the point of contesting for your affections? Is that not foolish?" From that moment on, Shu Ning ceased to see Gao Qingfeng, but she was not one to hide away. Her passion for shopping was insatiable. Determined, she spent 5,000 yuan on a shopping assistant, ensuring that her paths would not cross with Gao Qingfeng's in the mall. After her purchase, she grumbled to 01 about the cost, lamenting that her earnings barely covered the assistant's price, and each version, mall, market, beach, domestic, and international, had to be bought separately. "Shall I have to purchase them all wholesale if I wish to avoid certain individuals in the future?" 01 sincerely suggested. "Host, there is a solution." With that, the main page displayed a new assistant icon. To her astonishment, it was priced at 200,000. "How exorbitant!" she exclaimed. Soon after, she called the Zhang family. "It's your turn now." Shortly thereafter, the Zhang family arrived in full force. Father, mother, younger brother, sister-in-law, and even the little grandson in tow. Their presence was formidable, indicative of their intent to demand answers. It was a weekend, and Gao Jianyun was home with his wife and young son. The sudden arrival of the in-laws took them by surprise, though they understood it was to be expected. Shu Ning feigned a troubled demeanor, while Song Ayun, upon seeing the Zhang family, mistakenly assumed that they had come without notifying Shu Ning and took it upon herself to host them, instructing the maid to prepare refreshments and comforting Shu Ning in the process. Meanwhile, Gao Jinyu had already seated the Zhang family in the living room, entertaining them with toys for the baby. Zhang's father wasted no time, stating, "In-laws, there are matters we have yet to address, but now that the woman has given birth, and Qingfeng has not provided us with any explanation, shouldn't we have a serious discussion?" They were not naive, since the discussion was straightforward. There was no need for pretense. Gao Jianyun refrained from making excuses about his son being beguiled by a vixen, opting instead for a more responsible demeanor. Since this has occurred, we must find a way to resolve it. Please, father-in-law, share your thoughts on how best to handle this. Zhang's father seemed satisfied with this approach, but turned his gaze towards Shu Ning, seated beside Song Ayun. Shuayan, it is your husband involved. Since this matter affects you, how do you propose we handle it? Throughout the exchange, Shu Ning maintained a low profile, her heart racing with anticipation. 01 was practically begging her to take action. Her own fate was at stake. When called upon, Shu Ning firmly declared her stance. Regardless of what transpires, I will not divorce. I intend to remain Mrs. Gao. Though her declaration was merely a statement of intent, it carried the weight of self-sacrifice. Gao Jianyun welcomed her words. But the Zhang family reacted with discontent. Zhang's father frowned, Zhang Xueming remained silent, and Zhang's mother wept, lamenting, "My daughter's life, how can it be so miserable?" The sister-in-law, despite having missed the earlier family meeting, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and softly murmured to her child, "Oh, how my sister's fate is indeed tragic." Prior to this, the Zhang family had meticulously delineated their grievances. Zhang's mother was tasked with stirring emotions. Zhang's father was to assert his authority, while Zhang Xueming was the one designated to negotiate. As the cries from the women grew louder, Gao's family appeared even less justified, with onlookers perhaps believing they were neglecting their daughter-in-law in favor of their son. Gao Jinyu felt increasingly uncomfortable, and Song Ayun hurried to offer tissues, attempting to soothe mother-in-law. "Please do not cry. We can discuss this. It is indeed Qingfeng's fault, and we bear responsibility. Let us converse." Zhang's mother accepted the tissue, yet her tears continued to flow, insisting, no matter what, this situation must reach a resolution. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Xueming seamlessly took over, clearing his throat. "Uncle Gao, as a senior, I should not be the one to speak, but as the younger brother of your daughter-in-law, it falls upon me. After all, I was the one who drove my sister to her wedding." With the sobs of the women in the background, Zhang's father observed as Gao Jianyun was compelled to lower himself and negotiate with Zhang Xueming, who held a younger position. This request was quite reasonable from the Zhang family's perspective, seeking to protect their daughter and exclude the mistress and her child from the Gao family as affairs. Gao Jianyun nodded solemnly, agreeing. Song Ayun was taken aback, while Gao Jianyun was astonished, never expecting the Zhang family to demand such terms. 10 years? To exile their own son from the family, while granting their daughter-in-law 3 companies and shares. It was entirely natural for Gao Jianyun to advocate for his son, as they were family. However, Shu Ning, observing the unfolding drama, noted that Gao's family mirrored the faults of their son. It was no wonder that Gao Jianyun still sought ways to defend Gao Qingfeng. Zhang Xueming's demands were undeniably blunt, yet the situation presented them with a powerful bargaining chip. Consequently, Gao Jianyun began to soften his approach, speaking diplomatically, asserting that they were all family. But Zhang Xueming remained resolute, insisting, 10 years is 10 years. I do not wish to banish him permanently from the Gao family. I simply want to ensure he does not engage with the family business or encounter him in public settings. Gao Jianyun attempted to negotiate, believing that a few conciliatory words would prompt the Zhang family to relent. However, Song Ayun remained silent, realizing this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. If Gao Qingfeng were to avoid the Gao family's enterprises for 10 years, it would ultimately benefit her and her younger son. While the two parties continued to squabble, Shu Ning's gaze discreetly settled upon Song Ayun. Would her beloved mother-in-law truly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? As anticipated, Song Ayun suddenly spoke up, "All right." Both sides fell silent simultaneously. Zhang Xuemu glanced over, and Gao Jianyun, astonished, turned to his wife. What did she just say? "All right." For the first time, Song Ayun took the initiative, defying her husband's wishes in front of so many witnesses. It was a momentous occasion for a woman who had always believed she could not survive without a man. Gao Jianyun stared at his wife, his surprise quickly fading into contemplation. He had never considered Song Ayun to be particularly decisive, yet here she was resolute. Was she merely trying to placate the Zhang family? Or had she genuinely agreed? Was she truly willing to push their son forward like this? Yet, absurdly, Gao Jianyun recalled that their son had already been cast out. Did her consent stem from genuine disappointment? He chose not to voice any further objections. Silence, it seemed, equated to agreement. Zhang Shuemu proposed a third demand, but perhaps due to the audacity of the previous request, both the actively consenting Song Ai Yun and the passively accepting Gao Jianyun were momentarily lost in thought. Ignoring their distraction, Zhang Shuemu continued, "Thirdly, we request that you adopt your youngest son as a son for my sister." Gao Jianyun's eyes widened in disbelief. What did he just hear? Song Ai Yun trembled in surprise, but her reaction was not as intense as one might expect. Although this suggestion was bold, she had already been exposed to the idea and had, in essence, reached an agreement with her daughter-in-law. She had simply not anticipated that the Zhang family would bring such a proposal into the open. On Gao Jianyun's side, words failed him. He had never encountered such an absurd proposition in his life. Was the Zhang family deliberately trying to annoy him out of sympathy for their daughter? Or did they genuinely believe in such a notion? Regardless, his instinct was to reject it vehemently. His first reaction was simply preposterous. Zhang Shuemu responded coolly, "Mr. Gao. Whether it's preposterous or not, your son was the one who strayed and fathered an illegitimate child. If he had treated my sister well, they would have had their own children long before the last accident, wouldn't they? Now that your son is absent and has a child with his mistress, what are we to do if my sister insists on being Mrs. Gao? They ought to have at least one son or daughter to support them in their old age, right?" Gao Jianyun recognized he had no ground to argue regarding Gao Qingfeng's situation, but he was not insane. His son becoming a grandson? That son was his flesh and blood. He immediately shook his head, his expression stern. No, absolutely not. Yet, unexpectedly, Song Ai Yun's voice emerged again, resolute and emphatic. "Yes, I agree." Gao Jianyun was taken aback, turning to look at Song Ai Yun, astonished by her sudden transformation, as if surrounded by false relatives, a fake brother-in-law, a faux daughter-in-law, and a false wife. Gao Jianyun. Could it be that their son was also a fabrication? Meanwhile, Shu Ning exchanged glances with Zhang Shuemu, who wore a smug expression, and with a subtle blink, silently mused, 01. How do you find my arrangement? 01 cheered enthusiastically, 666666666. All three demands were met with Song Ai Yun's approval, while Gao Jianyun accepted one, tacitly agreed to another, and rejected the last. Although it was not entirely satisfactory, Zhang's family left content after receiving nods of approval from Song Ai Yun. As Zheng's father, who had remained mostly silent, prepared to depart, he turned to Gao Jianyun and said with gravity, "Mr. Gao, take your time to consider these three demands. I won't rush you." Zhang Shuemu left last, mischievously chuckling as he stood before Gao Jianyun. "Mr. Gao, just think about it. When you grow old, your son becomes a grandson. You won't be at a loss, will you?" He raised an eyebrow, walking away with an air of arrogance. After the Zhang family exited, Gao Jianyun felt a surge of anger bubbling inside him, yet he could not express it, as he could neither direct his ire at his daughter-in-law nor at his wife, who had just given birth. With a stern face, he ascended to his study. At the corner of the staircase beside the fish tank, he caught sight of tropical fish swimming about, and inexplicably, his thoughts turned to the root cause of the entire situation, Gao Qingfeng, who was now wandering aimlessly. Enraged, he vented at the fish tank, beast. Below, both the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law jumped in fright, and the tropical fish seemed startled, darting away. Gao Jianyun stormed upstairs, slamming the study door behind him. Downstairs, Shu Ning glanced at Song Ai Yun. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Song Ai Yun shook her head and said, "It's fine. I will talk to him." Shu Ning asked, "Mom, do you think these three demands are excessive?" Song Ai Yun remained silent, but marveled inwardly at how different things were now. While she had endured the agony of waiting for her husband's first wife to pass away at her age, her daughter-in-law had the backing of the Zhang family, allowing her to openly sever the mistress's ties to the Gao family and even demand assets, 3 companies and shares. After so many years as Mrs. Gao, she found herself overshadowed by her daughter-in-law. Song Ai Yun felt that both the Zhang family and her daughter-in-law were remarkably formidable. How had she been so blind in the past to not appreciate such a capable daughter-in-law? However, as she reflected, her expression turned cold again. From the dialogue between the two families and Gao Jianyun's defense of their son, she finally comprehended the reality. Her son was just like his father. The old man was fond of his son, feeling that infidelity and illegitimate children were inconsequential. For them, it was merely a cycle repeating itself. The son was following in the father's footsteps, and in Gao Jianyun's eyes, there was nothing particularly serious about it. After all, his eldest son was still his unbreakable bloodline. Yet, this understanding left Song Ai-yun feeling colder and more rational about their situation. To her husband, he now had 2 sons, but to her, she was left with only the youngest.
No.
Song Ai-yun turned to her daughter-in-law beside her.
No.
She still had this daughter-in-law. What did it matter if her son became a grandson? Could the biological mother of her son live another 30 years? But the sister-in-law could. What were those 4 words? A sister-in-law is like a mother. This sister-in-law was no ordinary relative. She was the daughter of the Zhang family, a properly wedded Mrs. Gao. A sudden clarity surged through Song Ai-yun, awakening her resolve. Indeed, rather than clinging to Gao Qingfeng, that inept eldest son, it would be far wiser to hold on to her daughter-in-law. The daughter-in-law was her salvation. As Shu Ning observed a tempest of emotions flicker across Song Ai-yun's face, she finally settled on a determined expression and asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" Song Ai-yun led her to the courtyard, where they were alone. Grasping Shu Ning's hand with utmost seriousness, she asked, "You truly will not divorce?" Shu Ning feigned surprise, pausing momentarily before shaking her head, "No." Song Ai-yun gazed intently into her eyes and reiterated, "You will indeed treat my son, your younger brother-in-law, as your own child after your father and I grow old?" Hadn't they already established this earlier? Why was there a need for such reassurance? Shu Ning's expression grew solemn as she nodded emphatically, as if he were my own. She shook her head, her heart calm. "No, I am Mrs. Gao. But I am no longer his wife. He abandoned me first." Song Ai-yun tightened her grip on Shu Ning's hand with all her strength. Closing her eyes briefly, she reopened them with a resolute tone. Then, "My youngest son shall become your son. You are Mrs. Gao, the future support for my son, and I will ensure you firmly establish your place within the Gao family." Shu Ning nodded thoughtfully, secretly reflecting on how she felt like the last reliance of her mother-in-law, sharing her youngest son with her. It was quite remarkable. After indulging in gossip for so long, she realized that her own was the sweetest. She craved even more, wishing for 100 more pounds of it. With Song Ai-yun nearby offering counsel, it didn't take long for Gao Fu to grasp the implications of bequeathing his youngest son to his daughter-in-law. However, his understanding was flawed. The Zhang family's intention was clear. While their daughter would become Mrs. Gao, she could no longer be a wife to Gao Qingfeng. Additionally, due to a car accident abroad, her health had deteriorated, making the prospect of having children impossible. Without descendants, there would be no support. Thus, having a child nearby would naturally provide that support. Coincidentally, the Gao family's youngest son was still small, and in less than a decade, the couple would age, necessitating someone to care for the child. Since the daughter-in-law had no children, transferring the child to her would ensure mutual support. The son of the Gao family and the daughter-in-law with a Zhang family background would strengthen their positions within the Gao household. With this clarification, Gao Jianyun readily accepted the proposal, although he struggled with the idea of his son being treated as a grandson. Shu Ning seized the opportunity to explain that it wasn't a true bequest, it was merely a suggestion from her family. In today's society, adoption was governed by specific legal procedures, and the notion of bequeathing a child was essentially not compliant with regulations. The Zhang family merely mentioned the idea, using the term bequeath as a figure of speech. Relieved, Gao Jianyun felt reassured that his son remained his son. As for the future, he pondered the childcare issue with Song Ai-yun as they aged, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Having a child late in life meant they would indeed require assistance when they grew old or faced unforeseen events. Initially, he had hoped to rely on their elder son, but he realized that might not be feasible. Since his daughter-in-law was determined to be Mrs. Gao, it was beneficial for her to have support while ensuring their son received the care he needed, one stroke of genius serving 2 purposes. Thus, he consented, and the 3 requests from the Zhang family were all agreed upon, resulting in mutual satisfaction. What greeted him was Song Ayun's expression, which was calm to the point of indifference. Gao Qingfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, awkwardly calling out Mom. The awkwardness intensified, but fortunately, Gao Jianyun beckoned him over, swiftly diverting his attention. Dad, Gao Qingfeng said as he approached. Gao Jianyun set down his newspaper and removed his glasses. However, Gao Qingfeng spoke first. Dad, previously you arranged for me to take a mid-level management position in sales. I've thought it over. Although I haven't done it before, I could gain some experience in a grassroots role. Gao Jianyun interrupted him, raising a hand to shake his head. Gao Qingfeng assumed his father had other plans and looked at him expectantly. Yet, Gao Jianyun said, "How about this? I'll give you some money, and you can start your own business." Gao Qingfeng was taken aback. Gao Jianyun didn't elaborate, wary of mentioning the Zhang family, and instead said, "When I was your age, I had already started my own company, building it step by step. You are a man, and with the startup funds I provide, your starting point is far superior to mine back then." What concept was this? Starting a business? Was he to wander about like those dreamers, running errands for petty businesses? Had he lost his mind? No. Was it his father who had lost his mind? However, Gao Jianyun had already made up his mind. Although he hadn't intended for his son to wander for a decade, as the head of the family, he felt it would be beneficial to toughen up his eldest son. Previously, he had dared to forsake his family for a lover, clearly having not suffered enough. Perhaps it was time for him to experience hardship outside for a few years. After all, they had mentioned that there were even more regrettable things awaiting him. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the chaos of baby items scattered everywhere, on the floor, the tables, even the sofa, where once there had been a warm and loving nest. He wearily entered, sitting on the edge of the sofa, motionless, burying his face in his palms. Had he lost his mind, neglecting the vast Gao family business to start a company from scratch? How many years would it take him to achieve even a fraction of what the Gao family had? Once a man regains his rationality, he feels a chill run through him, as if the warmth that had once been ignited by Ouyang-shi had suddenly turned cold. Indeed, one misstep leads to another. If he had not left the Gao family, if he had never encountered Ouyang-shi, if they had never been together or had a child, would things have escalated to this point? Gao Qingfeng sighed, covering his face. What ifs were meaningless? They simply did not exist. He regretted it, but it was far too late. The nanny suggested going out for a moment, but Ouyang-shi refused, insisting she watch the child while she stepped outside. Upon entering the living room, she saw Gao Qingfeng sitting on the sofa like a wooden post, his face buried in his hands, resembling a statue. Anger flared up from the depths of her heart as she quickly approached him, her tone icy as she scolded. "What are you doing sitting here like an idiot? Don't you have time to check on the baby? Are you even capable of being a father?" Her shout startled the sleeping baby in the bedroom, who began to wail loudly. Instinctively, Ouyang-shi turned towards the bedroom, then coldly redirected her anger towards the man on the sofa, demanding, "Speak." Gao Qingfeng lifted his face. His eyes reddened, his expression despondent, lips pressed tightly together. Observing him, Ouyang-shi paused, her intuition sensing he had something to say. Slowly, he parted his lips, his voice hoarse, she. His lips were dry and cracked. "We were wrong. We should not have come to this point." The words struck Ouyang-shi like a thunderous bolt, shattering the belief that had sustained her through to this moment. She swayed slightly, bracing herself as her eyes began to redden. Her voice trembled as she asked, "What did you say?" Gao Qingfeng lowered his head again, rubbing his palm against his cheek. But his voice remained dry. He raised his eyes to meet Ouyang-shi's. "We have both taken the wrong path. Taken the wrong path. After everything, with a child now born, he claimed they had strayed?" Ouyang-shi's initial reaction was one of disbelief, but it quickly transformed into fury. She bent down, snatched a toy box from the floor, and hurled it at him, exclaiming, "You only regret it now. Have you lost your mind?" As she threw the box, she burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Her strength had always relied on Gao Qingfeng's heart, his love, his companionship, and his support. Now, with him questioning everything, she felt as if all her persistence and faith were crumbling. It felt as though she had lost everything. A sorrowful thought crossed her mind. Without the child, She could have withdrawn in time. She was still young, and everything could have been salvaged. But now, with a child in her arms, what would happen to her baby? Suddenly, she too felt regret, but she refused to accept it. She still wanted to be Mrs. Gao. She stubbornly believed that Gao Chengfeng loved her, that his heart belonged to her, and that one day she would undoubtedly become Mrs. Gao. Yet a quiet voice echoed in her mind. Would that really happen? Would she truly become Mrs. Gao? Ouyang Shi looked up, bewildered, surveying her surroundings. This was her home, the home she shared with Gao Chengfeng, now also their baby's home. Yet, she suddenly recalled that this was not truly Gao Chengfeng's home. His home was that grand villa, the Gao family estate, a place she had always yearned for, but had never dared to approach. Suddenly, she trembled with a sense of desolation, then hurriedly crouched down before the sofa, clutching Gao Chengfeng and bursting into tears. Chengfeng, are you going to abandon me? We've come this far. I cannot live without you. And the baby cannot live without you either. The woman's regret was tinged with an unwillingness to let go, while the man's remorse was a desire to escape. Alas, there was no retreat for him, as his legally wedded wife, Mrs. Gao, would not permit it. A few days later, on a clear morning, Shu Ning had just finished breakfast and was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard when suddenly, a voice declared, "Host, the task has been completed by 99%. Only one final step remains for completion." Shu Ning focused her attention on the task interface in her mind, and indeed, the progress bar was nearly full. An automatic page popped up, announcing that the world task was about to be successfully fulfilled. In this task, the host had stabilized her position, completely abandoned the scoundrel, perfectly resisted adversity, and rehabilitated the original body, achieving the required tasks without excessively relying on her maternal family for opposition. The task completion rate was notably high. Based on the current trajectory, the world system had amended the original host's future, thanking Shu Ning for her efforts in shaping the original host's life. The task had reached 99% completion. The host was advised to skip insignificant plotlines and leap directly 5 years into the future to complete the remaining 1%. Once the task was finished, the Grand World system would automatically calculate bonuses and additional rewards, while simultaneously elevating the level of the system bound to the host. Time had flown by unnoticed, and the completion of the task was imminent, with only the final 1% left. Shu Ning redirected her attention to the system interface in her mind, where a prompt appeared on the main page. Host, would you like to jump directly to 5 years later? 5 years into the future? She felt a twinge of anticipation. Let's proceed, she replied. Time-space traversal in progress. Countdown 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. The vehicle she was in bore little resemblance to the one previously used by the Gao family. It was a business model with ample rear space, exceedingly comfortable. In the back seat, apart from herself, lay a laptop beside her and a cup of coffee on the armrest. The car moved steadily forward. Aside from the driver, there was another person in the passenger seat. But she paid no heed to who it was. Lowering her gaze, she was surprised to find herself clad in a royal blue business suit. Although unexpected, it was not entirely surprising. This was the Grand World System's way of transporting her directly 5 years into the future, yet without this temporal leap. She had originally intended for the original host to embark on a business career path. Although the eldest daughter of the Zhang family was not a graduate of a prestigious university, she had nonetheless graduated from a legitimate foreign university with a degree in management. Having grown up alongside Zhang's father, she was well-versed in the business world. Even without innate talent, her diligence and the Zhang family's support would suffice to secure a managerial position. Initially, when she encouraged Zhang Xueming to request 3 companies, her aim was not merely to become a figurehead, but to genuinely set the original host on a righteous path, one that would lead to her own career.
Now,
5 years later, it appeared she had achieved this small goal. Quite commendable. At that moment, the man in the front passenger seat shifted, turning to face her. President Zhang. Shu Ning raised her gaze, momentarily stunned. It was actually Secretary Qiao, the esteemed secretary beside Gao Jianyun. What had he just called her? President Zhang? Confusion and surprise flooded her mind, yet she maintained her composure, responding with a faint acknowledgement. Have you awoken? Secretary Qiao inquired. Shu Ning replied with another soft He continued, We will arrive at the hospital shortly. There's no traffic today. We should be there in no more than 10 minutes. Shu Ning replied affirmatively. However, she was entirely oblivious to the purpose of their visit, having traversed time from 5 years prior, leaving her in the dark about current events. Thus, she focused on the system interface in her mind, delving into the plot details. Upon reading, she was astounded to discover that Gao Jianyun had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage 2 years ago and had been recuperating since. Meanwhile, the original host, Zhang Shuyan, the daughter-in-law of the Gao family, had skillfully eliminated rivals and, with the covert support of her brother Zhang Xueming, had successfully ascended to the position of acting president of the Gao group. At this moment, Shu Ning finally grasped why she was with Secretary Qiao. The current leader of the Gao group was not Gao Jianyun, but herself. Contemplating this, Shu Ning couldn't help but chuckle, leaning back with confidence. From daughter-in-law to acting president, now that was a transformation. Secretary Qiao then said, President Zhang, there's something I would like to inquire about. Although she had only met Secretary Qiao a few times, he did not strike her as someone who would be evasive.
What is it?
She asked. It concerns young Master Gao. Shu Ning raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, is that man still around? What is he up to? Is he begging outside the Gao group building? Young Master Gao has been trying to reach you, calling me repeatedly.
Ah.
So Gao Qingfeng was still barred from entering the Gao family home. That made sense. After all, it had only been 5 years since Zhang Xueming had proposed a 10-year exile. Shu Ning withheld her opinion, stating, Let's go to the hospital first. We can discuss this later. Understood, Secretary Qiao replied. Upon arriving at the hospital, Shu Ning followed Secretary Qiao into the elevator. With each ascending floor, they drew closer to Gao Jianyun's hospital room, and the narrative details about him in the system's interface became increasingly complete. It turned out that Gao Jianyun's cerebral hemorrhage was not a random occurrence. It stemmed from immense stress, compounded by pre-existing hypertension, which he failed to manage, nearly resulting in his demise. The catalyst for this near-tragic event was rather intriguing, connected to Song Aiyun and the young mistress he had once supported. One could easily discern the classic pitfalls of the mistress industry. Yet, Gao Jianyun did not perceive it as such. He believed it to be true love, utterly moved. Conversely, Song Aiyun was enraged. Since then, the mistress and the legitimate wife had engaged in a fierce struggle, with Gao Jianyun caught in the middle, transformed into an abject figure. However, what nearly cost him his life was an entirely different incident. Shu Ning, observing the details in the system interface, fought to suppress her laughter. It turned out that during a shopping outing, the mistress unexpectedly encountered Song Aiyun. With old grievances resurfacing, neither could restrain themselves, leading to a physical altercation. Just then, Gao Jianyun had arrived to find them, resulting in a chaotic confrontation among the three. Ultimately, it was unclear whether Gao Jianyun had been struck by a handbag or simply succumbed to stress, but by the time the two women realized something was amiss, he had already collapsed, and after being rushed to the hospital, he was diagnosed with a cerebral hemorrhage that nearly proved fatal. Shu Ning could only shake her head in disbelief. Women, in the end, were still embroiled in conflicts over men, having spent their lives entangled with one another. Yet it was a woman who almost brought about Gao Jianyun's demise. He truly had brought this upon himself. Once they reached the designated floor and arrived at the hospital room, Secretary Qiao did not accompany her further. Shu Ning initially intended to knock on the door, but upon reaching it, she discovered it was ajar, and she could hear Song Aiyun's voice from within. Oh, don't blame me. I've been with you for so many years. What do you think I wanted? Initially, it was all about your money. As time passed, the children were born, and indeed, there was a sense of gratitude for your kindness towards me and our marital bond. However, ponder for a moment your own actions. Maintaining a mistress, not only providing for her, but also gifting her with property and money. You have bestowed upon me so little in terms of assets and finances. How can I, as your wife, find solace in this? Shu Ning gently pushed open the door and stepped inside. The hospital room was a suite. A row of cabinets greeted her at the entrance, with the bathroom to the left, leading to the bedroom. Consequently, when Shu Ning entered, nobody noticed her presence. Yet she observed the scene within with clarity. Gao Jianyun had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and was now incapacitated, confined to his bed. Song Ayun, once a lady of leisure who wouldn't lift a finger, now donned flat shoes and rolled up her sleeves, administering a massage to the bedridden Gao Jianyu. As she massaged, she chattered on, "Where was I? Oh yes, the money. You don't give me any, and I initially sought you out for your wealth. Just think about it. Why would I follow you, being so much older? My initial interest was indeed your riches, as I was quite impoverished." Gao Jianyun lay silently, watching Song Ayun, his lips twitching, whether from the stroke or her words, it was unclear. Song Ayun continued her ministrations, her voice unwavering, "Don't blame me. It's pointless to do so. If you do, I might just leave. Then you would lose not only your mistress but your wife as well. At that point, you would truly be left with nothing but to hire a caregiver, and they could never care for you as I do." Gao Jianyun, lying there, his lips quivering, seemed to absorb her words without response. Shu Ning remained silent, choosing not to reveal herself, and turned to leave. One was a husband incapable of being wholly devoted to either his legal wife or his mistress. The other, once driven by wealth, now sought genuine affection. The mistress, who had outlasted the original wife, now lay ill, while the other attended to her. Love? Sincerity? Who could say if they existed, and who would truly care? Thus, let them absurdly muddle through the remainder of their lives. As Shu Ning exited the hospital room, she was approached by Secretary Chiao, who was leaning against the wall. "President Zhang," he acknowledged. As Shu Ning made her way to the elevator, she suddenly inquired, "Has Gao Qingfeng contacted you?" Secretary Chiao nodded, "Yes." The narrative within the system had yet to unlock, obscuring Gao Qingfeng's situation 5 years hence. Shu Ning directly asked, "How has he been lately?" As they walked, Secretary Chiao remarked, "It seems not very well." Shu Ning pressed, "In what way?" Secretary Chiao adjusted his glasses, replying, "His mistress is expecting a second child." Shu Ning's eyes flickered with intrigue. "Oh, a second child? Isn't that a joyous occasion?" She emphasized the word joyous, detecting a change in her tone. Secretary Chiao pondered what joy could arise from such a situation. "He still lacks a legitimate status," he clarified. Suddenly, Shu Ning recalled, yes, Gao Qingfeng is still not divorced. And Ouyang Shi, 5 years later, remains merely a mistress, now with 3 children, yet still without a legitimate identity." Shu Ning grasped the implication of Secretary Chiao's words. Ouyang Shi was leveraging her pregnancy to exert pressure once more. "Pressure? Go ahead, bear as many children as you wish. I shall not divorce. To do so would equate to a failure of my mission." Starting from the 3 companies Gao Jianyun had transferred to Shu Ning. With the support of the Zhang family, the daughter-in-law of the Gao family gradually ascended within the Gao group. Ultimately, after Gao Jianyun's health crisis, she successfully assumed the position of acting president. Throughout these 5 years, Gao Qingfeng had ventured into entrepreneurship, aided subtly by his father, Gao Jianyun, and with Ouyang Shi's mother supporting him from the sidelines. Despite his growing success, it could never rival the Gao family's legacy. Now, 5 years later, Gao Qingfeng had again initiated the divorce proceedings. Upon understanding his intentions, Shu Ning reached out to him, arranging a meeting at a 5-star hotel's Chinese restaurant. On the day of their meeting, she arrived 10 minutes late due to a high-level company meeting, only to find Gao Qingfeng waiting with a hint of displeasure. Though he said nothing, with an apologetic smile, she said, "I'm sorry for the delay. I had a meeting." Gao Qingfeng regarded her, a multitude of unspoken words swirling in his mind. When they first met, she had worn a flowing white dress, and though she remained as beautiful as ever, her attire had transformed completely, now clad in professional attire with heels, her hair cut short, adorned with a golden watch. She exuded an air of competence without losing her elegance. Gao Qingfeng, suppressing the urge to voice his thoughts, was nonetheless shaken momentarily by her presence. Yet, this hesitation was fleeting. His resolve to divorce remained steadfast. He swiftly addressed the matter, stating, "I sought you out today to resolve our issues once and for all. It's time for us to get divorced." Gao Qingfeng's words nearly left him breathless. Did she truly believe him so naive as not to realize the machinations she and the Zhang family had orchestrated over the years? Yet, at this moment, he found himself indifferent to such past grievances. He was no longer youthful, and with a burgeoning career and Ouyangxi along with 2 children. He yearned to leave the past behind and embrace a new beginning. Silently swallowing his frustration, he reiterated, "Let us divorce." However, the woman before him simply uttered a single word, "No." Gao Qingfeng was baffled. Why resist the divorce? It would grant him freedom and her the same, allowing her to remarry and seek true love anew. Even if she were no longer Mrs. Gao, she now held the Gao group in her hands. What could she possibly cling to? Shu Ning understood that she could not proceed with the divorce. She was so close to completing her mission. To divorce now would render her efforts futile. The divorce could only occur with the original owner's consent after her departure from this world, not by her current self's accord. Thus, she firmly replied no. Confronted with Gao Qingfeng's confusion and disbelief, Shu Ning calmly explained, "Why? Because only I can propose the divorce. I must be the one to declare it over, not you." Gao Qingfeng felt as though he had been played for a fool. He had assumed her attendance indicated a willingness to discuss divorce, yet here she was, stating otherwise. Enraged, he demanded, "Then what did you come to meet me for? Are you simply wasting my time?" Throughout the exchange, Shu Ning maintained an air of tranquility. In response to Gao Qingfeng's question, she produced a file from her bag, placing it on the table before him. "I think you might need to take a look at this." Gao Qingfeng, perplexed, did not reach for it but merely glanced down. Frowning, "What is it?" Shu Ning paused before slowly articulating, "It's something that, once you see it, will surely change your perspective."
With that,
she gathered her belongings and departed. Gao Qingfeng, left behind, felt as though his visit had been in vain, a complete waste of time, and he wondered what this mysterious document could possibly contain. He swiftly grabbed the file, opened it, and scanned its contents. Upon comprehending the implications, his face drained of color. What did she mean by his perspective changing? The document was a paternity test revealing that he was not the biological father of his newborn son. Ouyangxi had deceived him. He had been betrayed? This assistance was indeed a bargain, priced at a mere 2,500, with permanent efficacy. Shu Ning had utilized it on Ouyangxi. Given the use of contraception, how then had Ouyangxi managed to conceive again? Due to the fact that this assistance is only effective for specific individuals, Shu Ning inscribed the name Gao Qingfeng after acquiring it. To put it simply, this assistance works solely on Ouyangxi, proving ineffective on all other men, with the exception of Gao Qingfeng. In other words, any man could make Ouyangxi pregnant, except for Gao Qingfeng. Shu Ning purchased this assistance 5 years ago, yet astonishingly, 5 years later, Ouyangxi, still by Gao Qingfeng's side, has given birth to a second child.
Ah.
Gao Qingfeng's hair color is indeed quite thought-provoking. Surely, he is not in the mood for a divorce lately. This situation must be troubling him for some time. Not long after, Shu Ning encountered Ouyangxi. Following the birth of her second child, she had gained considerable weight. Now, she had 3 children, a perfect blend of sons and daughters. Over the years, she had managed to firmly bind Gao Qingfeng to her, yet there was no trace of joy upon her face, only exhaustion and hardship. Shu Ning was not the least bit surprised, merely offering a faint smile. This smile greatly provoked Ouyangxi's nerves as she gritted her teeth and asked,
"What do you mean by that?"
Shu Ning looked at her unfazed and said, "You've given birth to 3 children for 3 men. You are quite impressive, Miss Ouyang." Ouyangxi was utterly taken aback, realizing that this woman before her was aware of her betrayal of Gao Qingfeng. While trying to maintain her composure, she wondered how Shu Ning could possibly know. Was Gao Qingfeng lamenting to her? Shu Ning addressed her confusion, stating, "The paternity test results. I provided them to Gao Qingfeng." Ouyangxi froze, trembling with suppressed rage, and finally yelled, "It was you? It was you." She thought to herself, how could Gao Qingfeng have discovered something even she was unaware of? How could he have suddenly sought a paternity test? It turned out to be her doing. Shu Ning calmly nodded, affirming it was me. Ouyangxi, consumed by fury, retorted, "You simply cannot stand to see me happy, can you? You are jealous that Qingfeng only loves me, that he won't even spare you a glance." Without hesitation, Shu Ning slapped Ouyangxi across the face with a sharp crack. Ouyangxi was momentarily stunned, raising her hand to her face, but quickly regained her composure and attempted to retaliate, only to be seized by Shu Ning at the wrist. Ouyangxi's bravado had never matched Shu Ning's. This instance was no different. Shu Ning stood tall and unwavering. Not a mere second mistress, nor a kept woman. She had no guilt and owed no one an apology. Shu Ning regarded Wei Yangxi, declaring for the first and last time, Wei Yangxi, for the past 5 or 6 years, I have refrained from causing you trouble, and I never laid a hand on you. Do you truly believe you have played the role of a legitimate mistress? Do you think that with Gao Qingfeng's support, wielding his so-called love and sincerity, you can strut before me? Jealous of you?
Ha!
Am I jealous of you for bearing 3 children for 3 men? Or am I envious of your ability to be a mistress? This slap is a gift for you today. Remember it well. Take your odious man and your rancid love and leave. I'm not interested. Not every woman in this world requires love. I certainly do not. You should also take note. While you raise your 3 children and ponder how they will face the world when they grow up, I have already changed my surname to Gao and am seated on a fortune worth billions. After this verbal onslaught, Wei Yangxi stood in shock, her eyes reddening. Yet she stubbornly withheld her tears. She was acutely aware of her choices over the years. She had indeed had opportunities to alter her fate, but she truly believed in her love for Gao Qingfeng and was convinced he loved her in return. Thus, she was unwilling to let go. Love, though merely 2 words, felt like a fork in the road that had led her astray. Upon hearing this, Shu Ning chuckled softly. Then you should continue being a family with him. I have no interest in that man. Wei Yangxi scoffed. You're just being evasive. You clearly had feelings for him. Weren't you once longing to marry him?
Oh.
You know that too, Shu Ning replied with a smile, lightly uttering 4 words. In the past, I was blind. She paused before adding, but now you are the foolish one. Wei Yangxi fumed. You. Shu Ning interrupted. Is it not true? Wei Yangxi, with a mother like Zhua, if you weren't entangled with Gao Qingfeng, you could have relied on her to become a wealthy woman. If you chose to pursue business, with Zhua guiding you, you would have achieved considerable success over these 5 or 6 years. At that point, you wouldn't have to select Gao Qingfeng. You would have plenty of young talents to choose from. Alternatively, if you truly desired him, you could have attracted him through charm rather than coercing him with children. But look where you are now. Wei Yangxi was momentarily stunned. Initially, she believed she had not lost, but upon hearing those words, her heart suddenly crumbled. One misstep led to another. Over the past 5 years, she had stumbled time and again. Her mother had cautioned her, and she was not ignorant of these truths. Yet how had she still arrived at this point? She could only tell herself it was all right. She still had love, she still had Gao Qingfeng, and she still had her children. Yet, as she contemplated, she suddenly found herself unable to contain her tears, weeping openly before Shu Ning. Though reluctant to acknowledge it, seeing Zhang Xueyan now clad in professional attire reminded her of the envy she felt when she secured a $1 billion order at a trade fair years ago. Back then, she too was sharp and spirited in her business suit, with short hair and an air of confidence. Despite being new to the field, she had the support of her mother, which emboldened her to seize significant orders without fear. In that moment, she felt alive. And it was during that time she re-encountered Gao Qingfeng, full of self-assurance. Fueled by that confidence, she ignited her ambition to compete for a man's affection. But what of now? Did she truly have no regrets? Did she not envy Zhang Xueyan, who had risen to power within the Gao family? Did she genuinely believe in the sweetness of love? As one knows the temperature of the water they drink, she found herself consuming ice, forced to swallow it whole. Observing Wei Yangxi's anguish, Shu Ning silently recalled the profound truths she had gleaned during her time as a second-rate relationship consultant. Love itself holds little value. It is the shared principles, mutual interests, and the determination to strive together that are truly priceless. To wish to ascend through love alone is akin to walking a tightrope over an abyss, destined to shatter upon falling. Yet, Shu Ning would never share these insights with Wei Yangxi, for she, as a mistress, was unworthy. Leaving Wei Yangxi to weep in silence, Shu Ning turned to depart. Meanwhile, the task progress bar on the task panel was completely filled, indicating a 100% completion rate. Thus, all was settled. Gao Jianyun lay bedridden after a stroke, with Song Ayun caring for him, leaving the company and home unattended. Meanwhile, Shu Ning held the hand of the youngest son of the Gao family, donned in the yellow robe of the acting president, presiding over the Gao family's affairs. As for Gao Qingfeng and Wei Yangxi, who cared for them, Zhang Shuiyan, your fate has reversed. Enjoy the life that lies ahead. As for whether to divorce or how the future unfolds, that is a choice for you, the original owner, to make. Wishing you well, farewell. The first world task has been completed. The grand system has deposited rewards into the account, totaling 920,000, including bonuses and additional rewards. Coupled with the initial binding reward of 100,000, and after deducting the cost of assistance and snacks, a net profit exceeding 960,000 has been achieved. Shu Ning was thoroughly satisfied with this income. In her previous role as an online relationship consultant, even with advertisements, consultation fees, and other miscellaneous earnings, she barely reached a maximum of 1 million in a year. As the world of remission had traversed a year, merely a day had elapsed in her original realm. The sum of 960,000 was undeniably real currency, and by comparison, this money flowed in with a swiftness far surpassing her earnings as a consultant. Shu Ning felt immense satisfaction and joy. With the completion of her task, her fate with Zhang Shuiyan had come to an end, allowing her the freedom to depart. However, she did not rush to leave. She found considerable enjoyment in her role as Mrs. Gao, living a life devoid of worries, rich and esteemed. She relished the moments spent with the charming young son of Song Ayun, embracing and playing with him. Thus, she remained contentedly for a few more days. Before her final departure, Shu Ning decided to meet someone. In a CAF, she handed a 1 million yuan check to the man across from her, Su Hangting. He lazily accepted the check, flicking his fingers against its surface, signifying the conclusion of their dealings. Mrs. Gao. Shu Ning nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for everything these past few years. Su Hangting tucked the check away and replied, no need for thanks. It's only proper to handle matters for a fee. Should you require my services again in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. She mused inwardly that she would not need him again, gazing at Su Hangting.
Today,
He appeared remarkably different, his hair neatly trimmed, his face shaved, and his once loose attire replaced with fitted casual trousers and a shirt. He exuded a newfound vigor, revealing his true appearance, sharp brows and bright eyes, with deep features that conveyed a subtle warmth when he smiled, his lips curling into a nonchalant grin. As if everything was trivial in his world. Su Hangting spoke, I've accepted the check. Allow me to treat you to this cup of coffee. Shu Ning responded, then I shall not refuse. Su Hangting raised an eyebrow. It is my honor to treat such a lovely lady to coffee. Although Shu Ning had never been married, she had experienced a few romances that ended without consequence. Given her profession as an emotional consultant, it would have been foolish not to notice Su Hangting's interest in her. Yet, she did not rebuff his invitation. The rich coffee and the man's charming presence made her savor this leisurely moment. They spent a languid afternoon together, indulging in casual conversation. As they prepared to part, Su Hangting accompanied her downstairs, a first for them, as she typically left immediately after their meetings. The autumn air was crisp, with golden ginkgo leaves carpeting the ground. Su Hangting walked on the outside, allowing Shu Ning to walk nearer to the wall. After a moment of silence, he suggested, there's a play next Wednesday. I happen to have 2 tickets. Do you have time to join me? Shu Ning sighed softly. Next Wednesday? I cannot, as I have prior commitments. Su Hangting accepted her refusal gracefully, and as they reached her car, he turned to her, his dark eyes gazing intently. Goodbye. Shu Ning opened the car door, glanced back at him, smiled, and entered the vehicle. As she drove away, the rearview mirror reflected his figure gradually fading into the distance. We shall not meet again, handsome. Thank you for the coffee. Shu Ning collected her thoughts and decisively said, 0101, present host. Shu Ning instructed, proceed to the next world. Understood, host. Transitioning to the next world. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. In an instant, Shu Ning was enveloped in a blinding white light, and 4 words flashed in her mind. Upon arriving in the new world, she earnestly addressed 01. Darling, did you pick me up? Why treat me this way? What a chaotic world you have connected me to. The system responded with authority. Dear host, the binding of the system is randomly assigned by the Grand World System. In other words, to the system, Shu Ning was indeed akin to something found. In the second, she perused the system's main panel, exclaiming in astonishment, oh, you've upgraded. Congratulations.
Thank you.
01 had upgraded from version 12 to 13, finally transitioning from a decimal to a whole number, trailing a little 3 behind it. Shu Ning spoke with a tone of casual familiarity. Let us make a deal. 13. I do not expect you to connect me to a world rich in human experiences, but at least ensure a sufficient material foundation so I 1T starve, alright? 01 remained silent for a moment before acquiescing. Okay. Yet, with the transition to this new world, a task awaited her completion. Shu Ning sighed, beginning to familiarize herself with the overarching context of this realm. It was indeed disheartening. A remote and impoverished area where even transportation was scarce. The journey to the nearest town required ox carts, and electricity had only recently been installed. It could be poetically described as a hidden paradise away from the clamor of the city, but in truth, it was far less appealing, better left unspoken. As Shu Ning found no words to adequately convey it, the original inhabitant of this world, whom Shu Ning had now become, was a girl named Qin Xiang, approximately 18 years old. An orphan, she had been discovered by an elderly woman while the latter was washing clothes by the river. As a mere infant, wrapped in rags, she had floated downstream in a wooden tub, fortuitously landing near the old woman's wash basin. Thankfully, she had not drowned, and the woman took her in. Though the elderly woman raised her, it could be said that Qin Xiang grew up on the kindness of many families. Today she would be fed by one, tomorrow by another. Other children fell ill during the changing seasons, but this girl, clad in her meager rags, remained untouched by sickness, surviving on the charity of others for nearly 7 or 8 years. As time passed, the old woman grew weaker and eventually succumbed to illness, unable to rise again. Heartbroken for the girl, the old woman realized no one in the village was willing to take her in. Resolute, she suggested marriage as a solution, believing that having a husband would at least provide a roof over her head and food to eat, better than starving to death. In this secluded village, where the concept of legal marriage age held no sway, survival was paramount, and the law had little influence. The elderly woman, having lived nearly 90 years, understood the minds of the villagers well. She cherished Qin Xiang, who was lively, clever, and beautiful, though she refused to offer her to the village's older bachelors. She ultimately found a suitable match for her before passing away. This family belonged to Wang Xiaofan, the village's fortune-teller. Wang Xiaofan was a widow. Her husband had drowned years ago, leaving her with a son who, though once healthy, had become bedridden since the age of 5. When Qin Xiang arrived at Wang Xiaofan's home, her son was already 14 years old, yet he lay on the brink of death, not quite alive, not quite gone. He reclined on the bed, barely clinging to life, his eyes unable to fully open, squinting slightly as he gazed at Qin Xiang. A wave of fear washed over her, prompting her to step back, but Wang Xiaofan firmly grasped her hand, pulling her toward her son, gently addressing him in a tender tone. "Darling, look, this is your bride. The one your mother has chosen for you. Is she not beautiful? Do you not like her? Her hands are so delicate. Come, let us touch them. Host, are you well?" Shu Ning took a couple of deep breaths, genuinely perplexed. It was not her inability to digest the plot that troubled her. Rather, it was the sheer absurdity of the situation. After living as a civilized individual for so long, finding herself in a place where one purchases a bride for a dying son and in a tone of affection urges him to touch her hand.
Goodness.
It was utterly nauseating. After a moment of mental fortitude, she immersed herself in the narrative. Indeed, the son was nearing death. He could barely open his eyes. His fingers curled like a chicken's claw. He passed away 6 months after Qin Xiang's arrival. Logically, when a son dies, leaving behind a daughter-in-law who is not even 10 years old, the situation becomes dire. In other households within the village, such a girl would merely be an additional mouth to feed. With their only son gone, who would provide for her? They would be unceremoniously cast out, leaving it to whoever might take her in. However, the circumstances of Wang Xiaofan's family were different. She was the village's fortune-teller. Known for her abilities to read fortunes and predict fates, what modern society would deem superstition. Yet in Wang Xiaofan's village, everyone held steadfast beliefs, which was why, upon Qin Xiang's arrival, the old woman perceived it as finding her son a splendid match. The fortune teller held a respectable position in the community and always had work predicting fates and marriages, thus providing for her family. This was why, even in such a poor village, Wang Xiaofan, a widow without any labor force, managed to raise her son alone. Upon her son's passing, Wang Xiaofan, determined to maintain her dignity, combined the funeral and wedding ceremonies. She erected 2 large tents outside her home, one adorned in white, the other in red. One tent housed her son's memorial, while the other celebrated the wedding banquet for his bride. The juxtaposition of mourning and celebration was a bizarre spectacle, yet the villagers flocked to attend. After mourning at the memorial, they would transition to the wedding tent, faces alight with joy, offering congratulations. Congratulations, Wang Pozi. May you bear a child soon. Wang Xiaofan greeted her guests with a smile, thanking them for their auspicious words, promising sweets if fortune favored her with a child. Even more astonishing, some remarked, Wang Pozi, I just saw your son. Don't be fooled by his stillness. His cheeks still glow. He knows today is a day of celebration. Wang Xiaofan replied, indeed, he knows. I have burned paper for him to let him know. The entire village gathered, having wept and then joined the feast, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a festival. Only Qin Xiang, dressed in red, sat shivering in a corner. Shu Ning too trembled. Though her legs were merely numb, she stood to shake them out, silently cursing, Goodness, this village is full of fools. The villagers, steeped in superstition, did not perceive their beliefs as backward. They consulted Wang Xiaofan for auspicious dates for both weddings and funerals, trusting her as the village's sole fortune teller. When her son died, Wang Xiaofan mourned deeply, unwilling to accept the truth. She convinced herself that her son had not truly died, but had merely shed his physical form, his spirit remaining. She publicly proclaimed that he had chosen to exist as a spirit, freeing himself from the burden of his decaying body. In the village's belief that souls ascend to paradise upon death, she proclaimed that her son, now married, had gone to enjoy eternal bliss. Thus, the dual ceremonies proceeded. Yet, once the funeral concluded, Wang Xiaofan privately acknowledged her son was indeed dead. She simply refused to admit it. The rumor of her son's blissful existence in paradise had spread throughout the village, and out of pride, she could not reveal the truth. In this way, Qin Xiang remained by Wang Xiaofan's side as a daughter-in-law. Years passed and Qin Xiang, now 18, had lived for a decade in Wang Xiaofan's home, blossoming into a graceful young woman. Then, the familiar inquiries began anew. Wang Pozi, Wang Shifu, how is it that your daughter-in-law has yet to conceive after all these years? Shu Ning thought, wow, this village is truly remarkable. It has been 10 years since the son's death, yet there is still pressure for a child. Surely, the villagers appreciated nature's vibrant palette. Anyone from outside hearing such expectations would surely think them mad, yet in this village, no one found it odd. Over the years, Wang Xiaofan had boasted of her son's visits in dreams, claiming he thrived in the afterlife, receiving all the paper money she had burned for him, which he saved to spend wisely when she and her daughter-in-law eventually joined him. As a fortune teller, her credibility went unquestioned. Over time, even those who initially doubted her claims became convinced. Everyone believed Wang Xiaofan's son had not truly died. He was still alive, and since he was alive, of course, his bride must bear children. Now, with Qin Xiang grown, the villagers eagerly awaited the news of her pregnancy. Many approached her with this topic, leaving Wang Xiaofan feeling quite troubled. What should she do? In the house, Wang Xiaofan conversed with her sister-in-law while outside, Qin Xiang sat idly on a small stool, absent-mindedly fiddling with a flower, while her nephew Wang Erbao chopped wood in a distant corner. At 19, Wang Erbao was of marrying age, yet his earnest nature, combined with his mother's desire for a beautiful, less cunning bride, left him still without a partner. Just then, Wang Xiaofan's sister-in-law lamented in her ear, and Wang Xiaofan's gaze drifted outside, landing on her beloved nephew. She had a fondness for Erbao. He resembled his father, while her deceased son Tang Li had taken after her mother. Among the siblings of the Wang family, it was Wang Xiaofan and Erbao's father who bore the closest resemblance. Thus, in his youth, Erbao had been a miniature version of Tang Li. A spark of inspiration struck Wang Xiaofan, and she became invigorated by a sudden thought. She no longer paid heed to her sister-in-law's complaints. her focus fixated on the wood-chopping Erbao. Pregnancy, childbirth. Although Tang Li was gone, could Qin Xiang not bear another child?
No.
But Erbao was not just anyone. He was her brother's son, her own nephew. Moreover, having a child would grant her new hope. Wang Xiaofan was so electrified by this notion that she could not sleep for several nights, convinced of its validity. Thus, she concocted a plan. Calling Erbao to the old house by the river, inviting Qin Xiang as well. Without uttering a word, she locked the door behind them, leaving the young man and woman alone for an entire night, certain that something would transpire. At this moment, Shu Ning stood in the courtyard of the old house, silently gazing at the sky. She truly had no words left to say. There was an even more speechless moment for her. She silently turned her head and gazed toward the far end of the yard, where darkness enveloped everything. There, Erbao was bent over, digging a hole for a dog with his sturdy back and a plump posterior facing Shu Ning. His rear end wiggled as he excitedly exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, this dog hole will be ready soon and we can get out of here." Shu Ning. Thus, the anticipated occurrence that Wang Xiaofan had envisioned did not come to pass. Erbao was simply an honest person, not harboring any improper thoughts in the presence of a striking beauty like Qin Xiang. He did not ponder why his aunt, Wang Xiaofan, had left him and Qin Xiang behind. His sole focus was on digging a hole to escape, for he was on the verge of starvation. Shu Ning nearly burst into laughter but restrained herself, sniffing back her amusement as she slowly replied, "Yes, take your time digging." She then turned her attention to the system's main interface in her mind. She distinctly remembered that upon her initial arrival in the previous world, there had been task requirements. Yet at this moment, the task requirements for this second world appeared as a blank gray expanse, indicating they had yet to be unlocked. No task requirements available? How perplexing. Or rather, how to complete tasks. The system explained, "Host, you are currently not in a novice state, so the world and tasks will possess a certain level of difficulty. The relevant information and tasks for this world will unlock later. Please be patient." Shu Ning thought that waiting was all she could do. But one matter lingered in her mind, the challenge of dealing with the mother-in-law in this world. She recalled clearly that when the system was still at version 01, it had informed her that with each world traversed, regardless of the final tasks, the primary challenge stemmed from the mother-in-law relationship. As a daughter-in-law, she was likely to face significant obstacles from her mother-in-law. Since there were no task requirements, she could at least anticipate the difficulty level. Was it both a mother-in-law and a mother? If that was a summary, it was indeed quite apartment. After all, the original character, Qin Xiang, was an orphan who had arrived at Wang Xiaofan's side when she was merely 7 or 8 years old. Although she publicly identified as a daughter-in-law, a widow raising a young girl without a husband was essentially taking on both roles of mother-in-law and mother. However, if the phrase both mother-in-law and mother represented a challenge, it made Shu Ning's heart tremble slightly. Just how much responsibility would Wang Xiaofan bear regarding Qin Xiang? Managing the concerns of two individuals alone. No wonder this difficulty exceeded that of the previous world. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard an exclamation filled with joy from a distance. "Sister-in-law, the dog hole is ready, come crawl." Coming back to her senses, Shu Ning replied, "Don't be so polite, big brother. You dug it, you go first." One could say that the world of strategies was indeed simpler than that of television dramas. In a scripted show, some miraculous substance that rapidly enhanced male attributes would have already been employed, but in this world, Wang Xiaofan could only confine her nephew and daughter-in-law together in the hope of producing a child. From the currently known plot, it seemed that Wang Xiaofan, despite being a fortune-teller and a figure entrenched in superstitious beliefs, was quite aware of the truth. She knew her son was truly dead, that her daughter-in-law, Qin Xiang, could not conceive without a man, and she comprehended that all her years of fabrication were mere illusions. At least she hadn't ensnared herself in her own web of lies. Thus, it appeared that Wang Xiaofan was indeed a clever woman, demonstrating her clarity of thought. However, her nephew Erbao seemed somewhat. Erbao remained on his knees, hands covered in mud, his eyes shining brightly at the prospect of leaving the old home for a meal. "Sister-in-law, why are you dawdling? Come on, once we crawl through the dog hole, we can go back. My aunt will be worried if she can't find you, and if Tang Li returns and can't see you, he will be anxious too." Shu Ning looked at Erbao, momentarily dazed, unsure how to respond. Honestly, she had encountered many shrewd and cunning individuals, as well as those who feigned cleverness, yet she had never met anyone like Erbao, particularly a 19-year-old young man. She found it difficult to assess him. It felt akin to visiting an imported goods store, where nothing caught her eye, yet she stumbled upon the most ordinary water bottle. Nothing spectacular, yet somehow intriguing. This young man was quite admirable. Unlike others in the village, especially the young girls and boys around 18 or 19, Shu Ning found herself quite fond of Erbao. She recognized he wasn't truly foolish. He was merely honest, straightforward in a way that could be described as simple-minded. Wang Xiaofan summoned him to the old house in the dead of night without a hint of protest from him. When he encountered Qin Xiang, he thought it was merely an oversight by his aunt, who had locked them in. His nature was exceptionally kind, so kind that he believed those he felt close to would not harm him, thus he did not overthink matters. Consequently, Erbao remained unmarried, not because he was selective, but because others found him too naive. Most families were unwilling to marry their daughters to him. Shu Ning approached Erbao, intending to check her pockets for a handkerchief or cloth to wipe his hands, but found nothing. Spotting a large water vat in the yard, she said, "Erbao, there's no rush. It's already late.
Take your time.
Stand up, dust off the dirt, and wash your hands. It will be fine to crawl through afterward." Erbao pondered for a moment, then agreed, standing up to casually brush off the dirt before heading to the vat to wash his hands. Meanwhile, Shu Ning quickly perused the storyline content in the main interface, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Not only for Erbao, but for the original character, Qin Xiang. The original Qin Xiang was astute enough to discern the intentions behind her mother-in-law's actions, and she understood that regardless of whether anything occurred that night, it would inevitably happen in the future. Even if it wasn't with Erbao, perhaps another man would soon enter the picture. Ultimately, this matter was destined to unfold. As a young woman, Qin Xiang instinctively resisted this fate, yet she was also helpless and could not rebel against it. Shu Ning empathized with her, for the disparity between Qin Xiang and the previous world Zhang Shuiyan was vast. In a remote and impoverished area, lacking abundant material resources, she, as an orphan without a maternal family, had only her mother-in-law, Wang Xiaofan, as her sole kin. This reality meant that the original character had no familial support in the village, nor any means of sustenance. She possessed neither land nor survival skills, having never left the village or received an education. Apart from her name and a few numbers and characters used by Wang Xiaofan during fortune-telling, she could not recognize common characters. For such a young woman to leave her in-laws and strive to change her fate, it was an impossibility. The rice she consumed belonged to her mother-in-law, and her very existence depended on Wang Xiaofan. With no alternative paths available, she had no choice but to accept the fate laid out for her, or rather, the arrangements made by her mother-in-law. Thus, upon grasping the situation, she willingly engaged with Erbao. It wasn't that Erbao was lusting after his sister-in-law or concealing some ulterior motive. Rather, he was a 19-year-old young man who could not control the instincts of his body, easily swayed by the allure of a beautiful figure. A fleeting glance, a rush of blood, and then one could no longer suppress the urge. Following that fateful night, everything changed qualitatively. The plans for a silent birth with Wang Xiaofan, filled with joy, were cast aside. After that night, Qin Xiang did not conceive, and Wang Xiaofan did not anticipate that this pair of young souls would fail on their first attempt. 2 months later, a second attempt was arranged, which truly ignited a firestorm of passion. In the secluded village, devoid of enriching literature or the distractions of the internet, once the necessary work was completed, time became plentiful, leading to idle musings. Humans have an innate curiosity about taboos, particularly those surrounding sexuality, especially among such youthful individuals. Thus, the second encounter was no longer marked by Qin Xiang's reluctance. Instead, both young hearts found themselves irresistibly drawn to one another. Wang Xiaofan, bold in spirit, saw that this was not their first encounter and allowed them to be together, considering the old house by the river remote enough to evade discovery. Her primary concern was the prospect of a daughter from the first pregnancy, leading her to contemplate the necessity of future sons. And thus she encouraged a deeper connection between them. Ethics? The act of procreation eclipsed all moral considerations for Wang Xiaofan, who faced tangible challenges in her backward village. Yet, who could have foreseen that Qin Xiang and Wang Erbao would gradually develop genuine feelings for each other? Their bond evolved into something akin to true love. With such affection, they could clandestinely nurture their relationship while raising children openly, leading a quiet life together. However, not long after, Wang Erbao's family arranged a marriage for him, instigating discomfort in both Qin Xiang and Wang Erbao. While Wang Xiaofan remained indifferent, desiring only grandchildren from Qin Xiang, the young couple felt a pang of unease. Qin Xiang, pragmatic and aware of her position, realized she could not obstruct Wang Erbao's marriage, nor would she succeed in doing so. Yet, in a remarkable act of courage, Wang Erbao, a man of integrity, decided to elope with Qin Xiang. Initially hesitant, Qin Xiang was torn. Having grown up in the village, she had never ventured beyond its confines. Moreover, since her childhood, she had never left Wang Xiaofan's side. Regardless of the burdens placed upon her by her mother-in-law, Wang Xiaofan had always provided for her, never withholding food or care, and had never resorted to abuse. Thus, while other village girls bore the marks of hard labor, Qin Xiang remained delicate. Having grown up under Wang Xiaofan's nurturing care, she harbored maternal affection for Wang Xiaofan, and the thought of leaving her behind was painful. Deep down, Qin Xiang comprehended the reality that her nominal husband was long gone, leaving Wang Xiaofan truly alone in her later years. Though reluctant, youthful impulsiveness prevailed, and after much persuasion from Wang Erbao, they eloped. It is unnecessary to delve deeper. The narrative reveals that their previous level of connection was insufficient to unlock further developments. However, this new world was indeed an improvement over the last, as Wang Erbao and Qin Xiang were now well aware of the main storylines in their village. A stark contrast to the previous world where relevant characters had to appear for their arcs to unfold. Such sincerity and reliability in Wang Erbao undoubtedly captivated Qin Xiang's heart. Yet, with the protagonist now transformed into Shu Ning, a deviation from the original plot was inevitable. Despite her inclination for mischief, Shu Ning was not one to engage in frivolous affairs with men. Moreover, having traversed into this world as Qin Xiang, she understood that the original path was flawed, thereby resolving to steer clear of any entanglement with Wang Erbao. Nodding, Shu Ning declared, "Very well, I shall take my leave." Without another word, she turned and headed toward the courtyard gate. Wang Erbao called after her, "Hey, sister-in-law, the hole is over here." But before he could finish, Shu Ning had already reached the gate and, without hesitation, delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding crash, the gate flew open. Wang Erbao was left speechless, nearly biting his tongue in shock, stuttering, "Sister-in-law?" Shu Ning turned back, offering a warm smile that exuded the nurturing essence of an older sister. "This old house has only a flimsy lock. If it breaks, so be it." Wang Erbao protested, No, why didn't you kick it down sooner? The hole has gotten so big." Unfazed, Shu Ning replied, "Oh, at first I hesitated, worried about breaking the lock. But then I realized we have plenty of locks at home. Losing one won't matter." Wang Erbao, a man of earnest nature, could say nothing more. He believed her words to be sincere, though he was reluctant about the situation. He thought to himself, indeed, a broken lock would be troublesome to fix. Yet, the hole was already made. Wang Erbao, resigned, could only wear a pained expression. Shu Ning, with a tone of genuine concern, reassured him, "It's all right. Just fill the hole back in. A broken lock is inconsequential." In a small village, the late-night rendezvous between a man and woman at the riverside could lead to complications if discovered. Without further delay, Shu Ning exited the courtyard, heading towards Wang Xiaofan's house. 20 minutes later, Shu Ning pushed open a wooden door, traversing the quiet front courtyard toward her room. Upon entering, she received a notification indicating that someone was present in the main room. With no beds in sight, the presence of another could only mean that Wang Xiaofan had yet to retire for the night. Wang Xiaofan's sighs were followed by a cascade of confessions, revealing her thoughts about her son's impending fatherhood. "Dear son, your wife will give birth soon. Though I know the child isn't yours, Erbao is your brother. And in your absence, his child is my hope. You left too soon. Had you been here, Qin Xiang would have already given birth." Wang Xiaofan continued, Please do not blame me for these arrangements, nor your brother or Bao. They are unavoidable. If you were here, Qin Xiang would belong to you, and the child would be yours too, which would bring me joy. There was nothing of substance in these words, merely an emotional release on a particularly poignant night, an act of self-soothing. Shu Ning refrained from passing judgment. In a modern context, such behavior from a mother-in-law would be deemed outrageous, yet in this backward village, where mere survival was a struggle, what could she possibly say? Sighing, she resolved, it is time for rest. Feeling weary, she disregarded the chill of the wooden floor and the lack of personal care, slipping into slumber with her eyes closed. Her adaptability had always been commendable. The next day, Shu Ning awoke to the sight of a cerulean sky reflected on the glass of the wooden window. As she opened her eyes, the crowing of roosters and the sounds of movement from the courtyard filled her ears. A dilapidated mechanical clock sat on the bedside. She had wound it a few times before going to bed the previous night, and it was now functioning as usual, the time indicating it was just before 6 in the morning. Shu Ning got out of bed, but just then, the door was pushed open from the outside. Her mother-in-law, Wang Xiaofan, stood at the threshold, her gaze probing and her expression strange as she looked at Shu Ning still in bed. Shu Ning lifted the covers and called out,
Mom.
She got out of bed, recalling the events of the previous night. Wang Xiaofan, a bit anxious, stepped closer, scrutinizing her up and down, then grasped her arm tightly. What happened last night? I had no idea. You didn't say a word? After a brief pause, she slowly asked, Where is her Bao? He's back, Shu Ning replied, wondering if what she hoped had transpired actually did occur. Yet, how could she inquire? She had discreetly kept the two of them together. And it would be inappropriate to rush in and ask, Did you sleep together with her Bao? She couldn't voice that question. Unbeknownst to her, her mother-in-law was already irritated. Instead, Shu Ning rubbed her stomach and pouted, Mom, is there any porridge? I'm hungry. Really, all you think about is eating, Wang Xiaofan exclaimed, turning to stomp away, her mouth full of complaints. Yet her steps led straight to the kitchen. Shu Ning followed, genuinely hungry, but as she observed her mother-in-law's irate figure bustling about, she began to reflect. It wasn't only Qin Xiang who had a mother-daughter bond with Wang Xiaofan. Over the years, they had relied on each other. And it was clear that Wang Xiaofan held affection for Qin Xiang. Otherwise, why would she, upon hearing that her daughter-in-law was hungry, immediately turn to prepare breakfast instead of merely venting her frustration? Standing at the kitchen door, Shu Ning slowly lowered her gaze to her own delicate, porcelain-like hands. In such a poor place where everyone toiled in the fields for a living, children were no exception. Why did Qin Xiang possess such beautifully smooth hands? Even if Qin Xiang was a tool to prove her son's existence, and even if her son were indeed alive, wouldn't she still need to work to support the family? Qin Xiang's role in household chores and farming didn't conflict with her being a symbol of her son's existence. In this village, who among the daughters-in-law wasn't engaged in farming, laundry, or managing household affairs? Qin Xiang's treatment in Wang Xiaofan's household was indeed too favorable. There could only be one explanation. After so many years, with her son gone, Wang Xiaofan treated her daughter-in-law as her own daughter, unwilling to burden her with hard labor. She hardly worked the fields, managing all the household chores herself. The only task assigned to Qin Xiang was to. Wang Xiaofan stood before the large cooking pot, lifting the lid. A fragrant steam rose, and the middle-aged woman, though complaining, was busy preparing food. Eat. You've eaten all the rice. And this household is on the brink of poverty, because of you. With a tilt of her ladle, she skimmed off a thin layer of rice soup, serving the thick white rice beneath into a large bowl.
Eat.
Shu Ning, momentarily forgetting about the events of the previous night, found herself unable to resist the delicious food. No wonder the original Qin Xiang was so lovely. In such a destitute place, she still enjoyed bowls of white rice daily. This mother-in-law was truly a mother in every sense. After breakfast, Shu Ning washed the dishes while Wang Xiaofan busied herself with chores. In the early morning, the two of them sat in the courtyard drying beans. Shu Ning, unfamiliar with this task, was relieved that she didn't have to do anything. It was all Wang Xiaofan's doing. Just as the beans were finished drying, a figure entered the courtyard, triggering the automatic unlocking of the storyline. It was the eldest daughter-in-law of the Qin family, the wife of the eldest son of the woman who had adopted the original Qin Xiang. She was of a similar age to Wang Xiaofan and, in terms of seniority, Qin Xiang would refer to her as aunt. However, in Wang Xiaofan's territory, Qin Xiang never addressed her as such because this eldest daughter-in-law, Zhou Zhengying, did not get along with her. When the elderly woman was on her deathbed, Zhou Zhengying had wanted to sell Qin Xiang for a good price, but the elderly matriarch had fiercely opposed the idea, ultimately marrying her off to Wang Xiaofan's family. During the marriage negotiations, the dowry had been a point of contention, with the elderly woman insisting that Wang Xiaofan directly give it to Qin Xiang, allowing the young girl to keep it for herself. Out of compassion for Qin Xiang, who had no parents or family, the elderly woman had also given her 2 gold bracelets and some money as part of the dowry. Wang Xiaofan, though somewhat calculating, never intended to squeeze every last coin from the girl's dowry. After all, the bride price was something she was supposed to provide once Qin Xiang was married. She was a legitimate daughter-in-law, and the dowry left by the elderly woman was not something she coveted. However, Zhou Zhengying had a different perspective. Having her own children, including a daughter much older than Qin Xiang, Zhou Zhengying felt that the bride price Qin Xiang received rightfully belonged to the Qin family. After all, the Qin family had raised her, so why should they not reap the benefits? When the elderly woman passed away, Zhou Zhengying took the opportunity to demand that Qin Xiang return the bride price and dowry, indignantly insisting she hand over everything. Furthermore, Zhou Zhengying had taken all the bride price for her own daughter, so why should Qin Xiang, a foundling, be treated better? With the elderly matriarch gone, Qin Xiang had no support, and Zhou Zhengying felt free to cause a ruckus, knowing her husband wouldn't intervene. At that time, Qin Xiang was indeed just a young girl. Though clever, she had never encountered such blatant hostility and threats, and she was terrified. In the end, it was Wang Xiaofan who stepped forward to confront Zhou Zhengying. As previously mentioned, the villagers were steeped in superstition, yet in a backward rural area, there was a curious phenomenon. When it came to personal interests, they cast aside their beliefs in the supernatural. Zhou Zhengying had previously come to Wang Xiaofan to seek guidance on her daughter's marriage, but when it came time to argue over bride prices, she quickly turned hostile. Fortunately, Wang Xiaofan was not to be trifled with. "You want to rob me? I'll take a knife to you." At that time, her son was still alive, and she had a fiery temper. With a knife in hand, she was not one to engage in idle chatter. She seized a large cleaver from the kitchen and chased Zhou Zhengying away, who, sensing danger, cried for help and fled, running at least 2 miles. From that day forward, Wang Xiaofan and Zhou Zhengying were irreparably at odds. Wang Xiaofan regarded Zhou Zhengying as a foolish woman obsessed with her adopted daughter's bride price, while Zhou Zhengying viewed Wang Xiaofan as a deranged widow wielding a knife. Whenever they crossed paths, they would clash, each taking their own path. Today, for reasons unknown, Zhou Zhengying had come back. Shu Ning sat quietly on a small stool, observing her. Zhou Zhengying, still haunted by the memory of being chased away, dared not truly step into Wang Xiaofan's courtyard. She merely entered the door and stood at the threshold, saying, "Oh, Finjie, are you drying beans?" Wang Xiaofan lifted her eyelids to cast a glance at her, her expression unmistakably conveying the sentiment of this foolish woman. Yet, Wang Xiaofan chose to remain unresponsive. However, Shu Ning discerned the underlying tone, recognizing it as a veiled mockery. Indeed, Zhou Zhengying then turned her attention to Shu Ning, feigning a smile that lacked sincerity.
"Xianger,
"When will you be expecting? Is your bed warm enough? Is your husband reluctant to leave the bed?" she taunted. In that moment, Shu Ning understood. Zhou Zhengying had ceased to seek Wang Xiaofan's approval. Consequently, she turned her back on the divine, dismissing the deceased husband's spirit, and disregarding the nonsensical fabrications of Wang Xiaofan. If there had been uncertainty in the past, recent years had transformed Qin Xiang into a delicate young woman, her belly still untouched by pregnancy, leading Zhou Zhengying to realize the falsehood of her words. Perhaps the sun shone brightly, and with chores completed, she found time to irritate the mother-in-law. Over the last 6 months, Wang Xiaofan had endured countless remarks from this foolish woman, allowing them to flow in one ear and out the other, too apathetic to feel anger, barely glancing in her direction, regarding her as inconsequential. and continuing to sift through the beans drying in the sun. Suddenly, the daughter-in-law spoke up. "Why are you mentioning our family as husband?" Upon hearing her son's name, Wang Xiaofan instinctively raised her gaze. Shu Ning, however, directed an annoyed expression toward Zhou Jingying by the door. Surprised that the girl had spoken first, Zhou Jingying chuckled, her confidence unshaken. "Xianger, I only wish to encourage you and your mother. You and your husband, despite being a living person and a ghost, should consider having children. Even if they turn out to be half human, half ghost, or perhaps neither." She laughed. "Half human, half ghost? Neither human nor ghost?" Shu Ning recognized that this woman was indeed foolish, seeking trouble for no reason, though she had little desire to engage. Her past experience as a second-rate relationship consultant had instilled in her a strong aversion to families that withheld dowries and marriage gifts from their daughters. If a daughter was willing, the family could receive the money. If not, who would dare pursue them, demanding what was rightfully theirs? Was Zhou Jingying truly this oblivious? In the past, when the matriarch was alive, the Qin family revered her, and if she decided that Qin Xiang could keep her dowry, then so be it. Yet, Zhou Jingying still sought to reclaim it, fostering animosity over the years. Shouldn't she have let go by now? Why seek discord on a fine morning? Was Qin Xiang, the original owner, so easily bullied? Was I, a mere interloper donning her skin, equally susceptible? In a moment of resolve, Shu Ning sprang to her feet. Yet as she stood, a shadow swept past her, and Wang Xiaofan dashed into the kitchen. Shu Ning felt a flicker of recognition at the scene, but before she could process it, Zhou Jingying had already turned to flee. Simultaneously, Wang Xiaofan emerged from the kitchen, brandishing a kitchen knife. "You foul woman! How dare you suggest my daughter-in-law bear a child that is neither human nor ghost? I shall chop you to bits today." Zhou Jingying sprinted ahead, shouting, "Help! Mer!"
Meanwhile,
Shu Ning, still in the yard, mused, "I haven't even begun to stir up trouble, yet the locals are already drawing knives. I find myself rather unaccustomed to this." Thus, on that autumn day, Shu Ning stood in the yard, munching on seeds, watching as Wang Xiaofan brandished her knife, chasing after Zhou Jingying, who was desperately fleeing across the fields. The strides of these hard-working rural women were impressively large, perfectly embodying the essence of a frantic escape. Shu Ning came to a realization. In this village, women do not need to be gentle, for everyone is struggling for survival. It is a harsh world where betrayal and violence are commonplace. She memorized Song Jingying's words about being neither human nor ghost, half human and half ghost, promising to return them verbatim on another day. After all, she had no time to concern herself with Aunt Qin, as she needed to be wary of her mother-in-law, Wang Xiaofan, lest she seize the opportunity to confine her with Wang Erbao again. While she could ensure that her own body would not be exposed, she could not guarantee that Wang Erbao could restrain his own impulses. Indeed, Shu Ning's worries were precisely what plagued Wang Xiaofan's mind. Wang Xiaofan had not anticipated her plans would fail on the first attempt. How could it have failed? She could understand Qin Xiang's reluctance, being a young girl. But given her beauty and the circumstances of being alone with a man, why did Erbao not make a move? Was he foolish? Wang Xiaofan thought to herself that this boy was truly naive, having grown up without understanding the ways of the world. She had toiled endlessly to ensure the prospect of a grandchild, yet these thoughts were difficult to voice, especially to her daughter-in-law. How could she broach the subject? To suggest that she should sleep with Erbao and conceive a nominal child? Wang Xiaofan could not bring herself to say such things. With no means to communicate her desires to her daughter-in-law, Wang Xiaofan turned to Erbao, who, though he too found it hard to articulate the situation, was rather simple-minded. In her eyes, it was easier to persuade Erbao. Thus, a few days later, while Shu Ning was away, Wang Xiaofan sought out Wang Erbao. She began by asking Erbao, "What do you think of Qin Xiang?" Having just finished his work and drenched in sweat, Wang Erbao instinctively stepped back, wiping his brow with his elbow. "Sister-in-law? She's good. Of course." He recalled the last time he saw her, late at night by the riverside in their old home. "Her legs are strong," he added. Wang Xiaofan's eyes lit up. This could work. But then Erbao continued, "Those legs kicked the door wide open, breaking the lock." Wang Xiaofan was left bewildered.
What was he talking about?
Seeing her confusion, Erbao demonstrated by lifting his leg to kick, sending mud flying. In that moment, Wang Xiaofan grasped the implication. It was Qin Xiang who had kicked open the door, breaking the lock in the process. Strong legs? Was that what Bao meant? She didn't even have time to contemplate how her daughter-in-law had managed such a feat. Instead, she raised her fist and struck Bao lightly. You fool! Is that what it means for a woman to have strong legs? No wonder you're still single at 19. Furious, Wang Xiaofan turned on her heel and left, not to return for several days. However, she did not dwell on how her daughter-in-law had forced the door open. The old door and its even older lock were prone to damage, and it was not unusual for them to break. She herself had done so before. A few days later, Wang Xiaofan visited Bao again and brought up Qin Xiang once more. Having been chastised previously, Bao was now cautious and refrained from making any remarks, even about her legs. Yet Wang Xiaofan persisted. Bao, don't you want your sister-in-law to have a little girl or boy soon? Bao pondered this, then nodded. I do. Wang Xiaofan pressed on. Do you know how children are born? She disliked hesitance, particularly from men. Speak up. Looking at Wang Xiaofan's stern expression, Bao hesitated, finally stammering, from the bottom? Wang Xiaofan nearly exploded in exasperation. How could this boy, who had not yet married and knew nothing of a woman's anatomy, not understand how children come into the world? How do they come about? She nearly shouted. Before she could continue, Bao lamented, Aunt, are we really going to talk about my sister-in-law again? Wang Xiaofan, pleased, raised an eyebrow. Yes. Bao felt wronged. Can we not discuss her? Every time we do, I either get hit or shouted at. But the conversation was unavoidable. After previous attempts had failed, Wang Xiaofan realized that guiding Bao was futile. She had to trick him. Bao, with enthusiasm, responded, All right. Just tell me when, and I'll go see my brother. Although he seldom saw him, Wang Xiaofan replied, No need for that. Your brother will come to find you. Bao, puzzled, asked, Huh? Your brother wants to borrow your body, she stated. Wang Xiaofan was left floundering for how to respond. She could only mumble a vague agreement and added, Anyway, when the time comes, you go to the ancestral home. Your brother will be waiting for you there. Bao nodded. I understand. And Qin Xiang will be there too. Sister-in-law? Having been trapped with her once before in the dead of night, Bao immediately shook his head. Wang Xiaofan struck him again. Why are you shaking your head? Your brother wants to borrow your body to see your sister-in-law. Of course, she must be there. Bao, not thinking much of it, replied, Oh, all right. But Wang Xiaofan quickly added, At that time, your brother will want to get close to your sister-in-law. Bao paused.
Huh?
Wang Xiaofan glared at him. What is wrong with your brother being intimate with your sister-in-law? You don't approve? Naturally, he could not oppose. He just realized that this involved his body being borrowed, meaning his body would be involved with his sister-in-law. This was unimaginable. No, absolutely not. Seeing the rejection on his face, Wang Xiaofan seized him. What is wrong now? Don't you remember how much your brother cared for you when you were little? He is bedridden, yet still thinks of you, saving sweets and treats for you. You've forgotten all that? He remembered, of course, but Wang Xiaofan asserted. Then it's settled. You will go to the old house. You must go. Don't you want your brother and sister-in-law to have children soon? If they don't borrow your body, how can they conceive? She continued to persuade him, reminding him of his brother's kindness and asserting that this was a small favor he should grant as a brother. She assured him that this secret would remain between them, and that no one else would know, not even his parents. What could Bao do? He was a simple-minded boy, steeped in traditional values, and trusted his family unconditionally. In the end, he reluctantly agreed, nodding with difficulty. Finally, Wang Xiaofan felt a surge of joy. She believed her scheme was nearly successful. It was not that she wished for Bao to be forceful. She knew her nephew could never be so with his sister-in-law. She merely felt that in the presence of a man and woman alone together, some form of intimacy was bound to occur. After all, the previous encounter had been thwarted by her lack of guidance. This time, with Bao so easily persuaded and invoking the memory of his beloved brother, surely something would transpire. She felt that although Bao appeared dull, he was actually quite handsome, tall, and had a face reminiscent of her son, Tang Li, belonging to the category of aesthetically pleasing individuals. Such a striking young man was bound to attract the attention of girls. despite Bao not having pursued any romantic relationships. It was merely because the village children lacked the autonomy to make such decisions. In truth, numerous young girls secretly held affections for Bao, relishing the moments spent in his company, yet they were unable to marry him due to familial disapproval, as they deemed him simple-minded. Here it comes again. Another round of troubles was approaching. Would they confine her and Bao together once more? Wang Xiaofan, upon observing her daughter-in-law, felt no remorse for her actions. Rather, she believed it was for the best. Once her daughter-in-law bore a child, the village would cease its gossip. After all, in this community, women who married and bore children were considered the norm, unlike her daughter-in-law, who had been married for 10 years without any sign of pregnancy. With a child, both she and her daughter-in-law would regain a sense of security, achieving multiple benefits. Wang Xiaofan was in high spirits, anticipating the arrival of a child, and her mood soared to the extent that she even deviated from her usual practice of demanding money and gifts for her services, waiving fees for several neighbors, who were all quite pleased. Some, noticing the joyful expression on Wang Xiaofan's face, playfully inquired, "Wang Posey, is your daughter-in-law expecting? Why are you so happy?" Wang Xiaofan, not one to boast, said nothing, but her expression betrayed her delight, and she smiled, promising to treat them to a feast upon the child's birth. Upon witnessing this, Shu Ning sensed something amiss. Could it be that Wang Xiaofan had completely resolved matters with Wang Bao, persuading that straightforward nephew of hers? That seemed unlikely. Given Wang Bao's character, he would never agree to share a bed with his sister-in-law. Shu Ning sought out Wang Bao, only to find that he was deliberately avoiding her, taking a detour in the fields upon spotting her. This sight stirred a mix of emotions within Shu Ning. What kind of trick was Wang Xiaofan playing to have convinced the straightforward Wang Bao? Shu Ning's apprehensions were not solely due to her reluctance to share a bed with Bao, but also because the first task in her system had been unlocked. In truth, Shu Ning held a disdain for the term chastity, as it seemed to be applied exclusively to women, likening their bodies to meat for sale that must remain pristine and appealing. She found this notion distasteful. Nevertheless, since it was a task, she resolved to comply. Moreover, it was indeed necessary. The relationship between Wang Bao and Qin Xiang was one of familial ethics, a bond that ought to be respected in both modern society and remote villages. Wang Xiaofan's actions mirrored those of Song Ayun, who, in her quest for a child, had lost her senses and resorted to such measures. Would a life without children be so tragic? Shu Ning had made up her mind. Given that Wang Xiaofan had already taken steps to ensure Wang Bao's involvement, she too needed to prepare thoroughly. That evening, after dinner, Wang Xiaofan called Shu Ning over, claiming she needed her to find a porcelain bowl at the old residence. With an abundance of utensils in the kitchen, the request was merely a pretext. Shu Ning understood that Wang Bao was surely waiting for her. She did not decline, agreeing as usual, donning a coat before turning to leave. Suddenly, Wang Xiaofan called out to her, "Xiang Er." Shu Ning turned back, noticing a hint of concern in Wang Xiaofan's expression, yet she ultimately said nothing, merely advising, "Dress warmly, lest you catch a chill at night." Shu Ning nodded and headed outside, inwardly lamenting that while she was acting as a daughter-in-law, she was burdened with the worries of a mother. Upon arriving at the old residence, Shu Ning entered the courtyard and indeed found Wang Bao.
Today,
For reasons unbeknownst to her, he was dressed unusually elegantly in a white shirt and trousers, his hair neatly trimmed, and his face clean-shaven, presenting a soft demeanor that contrasted sharply with his usual rugged appearance. Shu Ning felt somewhat disoriented. This new look did not suit him. She preferred his previous attire. Although it lacked charm, it exuded a sense of competence and masculinity. Wang Bao, perhaps influenced by his attire or other factors, stood before Shu Ning appearing somewhat stiff and awkward, his eyes cast downward or darting nervously to the side, unable to meet her gaze. Shu Ning noticed a small jar of liquor at his feet, already uncorked, and the scent of alcohol wafted through the air. Had he been drinking? Indeed. Wang Bao had consumed a good portion of it, using it to bolster his courage. Before coming, he had secretly taken some from his father's stash. Feeling overwhelmingly anxious and tempted to retreat, what was he to do while his brother was with his sister-in-law? He could not pretend to be asleep, for he was fully aware of his surroundings. The more he pondered, the more despairing he felt, leading him to believe he needed the alcohol to fortify himself, fearing he might embarrass himself otherwise. However, Wang Erbao had grossly overestimated his tolerance for alcohol. He was unaccustomed to drinking, as the liquor was typically consumed by his father, and today, having taken a significant swig, he found himself utterly intoxicated. In his hazy state, his anxiety intensified, and without understanding why, he inadvertently took a step closer to Shu Ning, sister-in-law. Shu Ning was at a loss for words, taken aback by his drunkenness. Noticing the redness in his eyes, was he feeling wronged? Here he was, invited to sleep with her, yet he seemed to be the one aggrieved. Who would he turn to for comfort? At that moment, a voice from the system quietly advised, "Host, the marketplace and all unlocked features are currently in a locked state. Given the disparity in strength between the genders, the system does not recommend you approach this intoxicated male closely." Shu Ning silently replied, "You could have simply stated that you fear him." The system fell into a silence, understanding that the host was well aware of the situation. Shu Ning indeed possessed the clarity of perception, noticing Erbao's flushed face and the telltale signs of intoxication. Her instincts told her to maintain distance from the inebriated man for her own safety. Yet, she remained still as Erbao drew nearer, the scent of alcohol enveloping her. And she did not move away. Consequently, her fair and delicate visage lay exposed before Erbao, who was overwhelmed by the sweetness of her scent, a fragrance he had never encountered before, yet instinctively recognized as emanating from the woman before him. His eyes reddened further, and he felt a rush of blood to his head, an urge to draw closer and inhale her fragrance. Blood boiling, he struggled to contain himself, contemplating whether this was a response from his brother Tang Li. In the next moment, he leaned in, pressing his nose to Shu Ning's face. But she swiftly turned her head to evade him, resulting in his nose brushing against her neck. So fragrant. Wang Erbao felt as though he were floating. Yet, in the next instant, a resounding slap struck his face. "Do you even know what you're doing?" Wang Erbao, momentarily stunned by the slap, instinctively replied, "I don't know. No, it wasn't me. It was Tang Li." With those words, he seemed to convince himself that it was not his own actions, but rather those of his older brother that had motivated his behavior. He repeatedly affirmed in his mind, "Yes, it was Tang Li. It was Tang Li." Without realizing it, he raised his hand to embrace Shu Ning. Shu Ning, having trained in self-defense, was not necessarily stronger than a man but had no trouble evading him, even without any tools at her disposal. Thus, she deftly sidestepped, avoiding his grasp. However, Wang Erbao, a man accustomed to physical labor, thought little of evading for a moment. He could always pursue again. Thus, he took a step forward, ready to embrace once more, only for Shu Ning to evade him again, prompting Erbao to advance once more. Finally, Wang Erbao seemed thoroughly incensed. The alluring fragrance was no longer something he had to lean in to catch a whiff of. After several rounds of this chase, the scent appeared to explode, enveloping him entirely, and he felt as if he were surrounded by the enchanting aroma emanating from his sister-in-law. In that moment, he lost all reason. It felt as though his blood surged downward, overwhelming him.
Ah!
Wang Erbao resembled a primal beast awakened, lunging toward Shu Ning, who seized the opportunity to deftly evade while delivering a forceful kick to his rear. Erbao hurtled like a missile towards the brick wall of the courtyard.
Ouch!
Surely, that would bring him to his senses. Yet, before Wang Erbao could rise, Shu Ning charged at him again, grasping his short hair tightly and twisting it with force. Her voice low and menacing. "Wang Erbao, you're grown now, aren't you? With your eyes set on your sister-in-law. Is that it?" The tone she employed was not that of a sister-in-law reprimanding him, but rather that of an onlooker who had stumbled upon the scene and, in a fit of indignation, stepped in to chastise him. Erbao, having consumed alcohol and now dazed from the impact, momentarily believed that another man had intruded upon the scene to confront him. He hastily inquired, "Who are you?" Panic-stricken, he realized he had been foolish. Upon hearing Shu Ning's retort, he felt the grip on his hair tighten, forcing him to look up at her fierce countenance. Who else but your brother? Your brother?
Bro?
Wang Erbao struggled to comprehend, but as memories of the day flooded back, A shiver coursed through him, his blood cooling as reason returned to his mind. His eyes widened as he slowly stood, his hair still in her grasp, causing him to lower his head, gasping in pain. "Brother? Is it really you?" Shu Ning squinted, raising an eyebrow at him. "What kind of look is that?" Bao hesitated. "You truly are my brother?" Shu Ning smirked, changing her tone to a casual one. "When you were 5 or 6, you would come running to me for candy, and I saved mine just for you. Why didn't you ask back then if I was your brother?" Wang Erbao's pupils constricted. "Brother? Is it really you?" he shouted. "Brother Tongli." Shu Ning nearly lost her composure, but maintained her authoritative demeanor, gradually releasing her grip. "All right then.
Come on.
Use your hands. Aren't you the one who firmly believes in the existence of Brother Tongli? Don't you want children? I want to see just how much courage it takes to speak ill of your own brother." Minutes later, in the ancestral home, Wang Erbao sat opposite Shu Ning, reeking of alcohol, clearly intoxicated but still cognizant. It was this clarity that brought forth feelings of regret and guilt for his recent actions, wishing he could slap himself into oblivion. Now, cradling his head, he pounded his fists against himself, weeping uncontrollably. "Brother Tongli, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault." Shu Ning watched the young man cry, sighing internally. Big man, there's no need for such theatrics. Nothing truly happened. Yet she understood his guilt stemmed from who he was. She wished to console him, but remembered she was, in fact, Tongli, having just discovered that her cousin had violated his sister-in-law. How could she comfort him? Thus, she chided him lightly. "Enough now. A grown man shouldn't cry like this." Erbao quieted momentarily, yet continued to sob, tears and snot mingling, smearing his face with wall dust, transforming him into a comical sight. Shu Ning stifled a laugh, adopting a serious expression. "Stop crying. You're a man. What's the point of tears? If there's a problem, let us address it." Erbao pondered how to resolve this issue, feeling an overwhelming sadness. Shu Ning, noticing his deep remorse, asked, "Your mother sent you, didn't she?" He instinctively nodded but hesitated, finally mumbling, "My aunt. She doesn't know." Tongli was astute. He aimed to avoid creating conflict between his aunt and brother. Upon observing his demeanor, Shu Ning said nothing further, simply remarking, "Be more discerning in the future. Do you follow everything your mother says?" Erbao nodded vigorously. "Understood, brother." This matter seemed to be concluded. "That was a trick, silly brother," Shu Ning teased. "Big brother. You're too earnest." Wang Erbao corrected himself. No. My aunt wouldn't let you toil in the fields. She treasures Qin Xiang too much for that." Erbao felt elated, his spirits lifted. Although he was conversing with his sister-in-law, the realization that he was speaking with brother Tongli transformed him entirely, making him more talkative. Shu Ning replied, "Just see how it goes. Stay as long as you like." "Brother, how is my uncle over there?" "He is doing well." "Brother." Erbao barraged her with questions, and Shu Ning replied, either with vague responses or evasions. However, as dusk encroached, the dynamics of their solitude, being a man and a woman, meant it was not the time for idle chatter. "It's time to go," Shu Ning interrupted, instructing him to tidy up the remnants of the alcohol. She needed to depart. Wang Erbao was taken aback, instinctively asking why. Shu Ning immediately adopted a brotherly tone. "You're not going to question me, are you? Don't you heed your brother's words?" Wang Erbao nodded earnestly. "Okay. I understand. I promise not to say a word." As Shu Ning turned to leave, she knew silence was imperative. Closing her eyes, she examined the main page's unlocked tasks. What did it mean to save Qin Xiang? The previous world had offered no explanations for the tasks, but this time, there was a note beneath the task. Help Qin Xiang live her own life. Well, the grand system is certainly vague. Such a broad statement can hardly be considered a clarification. At least now she understood the task's direction. No longer would she be idle under the sun, consuming plain rice. As Shu Ning pondered, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. The next morning, she was awakened by the sound of the door creaking open. Wang Xiaofan rushed in with a familiar expression of surprise upon seeing Shu Ning in bed. She inhaled deeply and exhaled, then hung her head, stamping her foot in place. Shu Ning sat up, rubbing her eyes. "Mom?" Wang Xiaofan sighed heavily, settling beside her on the bed. "Did you see Erbao last night?" This time, She no longer approached the question with trepidation. Her urgency regarding the matter of childbirth had grown. Just as Wang Xiaofan prepared to inquire further, Shu Ning quickly interjected, "Mom, I dreamt of Brother Tongli last night." "Brother Tongli?" Wang Xiaofan was taken aback, gazing at Shu Ning. "Mom, did you dream of Brother Tongli?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaofan's eyes glistened with tears, temporarily setting aside thoughts of childbirth. She had not slept, having spent the night in the main hall. Regret washed over her. She felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. The two women, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, sat together in silence, burdened by the topic of family traditions. After a while, Wang Xiaofan finally spoke softly, "Xiang'er, do you wish to have children?" In her heart, Shu Ning realized her mission was to save Qin Xiang, allowing the original owner to live her own life. However, having a child would complicate matters immensely, so she shook her head, expressing her disinterest. Wang Xiaofan sighed heavily, saying nothing further, and walked away. Meanwhile, Shu Ning pondered deeply. How could one live their own life when Qin Xiang barely recognized the character for life and was an orphan without any means of livelihood? First and foremost, she needed a way to sustain herself. Could she rely on Wang Xiaofan indefinitely? The woman had no farming skills and was utterly unaccustomed to manual labor. Relying on her mother-in-law now would not guarantee her future. Thus, becoming self-sufficient was the first step towards living her own life. Being a woman of action, Shu Ning resolutely set her sights on her goal. After washing up the next morning, she promptly headed to the kitchen. Wang Xiaofan, preoccupied with her thoughts, had forgotten to prepare breakfast, so Shu Ning decided to take matters into her own hands. The kitchen was not equipped with a modern gas stove. Instead, it was a rudimentary earthen stove built by the villagers, with a fire pit and a large pot where both rice and vegetables were cooked together. Breakfast typically consisted of porridge. As Shu Ning prepared to wash the rice, Wang Xiaofan emerged from her room, startled, and exclaimed, "Xiang'er, what are you doing?" Shu Ning, holding a basin, blinked innocently and replied, "I'm making breakfast." Wang Xiaofan immediately regretted forgetting to cook and rushed to snatch the basin from her. "Let me do it. You can just relax." "No, that won't do," Shu Ning insisted. "Self-sufficiency begins with knowing how to cook. What will I do if I can't even prepare a meal? At 18, I must be the only girl in this whole village who can't cook." Shu Ning evaded her mother-in-law's grasp and declared, "Mom, you take a break. I'll handle it. How about you supervise and guide me? Teach me what to do." Wang Xiaofan quickly seized the basin once more, and despite Shu Ning's protests, she found herself unable to compete with a seasoned woman's strength. After a brief struggle, Shu Ning was pushed toward the door. She felt defeated and finally understood the challenge of having a mother-in-law who treated her like a daughter, yet had raised her into someone utterly incapable of independence. With a resigned sigh, Shu Ning decided to sit down in the doorway, spreading her legs in a split, effectively blocking herself from being pushed out. "What on earth?" Wang Xiaofan exclaimed, watching as Shu Ning squatted down, her long legs resembling chopsticks on either side of her. Shu Ning, with her arms crossed and a serious expression, stated, "Mom, you go cook, I'll observe and learn." Wang Xiaofan was both amused and exasperated. Suddenly, she recalled her son's remark about her sister-in-law's legs. Perhaps they were indeed a fine pair. At that moment, Bao, curious about his cousin, approached Wang Xiaofan's home. Upon arriving, he peered through the low fence and caught sight of Shu Ning grappling with Wang Xiaofan over the basin. To his surprise, they were arguing about who would prepare breakfast. He found this scene remarkable, as everyone in the village knew that his sister-in-law never worked. Today, however, she was eager to cook. Then it struck him. That wasn't just his sister-in-law. That was his cousin. Bao stood outside the fence, quietly admiring the duo. "My brother is truly filial," he mused. Meanwhile, Shu Ning, still sitting cross-legged in the doorway, realized she couldn't continue like this. Even if she didn't know how to cook, she needed to learn how to work so she could feed herself in the future. Wang Xiaofan's interference was unacceptable. She needed a solution, preferably a permanent one. Just then, the sound of the door being pushed open caught Shu Ning's attention. She turned instinctively and was surprised to see Bao. In that instant, a brilliant idea struck her, and she leaped to her feet so quickly that she nearly strained a muscle. As Bao entered, He cheerfully called out, "Brother." His greeting echoed not only in Shu Ning's ears, but also reached Wang Xiaofan in the kitchen, causing her to freeze mid-cut, nearly slicing her hand. What is Bao up to? She wondered, setting down her knife and wiping her hands on her apron. She turned to see him standing at the kitchen door, while Shu Ning stood as well. Bao then addressed Shu Ning, "Sister-in-law, you're taking pity on my aunt, eager to make breakfast." Wang Xiaofan was left in shock. What was Bao doing? But before she could process this, a more astonishing revelation unfolded. What? What did you just say? The sound of the knife clattering to the cutting board echoed as Wang Xiaofan approached Shu Ning with wide eyes, gripping her arm tightly. Her expression flickered with an almost frantic hope, her voice trembling. You are." Shu Ning closed her eyes momentarily, as if summoning the courage for this awaited moment. With renewed determination, she opened her eyes and knelt before Wang Xiaofan, wrapping her arms around her waist. Wang Xiaofan's breath quickened, disbelief washing over her. Instinctively, she thought her daughter-in-law was joking, urging her to stop fooling around. "Get up, it's too early for games." "Mom, I am Tang Li," Shu Ning declared earnestly. "I truly am Tang Li." Wang Xiaofan's lips trembled as she forced herself to hold back tears, though her eyes were already red. She tugged at Shu Ning, still unwilling to believe. Meanwhile, Wang Bao approached, perplexed, yet declared, "Aunt, it truly is my brother." Wang Xiaofan snapped at her. "How do you know?" In the past, Wang Bao would have shrunk away in silence, but this time, concerning his elder brother, he stepped forward with unwavering conviction, asserting, "It is indeed my brother, aunt. It truly is." Shu Ning understood that Wang Xiaofan would not easily believe Wang Bao, so she spoke up. "Mom, do you remember what you told me when I was on the brink of death?" Wang Xiaofan froze, her grip on Shu Ning's hand faltering. Seizing the moment, Shu Ning quickly continued, "You said to find my father, mentioning that you had burned a great deal of paper money for him and left a message for him to save it for me, urging me to listen to him. You even told me my father's name." Wang Xiaofan felt as if struck by lightning, gazing down at Shu Ning in disbelief, her face a canvas of shock. No one in the village knew the name of Wang Xiaofan's husband, for she had never married him. He was an artist, known only as Tang Huajia. After the man departed, Wang Xiaofan had kept his name a closely guarded secret for decades, never once mentioning it, not even to her son, except for one instance. Just before Tang Li was to leave, she had whispered to her son to seek out his father, who was wealthy due to the copious amounts of paper money she had burned, assuring him that his father would be waiting. His name was Tang Haojia. Shu Ning gently stated, "Father's name is Tang Haojia." It was as if thunder had silenced the world around Wang Xiaofan. Everything faded away except for her daughter-in-law. No. Her son, before her. Shu Ning was suddenly overwhelmed, her own eyes brimming with tears. "Mom." Yet Wang Xiaofan shook her head, silencing her, and enveloped her in a tight embrace. "My son, I have missed you so dearly." In that moment, Shu Ning felt the overwhelming love from this pitiable woman. "I am sorry for deceiving you. Your son is truly gone, and you have no one to rely on. But you still have Qin Xiang. You raised her, cared for her, and loved her. She is not just your daughter-in-law, but your daughter. You have given her all your love and kindness. Ensure she has a path of her own. Soon, she will indeed become your support." Determined not to let her emotions cloud her judgment, Shu Ning swiftly composed herself. Soon, Wang Xiaofan ceased her weeping, and Wang Bao, unsure of what to do, finally suggested, "Brother, aunt, please stop crying. Hurry and dry your tears before others see." He remembered his elder brother's instructions. The three then relocated from the kitchen to the main room. With the door closed, the two sat facing each other, and Wang Xiaofan found herself at a loss for words. Wang Bao, wanting to speak, glanced at his recently wept aunt and reconsidered, ultimately leaving the room to grant the mother and son privacy. Shu Ning quietly listened to Wang Xiaofan's expressions of longing and musings about her son. She did not find it tiresome. Rather, she carefully gathered these sentiments and love, placing them gently within Qin Xiang's heart. At long last, Wang Xiaofan finished speaking, wiped her tears, and exclaimed, "Look at me. I got so carried away with these trivial matters that I forgot breakfast. It's ready in the kitchen. Let me fetch it for you." Shu Ning quickly stopped her. "Mom, There's no rush. I need to discuss something with you first. Upon hearing that there was a matter to address, Wang Xiaofan sat down eagerly, asking, "What is it? Do you need my help?" Shu Ning replied softly, "It's about Qin Xiang." Wang Xiaofan froze for a moment, quickly recalling her bow, realizing he had recognized Tang Li before her. Was it related to last night? She had arranged for Bao and Qin Xiang too. She had been confused. My mistake, all my fault. I was muddled. Rest assured, Qin Xiang is yours. Entirely yours. Shu Ning thought to clarify, but Wang Xiaofan suddenly became serious, lowering her voice as she asked, "Son, let me ask you something." "Yes." "Did you find a beautiful wife after you passed?"
No.
Shu Ning found herself both amused and in agreement, nodding as she understood. Just as she was about to broach the main subject, Wang Xiaofan interrupted again. "By the way, when you're alone at night, be gentle. Your wife is delicate. Don't leave marks on her. It won't look good, and it could be troublesome." Shu Ning, speechless, could only think of the absurd images conjured by her mother-in-law's words. She desperately needed some mental cleansing to dispel those thoughts. Shu Ning, under the pretense of familial duty, imparted several pieces of advice to Wang Xiaofan. Firstly, he conveyed the finality of his demise, asserting that Qin Xiang would never bear children, and urged her to refrain from orchestrating any similar arrangements as that of Wang Bao. Secondly, he advised against overly indulging Qin Xiang, emphasizing the necessity for her to cultivate independence. The fundamental skills of farming and cooking were essential for survival, and without them, she would face starvation. Thirdly, he implored her to prioritize self-love before extending affection to others. Wang Xiaofan readily acquiesced to the first 2 points without hesitation. Yet when it came to the third, she chuckled and remarked, "Oh dear, I'm but an old bone, soon to be incapable of much. What does it mean to love oneself doubly? While I am still able, I shall assist your wife and save a bit for our household, so she may find life a tad easier in the future." Shu Ning disagreed vehemently, believing that those who selflessly give of themselves often lead exhausting lives. If one can be kind to others, why not extend that kindness to oneself? Wang Xiaofan, understanding her son's intentions, felt a swell of joy within her, but, being of advanced age, she remained obstinate, fearing further admonitions from him. She assured him, I understand. Rest assured, if Qin Xiang eats 2 buns, so shall I. Does that suffice?" Shu Ning nodded in agreement. In her original plan, she had not intended to impersonate Tang Li for long, for Tang Li was truly dead. The future lay in the mutual support between Wang Xiaofan and Qin Xiang. Thus, that very night, she bid farewell to them in the guise of Tang Li. Upon waking the next day, she opened the door to find her mother-in-law, Wang Xiaofan, standing in the courtyard. A bucket of water had already been drawn beside the well, and a small basin of coarse rice was prepared. However, water was water, and rice was rice. Shu Ning rubbed her eyes and approached, addressing her mother-in-law. Wang Xiaofan, with utmost seriousness, instructed her, "Xiang from today onwards, you shall prepare breakfast." Shu Ning instantly perked up, setting aside her previous tasks and affirmatively responded, "All right." Wang Xiaofan signaled towards the rice awaiting washing, and Shu Ning nodded, rolling up her sleeves to begin her work. Truth be told, manual labor was quite taxing. Shu Ning had never engaged in farming before, and as she learned, she was clumsy at first. Fortunately, Wang Xiaofan was patient, gradually teaching her, believing that such tasks were learnable. Before long, a month had passed, and Shu Ning had become adept at cooking in the kitchen, drawing well water for laundry, and managing household chores with remarkable efficiency. Yet, Wang Xiaofan persistently forbade her from working the fields. Each time Shu Ning broached the subject, her mother-in-law found various excuses to dissuade her, once even stating, "Your hands are too delicate for field work. Cooking and cleaning are sufficient. I wouldn't want your hands to resemble those of the daughters from the old Qin family, hands that are rough and unseemly." Shu Ning felt a mix of gratitude and envy for the original Qin Xiang, who had such a caring mother-in-law. Yet she lamented the futility of knowing how to cook without rice. An empty granary would yield no sustenance, and the grass in the fields was not edible. In a city, one might find alternative work if farming were not an option, but in this remote mountain village, what else could one do besides cultivate the land? Qin Kaihong was unfortunate to have been born to Zhou Jingying, a mother who was miserly and cantankerous. When it came time for her daughter to marry, she begrudged not only the bride price but also the dowry, leaving it pitifully scant. When her daughter, possessing talent, married well, the family gained some face. Yet Zhou Jingying could not resist belittling Wang Xiaofan and Qin Xiang. One morning, she stood outside Wang Xiaofan's courtyard, loudly proclaiming, "My daughter is exceptional. Not only does she thrive, but she also treats me, her mother, well. Unlike some, who have no daughters and must rely on their daughters-in-law to get by, how pitiful. Their daughters-in-law are still young and tender, while they serve them like maids. What will happen in the future? Will they not starve?" Shu Ning found Zhou Jingying's penchant for stirring trouble quite formidable. Was she fearless or simply hard-headed? Fortunately, Wang Xiaofan was disinterested in engaging with Zhou Jingying, remarking to Shu Ning, "That wretched woman. Ignore her. She is like a mad dog barking. You see, in our village, even the dogs remain silent. Only she yaps on." Peering outside, Shu Ning chuckled. Indeed, many households in the village had dogs, and at that moment, all the dogs stood alert, gazing outward, while Zhou Jingying was the sole source of noise. With the dogs indifferent, Shu Ning paid her no mind and returned to her tasks, noting, "Kaihong is truly capable. She and her husband have opened a factory in town. The Qin family is enjoying the benefits, no need to toil in the fields, and they earn money. Their monthly earnings surpass our annual expenses. Trapped in this small village, one could only farm for a lifetime." If Shu Ning wished to help the original Qin Xiang carve out her own life, she needed to seek greater opportunities. Yet Wang Xiaofan remained stubbornly resistant, having previously refused to let her daughter-in-law engage in manual labor, and now she was equally unwilling to leave. Content with her little plot of land and life in the village, Shu Ning inquired, "Do you not wish to see the world beyond?" Wang Xiaofan replied, "Not at all." Shu Ning pressed, "What of earning more money?" Wang Xiaofan retorted, "What need have we for excess? As long as we have enough to spend, that suffices." Unable to sway Wang Xiaofan, the mother-in-law then turned to Shu Ning, asking, "Xiang, do you envy Qin Kaihong's fine garments, jewelry, and the fact that she rides in a car?" It dawned on Shu Ning that the source of her hindrances was indeed Wang Xiaofan, her mother-in-law by title, yet a maternal figure by affection. She nurtured Qin Xiang with maternal love, yet that same love bound her, influencing her decisions. Rather than teaching survival skills, she had fostered a dependency, making her daughter-in-law a delicate flower unaccustomed to hardship. Shu Ning realized that although maternal love could be constraining, it could also be manipulated to her advantage. With a contemplative expression, Shu Ning slowly nodded and confessed, "Mother, I do indeed envy Sister Kaihong. I long for beautiful clothes and jewelry, and I wish to ride in a car. But how can everything change in just a year?" Wang Xiaofan's response was swift and firm. "No, absolutely not." Shu Ning understood that Wang Xiaofan's reaction stemmed from her affection for her daughter-in-law, coupled with a sense of inadequacy to provide the life that Shu Ning yearned for. This created a conflict within her, as she resisted the thought of leaving the village she had called home for so long. Shu Ning could empathize. Her own mother had been just as obstinate, unwilling to replace her old brick-making machine with a modern one, responding with anger and lamenting the futility of raising a daughter. Shu Ning, possessing experience, recognized that she must navigate this situation delicately. Thus, she asked her companion, 13, how many auxiliary tools or props have been unlocked. 13 replied, "Currently, only the props rewarded after the completion of the previous world's mission have been unlocked." Props? She had yet to utilize any. Shu Ning inquired, "What props?" 13 explained, "The props are designed to create dreams, as the name suggests, to fashion a dreamscape." Remarkably, the reward props also possess levels, and Shu Ning, by virtue of her strength, discovered that hers was of the highest tier, level 10. Contemplating the implications of such a tool, Shu Ning's thoughts suddenly coalesced around the concept of dreams. That very night, as she drifted into slumber, Wang Xiaofan found herself enveloped in a dream, one in which she encountered Tang Li. Wang Xiaofan sighed, "Indeed, that girl has been a waste of my efforts. I have raised her for so many years, yet she ultimately desires to leave. I provided her with food and clothing, yet she still envies others." Tang Li responded, "She wishes for a better life. Naturally, she wishes to depart." Wang Xiaofin's voice rose even in her dreams. A better life. Haven't I given her a good life? I couldn't bear to let her work in the fields. I only allowed her to cook and wash clothes, never letting her farm. Is this life not good enough for her? Tang Li replied, but what if one day you grow old and can no longer work the fields? Will she do it herself? She cannot, not now, and probably will not endure that hardship in the future. Wang Xiaofin fell silent, only to mumble, isn't there still Erbao? Tang Li sighed, you mention Erbao now, but will he not marry and have children in the future? He is so honest. He will be at the mercy of his wife. Would he dare to farm for Qin Xiang and then not defend his wife? Wang Xiaofin ceased her words entirely. After a moment, she realized, son, you have been gone for so long without sending me a dream, and suddenly today you do. Are you trying to persuade me to leave with Qin Xiang? Pausing, she shifted her tone. It must be that Qin Xiang has come to you with her grievances. She continued, I understand now. You don't send me dreams not because you don't want to, but because you go to find Qin Xiang every night. You've forgotten your mother, once you have a wife. In another room, Shu Ning, who was controlling the dream, thought to herself, dear mother-in-law, your misunderstanding of your son is rather significant. Wang Xiaofin began to murmur in her dream, complaining that Tang Li never sent her dreams, and when he did, it was only to speak for his wife, further affirming that not seeking out his mother meant he was visiting his wife each night, indeed, forgetting his mother. Ultimately, she exclaimed, if you go to see your wife every night, why hasn't she conceived yet? Shu Ning remained silent. Wang Xiaofin grew more agitated. If she cannot bear children, why do you seek her out every day? You should let her sleep well. Tang Li responded, I do not seek her out every day. Wang Xiaofin huffed, clearly unconvinced. After a moment, she added, oh, if you don't seek her out every day and haven't sent me dreams, then who do you seek when you're not with your wife? Do you have someone else in the underworld? Another ghostly woman? Shu Ning, controlling the dream, was exasperated. What nonsense! Wang Xiaofin, can you not always focus on matters of men and women? Last time was one thing, and this time it's the same. Wang Xiaofin was so startled by these visions that she quickly forgot the previous topic. Tang Li said, Mother, look at this. This is the city now. What I've shown you is just an ordinary city, not the most prosperous.
Do you see?
There are no fields here. Yet the roads are wider than in our village, and the buildings are not like ours. They are all high-rises. There are many shopping malls where everything is sold. And everything is available as long as you have money. There are numerous job opportunities here. Educated individuals perform professional jobs, and skilled workers engage in technical jobs. Those without skills can still work as nannies, salespeople, delivery personnel, or takeout workers. In our village, farming depends on the weather and harvest, but here, as long as one is willing to work, they can certainly earn money. Wang Xiaofin's eyes widened in amazement. Everything was so novel, so unfamiliar. As the distant scenery gradually drew closer, she found herself on the street, watching various men and women of all ages stride past her. Instinctively, she shrank back, aware that she felt out of place. It was painfully obvious. She was dressed in simple cloth clothes and shoes, with a scarf tied around her head, while the people here wore fashionable attire. Even the older individuals appeared better dressed than she did. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a young girl passing by, around the same age as her daughter-in-law, equally beautiful and radiant. Yet, she wore no plain garments. Instead, she donned a long dress and high heels, exuding an air of elegance and grace that made her seem almost celestial in Wang Xiaofin's eyes. Wang Xiaofin was utterly mesmerized, murmuring, this is outside? Yes. This is the outside. Tang Li's voice emerged beside her in the dream, startling her. Wang Xiaofin steadied herself, still trying to process the city before her. But after a moment, she turned to Tang Li and asked, Son, do the young women here not farm? Tang Li shook his head gently. They do not. Wang Xiaofin pressed, then how do they earn money? The scene shifted dramatically, and the street vanished, leaving the mother and son standing in an open office area of a company. Wang Xiaofin beheld things she had never seen in her life: computers, keyboards, printers, fax machines, and more, all laid out in an open-plan office. She froze again, feeling even more restrained this time, as the serious atmosphere in the office contrasted sharply with what she had just witnessed. Where is this? What are they doing? Tang Li patiently explained, and Wang Xiaofan began to understand. They were working, not in the fields, not wielding hoes, but simply sitting and striking keys on rectangular boxes. That was their work. Tang Li smiled. Isn't it quite easy? Wang Xiaofan nodded fervently. It was not just easy, it was almost like play compared to laboring under the scorching sun. Tang Li continued, this is how they earn their living. Wang Xiaofan was astonished, her worldview profoundly transformed. You can work while sitting? You can earn money like this? Tang Li added, so, mother, why not try going to the big city? The work is still labor, yet it's easier, and you can earn more money. Don't you want Qin Xiang to avoid working in the fields? But she will need to make a living someday. She cannot rely on you forever. In the city, there is no need to farm, and job opportunities abound. Why not give it a try? Amidst all this talk of opportunities and earning more money, Wang Xiaofan barely absorbed anything except for the part about not having to farm. She gazed at the office cubicles, contemplating that her daughter-in-law was not any less capable than the girls here. She could not bear to see her toil in the fields. So why couldn't she engage in such work? Was it really so simple to earn money just by tapping away at those small boxes? Her daughter-in-law was quick at husking corn and had nimble fingers. She could surely do better than them and earn even more money. This was the gentle coaxing of a mother-in-law, coupled with her son's persuasion and the allure of the city. Yet, the most compelling factor remained her son's encouragement. After all, in Wang Xiaofan's eyes, no matter how wonderful the city appeared, it could not compare to her son's words. Just as the dream was about to fade away, allowing Wang Xiaofan to continue her slumber, suddenly, she grasped Tang Li's arm tightly, her eyes wide. Son. Shu Ning was startled, and Tang Li was equally surprised. Mother? Wang Xiaofan fixed her gaze on him, slowly leaning in. In that underworld of yours, are there many female ghosts from the city's past?
Tang Li blinked, yes.
Wang Xiaofan pointed to a beautiful female employee at a workstation and asked, are they all as lovely as her? Tang Li hesitated. More or less. Wang Xiaofan pinched his ear sharply. I knew it, you mischievous boy. Tell me, is it true that you have a ghostly lady outside, which is why you don't seek your wife every day? Shu Ning was speechless, feeling as though Tang Li's coffin lid was about to burst open. The next morning, after waking, Wang Xiaofan noticed Shu Ning's weary expression and inquired, did you not sleep well? Shu Ning merely nodded. Wang Xiaofan suddenly asked, did Tang Li come to find you in the latter half of the night? Shu Ning observed Wang Xiaofan's bewildered expression and, recalling that she might not remember the dream, shook her head and reassured her, it's nothing, I fixed him last night.
He will behave now.
Why are you staring at me? Come, let us eat. Shu Ning found herself in a state of helpless amusement. Soon enough, she discovered that, although Wang Xiaofan refrained from mentioning a move to the city, she had secretly met with Qin Kaihong several times. While Wang Xiaofan had pursued Zhou Jingying with fervor on multiple occasions, her relationship with Qin Kaihong remained amicable. Years ago, when Qin Kaihong was still an unmarried woman, Zhou Jingying had consulted Wang Xiaofan, the fortune teller, about their marriage prospects. After several refusals, Wang Xiaofan eventually nodded in agreement. However, both Zhou Jingying and Qin Kaihong were skeptical about the union, primarily due to the groom's distant residence and the fact that he was an orphan. In their village, such circumstances often meant difficulty in finding a wife. Yet, Wang Xiaofan had divined positively about the man, foreseeing a prosperous life for them. Indeed, they now led a flourishing existence. When Wang Xiaofan approached Qin Kaihong, she was warmly received. Upon learning that Wang Xiaofan was inquiring about life in the city, Qin Kaihong promptly replied, my dear aunt, why bother asking? Of course, life is better outside. Our village has only a small grocery store, while the city boasts countless malls and supermarkets. Farming yields meager returns. If you go out, you could work as a nanny or a maternity matron. Such income could cover 3 to 4 years of expenses here. Wang Xiaofan, having had dreams of her son, understood the allure of city life, but sought further confirmation. Qin Kaihong insisted, consider not just yourself, but also that girl, Xiang'er. At merely 18, she is so vibrant. Should she remain a widow for life? Qin Kaihong, with her progressive mindset, was unbothered by traditional notions of familial ties. She continued, you and Xiang'er are now each other's sole support. In our village, she would have already been married and had children. Outside, 18 is merely the beginning of womanhood. While she is regarded as a widow here in the city, it is different. There are no certificates binding her. People would assume she is your adopted daughter. At 18, she could pursue education and a good job, find a suitable partner. Even ordinary men in the city can help save for a house and raise children. You would be a legitimate grandmother. Wouldn't life be much better than now? Qin Saihong's astuteness lay in her words, each one striking a chord with Wang Xiaofan, who, despite knowing the scenario was hypothetical, could not help but envision a future where Xiang'er attended school, secured a good job, remarried, and had children, where she would be a grandmother. Such dreams filled her with anticipation and joy, and she felt no guilt over favoring Xiang'er while her son was no longer around to seek a new partner. Days later, Wang Xiaofan made a resolute decision and firmly stated to Shu Ning, Xiang'er, don't you wish to go to the city, live in a nice house, and wear beautiful clothes? I promise you, we will pack our things and leave with Kaihong. Shu Ning was taken aback by the swiftness of this decision. She had anticipated that they would finish the year's farming before considering a move, given the busyness of autumn. Wang Xiaofan dismissed her concerns about the land, stating, the land? Just give it to Herbao's family. They are strong men. Surely they can manage a bit of land. Shu Ning immediately embraced Wang Xiaofan, exclaiming, Mother, you are truly like Xiang'er's real mother. Wang Xiaofan, not accustomed to such intimacy, wriggled away, complaining, you are a grown woman. How can you hug your mother-in-law like this? Release me. Yet, Shu Ning refused to let go, and instead, she turned and planted an affectionate kiss on Wang Xiaofan's cheek. Wang Xiaofan, both amused and reproachful, said, you dare to kiss me? You must be asking for a beating. Shu Ning retaliated with another kiss, and then another, until there were many, each one more affectionate than the last. Having resolved to move to the city, Wang Xiaofan took measures to handle their land and grain. She gave the land to Herbao's family, exchanged the grain for cash with villagers, and organized their tools while leaving the house in the care of her brother and sister-in-law. However, trouble soon arose from Zhou Jingying, who, upon hearing that Wang Xiaofan and her daughter-in-law intended to leave with Qin Kaihong, lamented that her daughter was ungrateful for not following her to the city while an outsider did. The neighbors, hearing the commotion, began to gossip, leaving Qin Kaihong feeling embarrassed, prompting her to provide explanations, which eventually soothed Zhou Jingying. Yet soon after, she set her sights on Wang Xiaofan's land and her home. Zhou Jingying resorted to a tantrum at the village chief's office, claiming that since Wang Xiaofan was leaving, she was no longer part of the village, and thus her land should be confiscated. The village chief, exasperated by Zhou Jingying's antics, reminded her that such matters had already been settled. Land belonged to its rightful owners. When asked to specify who should receive the confiscated land, Zhou Jingying brazenly declared, of course, it should go to my family, the Qins. After all, Xiang'er was raised by us. We are in-laws. The chief was taken aback, realizing that this was more than mere disruption. It was an attempt at land grabbing. He pointed toward the door, demanding, get out. Bring your husband to discuss this. Zhou Jingying stubbornly refused to leave, insisting, if the land is not to be divided, what about the grain? If I continue to farm it, it should belong to me, right? And what about her empty yard? My cousin is getting married, and they need a place to stay. Frustrated, the chief reiterated, bring your husband. Zhou Jingying's loud outbursts soon spread throughout the village, reaching Wang Xiaofan, who learned that her family had already taken possession of the land and the keys to her home. Zhou Jingying's outburst undoubtedly made the Wang family feel that they were being robbed. Wang Xiaofan's sister-in-law was instantly incensed, and as Wang Xiaofan silently cursed Zhou Jingying for her foolishness, her sister-in-law rushed to confront her at home. The eldest daughter-in-law, a tall woman with a commanding presence, joined in the fray, her voice booming as she berated Zhou Jingying for her audacity to claim land, creating a formidable scene. Zhou Jingying, cowering within her home, was too frightened to step outside, relying on her daughter, Qin Kaihong, to help manage the situation. Qin Kaihong refused to go, instead munching on sunflower seeds. She raised her hand to gesture at her attire, saying, Mom, this outfit cost $800, the pants $350, the leather shoes $760, and I spent $600 on my hair. If I go out and get into a fight, this outfit will be ruined. All this money is equivalent to more than a year's expenses back home. Zhou Jingying was left speechless, her face turning ashen. She sought out Qin Kaihong again, to which Qin Kaihong shrugged. Mom, it's pointless to look for me. I can't out-talk Dad. Zhou Jingying remained silent. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofan was packing her bags, ignoring Zhou Jingying entirely. She had asked Qin Kaihong to accompany her and her mother-in-law on their journey, prompting Qin Kaihong to deliberately delay her departure for a few days. She was concerned they might grow impatient, so she hastened her packing, leaving no time to engage with Zhou Jingying. After all, a foolish woman is simply foolish. One afternoon, Shu Ning assisted Wang Xiaofan in transporting their packed luggage to Qin Kaihong's vehicle, placing it in the trunk. Once this task was completed, Qin Kaihong invited Wang Xiaofan inside for a chat, seemingly with matters to discuss. Shu Ning observed her, her expression gradually shifting, though she merely smiled without speaking. Zhou Jingying turned to enter the kitchen for a drink. Shu Ning stood up and followed her. Upon seeing her enter, Zhou Jingying glanced sideways and dismissed her. Go away. You widow, bringing bad luck. Don't let your misfortune taint my kitchen. However, Shu Ning appeared to glide silently to Zhou Jingying's side, softly stating, Aunt. Zhou Jingying set down her cup, glaring at her, retorting, Who is your aunt? Are you so foolish as to forget? I am your elder aunt. Shu Ning maintained her detached demeanor, continuing in a chilling tone. Aunt, do you not remember? When I died, you said it was good for me to be gone, sparing my mother and Qin Xiang from burden. Zhou Jingying stared at the eerie face before her, the words echoing in her mind. With a clatter, her enamel cup fell to the ground, spilling water over her foot. She felt her body stiffen, her voice trembling. You, Qin Xiang, I warn you, stop this nonsense. The party secretary already stated in the pamphlet that ghosts do not exist. There is no need to frighten me. Shu Ning coldly chuckled, taking a step closer to Zhou Jingying, her voice still chilling. Aunt, have you forgotten? I remember well the words you whispered at my wake. You claimed I was born of a father but raised without one, that I was doomed, and that my mother killed my father, and would eventually kill me too. Each word and phrase drained the color from Zhou Jingying's face, and by the end, she felt as if she might collapse. She stood at the wake, facing the portrait of the deceased, bowing her head and muttering, How pitiful, born of a father yet raised without one. It's truly your mother's fate that killed your father, and now your entire family deserves this. When your mother eventually kills your wife too, you'll truly be in the afterlife with her. Just wait, perhaps it won't even take 10 years. The words were not her own, but those of the widow before her. She was acutely aware that Qin Xiang could not possibly know this, yet if she did not, others surely would. The wake. Zhou Jingying froze, cold sweat cascading down her back. You're the wake, the wake. Shu Ning smiled slowly, tilting her chin and raising her eyes to meet Zhou Jingying's, resembling a ghostly apparition. Aunt, I've said so much, and only now do you recognize me. Zhou Jingying screamed loudly, and pushed Shu Ning away, fleeing outside, exclaiming, A ghost! A ghost! Yet as she ran, a trail of water droplets marked her path. Shu Ning looked down, puzzled about the source, inhaling a foul odor, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Was she truly so frightened she wet herself? Inside, Qin Kaihong had just asked Zhou Jingying to help calculate a friend's fortune, handing her a note with the birth date and a red envelope when they heard Zhou Jingying's panic screams from outside. Ghost! 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 Zhou Jingying turned to glance outside, perplexed. Qin Kaihong frowned but remarked, Ignore her, she's lost her mind again. After a while, she caught a whiff of something and jumped up from the bed in shock.
Damn.
This woman has actually wet the bed. Has she gone completely mad? Days later, once everything was packed, Shu Ning and Wang Xiaofan departed the village in Qin Kaihong's vehicle, with a crowd gathering to see them off, including the Wang family. Wang Erbao followed alongside, wiping his eyes. He wasn't crying, but his eyelids were certainly red. Wang Xiaofan looked out the partially opened window, frowning. Why are you crying? I'm off to better days, not mourning. Wang Erbao appeared simple-minded yet earnest, saying, Aunt, I will miss you and also my sister-in-law. Wang Xiaofan, unable to lower the window, peered through the gap, Just focus on farming and let your mother find you a good wife. Wang Erbao replied, I don't want to farm or marry. Foolish boy, Wang Xiaofan said. If you don't want to farm, come find us in a few years. Wang Erbao nodded. And have a safe journey. He ceased following, wiped his eyes, and waved goodbye. As the vehicle sped out of the village, kicking up dust, Qin Kaihong remarked that it would take a day to reach her town, inviting them to enjoy the scenery and rest when tired. Wang Xiaofan agreed, but when she turned to speak to her daughter-in-law, she found her already dozing off. So, she turned her attention to the landscape outside, reflecting on how she had never left their village in her life. Modern cities were wonderful. She suddenly longed for the days of being Mrs. Gao. At that moment, the narrative unlocked. Shu Ning felt a surge of excitement. Finally, the plot had progressed. It had been stagnant since the last cliffhanger with Wang Erbao and Qin Xiang's elopement. Not only had the narrative stalled, but the shop and system aids had also been inaccessible, leaving the entire system page as bleak as the mountain village itself. Hurriedly, Shu Ning checked the new plot, her shock nearly causing her to bite her tongue. It turned out that shortly after Erbao and Qin Xiang eloped, Wang Xiaofan too left the village. It was understandable. She had raised Qin Xiang alone, pouring all her affection into her only daughter-in-law. With both gone, she was compelled to pursue them. However, the vastness of the world made it nearly impossible for Wang Xiaofan to locate them. She juggled work to earn a living while searching, moving from one place to another, gradually heading north. Over a year later, she arrived in a large, bustling city, even larger than any she had previously known. She found work as a cleaner at a university, repeating her previous cycle of earning money while searching for her daughter-in-law and nephew. Not long after, she encountered a man at the university, none other than Tang Haojia, the rumored father of Tang Li. Shu Ning felt a premonition. He seemed like a notorious scoundrel.
Indeed.
The plot revealed that Tang Haojia had never died. In his youth, he had lived freely, painting and sketching until he reached the village where Wang Xiaofan lived, sustaining a leg injury that led him to be rescued and sheltered by her father, who was still alive at the time. Thus, this solitary, charming young man, so different from the village's laborers, became entangled with Wang's eldest daughter. Not only did Tang Haojia manage to woo Wang Xiaofan, but he also made a promise to marry her. The Wang family, aware of Tang Haojia's urban background and eager to forge an alliance, promptly organized a grand banquet in the village, hastily arranging for Wang Xiaofan's marriage. However, Tang Haojia was nothing more than a libertine, having deceived numerous young women in his youth. The absence of Wang Xiaofan would neither increase nor diminish his conquests. After all, they were not legally wed. In his eyes, hosting a banquet was merely a formality, and he would never refuse the opportunity to share a bed with a young woman. Thus, after reveling in village life for a fortnight, Tang Haojia grew weary and, finding nothing of value in this backward village, departed without a backward glance. From the outset, the tale of Tang Lily's father's unexpected death was merely a pretext fabricated by the Wang family. By the time they realized that Tang Haojia had vanished, it was far too late. A man lost, a woman deceived. Soon, it would be discovered that she was with child. What could be done? The narrative of widowhood became the most convenient excuse. Consequently, Wang Xiaofan transitioned from newlywed to widow, heartbroken and desolate. Upon discovering her pregnancy, she embraced the child as a source of solace, convincing herself that the man had truly perished. Holding on to a flicker of hope, she gave birth to her son. Tang Li, regrettably, the frail child succumbed in his youth. In the unfolding drama, Wang Xiaofan worked as a cleaner, only to reunite with the now-renowned artist Tang Haojia, who had become a visiting professor at her university, boasting a successful gallery and serving as the vice president of the local art association. This man, wealthy and accomplished, had long since taken a wife, yet curiously remained childless. Now past 50. Perhaps nostalgia for his youthful days of wandering as an artist had rekindled his emotions upon encountering Wang Xiaofan again. Despite being a married man, he once again pursued his former lover with fervor. Wang Xiaofan, though not raised in the city, quickly learned of his marital status. Infuriated that a married man would dare to pursue her, she was nonetheless intrigued by the fact that Tang Haojia and his wife had no children. Further inquiries revealed that Tang Haozhe had led a tumultuous life in his youth, battling depression and undergoing various treatments that rendered him incapable of fatherhood. This revelation struck Wang Xiaofan like a thunderbolt. What if she had conceived? With his circumstances, what would have happened? Students at her school informed her. Some individuals are simply unable to conceive, and Tang Haozhe fell into that category. Even if his wife had become pregnant, there was little doubt she would opt for termination. Wang Xiaofan's subsequent investigations confirmed that Tang Haozhe's legitimate wife had never borne children, and even his numerous mistresses were aware of his condition. This news shattered Wang Xiaofan, for in their small village, contraception was a foreign concept. Many women simply resorted to birth control measures without much thought. While she had been unaware of such methods in her youth, she understood the importance of bearing healthy children. Yet, she had brought a child into the world for a man who was incapable of fatherhood. Now it became clear why Tang Li had been so frail and why, after their marriage, Tang Haozhe had shown little interest in having children. He had known all along that he was unable to. Yet, he kept this truth from Wang Xiaofan, offering her no warning even as he departed. Upon discovering this reality, Wang Xiaofan felt a profound despair. She believed her life had been ruined by Tang Haozhe, and that of her son Tang Li, as well as those of Qin Xiang and Heir Bao, had been indirectly destroyed by him. Overwhelmed with regret and anguish, she sought revenge and ultimately killed Tang Haozhe. As the plot thickened, an unexpected turn unfolded. Qin Xiang, who had eloped, happened upon the scene just as Wang Xiaofan stabbed Tang Haozhe. Initially, he had not died. Had they called for help, he might have survived. But upon seeing Qin Xiang, Wang Xiaofan, in a moment of impulsive rage, delivered several more fatal blows. As a village woman, her strength was formidable, and Tang Haozhe perished on the spot. Following his death, Qin Xiang and Wang Xiaofan wept together, silently transporting the body to the mountains for burial. Not long after, the truth emerged, and both Qin Xiang and Wang Xiaofan were apprehended, with Tang Haozhe's body discovered. Typically, this would lead to the standard legal proceedings, with both women confessing to the facts. However, at this critical juncture, Tang Haozhe's legitimate wife revealed herself. Having been married for 25 years, she had endured a relationship filled with artistic pursuits, but had steadfastly refused to bear children, a choice she had made clear to all. After enduring 25 years, she had come to terms with her situation, waiting for Tang Haozhe to die, believing she would inherit a substantial fortune. However, the unexpected twist of his murder changed everything. The investigation unearthed the sordid details of Tang Haozhe's past, revealing the turmoil from over 2 decades ago, leaving the public shocked yet sympathetic towards Wang Xiaofan, especially upon learning about her frail child. Moved by compassion, Tang Haozhe's wife recognized Wang Xiaofan as an innocent victim among his many lovers. She took steps to assist Wang Xiaofan, employing her connections to secure legal representation and conveying her intentions through the lawyer. Qin Xiang, who had not committed murder but had aided in the concealment of the truth, was also implicated. The legitimate wife insisted that they testify that Tang Haozhe had attempted to assault Wang Xiaofan, and in her defense, Wang Xiaofan had acted in self-defense. Moreover, the legitimate wife offered to testify on behalf of Wang Xiaofan, affirming that Tang Haozhe had always harbored ill intentions towards her. This extraordinary alliance among women ultimately led to reduced sentences for both Wang Xiaofan and Qin Xiang. As Shu Ning perused the plot details, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Yet, upon reaching the conclusion, she was moved by the sight of Heir Bao alone, raising his and Qin Xiang's child in the city. Just then, a soft voice called to her, "Xiang?" Shu Ning opened her eyes to find Wang Xiaofan gazing at her with concern. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Though her eyes glistened, no tears fell. She shook her head, attributing her watery eyes to sand. Wang Xiaofan leaned closer, offering, "Shall I blow on it for you?" Shu Ning declined, rubbing her eyes. "I'm fine now." At last, she comprehended the essence of the system's second mission. Having lost her own life, she understood it was her duty to save another. Meanwhile, 13 also indicated that the third task, the final task of this world, had emerged, surprisingly encapsulated in a straightforward phrase. Shu Ning took a deep breath, gazing at the task objective, feeling invigorated. It seemed that the grand world system was not entirely misguided, had it assigned her a different task. she would have undoubtedly severed ties and departed without a moment's hesitation. She inquired of 13. The plot does not specify the exact city where Tang Haojia is located. How am I to find him? With this, Shu Ning felt reassured. At most, it would take 6 months, which was acceptable. She planned to help Wang Xiaofan settle in and adapt to urban life first. As for the scoundrel, oh no. Her dear father-in-law, he might enjoy his good fortune for another 6 months, but after that, she would have him kneel and call her father. They traveled throughout the day, arriving at Qin Saihong's home around 9 in the evening. The residence was a 2-story house located in the town, with the family factory situated in a nearby village, not far away. This town was not particularly prosperous. However, the Qin family enjoyed decent living conditions. Qin Saihong's husband had no parents, leaving just the couple and their 6-year-old daughter, who had recently started elementary school. The lively little girl was generous in welcoming Wang Xiaofan and her daughter-in-law with applause. Qin Saihong's husband had even arranged for 2 spacious bedrooms, leaving Wang Xiaofan pleasantly surprised. He quickly reassured, no need for formality, Aunt Wang. I've heard from Kaihong that if it weren't for you, we might never have married. Wang Xiaofan humbly replied, Oh, you were simply meant for each other. It was destiny. And I merely spoke it aloud. In her view, fate would either manifest or not. Independent of her influence, it was not her merit. However, Qin Saihong's husband held a different perspective. He did not believe in fate. He felt grateful to Wang Xiaofan for her kindness back then, which had allowed him to marry such a wonderful wife. After dinner, Qin Kaihong turned to Wang Xiaofan and said, By the way, Aunt, do you remember the matter I mentioned last time? They just called me, knowing you were coming, and invited you to the city. Shu Ning was taken aback. What was this about? Wang Xiaofan was no fool. Previously, one had to bring wine and meat to consult a fortune teller, and of course, there was a fee. Shu Ning pondered, what could this family possibly be consulting? They must be dissatisfied with the prospective son-in-law. Had they been content, they would have settled matters at once rather than delaying until now. The next day, Qin Kaihong took Wang Xiaofan and Shu Ning to the city. After a long drive, upon reaching the urban area, Wang Xiaofan was fascinated by everything, yet she maintained her composure, reluctant to appear inexperienced. She grasped Shu Ning as hand and cautioned, Don't look around too much. Others might think it's our first visit. But indeed, it was their first visit. Shu Ning smiled, finding her mother-in-law endearing. The divination regarding marital compatibility proceeded swiftly. Wang Xiaofan declared that the results were incompatible, attributing it to the children's birth dates clashing. Essentially, it signified that their careers would interfere with each other, making a harmonious marriage exceedingly difficult. To avoid a fiery dispute, one would have to sacrifice their career. But even then, a truly fulfilling marriage remained elusive. As she articulated these insights, Qin Saihong's friend nodded vigorously, affirming, Indeed, it is a clash. Aunt Wang, you are truly a master. My daughter works in finance, and since she met this man, not a single day at work has gone smoothly. Her boss used to favor her, but now he scolds her daily. Wang Xiaofan, however, was only adept at marital divination. She did not elaborate further. The family, convinced of the fortune teller's abilities, generously presented a red envelope containing 5,000 yuan. Wang Xiaofan, having never seen such a sum in her life, was momentarily stunned. The fortune teller's family insisted she accept it, repeatedly stating, You deserve it. It was quite a hassle for you to travel so far. Wang Xiaofan, taken aback for a moment, knew there was no etiquette against accepting money, thus promptly tucked it away. Suddenly, Shu Ning had a thought. Wasn't her mother-in-law skilled in marital divination? That could be a source of income. In the past, she had been a popular online emotional consultant. Fortune tellers often conducted consultations through social media. In this digital age, what could not be monetized? Wang Xiaofan frowned, recalling that she had only ever been consulted by others at her door. Now, would she venture onto the streets? Recognizing that Wang Xiaofan would likely satisfy Qin Xiang's requests, as she was effectively a second mother to her, Shu Ning suggested, Let us give it a try. Tomorrow, let us ask Sister Kaihong where we can find a vegetable market, and we can set up shop there. What was initially a trial was, in fact, Shu Ning's firm belief that Wang Xiaofan could indeed earn money through this skill. Ever since leaving the small village, 13, their companion, had inexplicably unlocked various capabilities. including access to a purchasing mall. Shu Ning procured an assistance item and discovered that Wang Xiaofan possessed a genuine talent for marital divination. Her abilities were not mere fabrications. Although she was unsure what to classify this as, it was evident that Wang Xiaofan's remarkable skill could be harnessed for profit. Determined the next day, Shu Ning and Wang Xiaofan went to the town's vegetable market, setting up a stall with a white cardboard sign that read, "Birthdate Compatibility Consultation, 5 yuan per session." Initially, no one approached. People dismissed the fortune-telling at the market as a scam, ignoring them entirely. However, Shu Ning, being a social media influencer, understood that what was most crucial for success was attracting attention, popularity. Thus, she spent 3,000 yuan from the purchasing mall to acquire a promotional tool, and soon, a crowd gathered around them. An elderly woman was the first to step forward, expressing skepticism about their abilities and provided 2 birth dates for consultation. Wang Xiaofan, sensing the gathering crowd, felt a mix of bewilderment and excitement. Nevertheless, when someone offered money for a reading, she was eager to oblige. Handing over the 5 yuan to Shu Ning, Wang Xiaofan settled in, jotting down the 2 birth dates on paper. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "If these birth dates are accurate, a marriage is highly improbable." The old woman was taken aback. "Why not?" Wang Xiaofan replied, "These 2 individuals are unlikely to even meet, let alone form a union." The old woman mumbled to herself. She had provided random birth dates and had no idea about their compatibility. Yet she pondered, could this plainly dressed woman truly possess such skills? The crowd buzzed with excitement, questioning the accuracy of the readings. As the numbers swelled, another man stepped forward, eager to know the prospects of his marriage with his wife. Wang Xiaofan leaned in to examine the birth date written on his phone, squinting for a moment before shaking her head. "You are fearful of your wife, yet your relationship is strong." Laughter erupted from the crowd at this revelation, and the man, feeling embarrassed, tossed 5 yuan onto the table, insisting, "We are very much in love." The third individual was a young man who had just experienced a breakup. He threw down his birth date and asked, "When will I get married?" Wang Xiaofan glanced at his details, lifting her eyelids to scrutinize him, and said, "You must first establish your career before thinking of marriage. Don't expect anything for the next 3 years. Perhaps consider it in 4. The young man, frustrated, paid and walked away, unsure of the accuracy of the reading, but he mused, "It does seem true that my work has been going well." A multitude of onlookers gathered, and while some were genuinely supportive, it was evident that others were merely drawn by the excitement, engaging in whimsical calculations. What began as mere jest soon proved surprisingly accurate, leaving many astonished. By the end of the morning, 20 individuals had been assessed, and a profit of over 100 yuan delighted Wang Xiaofan immensely. She tidied up her cards and small stool, casually ordered a ticket, and handed all the money to Shu Ning, smiling as she said, "Take this and keep it safe for me." Shu Ning accepted the money, feeling a wave of gratitude mixed with a hint of bitterness. For while she had earned over 100 yuan, she had spent 3,000 on assistance, which only lasted 2 weeks. She was truly indulging her mother-in-law with her newfound abilities. Thus, for the next fortnight, Shu Ning and Wang Xiaofan set up their stall at the market daily, sometimes at their local market, other times venturing to more distant ones. Before long, the entire town buzzed with talk of a fortune-teller renowned for her accuracy in predicting romantic fates. With Qin Saihong's help in promoting their services, word spread further.
Indeed.
"She's remarkably precise. She predicted my relationship with my husband." Others chimed in. "Yes, it's true. She also predicted my friend's daughter's relationship, which was unsuitable." After their breakup, her career flourished. Gradually, inquiries began to pour in, with people seeking their insights on love. Qin Kaihong established a price list, 200 yuan for gender compatibility and 300 yuan for romantic predictions, with additional charges for other services. Wang Xiaofan, who had previously dabbled in fortune-telling at the market, quickly learned the nuances of delivering good and bad news. For favorable outcomes, she would embellish with flattering words, while for less auspicious predictions, she would tread carefully, only mentioning the direst circumstances when absolutely necessary. Thus, fortune-telling became a temporary livelihood for both Wang Xiaofan and Shu Ning, earning them a modest but effortless income each month. Upon earning their first 1,000 yuan, Wang Xiaofan surprised Shu Ning with a new mobile phone. although she wasn't particularly tech-savvy. It seemed essential in their small town, where everyone owned one, even Qin Saihong's 6-year-old daughter. Wang Xiaofan had noticed Shu Ning's lingering gaze on the child's device and decided to purchase one for her daughter-in-law. Shu Ning was taken aback when she received the phone, at a loss for words, exclaiming, "Mom, why not save this money? Why buy me a phone?" Wang Xiaofan shrugged off the gesture as trivial, casually responding, "But you like it, don't you?" Shu Ning chastised herself for her naivety, realizing it stemmed from her mother-in-law's affection. After an extended stay at Qin Saihong's home, Shu Ning and Wang Xiaofan rented a modest apartment in town, where the rent was affordable. Wang Xiaofan did not return to work at Qin Saihong's factory. Instead, she juggled 2 part-time jobs, one as a caregiver and another as a cleaner at a supermarket, bringing in over 2,000 yuan in total. In her view, this was sufficient to meet their needs comfortably. Shu Ning found employment as a cashier at a milk tea shop. Although the pay was modest, the work was light, especially considering her humble beginnings from a rural village, lacking any formal qualifications. At least now, she could earn her own money, a stark contrast to her previous idle existence in the village. However, Wang Xiaofan was not entirely satisfied with Shu Ning's job, muttering, "Why isn't it something like a desk job?" She had come to realize that those young people in her dreams, working in cubicles, were not typing on small boxes, but rather on keyboards, facing computers instead of televisions. Shu Ning chuckled, explaining, "Mom, those people have education and qualifications, while I do not." Wang Xiaofan, feeling indignant, insisted, "Then you should go back to school."
Start now.
Shu Ning could only respond, "Mom, what school can I attend? Children start primary school at 6 or 7. I'm already 18. Wang Xiaofan grumbled about the age. Yet she understood the truth. Time had slipped away, and the gap between their small village and the outside world was vast. Regret washed over her. Had she known earlier, she would have sent Qin Xiang to school, but the village lacked educational facilities, and the journey involved treacherous mountain paths. Now, it was too late to lament. Quietly, she reached out to Qin Kaihong, asking if she could inquire about schools in town that accepted students. Qin Kaihong, who was familiar with the local business landscape, promised to look into private schools. However, she soon learned that these institutions required entrance exams, and subpar schools demanded hefty fees. A friend then reminded her that to attend university, one needed a diploma, but if it was merely for learning, why not audit classes at a university? The revelation astonished Qin Kaihong. "Wait, Xiang'a, hasn't he attended school? How has she been helping my daughter with her homework?" Wang Xiaofan, equally confused, questioned, "Homework? What homework?" In truth, Shu Ning had assisted Qin Saihong's daughter with her assignments, initially, without much thought. She had simply helped when the little girl asked, unaware of the implications it carried, until she recalled that her own identity was that of an illiterate. As the conversation unfolded, both women realized the dissonance. How could Shu Ning help with assignments when she had never been to school? This sudden inquiry caught Shu Ning off guard. "Well, yes," she stammered. Wang Xiaofan pressed, "You can read? You were just guessing?" Shu Ning replied, "I can read." Wang Xiaofan was momentarily stunned, then retorted, "You come all this way and haven't learned anything else, yet you seem quite adept at boasting." Shu Ning quickly defended herself, "Mom, I truly can, and I can do arithmetic as well." Wang Xiaofan frowned, incredulous. "What arithmetic? You've never been to school." Without thinking, Shu Ning replied, "Brother Tang Li taught me." Wang Xiaofan froze, bewildered. Shu Ning elaborated, "In my dreams, Brother Tang Li taught me, and he even showed me how to type on a computer." Wang Xiaofan was speechless. Shu Ning jokingly said, "Sorry, big brother, you've taken on so much already. Just add one more burden. After all, I am now your devoted wife." Wang Xiaofan remained silent, but mused that Brother Tang Li had finally begun to show concern for his wife, stepping away from his usual haunt of spirits. Wang Xiaofan felt a surge of joy at Shu Ning's newfound literacy. Since she could read and perform arithmetic, attending university classes should not pose a problem. However, upon hearing the term university, Shu Ning's heart raced with anxiety. "Which university?" she inquired. Wang Xiaofan could not recall the name, but remembered it was a university in the provincial city with engineering in its title. Soon, with Qin Saihong's connections, Wang Xiaofan and Shu Ning found themselves employed at the cafeteria of the logistics department at the university. By day, they worked part-time jobs, and in their free time, They attended classes and lectures, managing to secure a library card for faculty, allowing them to explore the world of books. Thus, the duo transitioned from their small county town to the provincial capital, balancing work and study, and quickly settled into their new lives. After a month of studying while working at the university, Shu Ning had yet to encounter Tang Haojia, the visiting professor at the Institute of Technology. A brief inquiry revealed that Professor Tang's lectures and classes were infrequent due to his busy schedule, making his presence on campus quite rare. A week later, Shu Ning's curiosity began to simmer. Suddenly, she realized something and stepped onto the balcony, calling out, "Mom, why are you standing here alone with the lights off?" As she spoke, Shu Ning turned on the lights and approached Wang Xiaofan, noticing her mother's eyes were red and slightly swollen. Indeed, Wang Xiaofan stood there dazed, murmuring, "How could it be him? How could it be him?"
Mom,
Shu Ning exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Wang Xiaofan's shoulder. "What's wrong? Look at me. What's happening?" Knowing her mother's stubborn nature, Shu Ning refrained from pressing her for answers, understanding that even Qin Xiang could not pry open Wang Xiaofan's lips if she chose not to speak. It was only natural for her to need time to process the unexpected reunion with the man who had abandoned her over 2 decades ago. Because of a solid foundation and a favorable family background, Shu Ning remarked. Wasn't Gao Qingfeng from the previous world even better off? Yet he ended up in such a predicament.
betrayed.
Host, came the earnest reply, his misfortune was a consequence of your actions in that world. Upon reflection, Shu Ning felt reassured, realizing that if someone as affluent as Gao Qingfeng could face such calamity, then Tang Haojia, no matter how wealthy, could hardly surpass the Gao family. In the ensuing days, Wang Xiaofan continued her routine at work, yet during quieter moments in the cafeteria, she was often seen lost in thought, standing or sitting in silence. Colleagues began to inquire about her well-being, noticing her preoccupied demeanor. Shu Ning shook her head, unable to divulge the truth about her mother's state, resorting to silently cursing Tang Haojia for re-emerging in their lives, having disrupted Wang Xiaofan's tranquility once before. The man, dressed in a long, stylish trench coat, exuded an air of artistic sophistication, his presence starkly contrasting with the bustling cafeteria filled with students. During lunchtime, when the crowd was still manageable, Tang Haojia approached Wang Xiaofan at the serving counter, his demeanor calm and composed, while she appeared taken aback, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. As Shu Ning approached with a large bowl of stir-fried peppers and pork, she immediately recognized Tang Haojia standing at the counter. She placed her bowl on the warming rack, coughed to announce her presence, but there was no response. Again, she cleared her throat, proclaiming, "Students, the large portions of ribs are only available at this window." Her voice inadvertently splattered Tang Haojia with a mist of spittle. Shu Ning said with a feigned apology. "It's not as if I need to be the dignified lady of a wealthy family. This is simply the style of a cafeteria server. Please bear with it." After 12:30 p.m., the cafeteria began to empty, and the staff started cleaning up, preparing their own meals from the leftovers. Shu Ning had merely intended to grab a meal, but when she turned around, Wang Xiaofan had vanished. A nearby colleague remarked, "Looking for your mom? I just saw her leave." "Where to?" Shu Ning asked, and the colleague pointed toward the back door. "She seems to have gone that way." The staff cafeteria behind the student dining area closed earlier, and it was evident to Shu Ning that her mother had gone to meet Tang Haojia. Shu Ning chose not to follow. Instead, she collected her meal and prepared a plate for Wang Xiaofan, hoping to wait for her return, all the while listening intently. With some assistance, she managed to overhear their conversation, primarily consisting of Tang Haojia speaking while Wang Xiaofan remained silent. "I saw you last time, and thought I was seeing things. You've left the village? How long has it been?" he inquired, but Wang Xiaofan did not respond. Tang Haojia continued, "I'm a visiting professor at the Institute of Technology. If you need anything, here is my number." The familiar reunion scenario unfolded predictably. One party, thriving in life, offers assistance to the other. Shu Ning silently scoffed, thinking, "If it weren't for you, my mother wouldn't have endured such hardships. She could have married a decent man and lived a different life." As Tang Haojia stepped away, Shu Ning caught a glimpse of him from the side door, his gaze deepening as he observed her tenderly placing chopsticks in Wang Xiaofan's hands. Yet he did not enter, continuing on his way. Once he was gone, Shu Ning turned to see his figure disappear around a corner, a smirk of disdain gracing her lips. "That's the man by the serving window, dressed like a teacher," she remarked. Wang Xiaofan dismissively replied, "I don't know what you're talking about," quickly finishing her meal and rising to return to work. Shu Ning, observing her mother's retreating figure, felt a fleeting sensation of being watched from outside. She turned instinctively, but saw nothing. Dismissing the feeling, she joined her colleagues in the kitchen to finish up. Shu Ning eventually persuaded Wang Xiaofan to attend a performance, despite her mother's reluctance due to her heavy thoughts. However, after some coaxing from Shu Ning and several colleagues, they went. The auditorium was spacious, but with a large student body. Seats often filled quickly during exciting performances. Fortunately, Shu Ning had befriended some students who helped reserve seats for them. With the event underway, Shu Ning's gaze swept across the room and landed on Tang Haojia, who appeared dignified as he conversed with a nearby leader. Gripping Wang Xiaofan's hand, Shu Ning reassured her mother, reminding her that she was not alone and that she could lean on her for support. Wang Xiaofan, feeling comforted by Shu Ning's presence, remained in her seat, no longer insisting on leaving. Before long, the event commenced, and after the host's opening remarks, it was time for the guests to speak, one of whom was Tang Haojia. Shu Ning still held Wang Xiaofan's hand, and when Tang Haojia took the stage, she could distinctly feel a tremor in Wang Xiaofan's wrist. Shu Ning turned her head. "Mom?" Wang Xiaofan immediately shook her head. "It's nothing." Such a man was destined to be captivating. Soon, a female classmate of Shu Ning's began to discuss with a few girls nearby, exclaiming how handsome Professor Tang was, calling him a male god, and joking about how she would bear his children. Shu Ning heard these playful remarks and silently mused, "Foolish girls, do not be deceived by a man's appearance." Wang Xiaofan, evidently, also caught wind of these conversations. Shu Ning felt this was a perfect opportunity, rather than letting Wang Xiaofan dwell in misguided thoughts. It would be better to help her see some realities before she got entangled with Tang Haojia. Shu Ning turned, adopting a curious tone, and asked the girls, "But having children would depend on whether Professor Tang is married, right?" The girls hushed their voices and laughed. "We're just joking. Of course, the professor is married. He's in his 50s. Among women, there exists an innate gossiping energy. As soon as the topic of personal affairs arose, another girl chimed in without needing Shu Ning to prompt. "Yes, yes. Last time, Professor Tang's wife came to our school and I happened to see her. She is exceedingly graceful and stunningly beautiful. You can hardly tell her age." The girls continued their chatter, but Shu Ning paid little heed. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed Wang Xiaofan. The contemplative and distracted expression had vanished from her face. She now looked resolutely at Tang Haojia on stage, her gaze radiating a fierce determination that Shu Ning recognized all too well. It was the same intensity she had seen when Wang Xiaofan had pursued Zhou Jingying with a knife. Now, Shu Ning felt at ease and amused. She greatly admired Wang Xiaofan, although, like most women, she was prone to emotional stirrings, reminiscing fondly about a former lover despite past grievances. Her mother possessed a remarkable clarity of thought. While other women might meander in their musings, Wang Xiaofan navigated a direct path, like a driver executing a sharp turn without needing to brake. At this moment, Wang Xiaofan felt an overwhelming urge to hurl a knife at Tang Haojia's face, a butcher's knife. This man, upon encountering her after so many years, wore an expression of longing and profound emotion, his eyes brimming with feelings he did not articulate. From his demeanor to his expressions, he exuded an air of romantic drama. It was only now that Wang Xiaofan's heart was stirred once more. After all, though he had left, causing her immense pain, she had since moved to the city, met many people, and broadened her horizons, leading her to contemplate that perhaps his sudden departure had been due to unspoken hardships. In her current view, he had been a city dweller, an artist, while she was merely a village girl. Perhaps his family had disapproved of their union. Wang Xiaofan had contemplated this extensively, even reflecting on how, after over 20 years, he had become a professor, while she was just a cafeteria worker. He had everything, while she had little besides a daughter-in-law. Qin Xiang. He could easily pretend not to recognize her and she would not pursue him, so why act so emotionally? Perhaps he still harbored feelings for her? After 2 decades without romantic entanglements, The resurfacing of these buried sentiments upon encountering an old flame churned within her heart, creating bubbles of spontaneous affection. Yet, these bubbles were inevitably burst by the stark reality of Tang Haojia's marital status. He was married? Indeed, he was in his 50s, after 20 years. Having a wife was not unusual. But why did he feel the need to flaunt his presence before her? What gave him the right to appear so affectionate? Did he think her easily deceived, or was he simply devoid of moral integrity, capable of pursuing his desires behind his wife's back? Even the men from their village knew the importance of fidelity. How could a city man disregard such principles? Ah, if only she had brought a knife. She would surely have thrown it at him. Wang Xiaofan's thoughts spiraled, fueling her anger until she could no longer remain seated. Shortly after the evening event commenced, she stood up and left. Seeing her departure, Shu Ning quickly bid her classmates farewell and followed suit, her heart lightened. Wang Xiaofan's clarity surpassed that of many women she had encountered in her emotional counseling practice, who were ensnared by men hiding their marital status and forced into the role of mistresses. Those women found excuses for their partners. He feared his wife. He was responsible and didn't he want to abandon her, but they were true lovers. He was simply in a difficult position. He promised to divorce. And I believe he will handle it properly before separating. All utter nonsense. Women, look at Wang Xiaofan. If only you had her clarity and decisiveness back then, you wouldn't have needed to waste money on my counseling or been trapped in the role of a mistress. The graves of scoundrels would be 30 meters high. On the anniversary of their death, you could take your new boyfriend hiking and boldly point down the mountain, declaring, "This is the grave of the man I once slew." Shu Ning caught up with Wang Xiaofan, pretending to be oblivious, and urgently asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" Wang Xiaofan turned, dismissing it as nothing. But the cool night air revived her senses, prompting her to slap her own face. Shu Ning gasped and grasped her hand. "Mom, what are you doing?" Having delivered the slap, Wang Xiaofan felt completely awakened. She took a deep breath, expelling the turbulent thoughts that had settled within her. Shu Ning felt a surge of joy, but still asked, "Why?" Wang Xiaofan did not respond directly, merely rolling her eyes, implying it was because he deserved it. Following this, Wang Xiaofan returned to her former self, diligently working and earning money. She even took on a side job with her colleagues, embroidering flowers for a meager profit. Seeing her mother in such a state, Shu Ning felt completely reassured. In her spare time, she visited the library to read and audit classes. However, she did not anticipate that Tang Haojia, unable to find Wang Xiaofan, would turn his attention to her. One afternoon, as Shu Ning exited the library, she encountered Tang Haojia, who approached her with an air of scholarly elegance. She stood her ground and the man smiled. "Hello, your name is Qin Xiang, correct?" Shu Ning silently regarded him, thinking, has he now become entangled with me? She remained silent. The man extended a business card, introducing himself as a guest professor at her school. Typically, either the title of guest professor or Tang Haojia alone would command respect from the students at their institution, yet Shu Ning remained unmoved, leaving him feeling awkward. He maintained his posture while patiently asking, "You don't recognize me?" Shu Ning glanced at him, blinked, and remained silent. Tang Haojia pondered briefly. "I know your mother." Wang Xiaofan. Shu Ning feigned surprise. Upon seeing her reaction, Tang Haojia chuckled, but before he could speak, his hand with the business card was brusquely pushed aside. Shu Ning displayed a characteristic blend of innocence and stubbornness, firmly stating, "My mom said not to talk to strangers, especially strange men." After a pause, she added defiantly, "Don't think that mentioning my mom's name will persuade me to give you extra meat at lunchtime. Not a chance. Give up." With that, she tossed her bag over her shoulder and walked away. Tang Haojia stood in the wind, looking disheveled. Did he appear to be a beggar? Meanwhile, Shu Ning had already run far away, laughing heartily to herself. After all, she was the little princess of the cafeteria. Wielding a ladle was akin to having power. Whether her hands trembled while serving food, or if she accidentally dropped a few pieces of meat, it was all at her discretion. Disheartened, Tang Haojia returned, only to find that Wang Xiaofan had suddenly ignored him. This turn of events caught him off guard, more so than recognizing her upon their initial reunion. After all, he had always believed that Wang Xiaofan, who had once been so infatuated with him, eager to marry him despite her lack of education and rural background, would be utterly smitten upon reuniting with the successful man he had become. Why, then, had she suddenly refused to see him again? Was she still harboring resentment over his abrupt departure years ago? After much contemplation, Tang Haojia concluded that this must indeed be the case. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Women, after all, could be temperamental. His departure years ago was undoubtedly his fault, so why shouldn't she express her displeasure? Of course, she had every right to do so. With newfound clarity, he drove away from the school, unhurried. Since they had reunited, there was ample time ahead of them. Wang's daughter, from years past, was youthful and beautiful, unlike the girls he had encountered in the city. She was simple and innocent, devoid of any guile, open-hearted and industrious. He had quickly taken a liking to her and pursued her fervently until she finally became his. Perhaps it was because Wang Xiaofan was the only rural girl among those he had once adored? Or perhaps it was because they had once exchanged vows and spent a few days as true husband and wife. Tang Haojia himself could not articulate the reason. He only knew that he felt a profound attachment to Wang Xiaofan, one that bordered on obsession. Recently, he had discreetly inquired at the school's logistics office and learned that Wang Xiaofan was working in the cafeteria, raising her daughter alone, and had a late husband who had passed away. His concern for her surpassed even that for himself. He typically approached his wife, Su Qiang, with a respectful distance, entering their home without uttering a word. When he noticed her preparing to leave, he casually asked, "Are you going out?" Su Qiang replied nonchalantly, "I'm going to meet a young relative from my family." Since she was visiting the Su family, Tang Haojia refrained from further inquiries, merely acknowledging her with a nod before hanging up his coat and retreating to his study. Their abode was vast, spanning over 300 square meters, adorned in a traditional Chinese style befitting their cultured family. Yet, the couple's relationship felt utterly devoid of warmth, the spacious home feeling cold and empty. Tang Haojia and Su Qiang exchanged a few words at the door, then one departed while the other retreated to the study, brushing past each other in silence. Once Su Qiang entered the elevator, her expression was unmistakably filled with disgust and disdain. The sight of this man repulsed her. In his youth, he had at least possessed a handsome face, but now, in middle age, he radiated the oiliness typical of men of his age. With a scoff, she donned her sunglasses and, moments later, exited the elevator to drive to her appointment. Su Qiang indeed had come to meet a distant relative, her cousin's son. The boy had performed well academically in school but, unfortunately, had dropped out of university to pursue his own detective agency. Her cousin had nearly suffered a heart attack from the stress, scolding and even expelling him from the family home. Yet, this son had proven to be resourceful, establishing a successful business, purchasing his own house, and driving luxury cars, presenting himself as if he were a young executive from a financial firm. Despite this, her cousin spoke of his son with pride, for among the younger generation of the Su family, he was indeed the most successful, both in earnings and connections. And he bore a striking resemblance to his mother. Su Qiang couldn't help but smile at the thought of her cousin's son. If she were to have a child, she would be content if he resembled her cousin's son. As she pondered this, a figure approached, a young man in a suit who pulled out a chair and seated himself. "Aunt, I apologize for keeping you waiting, there was a bit of traffic." It was Su Qiang's cousin's son, Su Heng. Without exchanging pleasantries, Su Heng produced a file from his briefcase and placed it on the table before her.
"Aunt,
"Are you really sure about this?" Su Qiang was amused by her nephew's serious demeanor, responding with a casual air. "What does it matter if I'm sure? This step must be taken eventually, whether sooner or later." She opened the file and continued, "I can't wait any longer. Rather than bide my time hoping for an inheritance after his death, it's better to gather evidence and take proactive measures. Whatever I can obtain, I will." Her gaze lifted, determination flickering in her eyes as she added, "I've invested half my life in this marriage to Tang Haojia. Am I to squander the remaining years as well? He has reaped enough benefits from my family. Now it's time for him to repay what he owes." If this were a matter concerning another family, Su Heng's peers might have trembled at the thought of his aunt pursuing a divorce, rushing to inform their parents and seeking intervention. But Su Heng was different, a self-proclaimed troublemaker, as his father would say. He had never shied away from conflict, And upon witnessing his aunt's resolute intent to gather evidence for a divorce, he readily supported her. As Su Qiang examined the documents, Su Hang remarked, "I've reviewed Tang Haojia's hotel stay records from the past 6 months. They all appear legitimate business trips. However, that doesn't mean he isn't seeing anyone. I also looked into his recent phone activity, which seems normal, but he hasn't seen his latest mistress in over 2 months, suggesting that affair may have ended." Su Qiang glanced at the A4 papers in her hand, scoffing inwardly. Perhaps age had rendered him incapable, making him lose interest in women.
Just as she was contemplating this,
Su Heng casually added, perhaps he has simply lost his appeal altogether. Su Qiang chuckled at his tone, setting aside the documents to focus on him. "What else do you have?" Su Heng's demeanor turned serious as he continued. "However, even if a man is no longer physically capable, he might still seek emotional connections." As he spoke, he retrieved several photographs from the file, handing them to Su Qiang. Upon receiving the photographs, Su Qiang was taken aback. They depicted Tang Haojia with an unassuming middle-aged woman, her face obscured, yet Tang Haojia's eagerness was unmistakable. The sight of his expression stung Su Qiang deeply, and she squeezed the photographs in her hand, feeling a wave of irony wash over her. With so many women in Tang Haojia's life, how could he display such affection toward this plain woman? Had he grown tired of extravagant dishes and suddenly developed a taste for simplicity? Yet, even if it were simplicity, Su Qiang saw it as Tang Haojia's negligence. Being a clever woman, Su Qiang understood that if seduction were at play, it was likely the younger women who were more adept at it. A woman like this, dressed plainly, would likely take better care of herself if she had any intentions. Moreover, the photos clearly indicated that the woman was unresponsive while Tang Haojia's eyes sparkled with a desire that was unmistakable. "Continue," Su Qiang urged, maintaining her composure. "Su Heng, I have looked into this lady. Her name is Wang Xiaofan, and she works in the logistics cafeteria of the Polytechnic University. She has a daughter named Qin Xiang. Both of them have recently arrived and were brought in through connections. Following my investigation, I found a woman named Qin Kaihong, who is in business and facilitated their arrival. These 3 individuals hail from the same remote mountainous region. I have already tasked someone to delve deeper into their backgrounds, and we should have results in about a week." Su Qiang picked up another photograph, this time depicting a young girl with fair skin and large eyes. Her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding natural beauty even without makeup. Su Qiang sighed, pondering if it was merely her occupational instinct, as she couldn't shake the feeling that Tang Haojia had developed an interest in this young lady. If she were to refuse, would Tang resort to coercing her mother? Regardless of the truth, it is undeniable that Tang Haojia is a scoundrel. Suddenly, the photograph in her hand was snatched away by her nephew across the table, leaving Su Qiang momentarily astonished. She looked up to see Su Heng chuckling while holding the girl's picture. He turned the photo to face Su Qiang and asked, "Aunt, what do you think of this girl?" Su Qiang was perplexed by Su Heng's intention and replied honestly, "Quite beautiful." Su Heng, however, snickered. "She shook my meat."
Su Qiang. Huh?
That day, he had deliberately approached her to gauge her character, borrowing a meal card to get food at the window and seizing the opportunity to strike up a conversation with the girl. At the moment of receiving the meat, he had conspicuously shaken the ladle twice, causing 2 pieces of lean meat to fall. Su Xiaoye bore a grudge from that incident, fixing his gaze upon her, silently vowing that she would pay for the loss of those 2 pieces of meat. Yet, the girl, with spirited defiance, retorted, $6.08. What could Su Heng do? He couldn't dine for free, so he silently withdrew his meal card. Recently, the entire cafeteria had begun to notice the exceptionally handsome young man who frequented the 3rd window for meals. His face, his legs, his waist, his aura, simply captivating. The working girls teased Shu Ning, Qin Xiang. "Are you marrying into a wealthy family?" Shu Ning played along, solemnly declaring, "To be honest, I am actually a princess lost among commoners. My father is a king, and my mother is a queen. Since my childhood, I have been burdened by a witch's curse from the neighboring village, and only when a prince spends $3,000 on my lunch at this window can I return to the palace and continue my life as a princess. Everyone. Shu Ning, peel the potatoes. Peel the potatoes. There are still 100 potatoes left to peel, So, let us get to work. Shu Ning was well aware of the handsome man who often visited her window for meals. Not only did she know he was specifically coming for her, but she was also privy to his identity. The moment he first stood there, dignified at the meal window, the system had automatically unlocked his character profile, Su Heng, the nephew of Su Qiang, a private investigator responsible for gathering evidence of Tang Haojia's marital infidelity. To be honest, Shu Ning had a favorable impression of the private investigator profession, especially since Su Heng had assisted her significantly in the First World. Although he charged a hefty fee, it didn't bother her much, as it wasn't her own money being spent. In her eyes, Su Heng's help was nearly akin to charity. Su Heng was indeed quite competent, speaking little yet acting decisively, consistently providing her with valuable information that had been instrumental in her successful conquest of the previous world. Moreover, despite his often disheveled appearance and lack of concern for his image, he was genuinely unpretentious, unlike Su Xiaoya. How curious it was that they shared the same surname, similar names, and both pursued careers as private investigators, yet their styles differed so vastly. Was it merely because she had inadvertently caused him to lose 2 pieces of meat that he held a grudge, coming to her window every day for lunch and dragging his feet? The system indicated that Su Heng was already collecting evidence of Su Qiang's marital disloyalty, and now, having approached her, he had evidently discovered some connection between Tang Haojia and her side. The question arose whether Shu Ning would take any action. However, before Shu Ning could make a move, Wang Xiaofan had already taken the initiative. Wang Xiaofan recalled Qin Saihong's earlier words and couldn't help but notice the striking young man visiting Qin Xiang's window daily. One day, seeing him arrive late, with few patrons left in the cafeteria, he sat alone to eat after getting his meal. Unable to resist, Wang Xiaofan discreetly approached and boldly seated herself opposite Su Heng. "Young man," she greeted, causing Su Heng to choke slightly, setting down his chopsticks. "Hello." Wang Xiaofan, upon closer inspection, found him even more handsome than from a distance, her heart swelling with delight. "Young man, are you single?" Meanwhile, Shu Ning was serving food to students at the school. Initially oblivious to the interaction between Wang Xiaofan and Su Heng, she instinctively glanced up and, upon noticing Wang Xiaofan sitting across from Su Heng and overhearing the probing question about his single status, she nearly jolted, her wrist trembling. The girl at the window wailed dramatically, "Aunt, my meat. My meat. I can't go on living. There are hardly any pieces of meat in a potato stew. And now there's only potato left." Shu Ning hurriedly scooped another spoonful, swiftly calculating the cost and swiping the card for the girl. Seizing a moment when the window was briefly empty, she leaned out, taking a deep breath, and shouted, "Mom." Across the way, Su Heng looked over with a broad smile. The system summarized, "Host, your prospective mother-in-law has now exchanged names, ages, occupations, and relationship status with Su Heng. Shu Ning, I want to hear the outcome." "Shu Ning? I merely shook his meat a couple of times, and he wishes to pursue me?" The system responded cheerfully, "Host. The Grand System encourages task players to engage in romantic pursuits within the task world, provided they can fulfill their missions." Silently, Shu Ning resolved in her heart, with a steadfast and weighty tone, as if immersed in a play, "No, I am a person of Tang Li. In life and in death, I am of Tang Li." The system. I cannot speak for other systems' hosts, but our host seems to be rather deeply engrossed in her role. It is not that Shu Ning is unwilling to fall in love. Rather, she is aware that Su Heng's approach is driven by ulterior motives. Since his intentions are not pure, she sees no reason to feign ignorance and go on dates. She suspects that Su Heng has yet to uncover the truth about her and Wang Xiaofan, and once he realizes their true identities, he may reconsider his pursuit. After all, while Qin Xiang possesses an appealing exterior, her status is that of a widow. As Shu Ning had surmised, not long after, Su Heng received information from his company employees, and upon reviewing it, he was taken aback. When he met with Su Qiang to relay the findings, she too was astonished. The true relationship between the mother and daughter was that of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and the son and husband connecting them had tragically passed away long ago. What struck Su Qiang as even more absurd was the revelation that Wang Xiaofan's deceased husband bore the surname Tang, and was an artist who had come to the village from afar 20 years ago to marry her. It was said that shortly thereafter, he met with an accident, and his body was never found. Wang Xiaofan had been pregnant at the time and later gave birth to a posthumous child named Tang Li. This Tang Li had long been in poor health, and by the age of 14 or 15, Wang Xiaofan had taken it upon herself to marry him off to a bride who was then only 7 or 8 years old, Qin Xiang. Half a year later, Tang Li passed away, leaving the two women to rely on each other. 6 months ago, they had sold their land and ventured out to work alongside Qin Kaihong. Su Qiang found this all incredulous. The surname Tang? An artist? Could it be Tang Haojia? Su Heng remarked that only the surname Tang was known, with no one aware of the full name. However, the profession of the painter was undeniable, as the entire village was aware of it. Su Qiang immediately seethed, declaring, "It must be Tang Haojia. In his youth, he traveled extensively to sketch, and that timeline aligns perfectly." Yet what troubled her was not the issue of the woman, but rather how he dared to do such a thing. How could they? Did Tang Haojia not understand his own circumstances? How could he father a child? At that time, he indulged in smoking, drinking, drugs, promiscuity, and antidepressants. How could he possibly have children? She herself refrained from such a decision. Even after Tang Haojia adopted a healthier lifestyle, she still hesitated to have children, feeling repulsed by the thought of having his offspring while also considering the health implications for any potential descendants. With insufficient information, she knew not to speak recklessly, yet Su Heng sensed that Tang Haojia was likely unaware of this child's existence. Whether Tang Haojia's reunion with Wang Xiaofan was mere coincidence or a deliberate arrangement, or if the two women had intentionally drawn closer, remained unclear. Only those directly involved knew the truth. Su Qiang was beside herself with rage, perhaps because she had learned that Tang Haojia had once been married, or perhaps because she found it astounding that he had fathered a child. In any case, she was infuriated to the point of wanting to overturn the table, unable to calm her tumultuous emotions. She even exclaimed, "Well then, let that village woman be with Tang Haojia. I need evidence of his infidelity, and it's being handed to me." However, Su Heng interjected, "And please remain calm. Things are not as you perceive. My findings indicate that aside from their initial acquaintance, which was brief, they have avoided each other since." Tang Haojia's attitude is quite ambiguous, while Wang Xiaofan is decidedly resolute. After a pause, he added, "I suspect she learned about Tang Haojia's marital status while at school." Su Qiang was taken aback, suddenly shifting her perspective. What of that woman, Wang Xiaofan? How could she be deemed a mistress? Over 20 years ago, she had been abandoned and could only claim her husband had passed away, raising her child alone in the countryside. The child, frail and sickly, died young. The two women had relied on each other, struggling to survive, never benefiting from Tang Haojia in the least. What kind of mistress was she? She was merely a pitiable soul. Su Qiang sighed deeply. "Tang Haojia, you are truly a beast." Suddenly, Su Qiang said, "I wish to meet her." Su Heng was taken aback. "Who?" Su Qiang replied, "Wang Xiaofan." With her request for a meeting, Su Heng naturally arranged it, having fortuitously acquired the daughter-in-law's phone number during a previous visit to the university. He dialed the number directly, but as soon as the call connected, before he could introduce himself, the woman's calm voice came through. "Su Heng," she stated assuredly. Surprised, he wondered how she knew it was him. On the second-floor windowsill of the library, Shu Ning asked, "What's the matter?" Su Heng explained, "I would like your assistance in contacting your mother, Ms. Wang Xiaofan." Shu Ning replied, Su Heng continued, "I have a Ms. Su Qiang who wishes to meet her. If your mother is confused, you may clarify that Ms. Su Qiang is Tang Haojia's wife." Shu Ning responded, "All right." Su Heng added, "If that works, let us schedule it for tomorrow afternoon at Lingyu Building, 16th floor, room 026, a hotel suite." Shu Ning confirmed, "Sure." After a moment of silence, Su Heng inquired, "Will you come? If there's nothing else, we can have coffee on the 12th floor." Shu Ning smiled. "Of course, I will go." And indeed, she would go alone. The next day, Shu Ning arrived at the appointment. Su Heng was surprised to see only Shu Ning in the lobby and asked, "Where's your mother?" Shu Ning glanced at him. "My mom doesn't know. I came by myself." Su Heng, puzzled, noted the girl's steady and swift pace. After a moment of hesitation, He quickly followed, saying, I don't understand why you didn't tell your mother, but this isn't the right occasion for you. I'll call upstairs to say Ms. Wang cannot make it today, and I will drive you back to school. Shu Ning maintained her pace, entering Lingyu building and heading straight for the elevators, her demeanor composed and at ease. No need. I specifically came to see Ms. Su Qiang, Tang Haojia's wife. Su Hang's mind raced. In that brief silence, he suddenly realized, perhaps it was not only they who were aware of the existence of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Conversely, perhaps the two women had already learned of their situation. Yet, observing the girl's determined expression and recalling Wang Xiaofan's inquiries about his relationship status in the cafeteria, he felt he had misjudged the situation. Perhaps all along, Wang Xiaofan knew nothing at all. Only the girl before him was aware of the circumstances. As the elevator reached the first floor, Su Hang refrained from further comment and entered the elevator with Shu Ning. Upon arriving at the 16th floor, Shu Ning encountered Su Qiang in room 026, Tang Haojia's wife, who, within the original narrative, was the woman who unconditionally aided Wang Xiaofan in her quest for redemption. Seeing only a young girl, Su Qiang was slightly taken aback and glanced at Su Hang, who merely shook his head. Su Qiang, however, did not express displeasure. She first invited Shu Ning to sit and poured tea before inquiring, Your mother did not come today. Is it that she does not wish to see me? Su Qiang was momentarily taken aback, confused. Shu Ning slowly and earnestly responded, I did not inform her. This is my fault, and I apologize. However, I sincerely hope you understand that regarding Tang Haojia's matters, I wish for my mother to know as little of the truth as possible. As her only relative, I want to protect her, allowing her to live without further harm and enjoy the remainder of her days in happiness. Su Qiang was moved by Shu Ning's resolute words, yet like Su Hang, she felt perplexed. Did she know the purpose of today's meeting? Nevertheless, Shu Ning did not want Wang Xiaofan to confront Su Qiang directly and preferred to obscure certain truths, hence her silent decision to attend alone. Su Qiang hesitated for a moment before Shu Ning politely offered, It's all right. You may ask anything you wish to know, for I am well informed. With a glance exchanged between Su Qiang and Su Hang, the latter nodded, prompting Su Qiang to voice her many lingering questions. Did Tang Haojia know that Wang Xiaofan was pregnant when he left the village? Did he make a promise before departing? Or did he leave without a word? Why did they choose to have a child? Did they come to the big city from their small village specifically to seek out Tang Haojia, or was it merely coincidence? In truth, as the legal wife, Su Qiang had no obligation to delve into these matters. She had never concerned herself with Tang Haojia's previous mistresses. Yet in her heart, Wang Xiaofan felt different, which was why she wished to meet. With a heart full of questions, curiosity, and a desire to explore, Su Qiang had hesitated before the meeting. If Wang Xiaofan were merely another victim of circumstance, what right did she, as Tang Haojia's current wife, have to inquire? However, upon facing Shu Ning instead of Wang Xiaofan herself, Su Qiang felt unburdened and began to pose her questions one by one, to which Shu Ning patiently responded. He claimed to be single and that he had married Wang Xiaofan in the village? Absolutely not. He had a fiancée at the time. That former fiancée had eventually broken off the engagement in a fit of anger when she could not reach him, believing he was off painting and sketching. What a scoundrel Tang Haojia was. He had a beautiful, well-matched fiancée in the city, yet chose to marry a simple, beautiful girl from a remote village. Did he have no sense of shame or moral compass? And he left so abruptly? Moreover, was it not evident that he was taking medication and using drugs? And yet he did not practice safe measures with Wang Xiaofan? The last child named Tang Li was frail and sickly from a young age, never surviving past the age of 15. Did Tang Haojia bear no responsibility at all? And what of Wang Xiaofan, who spent over 20 lonely years in her earlier life? Perhaps due to her profession, Su Qiang felt a profound empathy for the plight of the unfortunate. Upon uncovering the entire truth, she sighed in sorrow, as if she had herself endured the hardships of those 2 decades. When Shu Ning noticed that Su Qiang had nearly exhausted her inquiries, she spoke up. Ms. Su, you need not worry. My mother is already aware that he has a wife. She is a principled woman and would never consider rekindling her relationship with Tang Haojia. Su Qiang was already privy to this information, as Su Heng had informed her long ago. Her ire was directed towards Tang Haojia, a cad with a cruel heart, who had caused suffering to many women, not only to his wife but also to others deceived by him over the past 2 decades, including Wang Xiaofan, whose life had been irrevocably shattered. At that moment, Shu Ning interjected. "Miss Su, I came here today to ask you for a favor." Su Qiang was taken aback. "What is it?" Shu Ning regarded her with utmost seriousness. "Ms. Su, please ensure that you do not mention the reason for Tang Li's frailty in front of my mother, not even the slightest hint of causation." Both Su Qiang and Su Heng were stunned. The fact that Tang Haojia was infertile was known to almost no one outside their circle. The public narrative suggested that they were a couple of intellectuals who embraced a child-free lifestyle, while the reality was more complex. Tang Haojia's own health issues and Su Qiang's reluctance to have children, compounded by her doubts about the health of any potential offspring. As for why Tang Li passed away so young, Su Qiang and Su Heng had merely speculated that it might relate to Tang Haojia, keeping their thoughts private and never sharing them with anyone. How could this young woman know? Finally breaking her silence, Su Heng asked Shu Ning, "What have you deduced?" Su Qiang was astonished. How old could this girl be? 18, perhaps 19? She had pondered so much and was so considerate toward her mother-in-law, almost like a biological daughter. Indeed, they were like a true mother and daughter, relying on each other more than any ordinary family bond. Moved by her filial piety, Su Qiang nodded in agreement, realizing that such matters were best left unsaid. If she had a child and later learned that the child's years of suffering were due to the poor genetics inherited from an unworthy father, she would be plagued by regret for a lifetime. Shu Ning had work to attend to that afternoon and could not linger. After their conversation, she took her leave. Su Heng accompanied her upstairs and personally saw her out. In the elevator, silence enveloped them as it descended floor by floor. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Su Heng glanced at the indicator above the doors and remarked slowly, "Qin Xiang, you truly do not resemble a girl raised in the countryside." Su Heng remained silent. He had not mentioned that his subordinates had scoured her village, probing into her family's affairs, gathering every detail. Even learning that Qin Xiang had once been obedient to her mother-in-law, only to have changed dramatically 6 months prior. If such a change indeed began half a year ago, what could have prompted it? As the elevator reached the ground floor and the doors slid open, Shu Ning turned to Su Heng, who found her sudden gaze curious. "Mr. Su, does your company hire temporary workers?" Su Heng was taken aback. "What?" Shu Ning smiled. "I may not be particularly clever, but I have a knack for stirring things up. While I may not be able to assist in many matters, I might just have some ideas regarding Ms. Su's situation." No one exited. The elevator doors began to close again. Su Heng faced Shu Ning, scrutinizing her. "Do you know what I do?" Although Wang Xiaofan had inquired previously, he had only mentioned that he was an entrepreneur, and she shouldn't have known more than that. Shu Ning blinked. "It doesn't matter if I do or not. If Ms. Su needs assistance, you might consider reaching out to me." "Assistance? Seek her out?" Shu Ning pressed the button to hold the elevator, winking playfully, "But it will come at a price." With that, she slipped away. Su Heng watched her leave, suddenly intrigued by her audacity. Was this truly a girl from a remote village, exhibiting such unconventional behavior? Meanwhile, Tang Haojia continued to pursue Wang Xiaofan, undeterred by her coldness. As he seemed to relish the cat-and-mouse game, regardless of her attitude, he returned time and again, as if he feared no rejection. Shu Ning mused that this man was excessively confident. His wealth, social standing, education, and connections far surpassed Wang Xiaofan's. His self-assuredness made him impervious to the possibility of rejection. Perhaps he even reveled in the belief that her reluctance was merely a coy invitation. Such arrogance was misplaced. A cat should at least possess some awareness of his own misdeeds. Day after day, he sought to make his presence known, seemingly oblivious to the wrongs he had committed in the past. Thus, Shu Ning asked Wang Xiaofan, "Mom, doesn't Professor Tang seem to like you? He.s always looking for you." Wang Xiaofan immediately retorted, "That's not true." Shu Ning hesitated, "But Mom, it doesn't look good. Professor Tang has a wife." This reminder struck Wang Xiaofan, who had overlooked that aspect. Reflecting on Shu Ning's words, she found them quite reasonable. When Tang Haojia next approached her, Wang Xiaofan reprimanded him angrily. A rural woman, she was no stranger to harsh words, and her loud voice left Tang Haojia visibly embarrassed. The man could only respond, "Please don't be upset. If you don't wish to see me today, I'll come back another time." Wang Xiaofan was at a loss for words, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? You're not even single." Tang Haojia seemed genuinely affected, his expression softening as he replied, "But Xiaofan, I met you first." Shu Ning, who had been watching the entire exchange, nearly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. The audacity. Your words are as straightforward as ever, even in this backward mountain village." Meanwhile, Su Qiang found herself increasingly overwhelmed. She had contemplated divorce, yet she understood that pursuing the standard legal route would be lengthy, and Tang Haojia would likely hastily transfer his assets. Initially, she had intended to discreetly gather evidence of his infidelity through Su Heng to support her divorce proceedings. However, after consulting a lawyer, she realized that this path would not guarantee her a substantial share of their wealth. Anxious, Su Heng suggested that since the formal route was unfeasible, they should act decisively and transfer their assets in secret. Su Qiang had already relocated what she could, but she and Tang Haojia had been living separate lives. While she could manage her own finances, the real issue lay in acquiring a share of Tang Haojia's wealth and assets. In her view, demanding half of their joint property was hardly unreasonable. Had he fulfilled any responsibilities as a husband over the years? He had a horde of women yet expected her to remain faithful. He lived extravagantly, yet demanded she be a cultured and refined lady. He had climbed to the pinnacle of success on the back of the Su family's fortune, but when the Su family fell from grace, where was he? Su Qiang's heart had long grown cold. She had even mournfully contemplated that she would rather be a widow than endure such a husband. Initially, she had prepared herself to suffer through many more years, but nearing 50, she suddenly found herself unwilling to endure any longer. Even if she had only 5 years left, she resolved to live those days joyfully. However, life is not solely about happiness. It also necessitates financial stability. Su Qiang is not one of those women who are only captivated by romance and beauty. Her heart has grown cold, devoid of affection. Yet she cannot afford to be without money and assets. The majority of the family's wealth is tightly held by Tang Haojia, and should she contemplate divorce, her understanding of this man leads her to believe she would not receive a dime. Yet, she is in dire need of funds, substantial amounts to ensure a secure and prosperous life for the decades to come. Unfortunately, Tang Haojia is notoriously frugal. With all assets registered in his name, including valuable antiques and paintings whose locations she is completely unaware of, how can she possibly access them? At this critical juncture, Su Heng unexpectedly proposes a solution. Perhaps they could approach Wang Xiaofan. Su Qiang is taken aback. Her? Su Heng continues. However, before seeking out Wang Xiaofan, we must first find her daughter-in-law. As Shu Ning was preparing for bed, she received Su Heng's call, which did not surprise her. Cheerfully, she answered, "Hello, Mr. Su? Are you planning to discuss a financial deal at this late hour?" Su Heng responded with enthusiasm, "You can set your price." Shu Ning, lying on her bed, found this intriguing. In her previous life, she had paid private detectives. Now, the roles were reversed. Unlike her former self, who would negotiate down from 500,000 to 50,000, she boldly declared, "I want 10%. Su Heng's voice took on a serious, yet pleasant tone. "It seems you are already aware of my intentions." Shu Ning chuckled. "Whatever assets Su Qiang extracts from Tang Haojia, I want 10%. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Heng readily agreed, "As long as she can manage it." Shu Ning replied, "It's a deal." Wang Xiaofan is an uneducated woman who has spent the majority of her life in a remote village, steeped in superstition. In her worldview, the concept of rekindling an old romance does not exist. She is only aware of 2 facts. First, Tang Haojia is a deceitful scoundrel who has abandoned her, and second, he now has a wife and family, prompting her to keep her distance. Regardless of how he may pursue her, she refuses to be foolish. Alas, one cannot help but pity her, wondering how one could be so misguided as to marry a man like Tang Haojia. Unexpectedly, however, Tang Haojia's wife seeks her out. Wang Xiaofan was startled when she heard from Shu Ning that Su Qiang wished to meet her. Her instinctive reaction was, "What does she want from me? I have no connection to that man. Is she here to accuse me of seducing her husband?" Such incidents have occurred in their village before, so her thoughts were not unfounded. Yet, she quickly realized another matter. How does her daughter-in-law know about Tang Hao's wife? She had never disclosed those past events, and her daughter-in-law should not have any knowledge of Tang Hao. How could it be that she is the one relaying Su Qiang's desire to meet? Is it possible that her daughter-in-law knows everything? Wang Xiaofan, taken aback, hastily inquired of Shu Ning, "Xiang, do you know something?" Shu Ning feigned innocence. "Are you referring to Professor Tang?" "Yes, I know. He is Tang Li's father." Wang Xiaofan paused, her expression shifting. Did Tang Li mention this in a dream? Shu Ning suppressed a laugh, maintaining her facade of naivety. Indeed. Wang Xiaofan sighed, clenching her fists, thinking, what a troublemaker. Even in death, he finds a way to stir up chaos. Why share such matters with his wife? Shouldn't he have been teaching her something useful in his dreams? Shu Ning, however, silently mused, apologies, Tang Li, for making you the scapegoat once more. Since her daughter-in-law was already aware of the past, Wang Xiaofan felt there was no need for further concealment. She spoke directly to Shu Ning. "He was a scoundrel. I was deceived back then. Remember, even though we have come to the city, we must not be fooled again, especially by city folk or those from the countryside seeking to develop here. We cannot allow ourselves to be deceived a second time." Shu Ning nodded obediently, affirming her mother's words. Wang Xiaofan then muttered, "You just said Tang Hao's wife is looking for me?" Shu Ning confirmed, "Mother, will you meet her?" Initially, Wang Xiaofan thought there was no good reason to meet Tang Hao's wife. It was not a case of a first wife meeting a second. However, recalling Tang Hao's despicable nature, she paused and concluded, "Very well. Regardless of what she wishes to discuss, she is still a woman. At the very least, I should warn her not to be deceived by that man any further." The meeting place was quite discreet, arranged in a luxurious residence within an upscale community. As Wang Xiaofan followed Shu Ning, she felt a twinge of displeasure, observing the opulence of the home and questioning, what does this mean? Does it imply that she is wealthy while I am not? Shu Ning, having met Su Qiang before, understood she was not the type to flaunt her wealth. She reassured her mother, do not overthink it. She may simply want to meet in a private place, and her own residence would naturally be the most discreet. Besides, we cannot expect her to find a shabby location for a meeting. That would be quite inappropriate. Wang Xiaofan considered this and agreed. After all, it was only natural for someone of her wealth to possess a grand home. She realized her earlier concerns were unfounded and lowered her heightened guard. Upon entering the grand home, they traversed through an entrance hall and a living room until they reached a reception room near the garden, where they finally encountered Su Qiang. Unlike their last meeting, Su Qiang appeared gaunt and weary, her complexion pale and drawn, resembling a mere shadow of her former self, which evoked a sense of pity. Shu Ning was also taken aback by the transformation that had occurred in such a short span. Clearly, her pursuit of divorce and asset division from Tang Hao had proven to be a challenging path. Upon seeing Wang Xiaofan, Su Qiang rose, approaching her with a face etched in pain and despair. Wang Xiaofan instinctively recoiled, bewildered by the display of distress. Su Qiang grasped Wang Xiaofan's hand, her face contorted in anguish as she implored, "Sister Wang, please help me." Wang Xiaofan, unable to escape the grasp, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Miss Su, what is the matter? Speak to me calmly. There's no need to cry." Yet, Su Qiang's tears flowed freely, her emotions overwhelming her. "I do not wish to cry, but I am at my wit's end. I truly do not know what to do anymore." Wang Xiaofan, having grown up in a rural setting, was inherently strong and had learned from a young age that tears were futile. Consequently, she struggled to comprehend why Su Qiang would weep when she found herself in such dire straits. Can crying solve anything? It cannot. Save your tears. They are a waste of energy, she thought to herself. Instead, she urged, "Sister, please speak your mind. Let us sit down and discuss this. If there is something you need to tell me, I will do my utmost to assist you." Shu Ning chimed in, "Miss Su, my mother is here. Let us address the matter at hand. Every problem has a solution." Su Qiang's anxious heart found some solace, and she recognized her disheveled appearance. She ceased her weeping, wiped her tears, and invited the mother and daughter to sit on the sofa. Tea had already been prepared, delicately crafted porcelain teacups filled with fine fragrant tea, accompanied by soft blue napkins for drying hands, showcasing Su Qiang's refined lifestyle. Wang Xiaofan felt out of place amidst the luxury of the residence. Yet it did not hinder her from discussing Tang Haoxia with Su Qiang. It was during this exchange that she learned the full extent of Tang Haoxia's deceitful nature and the numerous heartaches he had inflicted upon devoted women throughout his life. Wang Xiaofan is one, Su Qiang is another. The former fiancé who broke off their engagement is the third. There are even female colleagues deceived by Tang Haoxia during his teaching years at university, female students from his Chinese painting class, a distant relative from the Tang family, and even the cherished daughter of his closest friend. Yet, Wang Xiaofan expresses little in the way of refined sentiment or inner reflection, merely uttering one question: how has such scum managed to survive until today? Having deceived so many women for so long. Shu Ning, they all band together to take a knife to him? Su Qiang, clearly unfamiliar with such rhetoric, is momentarily stunned, finally stammering out, "Well, Sister Wang, murder is illegal." Listening to this discourse on punishing men, Su Qiang is both amused and perplexed, unsure of how to respond. It is Shu Ning who gently interjects, "Mom, the city is different from our village. In the village, if you act like this, even the secretary wouldn't dare approach your door. They would turn a blind eye and let you do as you please. Others would either watch the spectacle or cheer you on to hit him hard, hoping for a bloody affair. But in the city, if you call 110 on your phone, the police will arrive promptly." Wang Xiaofan realizes then that violence is not an option, and she reflects, so there are indeed places in the city that are less favorable than their village. As the conversation shifts to the topic of punishing men, Su Qiang finds her thoughts drifting, and she suddenly cannot recall what she was saying, exclaiming, "Sister Wang, you mentioning punishing men has made me forget where I was." Shu Ning reminds her, "You were saying you wanted a divorce." "Oh right, divorce." Su Qiang then proceeds to discuss her divorce plans, mentioning her nephew's assistance in investigating Tang Haoxia's infidelity and her desire to divide their assets. When it comes to discussing the division of property, Su Qiang speaks cautiously and ambiguously, clearly reluctant to be perceived as a woman solely motivated by greed.
Consequently,
Wang Xiaofan stares at her in disbelief, but unable to confront Su Qiang directly, she turns to Shu Ning and asks, "Xiang'er, let us suppose a man like this was your husband. What would you do?" Shu Ning immediately straightens up, asserting with conviction, "If I were to part ways with such a man, I would certainly take all his assets. The land is mine, the crops are mine, and even the house we live in is mine. If he refuses to leave, I would enlist Erbao and Dabo to force him out." Wang Xiaofan adds that not only should he be driven away, but his misdeeds should be broadcasted throughout the village for half a month, ensuring everyone knows what kind of scoundrel he is, so that no other parents are foolish enough to marry their daughters to someone like him. Su Qiang, as a modern woman, feels the need to digest these words, but after a brief moment of contemplation, she suddenly feels as though she has been enlightened, finding the arguments particularly compelling. After all, she had been thinking along similar lines. She has already resolved to cast this man aside, but she is determined to claim her share of the property, not merely a portion, but the entirety of it. She has never dared to voice such thoughts publicly, even in front of her nephew Su Hang, only expressing a desire to take most of it. Deep down, she had silently restrained her desires, believing she should only take what she was entitled to as a wife. However, upon hearing the conversation between the two women before her, the greedy desires within her have awakened fully. Yes, she intends to seize all the assets belonging to her and Tang Haoxia. What of it? Why should she leave anything for that scoundrel? When he was unfaithful and neglectful of their marital bond, when he engaged in all sorts of disgraceful acts while she was forced to endure, why was no one there to admonish him? Now that she wishes to end the marriage, why should she consider old feelings and adhere to marital laws that dictate he keeps half of their wealth?
why?
She wants it all. Not only to take everything but also to witness his downfall, to see him destitute and alone. Su Qiang is swept away by these thoughts, feeling both exhilarated and tormented by the conflict between her rationality and her desires. She suddenly envies the straightforwardness of the two women before her, who are so unabashedly direct, fearless in their expressions of love and hate. She yearns to act as Wang Xiaofan suggests, to mercilessly beat Tang Haoxia into a pulp, day after day. relentlessly punishing him until he is utterly broken. A refined lady like Su Qiang finds herself invigorated by such simple, brutal thoughts, her complexion brightening, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She almost feels compelled to join forces with the two women, to confront him together. Finally, Wang Xiaofan addresses the crux of the matter. So, why did you seek me out? Now that we both understand each other's identities, this meeting must have a purpose. Wang Xiaofan is momentarily taken aback. Such a request feels excessive, as the marriage between Tang Haojia and Su Qiang is their own affair, and she, as an outsider, cannot intervene. In their village, when matters arise, it is typically the woman's family that steps in. There is no precedent for outsiders to meddle. Wang Xiaofan straightforwardly declines, not one to sugarcoat her words, stating her inability to interfere as it is not her business. Su Qiang reflects on Su Heng's words and, meeting Wang Xiaofan's gaze earnestly, slowly states, "What if my affairs were also your affairs?" Wang Xiaofan responds, "What do you mean?" Su Qiang then turns to Shu Ning and continues, "If I were to adopt Qin Xiang as my goddaughter and, upon my passing, leave all my assets to her, would you consider that my affairs are indeed your affairs?" Wang Xiaofan is taken aback, and Shu Ning is equally surprised but quickly realizes that this solution is remarkably beneficial, uniting Su Qiang and Wang Xiaofan on the same front while elevating Qin Xiang's social standing and access to resources. Although Su Qiang's family is not as esteemed as it once was, it still carries a legacy of scholarly distinction, offering considerable resources. With a benefactor like Su Qiang, Qin Xiang would find herself soaring to new heights, improving her prospects in education, career, and even future relationships. This idea is nothing short of brilliant. Who came up with it? Did Su Qiang think of it herself? Regardless, it is undoubtedly a favorable option for both Qin Xiang and Wang Xiaofan. Before leaving, Wang Xiaofan heads to the restroom while Su Qiang steps outside to take a call, leaving Shu Ning alone in the living room. Sitting there for a moment, she feels someone behind her and turns to find Su Heng standing at the door. Today, he is dressed casually, wearing home attire with a light sweater over it, looking rather relaxed. He walks in and stands at the other end of the sofa. Observing his outfit, Shu Ning suddenly realizes something and exclaims in surprise, "Is this your home?" Su Heng raises an eyebrow, teasingly retorting, "Seeing me here is surely more pleasing than encountering me in the cafeteria, isn't it?" However, since Su Heng posed the question, Shu Ning takes a moment to consider and replies, "Mr. Su, from the perspective of a cafeteria server, it doesn't matter where you live. I would still make sure to shake off a few pieces of meat for you." Su Heng chuckles, unable to hide the grin forming at the corners of his lips. "Go ahead and shake. I paid 2 coins just to see your noble face while you serve." Shu Ning rolls her eyes internally as Su Heng settles down on the opposite end of the sofa. Two individuals sat at opposite ends, exchanging silent glances for several moments until Shu Ning suddenly inquired, "The idea of adopting a goddaughter was yours, wasn't it?" Su Heng offered no reply, merely remarking, 10% of total assets. It seems the ambitions of the cafeteria worker extend far beyond merely shaking off a couple of pieces of meat from her serving spoon. Shu Ning regarded him, and Su Heng turned to meet her gaze. Shu Ning slowly articulated, "For unmarried cafeteria workers, love fills their eyes, along with dreams of saving, striving together to buy a house. I, however, am different. At my tender age, having lost my spouse, all that remains in my vision is wealth." Yet Su Heng countered, "What do you think my house is worth?" Shu Ning stared at him, speechless. Just as she was about to respond, Su Heng continued, "Of course. This is merely one property. I possess several others, each exceeding 200 square meters, along with a company, stocks, cash, and overseas assets. If we factor all that in, would it not dazzle your eyes?" In her mind, a voice quietly remarked, "Host, this man seems intent on courting you." Shu Ning retorted, "I am aware. Kindly be silent." It would be sheer folly not to recognize Su Heng's intentions. Yet she found it incomprehensible that he had become infatuated with her after only a few encounters. Was it charm? Nonsense. Was it appearance? Indeed. Qin Xiang possessed a striking visage. But was that sufficient? Su Heng did not strike her as a man who lacked for beautiful women vying for his attention. Nor did he seem inexperienced in the presence of them. Could it be that he had a penchant for superficial attraction, that a mere glimpse of her might captivate him? So the trope of the domineering CEO noticing her through her accidental clumsiness was not merely a fabrication of television and novels. Shu Ning's expression towards Su Heng was one of perplexity. She then declared, "Cousin, my eyes can only be filled with sand. They cannot be satisfied with anything else." Upon hearing her refer to him as cousin, Su Heng's mind failed to register the rest of her words. What had she just called him? He was taken aback. Realizing she was aware of his connection to Ms. Su, Su Heng suddenly comprehended what it meant to dig one's own grave. Yet, he found himself rather pleased, perhaps because the young woman before him appeared much more vibrant than when he had first met her.
She assisted Su Ning.
But how much of his promises could be fulfilled? Would adopting a goddaughter truly offer any substantial advantages? Wang Xiaofan pondered deeply, concluding she should not hastily agree. On the way, Shu Ning remained silent, aware that Wang Xiaofan had her own considerations, and from her current position, it was unwise to say much. Pressuring her would only lead Wang Xiaofan to believe she was overly eager, ready to spread her wings and rush into the embrace of a godmother. Upon arriving at school, however, Wang Xiaofan suddenly turned to her with a serious expression, saying, "Xiang'er, if you dream of Tang Li tonight, tell him to come visit me in my dreams. I have matters to discuss with him. Just for a moment. It won't delay you." Shu Ning responded with a simple, "Oh." The issue was that the props had long been exhausted, making it impossible to convey any message through dreams. Shu Ning considered searching the mall for something to purchase, but after several attempts found nothing. Thus, conjuring Tang Li in a dream was entirely implausible. In truth, she could fabricate an excuse, saying that Tang Li had not appeared in dreams recently. But Shu Ning understood that Wang Xiaofan's mention of wanting to discuss something with Tang Li pertained to the conditions proposed by Su Qiang. Contemplating this, Shu Ning felt it was indeed necessary for Tang Li to make another appearance. That night, just past 1 a.m, after being roused by the voice of 13, Shu Ning rose from her bed and quietly approached Wang Xiaofan, who was fast asleep.
Mom.
Wang Xiaofan stirred, opening her eyes to see a shadow sitting by her bed. Instinctively, she lifted her leg to kick, but Shu Ning grasped her ankle. "Mom, it's me, Tang Li." Wang Xiaofan paused, retracting her foot and sitting up, turning on the bedside lamp to illuminate her daughter's figure. Shu Ning explained, "Qin Xiang mentioned that you had something to discuss with me." Wang Xiaofan scolded, "Then why didn't you dream about me? Why are you using your husband's form? She needs a rest. Tomorrow she has to wake up early." Internally, Shu Ning thought, "Is it so easy to masquerade as a ghost? And you're being picky?" She retorted, "Mom, you were dreaming about planting rice. I wanted to call you, but you ignored me." Silently, she pondered, "Mom, it's because I couldn't find Dad down there." Wang Xiaofan sighed, realizing that what one knows is often less than what the spirits may know. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she stared wide-eyed at her son. "Then how do you have money to spend down there?" She had maintained the facade for over 20 years, burning offerings for Tang Haojia annually, convinced that her husband had passed. Yet, because of the rumors in the village that Tang Li was still alive, she had not burned a single piece of paper in the last decade. Thus, it stood to reason that the deceased Tang Li must be without funds. If he lacked money, how could he survive in the afterlife? Shu Ning, fully immersed in her charade to discuss important matters, felt as if she might explode. "Tang Li, my dear husband, lift the lid of your coffin and see what nonsense our mother is thinking. Why does she always assume you're down there indulging in vices? Neglecting your responsibilities? Are you even my real son?" Shu Ning felt a surge of emotions inside her, yet maintained a calm facade. She deftly steered the conversation away from the sensitive topic and shifted to a more pertinent discussion with Wang Xiaofan. Wang Xiaofan expressed her hesitation. On one hand, she felt it was inappropriate for her, as an outsider, to meddle in Tang Haojia's family matters. Despite her sympathy for Su Qiang and disdain for the scoundrel that Tang Haojia was. On the other hand, she was tempted by Su Qiang's proposal, believing that accepting the role of a godmother could benefit Qin Xiang. However, she feared that once the divorce was settled, Su Qiang might retract her promises. Upon hearing Wang Xiaofan's thoughts, Shu Ning confirmed her suspicions. Wang Xiaofan pondered aloud, "Son, what should we do about this?" Shu Ning replied with a deep tone, "Mother, when did you become so cautious? Remember when the eldest daughter-in-law of the Qin family came to demand a bride price from Qin Xiang? You chased her away with a knife. Without even addressing the matter of becoming a godmother, did she not desire to confront Tang Haojia? Wang Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. She had not considered this perspective. It was not that she had forgotten the past, but her thoughts had been consumed by the implications of the godmother arrangement. Fixated on whether it would be beneficial for Qin Xiang and whether Su Qiang would keep her word. In her preoccupation with Qin Xiang's welfare, she had neglected her own feelings. Wang Xiaofan blurted out, "Confront him? I want nothing less than to crush him." Shu Ning encouraged her. "Then why should you consider anything else? Think of helping Su Qiang claim her inheritance as a form of retribution against Tang Haojia. Once he is left destitute and divorced from Su Qiang, it will be his just deserts for abandoning us all those years ago." After a pause, he added, "As for the rest, you needn't worry, mother. I will take care of it." Wang Xiaofan wished to express that she should indeed be concerned about Qin Xiang, but then realized this was her son, Tang Li, and Qin Xiang was his wife. Surely, he would not neglect her. Reassured, she found wisdom in Tang Li's words. "All right, son. I shall heed your advice," Wang Xiaofan said, puzzled. "Heed your advice for what?" In the dim light of the room, Shu Ning squinted, revealing their plan to strip Tang Haojia of his assets. After all, as a man, his pride and dignity were at stake. He could not continue to offer warmth to a cold shoulder. Initially, Wang Xiaofan maintained her previous demeanor, even being more aloof, often scolding him. Yet, unexpectedly, she began to soften, her attitude less distant and resistant. Although she still wore a cold expression, she refrained from scolding him. When he went to fetch food, she could even casually inquire about his meal choices instead of tossing the spoon at him and walking away. Tang Haojia noticed this change and attributed it to his charm and the rekindling of their past affection. He reasoned that women were inherently emotional. Relentless pursuit often proved effective with most women. In their eyes, amidst countless suitors, nothing could resist a man's genuine affection. Tang Haojia felt a genuine affection for Wang Xiaofan. Otherwise, after all these years, he would not still be longing for her. He resolved to win her back, adhering to his desires without hesitation, whether for possessions or women. Thus, he frequently appeared at the university, but in light of propriety, he discreetly acquired Wang Xiaofan's number to communicate via messages. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Xiaofan viewed the artwork he sent, frowning in confusion over its meaning. "What nonsense is this?" she thought, struggling to comprehend the few characters she recognized, all of which were related to fortune-telling. Why was he sending her messages, as if he had forgotten her illiteracy? In frustration, she tossed the phone to Shu Ning, or rather, to Tang Li. Within days, Tang Haojia indeed took the bait. He ceased messaging and opted for a direct phone call, inviting Wang Xiaofan for coffee. Although she was illiterate, she could still speak. Upon hearing the invitation, she was unreserved, asking, "Sure, where shall we meet?" Tang Haojia provided a detailed address to an upscale CAF in the city center. Wang Xiaofan pondered, "Is it expensive?" Tang Haojia, taken aback by her simple inquiry, found it endearing. "No worries, Xiaofan, don't concern yourself with the cost. It's on me." Wang Xiaofan clarified, "I know you're treating, but I'm asking if it's pricey." Tang Haojia assured her not at all. She retorted, "Then that one tea do." With gentle persuasion, he said, "Xiaofan, it's fine. Although you haven't been to such places before, you've seen the world now. You'll eventually visit these places. Don't think about the money." Before he could finish, Wang Xiaofan interrupted, "You misunderstood. I meant I want to go if it's not expensive. Find a pricey place. I want the most extravagant one." Tang Haojia was speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaofan exchanged glances with her son, winking as if to confirm her words. Shu Ning nodded and gave her a thumbs up, affirming, "Exactly." On the weekend, Wang Xiaofan kept her appointment, heading to the more upscale CAF Tang Haojia had reserved. Before she left, Shu Ning bought her a new outfit and took her to get her hair done. The dress showcased her calves, and upon trying it on, Wang Xiaofan felt uncomfortable, complaining about the unnecessary fuss. "Why bother with my hair for that scoundrel? It's a waste of money." Shu Ning reassured her, "It's all right. The Su family provided funds for this outing." Curious, Wang Xiaofan asked, "How much?" Shu Ning replied, a card, just swipe it freely. With that, Wang Xiaofan felt at ease. Shu Ning continued, Mother, remember, our goal is not to embarrass Tang Haojia. Dignity is trivial. We must ensure he loses money. That is of utmost importance. Let us not confuse priorities. We're not dressing to undermine him. We must also maintain our own dignity. It would be improper to appear out of place. Wang Xiaofan agreed, realizing her son had indeed considered every angle. However, she was not one to manipulate men. She went to the meeting, sharing coffee with Tang Haojia on the terrace of the finest riverside CAF in the city. He wished to reminisce about their beautiful past and mentioned the little mountain village they once knew. Wang Xiaofan, unromantic as ever, bluntly remarked about the poor conditions of the land, noting the abundance of stones and the yearly need for plowing. She lamented that her land had been given to heir Bao's family, wondering if the foolish boy could manage the 2 plots and if de Bao's wife was taking care of the animals in the yard. Tang Haojia was left speechless. The terrace was open, and they were not alone. Several young couples were present. Wang Xiaofan's loud voice attracted attention, causing a trendy woman at a nearby table to sputter her coffee in surprise. Aware of the commotion, Wang Xiaofan glanced back. Tang Haojia, smiling kindly, reassured her. Don't mind them. Your audience is me. The others don't matter. Wang Xiaofan continued. Oh, and that breeding pig is getting old too. I doubt it will be able to breed next year. Once it can't breed, it's of no use. Might as well slaughter it and eat it. Tang Haojia. The young girl behind him had already laughed herself into a quivering mess. The conversation reached an impasse. It was evident that, after more than 20 years, the two individuals who had lived in vastly different environments had no common ground back then, and even less now. Yet, men are peculiar creatures. Regardless of the topic, be it agriculture, livestock, or the weather, they are willing to listen. Thus, despite the absence of a shared language, Tang Haojia felt that this coffee outing was not in vain. At the very least, he and Wang Xiaofan could sit together, converse, and enjoy a cup of coffee. After finishing their drinks, Tang Haojia proposed taking Wang Xiaofan shopping. In an effort to bridge the gap between them, he mentioned Qin Xiang. Assuming she was the daughter Wang Xiaofan had with another man, he suggested, I heard that Qin Xiang is auditing classes. It's commendable that the young girl is putting in effort. I happen to have some connections with the deans of the humanities and management departments. Shall I speak to them and arrange for Qin Xiang to attend a regular class? Although she may not receive a formal diploma, it would be far better than her current scattered learning. Wang Xiaofan walked beside him, silent yet reminded of Tang Li's words before her departure. If he starts to offer assistance, it signifies a promise of benefits. Helping Qin Xiang with her education is indeed a promise of benefits. Isn't it? Wang Xiaofan thought further, questioning the nature of this benefit. Qin Xiang was already attending classes. Whether she was assigned to a specific course or not, her learning would not differ significantly. Such a benefit was utterly trivial. It was not even something one would encounter in a drama. Wang Xiaofan was no professional schemer, nor did she possess the cunning for elaborate manipulations. Since Tang Haojia had begun to make promises, she decided to respond, Xianger is doing quite well in her studies. You needn't worry about that. Tang Haojia was taken aback, fearing he had upset her, and was about to explain, but Wang Xiaofan interrupted him. Stop with these trivialities. Let us focus on something substantial. Tang Haojia had always appreciated Wang Xiaofan's candor. In their village years ago, when he was unable to perform manual labor, she had advised him. You can't plant crops, pick fruits, or feed pigs. It's best if you just stay put. Or perhaps you could draw me a picture instead. Meanwhile, far away, Shu Ning, observing this rendezvous from the school dormitory, was nearly at the point of emptying her cup in disbelief. She understood that working-class women were not adept at such romantic frivolities, yet she thought, dear mother-in-law, if you're having coffee, just enjoy the coffee. Why bring up the pigs from our village? Did you not consume them before we left the village, and yet you still dwell on it? And what do you mean by focusing on something substantial? We can't say that. As the situation began to spiral out of control, Shu Ning hurriedly grabbed her phone to call Wang Xiaofan. Mom, how is it going? Wang Xiaofan huffed, having finished her coffee and now browsing around. With a quick glance at Tang Haojia, she hastily replied, everything is fine. I have it under control. With that, she ended the call. In the dormitory, Shu Ning held her phone, pondering her shopping options. She realized that this approach might not suffice. After all, Wang Xiaofan was a normal woman, not a professional con artist. Convincing Tang Haojia was likely beyond her capabilities. However, the notification from the system read, Tang Haojia promised to gift Wang Xiaofan a local apartment as a fixed residence. Shu Ning nearly misheard, thinking, what? A house as a gift? Indeed, it was a house. Tang Haojia perceived Wang Xiaofan's request as a need. Considering that the mother and daughter duo were newcomers unable to afford housing, he thought to offer them an apartment. After making the proposal, he drove Wang Xiaofan to view the property. He owned numerous properties, though most were not in his name. Given his troubled relationship with Su Qiang, he had no intention of relinquishing any assets in the event of a divorce or inheritance. As for money, he regarded it as inconsequential. Thus, he focused on acquiring fixed assets or making other investments. Ultimately, the assets belonged to him. He could bestow them upon whomever he pleased, yet none could covet them. Wang Xiaofan felt disdainful about the notion of receiving property from him. To have a wife and still gift something so valuable to another woman was scandalous. Back in their village, she would likely have been met with physical repercussions. However, she did not perceive her situation as deceitful. She had no desire for such possessions, which rightfully belonged to Su Qiang, the legal wife. Assisting her in this instance was merely a matter of courtesy. How could that be considered deceitful? Upon arriving at the property, Wang Xiaofan discreetly noted the community's address and the spacious apartment of approximately 170 square meters. She remained cautious and inquired, "Is this house yours?" Upon registering his response, she further observed, "It seems quite distant from the school." Tang Haojia contemplated, "There are closer options. If you wish to reside here, I can take you to see them." Most of his properties had electronic locks. They could enter at any time. Thus, he brought Wang Xiaofan to another property. On the way, Wang Xiaofan glanced at the man driving and tentatively remarked, "You seem quite affluent now." Tang Haojia chuckled, "I suppose so." Wang Xiaofan continued, "How many properties do you own?" "It seems like a lot." Tang Haojia casually replied, "About 7 or 8. Wang Xiaofan asked, "Do you have a villa?" Tang Haojia answered, "Yes." Wang Xiaofan inquired further, "How large is it? Is it substantial?" She recalled the villa she had seen during her last encounter with Su Qiang, which had been impressively large, larger than her courtyard back in the village. Tang Haojia smiled. "The standalone villa is quite nice." Wang Xiaofan remarked, "Oh, so you've used your wealth to buy houses?" To Tang Haojia, her inquiries were merely casual conversation, reminiscent of their youthful days spent lying in the hay, basking in the sun, where she had once asked, "Is life in the city different from ours? You must all be wealthy, right? What kind of houses do you live in?" The clarity of the sky and the whiteness of the clouds lingered in his memory. He recalled lounging lazily on his arm, enchanted by Wang Xiaofan's curious questions that had made his spirit soar. Those youthful days were now a cherished memory. In his eyes, Wang Xiaofan was unlike other women. Her inquiries were genuine, devoid of ulterior motives. She was special, simple, and innocent. As he opened the dormitory door, he found his son standing at the entrance, arms raised, holding a warm towel, exuding an air of servitude. Wang Xiaofan found the scene amusing and quickly closed the door, shedding her shoes. "Oh my, these shoes are exhausting." Startled by the elaborate display of attention, she exclaimed, "Son, what are you doing?" Shu Ning had prepared hot water and placed the basin down, silently contemplating. "Nothing much. Just feeling a rush of admiration, hence serving you with utmost reverence." Wang Xiaofan remarked, "This man really owns a lot of houses, this one here, another over there, and even a villa. It's certainly more than what we saw last time." Shu Ning nodded dutifully, thinking to herself, "My dear mother, I should take notes. This skill is remarkable. In no time, I've almost uncovered half of Tang Haojia's secrets." Wang Xiaofan continued, "I noticed they all have electronic locks. I assume the codes are the same, just those 6 digits. Wang Xiaofan added, "It seems he also has commercial properties. I told him I'd like to see more another day." She concluded, "I asked him how much cash he keeps on hand, and he said it's not much. He has invested it all in various ventures. I didn't quite understand, but I'll ask him more next time." Wang Xiaofan, I must also find that Ms. Sue, I remember the way quite well, and I have noted the appearance of the community and which building and floor correspond to her. I'll take her to recognize it. The house belonging to the Tang family must be under her sister and brother's names. So, she will have to find a way to obtain it herself. Shu Ning listened silently, nodding occasionally. Yet, thanks to the assistance unlocked in the system, she was fully aware of all that had transpired that afternoon. Consequently, Wang Xiaofan suddenly lay down on the ground, wailing and crying out, "Dad, Mom, can you see me from above? The man you chose for me back then is now quite wealthy.
Can you see that?
Although he abandoned me and deceived us, he is treating me well now, even claiming he wants to gift me a house." Tang Haojia turned pale at her words. Tang Haojia. I remember. He recalled that he had indeed said something along those lines, albeit merely to deceive her at the time. Wang Xiaofan looked at him and declared, "I wish to see the house you bought." Tang Haojia hesitated. Wang Xiaofan continued, "Dad, Mom, perhaps you could visit your son-in-law this evening." Tang Haojia. All right, fine. Wang Xiaofan energetically donned a pair of entirely ill-fitting shoes and followed Tang Haojia around the houses for the entire afternoon. Shu Ning admired her, realizing that there was still much for her to learn on the long journey of life. Later, Wang Xiaofan took the opportunity to accompany Shu Ning and Su Qiang to identify the houses in the community. Although she struggled with literacy, her memory was commendable. She remembered every route, community, building, and floor with remarkable clarity. Su Qiang was genuinely impressed by Wang Xiaofan's efficiency, and as they swept through the properties owned by Tang Haojia, Ms. Su became singularly focused on how to lay claim to these assets. However, this was not a concern for Shu Ning and Wang Xiaofan. Their current task was to gradually uncover Tang Haojia's wealth. That day, it was not just the three women. Su Heng accompanied them as the designated driver. Upon seeing Su Heng, Wang Xiaofan realized that he was actually Su Qiang's nephew. And after understanding the relationship, she sighed softly. Shu Ning, noticing her reaction, asked what was wrong. Wang Xiaofan pulled Shu Ning aside as they got out of the car at a community entrance and whispered, "Dear, that man, the one driving." Shu Ning glanced at Su Heng, who was parking the car, and inquired, "What about him?" Wang Xiaofan appeared somewhat troubled as she said, "Dear, please don't be upset with your mother. Since you're around recently, I'll be straightforward. That driver is the new man I've chosen for your wife." Shu Ning. Wow, that logic is impressive. It could easily grace a melodramatic forum. Not to mention that a mother would personally weave a green hat for her own child. Wang Xiaofan retorted, "Oh, how can you say that? What do you mean I shouldn't have mentioned it? Are you unhappy? You've passed away, yet you don't allow your wife to remarry? If you disapprove, then come back to life and have her bear children." Shu Ning. Wang Xiaofan huffed and continued earnestly, "I'm telling you this so you can help assess whether this man is suitable. I've already inquired. His conditions are quite decent. He has a house, a car, and both parents are alive. The key is that he seems like a good person, and you can see that for yourself, right?" Wang Xiaofan added, importantly, "He seems to have some interest in your wife. You should talk to him later." Shu Ning, bewildered. "Talk about what?" Wang Xiaofan, with a look of exasperation, replied, "You're both men. Just have a chat and see how he is. Don't be like your father, who was as useless as a moldy old shoe. If you don't find him suitable, I can always look for someone else. After all, Xiang is still young. There's no rush." After that conversation, as the group entered the community to locate the specific properties, Wang Xiaofan subtly nudged Shu Ning towards Su Heng. With no other option, Shu Ning had to walk alongside him. Turning, she found the man looking at her with a curious gaze. Shu Ning quietly began, "Brother." Su Heng immediately interrupted, "Stop. I am not your food service sister who shakes meat off her plate." Shu Ning playfully retorted, "Brother, with your wealth, do you really care about 2 pieces of meat? If you find it lacking, just swipe your card for another portion." Su Heng sighed. "If I order another portion and you shake off 2 more pieces, I might just go bankrupt." Shu Ning couldn't help but chuckle at his words. Not far off, Wang Xiaofan and Su Qiang noticed the 2 younger individuals sharing laughter. Wang Xiaofan remarked, "He's nearly 19. Su Qiang sighed, "Such a young age." Wang Xiaofan then asked, "How old is your nephew?" Su Qiang replied, 27. Wang Xiaofan responded, That's still acceptable. Su Qiang thought to himself that it was indeed acceptable. The age gap wasn't too significant, and Su Heng seemed to be interested in girls, especially since he had come early to be the driver. Wang Xiaofan mused that men could indeed connect with one another. She hoped her son would look out for his wife. If the man was good, then he would be the one. Tang Haojia had hidden away quite a number of properties, most of which were vacant, with only a few rented out. Considering the current property prices in the provincial capital, his wealth was substantial. However, according to Tang Haojia's own admissions, he possessed not only real estate, but also investments in famous paintings and antiques, though Wang Xiaofan had yet to see these. Su Heng suggested that perhaps Tang Haojia had entrusted these valuable items to a management company, as collecting such items could become overwhelming for one person to manage alone, making it simpler to hand them over to professionals for oversight and potential resale later. Wang Xiaofan and Su Qiang, however, spoke in unison. Impossible. Su Heng raised an eyebrow. What's your reasoning? Su Qiang responded first, no reasoning. I just feel he wouldn't entrust those items to a professional company. It's more likely he has them stored in one of his houses for safekeeping. Wang Xiaofan bluntly stated, it's just a hunch. Shu Ning thought to herself. Regardless of where they were stored, the goal was to clear them all out. Su Heng suddenly leaned closer and whispered, you had that same contemplative expression when you first shook meat off my plate. Su Heng shrugged but added seriously, how did you convince your mother-in-law to help? Shu Ning's gaze softened as she looked at the man before her, replying, I told her that only by becoming MASU-MANHUA's goddaughter could I become your sister. Su Heng. Shu Ning's expression grew more playful. Brother. Su Heng. If he had such a sister, he might have killed her by now. Yet, Su Heng wasn't angry. On the contrary, he was quite pleased and even suggested to Shu Ning, why don't you quit your job at the cafeteria and work as a private investigator with me? Shu Ning thought Su Heng was joking and followed up with a question, how much do you pay per month? Su Heng replied, it depends on the projects you take on. You earn 10% of the profits. Shu Ning calculated in her mind, realizing it might indeed pay better than her current job. If it were her own life, she might have pursued becoming a private investigator for more money. But this was Qin Xiang's life. Shu Ning smiled and said, I believe being MASU-MANHUA's goddaughter will be more profitable. After a brief pause, she softly remarked, but do not forget, MASU, after your divorce, I shall require 10% of the total assets. Su Heng chuckled. What if I refuse to pay you? Shu Ning responded with a smile. Then I shall have my deceased husband knock on your door in the dead of night. The tension between them was palpable. Su Heng found himself increasingly intrigued by this girl from a remote mountain village. Young lady, he thought, superstitions are unwarranted. Once a person has departed, they cease to exist. And ghosts do not linger. As the group finished viewing the properties in the community and began to exit, Wang Xiaofan and Su Qiang engaged in lively conversation, while Shu Ning and Su Heng lagged behind. Upon hearing his words, Shu Ning halted in her tracks, prompting Su Heng to stop as well. They stood together, silently exchanging glances. After a moment, Shu Ning leaned in closer and said, in your left trouser pocket, there's half a pack of cigarettes, 6 remaining. In your right pocket, there's a lighter inscribed with good luck, and 4 coins, 2 1-yuan coins and 2 50-cent coins. Su Heng instinctively touched his pockets, momentarily stunned. After she finished speaking, she raised an eyebrow, not waiting for his reaction, and turned to walk away. Thank you to the system for this human scanning ability, she thought. Su Heng stood frozen, checking both pockets, and indeed, everything was as she had described, down to the last detail. The man was astonished, raising his gaze to the girl's retreating figure. How could she possess such knowledge? And how could she be so precise? Reflecting on her previous comment about her late husband knocking on his door at midnight, Su Heng felt a chill sweep over him, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Such talent. She might as well ascend to the heavens. However, there was even more to marvel at. That morning, Shu Ning awoke and, as was her custom, scrolled through her phone and the system interface in her mind. To her surprise, she discovered that the task progress bar had moved. 80% of the world's tasks had been completed. This milestone indicated that a new item would be automatically unlocked. Curious about the nature of the item, she perused the inventory page and found a shimmering item labeled simply as Just the term suggested immense potential, but its practical use remained elusive. Fortunately, a note below provided clarity. It indicated that this item would allow her to select a character from the previous world. Upon examining the options available, she noted several names: Chun Xiuemu, Ouyang Shi, Zuolin, Gao Qingfeng, Song Aiyun, Chen's mother, Chen's father, and sister-in-law, as well as various caretakers and aides, some of whom were notably referred to as mistresses. Among these, the term mistress particularly caught her attention, conjuring memories of the previous world and the scornful expressions of the mistress at the beauty salon, who had disdainfully declared, "Who cares about marrying into the Gao family? Especially while holding a child. I simply wish to live each day beautifully and freely. It's the likes of you who should stop bearing children at your age." Reflecting on this, she decided, yes, that's the one. After making her choice, she spent the following days in anticipation, convinced that this newly acquired item would soon reveal itself. However, her wait yielded nothing. She inquired, "Is it possible I didn't select the item?" She could only bide her time. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Xiaofan, who had been on the phone with Su Qiang, expressed her frustration. It seems that Tang Haozhe has only shown up twice in recent days, which is unlike his previous frequency. Su Qiang, however, explained, "I initially sought evidence of his infidelity for a potential divorce, but I found no recent mistresses." Su Hang suggested engaging a professional mistress to stage a scenario. Wang Xiaofan was taken aback. Is there truly such a thing as a professional mistress? After sharing this news with Shu Ning, she mused about the urban sophistication compared to their village life, marveling at the existence of such specialized roles. Shu Ning, however, was less astonished by the notion of professional mistresses. She had encountered that reality in her previous life. Instead, she was taken aback by Su Hang's audacity in concocting such a scheme. "It seems we share a certain mindset," she mused. Finally, she realized that the system's arrangement of this new item was indeed harmonious with the overarching narrative, rather than an abrupt introduction of a mistress. Wang Xiaofan, reflecting on the situation, lamented, "You see, my son, my decision to end things with him was indeed wise. A father like that is better off absent." Nodding in agreement, Shu Ning affirmed, "Indeed." However, it was now Su Qiang who had taken to visiting their home, replacing Tang Haozhe. Su Qiang would often invite the two women for tea, initially at a quiet CAF, but later at Su Hang's villa for convenience. Shu Ning had grown accustomed to Wang Xiaofan's preference for her daughter-in-law over her son, silently acquiescing. As they arrived at the villa, Su Hang descended the stairs, impeccably dressed for an outing. Shu Ning glanced at him and casually inquired, "Off to work?" Su Hang fastened his shirt cufflinks, turned his head at the remark, and asked, "Shall we go together?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shu Ning replied, "Sure, why not? After all, I have nothing better to do." Thus, the two set off together. Su Hang drove, taking Shu Ning away from the villa. Their synergy was palpable. One asked no questions, while the other offered little conversation. It wasn't until they arrived at a familiar neighborhood that Shu Ning recalled accompanying Wang Xiaofan here, where Tang Haozhe owned a residence. However, it was clear that their visit was not to seek out Tang Haozhe. A thought struck Shu Ning. "Is the professional mistress you arranged for Tang Haozhe residing here?" Su Hang raised an eyebrow, indicating his awareness. Shu Ning silently observed him. "Of course, not only are you not foolish, but your mistress is also utilizing the very skills of my young sister." She felt a curious anticipation, eager to discern how this professional mistress compared to the previous opportunistic lady from her past life. After parking, they ascended in the elevator and knocked on the door. A young woman, elegantly dressed and strikingly beautiful, greeted them. Shu Ning gazed at her, astonished, judging solely by appearance. She was even more captivating than the last. The woman graciously allowed Shu Ning to admire her, smiling as she asked, "Am I pretty?" Shu Ning nodded affirmatively, silently giving her a thumbs up. The woman laughed heartily, inviting them inside. The young woman's name was Jian Rongya, a professional mistress who had entered the industry at an early age and had been active for several years. She was already acquainted with Su Hang, and they even had a collaborative relationship. Many of Su Hang's clients were under the thumb of their primary wives, who suffered from infidelity without evidence. Su Hang would enlist Jian Rongya to gather proof, working together seamlessly to share the profits. This time, Jian Rongya had taken on Tang Hao's case due to the lucrative split. However, after spending days with him, she found the situation rather complicated. As they settled down, Jian Rongya frowned and remarked, "Mr. Tang is quite remarkable. While most men might pursue a physical connection first, he seems to be more emotionally inclined." Shu Ning nearly sputtered her tea, and Su Heng choked on his drink. Jian Rongya continued, "This complicates matters for me. After all this time as a mistress, now I'm expected to act in a romantic drama? It's quite sudden." She reflected on the nature of men, acknowledging that they are typically attracted to beauty and youth, which was self-evident. Yet, given Tang Hao's status as an artist, one might expect some depth. Merely engaging in physical encounters lacked substance. What was truly engaging? Certainly, it was the exploration of emotions. Upon considering Wang Xiaofan's age and her status as a simple village woman, Jian Rongya mused why Tang Hao remained so infatuated after their reunion. Perhaps it was the allure of youthful and innocent love that he yearned for. Consequently, when Tang Hao sought a deeper emotional connection, Jian Rongya felt her professional career faced unprecedented challenges. An emotional performance? "I'm utterly unprepared," she exclaimed, her shoulders slumping in innocence, causing Su Heng to shake his head in disbelief, while Shu Ning felt a bead of sweat form on her brow. What a troublesome situation this was. Su Heng interjected, "Are you here to discuss strategies? Or do you intend to walk away?" Jian Rongya shrugged. Suddenly, Shu Ning piped up, "Miss Jian, if you can't handle the romantic aspect, how about playing the role of a compassionate sister?" Jian Rongya immediately replied, "Isn't it just about listening more and talking less?" Shu Ning nodded affirmatively. "Perhaps you could try not viewing him merely as a benefactor, but rather as someone to confide in. Allow him to speak while you delve into his thoughts, understanding and analyzing him, even confronting him about his past actions." Jian Rongya raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the suggestion, while Su Heng sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Shu Ning had transformed from a passive observer to someone eager to engage directly in the unfolding drama. Was it merely his imagination? Su Heng, a seasoned investigator, discerned the subtle changes in Shu Ning's demeanor. Having altered the fates of both the original host and Wang Xiaofan, who had become friends with Su Qiang, Shu Ning felt an unsettling sense of incompleteness regarding her mission of vengeance against the scoundrel. The progress bar for her task had plateaued at 80%, stagnant for far too long. What could she do? Pondering her next steps, Shu Ning resolved to take matters into her own hands. Su Heng regarded her intently. "Now, tell the caring big brother what you intend to do. I'm here to provide support." Shu Ning leaned closer, whispering her plan into Su Heng's ear before stepping out of the car, leaving him with a look of shock and concern. As she departed, she encountered Tang Hao at the entrance. He nodded at her, still unaware of her true identity, believing her to be Wang Xiaofan's daughter. Yet, the coldness in her gaze was unmistakable. As they brushed past each other, a gust of wind carried her chilling words, "You have wronged my mother."
And you have wronged me.
After several exhausting days and a long flight, Tang Hao arrived at Jian Rongya's place, washed up, and fell into bed without acknowledging her presence. However, in the dead of night, he was jolted awake by her voice, quivering as she whispered, "Mr. Tang, did you hear that?" Irritated, he pushed her away, grumbling about her disturbance. Yet, Jian Rongya continued, "I heard a man's voice calling for Daddy." Cowering under the blankets, she insisted, "I swear, I just had a dream where a man was calling out for his father." As midnight approached, Tang Hao, deep in slumber, was suddenly awakened by the same haunting call of "Daddy, Daddy." Alert and bewildered, he scanned the dark room, realizing Jian Rongya was no longer beside him. Had he truly heard that voice? Couldn't he be a figment of Jian Rongya's imagination? Sleep eluded him as he lay awake until dawn, troubled by the unsettling thought. Father? He mused. The notion of becoming a father was inconceivable to him. If a woman had indeed borne his child, why would she keep it a secret? Furthermore, the inability to have children was a shame he carried throughout his life. He had always desired a child, yet his youthful indiscretions had led to this consequence. Feeling stifled in the room, Tang Hao changed his clothes and left. In the following days, he stayed at Jian Rongya's, finding the first half of the night manageable. But the latter part was plagued by ghostly whispers that roused him from his sleep. Once was bearable, but after the second and third time, Jian Rongya was utterly devastated. She remained awake late into the night, the lights on, seated at the head of her bed, hugging her legs and weeping profusely. She muttered to herself, "Mr. Tang, did you commit some sin in your youth? Why do you come to call me father in the dead of night?" Tang Haojia, an artist and a materialist, was loath to entertain such absurdities. He admonished her sharply, "Stop spouting nonsense." Jian Rongya retorted, "But this is not the first time. You heard it yourself." She continued to argue. Could it be that Mr. Tang had a girlfriend during his travels years ago, and after parting ways, she bore him a child? Pausing, she whispered, "Just like Xia Yuhua and Emperor Qianlong in My Fair Princess." Tang Haojia pondered. What sort of woman could he have encountered, and what nonsensical thoughts occupy his mind? Yet, as he thought it through, it seemed implausible. His former partners were either involved in the arts or were career-oriented women, many of whom were already married with families. It was highly unlikely that any of them had secretly borne him a child. However, one name suddenly surged to the forefront of his mind, Wang Xiaofan. Yet, he instinctively dismissed it. Xiaofan had a daughter, and he had never heard of her having a son. But what if the son had not been brought up and was still in her hometown? Tang Haojia felt as if two little figures were arguing within him, one proposing various hypotheses supporting the notion that Wang Xiaofan might have borne him a child, while the other vehemently refuted these claims. Eventually, exasperated, he closed his eyes and sighed deeply, banishing these thoughts from his mind. Jian Rongya observed the man's expression and slowly said, "Mr. Tang, you mentioned you visited a small mountain village over 20 years ago. Could it be?" Tang Haojia interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense."
Sleep.
Yet, sleep eluded him. The following morning, he called a close associate, providing a rough location and the name of the village, instructing him to investigate matters immediately. After hanging up, Tang Haojia headed straight to the Polytechnic University. Upon arrival, he did not see Wang Xiaofan in the cafeteria. Instead, he encountered her daughter, Qin Xiang. After some contemplation, he approached her. Shu Ning was wiping tables and, aware of Tang Haojia's presence, only looked up when he reached her. Tang Haojia, attempting to be polite, said, "Qin Xiang, if you're not busy, I would like to ask you something." Shu Ning glanced at him, remaining silent as she continued her task. He lowered his voice and inquired, "Before your mother had you, did she have another child?" Shu Ning halted her movements, slowly lifting her gaze. Tang Haojia remained silent, observing her. She straightened up, tossed the cloth onto the table, her expression cold and her eyes glinting with an icy light, then spoke deliberately, "Mr. Tang, you've made a mistake. I am not my mother's daughter." Not her mother's daughter? What was she implying? The logic of her statement was utterly baffling, and Tang Haojia furrowed his brow at the girl before him. Shu Ning, however, revealed a sinister smile and completed her sentence in a deep voice reminiscent of a man's. "Father, I am Tang Li." Tang Haojia was taken aback by this sudden shift in voice and the chilling smile, instinctively recoiling a step back. The cafeteria was filled with students, who turned their heads in curiosity at his exclamation. He wore an expression of ghostly terror, while Shu Ning casually tossed the cloth into a basin and walked away, her demeanor unchanged. In her mind, she thought 13. 13 sincerely expressed, "Host, I would give your performance a perfect score of 1,000. Shu Ning replied graciously, "I must thank you for your assistance. You played a part in this too." 13, brimming with pride, responded, "You're welcome." In the subsequent days, Tang Haojia did not reappear, and Shu Ning continued her role as the cafeteria worker. Su Hang, however, visited, standing at a deserted window, gazing at Shu Ning with a look of melancholy. Across the serving counter, Su Hang scrutinized her. Shu Ning smiled again, this time lowering her voice and deliberately deepening it. "My previous wife may have offended you, always teasing you, but please don't hold it against her. I'll serve you, without any jests." Su Hang regarded him, silently questioning, "What are you trying to pull?" Shu Ning feigned ignorance. "What do you mean?" "I am Tang Li, Su Hang." Not long ago in the car, Shu Ning had whispered a chilling declaration in his ear. "I am not Qin Xiang. I am Tang Li." Su Hang felt he must be losing his mind. How could he possibly believe such a statement? Yet, every detail seemed to corroborate this strange notion. As a girl raised in a remote mountain village, Qin Xiang's demeanor and sophistication were incongruous with her upbringing. She appeared to know far too much about matters she should not be privy to, such as his relationship with Su Qiang and the circumstances surrounding Wang Xiaofan's deceased son, which might relate to Tang Haozhe. Furthermore, a colleague sent to inquire in the village informed him of Qin Xiang's abrupt change 6 months prior, and how both she and her mother had left the village for the provincial capital shortly thereafter. It suddenly struck Su Hang as remarkably coincidental that they had arrived at the Polytechnic University. As a private investigator, unraveling mysteries and seeking the truth was Su Hang's daily grind, and the multitude of signs seemed to affirm that something extraordinary had transpired regarding Qin Xiang. Yet, the idea of her not being Qin Xiang, but rather Tang Li, was utterly unfathomable. No, she cannot be Tang Li, Su Hang insisted. Shu Ning smiled. How could I be pretending? I am Tang Li. Su Hang narrowed his eyes dangerously. Pretending? You can, but I can't? Shu Ning leaned over the counter, spoon in hand, watching him with feigned nonchalance. What can you do? Su Hang's expression shifted, abandoning his earlier inquisitiveness for a more naive demeanor. Turning, he scanned the cafeteria, mumbling, "Where's Mom?" Shu Ning sensed impending trouble and straightened up. Su Hang raised his voice, turning to Shu Ning. "Honey, where's Mom?" Shu Ning nearly dropped her serving spoon in shock. Actually. She frowned, leaning on the counter, glaring at him. Su Hang feigned innocence, continuing with a softer tone, adopting a playful demeanor. "Darling. What's up? I'm Qin Xiang, sweetheart."
Shu Ning,
13. It felt as if they had stumbled upon an extraordinary spectacle. No. It was a gathering of dramatic talents. Shu Ning silently cursed under her breath, gazing at Su Hang, and whispered, "Stop fooling around." With a challenging look, she thought about jabbing the spoon into his nostrils, smirking, "You've got some nerve, brother." Su Hang squinted, realizing she was indeed pretending. He almost believed her. A girl from a remote mountain village, simple and unassuming? Nonsense. She was nothing short of a performer, just like him. Shu Ning straightened up, one hand on her hip and the other clutching the spoon, exuding a robust demeanor as she bellowed, "What are we eating?"
Su Hang,
holding out his finger with a haughty expression, replied, this, and this. "I don't eat fatty foods. I'm on a diet, just vegetarian." Shu Ning clattered the dishes, slamming the bowl onto the marble counter. 3 pieces, 5. Su Hang swiped his card, picked up the bowl, and turned to leave, swaying his hips as he walked away. The cafeteria staff nearby were left dumbfounded, wondering what on earth was happening. Shu Ning observed Su Hang's peculiar gait with a suppressed smile. Initially, he had mentioned hearing someone call Dad in the middle of the night, followed by recounting a restless night filled with nightmares of a little boy accusing her of stealing his father. Furthermore, there were inexplicable incidents involving cosmetics being overturned on the vanity. In the past, such erratic behavior from a mistress would have led him to dismiss her promptly. Yet now, Tang Haozhe slowly suggested, "Perhaps we should relocate you to another room." Jian Rongya wept, her tears resembling delicate blossoms, her beauty only intensified by her sorrow, evoking a fragile allure that was far from irksome, instead enhancing her pitiable charm. Rather than voicing complaints, she adopted the empathetic demeanor Shu Ning had taught her and consoled. "Perhaps it is because the child dislikes me. He constantly claims I have taken his father away." Tang Haozhe, burdened by his own worries and weariness from the lack of rest, felt a torrent of emotions upon hearing her words. Jian Rongya continued, "Mr. Tang, do you have children?" He cast a glance her way, silence indicating a lack of progeny. "Then perhaps there was once one?" Instantly, the memory flooded back to him, the moment at the cafeteria when a girl had looked at him somberly, uttering the word Dad in a boy's voice. Jian Rongya added, "In my hometown, it is said that children who have not reached adulthood, even if they are no longer present, still wish to follow their parents." Tang Haozhe could not bear to listen any longer and rose to leave. Jian Rongya stood as well, calling after him, "Mr. Tang, though these words may not be mine to utter, I feel compelled to remind you that if there is a child, then do what you can to make amends. Children are different, they are your own blood." As the door closed, Jian Rongya's demeanor shifted, revealing her true, languid self. She sauntered to the bedroom, gazed into the mirror, and mused, "Being an actress surely ages one quickly. The expressions are just too exaggerated. Meanwhile, Tang Haojia was engulfed by a blizzard of revelations. His brother had traced back to that remote village and learned that Wang Xiaofan had indeed borne a son months after his abrupt departure, naming him Tang Li. The husband, who had allegedly met an untimely demise, was a painter from outside the village. His brother further revealed, "Brother, this Tang Li passed away long ago, likely around the age of 15 or 16. He was wed to a young girl, presumably for good fortune, named Qin Xiang. Both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had left the village over 6 months prior. I even inquired at Wang Xiaofan's family home, and there are whispers that Tang Li did not die. I wonder if in the countryside there isn't a custom of adopting, where even a boy from another family could be raised as one's own, yet Wang Xiaofan never adopted, despite having several brothers with numerous sons. The timeline of the child's birth aligned with the surname, and Wang Xiaofan's status as a widow was undeniable. It dawned upon Tang Haojia that Wang Xiaofan had indeed given birth to a son named Tang Li, and that the girl he had encountered at the cafeteria, Qin Xiang,
Was his daughter-in-law.
had this information arrived a decade earlier, it would have filled him with joy. However, Tang Li, his son, had quietly passed away all these years, and he remained oblivious to his very existence. Yet, he was unaware of what he did not know. Tang Li had succumbed to the passage of time without a sound, and even now, Wang Xiaofan had never once mentioned it. Was it because she deemed him unworthy? Or did she wish to exact revenge in this manner? Plagued by the news of Tang Li, Tang Haojia suffered greatly. As an artist, he possessed a depth of emotion that surpassed the ordinary man. The thought of his failure to fulfill his duties as a father, resulting in the loss of his only son, brought tears to his eyes. After several days of despondency, he suddenly recalled a crucial detail. Qin Xiang had called him dad, asserting her identity as Tang Li. Tang Haojia, neglecting to tidy himself, snatched his coat and car keys, rushing out the door. Arriving at the school, he found the cafeteria closed, the lights dimmed. He turned and dashed toward the faculty dining hall. Shu Ning, sensing his presence, donned a coat and ventured out, encountering him not far from the faculty dormitory amidst the greenery. Tang Haojia's face bore the stubble of neglect, his eyes heavy with despair as he regarded Shu Ning with a wearied expression. Though reluctant to believe in the subjective nature of reality, he found himself compelled to accept it in that moment. "You are." Shu Ning offered a faint, melancholic smile, but this time, without the aid of voice modulation, she simply called out, "Dad." Upon hearing her, Tang Haojia's eyes welled with emotion. "Did you and your mother come to find me?" She smiled gently, replying, "Yes, Dad. My mother is getting older, and I worry about her. I'm afraid Qin Xiang won't be able to care for her, so I brought her to seek you out." Tang Haojia could only nod, his expression laden with unspeakable emotions, as he took a step closer, gazing deeply at Shu Ning. "You truly are my son?" "Because you are quite the scoundrel," Shu Ning murmured, inching closer as he appeared lost in thought. "Since you feel such guilt, perhaps you should make amends. There is still time. Your mother needs support, and Qin Xiang will need help as well. They have only just arrived in this city 6 months ago and have yet to establish roots."
You can rectify that.
Tang Haojia's mind swirled with confusion. Wang Xiaofan, Qin Xiang, Tang Li, over 20 years ago and yet again in the present. The past and the present intertwined chaotically. His head throbbed, and his heart ached with the complex emotions of gaining a son only to lose him. He felt on the brink of collapse. After that day, Tang Haojia fell ill. Jian Rongya, without a hint of resentment, tended to him with utmost care, demonstrating her culinary skills and providing meticulous attention. In his weakest moments, having a woman so devoted by his side gradually coaxed him to open up. Jian Rongya listened intently, allowing Tang Haojia to unburden himself of the past and his current feelings of guilt. He spoke at length, sharing everything from the past and the weight of his remorse. Her guidance echoed Shu Ning's advice as she carefully selected words that could comfort him. Finally, she urged, "Mr. Tang, your guilt is a testament to your goodness. Now that events have transpired, and over 20 years have passed, the past cannot be altered. Why not begin anew from this moment, making amends?" Jian Rongya, like a benevolent angel, listened, offered solace, understood, guided, and devised plans. Tang Haojia, as Shu Ning had predicted, found this approach appealing, and coupled with his deep feelings for Wang Xiaofan, he soon solidified a resolve. Yes, he would make amends to Wang Xiaofan. And for Qin Xiang, no. For Tang Li, regardless of who they were, whether daughter-in-law or son, he was determined to make reparations. Shortly thereafter, Tang Haozhe sought out Wang Xiaofan, resolute in his desire to start anew. I never bore you a son. I did not. Qin Xiang is my daughter. I have only this one daughter. Wang Xiaofan was no actress. She lacked the skill to maintain composure during such a tumultuous moment. Instead, she resorted to a display of emotional turmoil, wailing and lamenting. Tang Haozhe witnessed her anguished cries and recognized the profound grief of a mother unwilling to concede the loss of her son. This sight only deepened his own sorrow. Xiaofan, I will treat you well from now on. I will make amends. Wang Xiaofan wore an expression of resolute defiance, clearly signaling her unwillingness to listen, to accept, or to endure any further pain. Tang Haozhe stepped forward and embraced her, prompting an exaggerated eye roll from Wang Xiaofan. In pursuit of Sister Su's inheritance and to facilitate Qin Xiang's smooth transition into her role as godmother, he was determined to persevere. Subsequently, Tang Haozhe began to frequently reach out to Wang Xiaofan, making calls to check in and engage in conversation, often hinting at aspirations for the future. He even broached the subject of Qin Xiang and Tang Li. Hesitantly, he questioned how long Tang Li would remain. Tang Haozhe felt a pang of guilt, uncertain of how to face the son residing within his wife. Despite visiting the school several times, he lacked the courage to approach and converse with him, opting instead to discreetly purchase a multitude of items for Wang Xiaofan to convey, his words laden with paternal remorse. Shu Ning refrained from applying pressure, merely observing as Tang Haozhe's focus and time gradually shifted towards Wang Xiaofan. At a pivotal moment, she confronted him with a statement. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself encircled by 3 women, each representing distinct stances and identities, a wife, a mistress, and an old flame, yet united in a common cause. Thus, aside from work, his leisure time became consumed by Wang Xiaofan, Jianrongya, and Su Qiang. Wang Xiaofan conducted herself with poise, occasionally exhibiting crudeness. But she was a woman he had once cherished, and the mother of a child for whom he sought atonement. Jianrongya, a temporary mistress, possessed an angelic nature, adept at offering comfort, and was a striking beauty who consistently reminded him to rectify past transgressions. As for Su Qiang, their marriage had devolved into silence. Her recent coldness suggested whispers of her intentions to divorce him. Divorce? Tang Haozhe wavered, though he harbored some thoughts on the matter. Ultimately, it was Su Qiang who laid her cards on the table. Having maintained an elegant facade for much of her life, she resorted to biting sarcasm, intent on severing their ties. She then began the process of asset relocation. This maneuver was anticipated by all. It was hardly surprising. Shu Ning sent a message to Jianrongya, advising her to remain vigilant. The act of transferring assets was not a Herculean task for Tang Haozhe. As most of his properties were not under his name, antiques and masterpieces were securely concealed, stocks had been divested, and cash had been temporarily handed over to Wang Xiaofan. Initially, she feigned disinterest, questioning why he was giving her money. Tang Haozhe, with gentle persuasion, reassured her, stating that what was his was also hers, framing it as merely a custodial arrangement. He paused, explaining that he intended to divorce, and that these funds were meant for their future together, urging her to refrain from feeling like an outsider. Wang Xiaofan nodded, inwardly cursing the man for making such statements. If he were hers, he would have been met with a swift reprimand. At this juncture, Shu Ning re-emerged, pressing Tang Haozhe to expedite the divorce, coldly asserting that he had married her mother yet cohabited with another woman for years, betraying his vows. Now that you intend to divorce, will you leave your wealth to someone else? My mother has suffered because of you. Isn't it only fair she receives this money? In response to his son's inquiries, Tang Haozhe hastily reassured him, I would never let anyone take what is rightly hers. Rest assured, I will take care of your mother. Shu Ning's derisive laughter pierced through. Will you truly take care of her? Will your money be spent on her, or on your mistresses? Mention of the mistress caused Tang Haozhe to falter. Shu Ning's cold demeanor conveyed, don't think I am unaware. This mistress is someone you met after you encountered my mother. Was I mistaken to say she stole my father? Tang Haozhe's heart raced, unsure of how to navigate the complexity of the situation. Initially, he had not been particularly invested in Jian Rongya. Her tender nature provided companionship. But now, with his son's revelations, he could no longer justify her presence. However, dismissing a mistress, especially one he had kept, was not a matter to be resolved with mere words. Tang Haojia offered Jian Rongya 500,000, reasoning that he had merely engaged in conversation without any physical intimacy. He considered this a generous sum. Upon learning of their separation, Jian Rongya sighed. When Tang Haojia inquired about her sigh, she smiled and remarked, "Mr. Tang, it seems being a painter isn't as lucrative as one might think." Tang Haojia recognized this as a jab at the amount he had offered. He asked her desired sum, but she waved her hand, adopting a considerate demeanor, smiling as she gathered her belongings, leaving without hesitation. Before departing, she stood at the doorway and said, "Mr. Tang, I am a professional." He watched her as she smiled, kissed the bank card with her fingers, and then turned to leave. The implication of her words clear. She was solely motivated by financial gain. Left alone in the room, Tang Haojia struggled to comprehend the meaning behind her actions and the deeper implications of her words. However, he dismissed it, focused solely on ensuring a smooth divorce, after which he could live with Wang Xiaofan and their son as a family of three. Shu Ning quickly reemerged, attempting to thwart Tang Haojia's plans, demanding, "What do you mean? Do you believe it is better to spend money alone than to share it with my mother? Now that you're divorcing, do you wish to live freely?" She added, "My mother is merely a middle-aged village woman. She cannot compare to your soon-to-be ex-wife. You would be better off seeking a younger, more beautiful girl." Her provocations were relentless, not the typical antics of a girl throwing a tantrum. This was a calculated maneuver, designed to leverage his sense of duty. Men understand men. Tang Haojia recognized that this was his son's way of defending his mother. Yet his fixation on money left him hesitant. During his indecision, Shu Ning encouraged Wang Xiaofan to apply pressure alongside Su Qiang. Su Qiang soon took a hard stance regarding the divorce, insisting that Tang Haojia publicly disclose all assets they had shared. Wang Xiaofan grew distant, stating, "If you wish to divorce, so be it. I will not pressure you. I do not want to be the third party between you and your wife. If necessary, I can take our son and relocate to another city." The tension between the two women escalated, while Shu Ning continued to exert influence. Ultimately, Tang Haojia made a decision. He took Wang Xiaofan and Shu Ning to his secret residence, where he housed his collection of antiques and masterpieces. A gesture to affirm his intentions, he had retained assets and would provide them a life of abundance, signaling his honest desire to start anew and atone for his past. Wang Xiaofan, lacking knowledge of art or antiques, could only perceive the value of the items surrounding her, with some worth hundreds of thousands, collectively surpassing the value of Tang Haojia's scattered properties in the city. A phone call to Su Qiang ensued, her voice trembling with excitement. "Really? Are these all his collectibles?" Wang Xiaofan promptly replied, "Regardless of their authenticity, here's the address. You can go directly and take them, all of it." When he hid these items, he never intended to share them with you, so don't be lenient. Su Qiang affirmed, "I understand. Rest assured, I won't leave a single piece behind, even if I have to shatter the antiques." Wang Xiaofan pondered aloud, "With so many items, do you think your godmother can manage to move them without Tang Haojia discovering?" Shu Ning chuckled, "Mom, why worry? Isn't Su Hang around? With him knowing the exact location, what is there to fear?" Wang Xiaofan considered this, reassured that with Su Hang's prowess, everything would be fine. After pondering for a moment, a sudden clap of realization struck her. What was she so worried about? Su Hang was not the second treasure. Surely, there would be no issues. Indeed, within half a month, Su Qiang called Wang Xiaofan, his voice brimming with a relaxed mirth. "Sister, I truly must thank you this time. I have secured everything and have discreetly hidden it away in a secret location." Wang Xiaofan beamed with delight. Although the valuable items did not end up in her possession, she felt an unusual joy, for she was determined that Tang Haojia should not benefit from them. Shu Ning, aware that the antiques and famous paintings had been cleared out, made a point to call Su Hang, "Dear brother." Su Hang responded, "Sister." Shu Ning teased, "Brother, have you grown old? How could it take half a month to move those items?" Shu Ning retorted, "Sister, do you think this is like hauling garbage, tossing everything into a bag and leaving? Do you comprehend the magnitude of emptying out all those paintings and antiques? If discovered, it could mean a lifetime sentence for me, dear sister. I might even have to substitute with replicas just to survive the divorce." Shu Ning chuckled. "Well, congratulations on not having to squat in prison for the time being." Shu Ning's tone was nonchalant. "If I were to end up in prison, rest assured, there would be a place for you in the women's prison next door too." Shu Ning then inquired, "So, is it about time to wrap things up?" Shu Ning replied, "There are still the houses to consider." Shu Ning casually remarked, "The houses are not under Tang Haojia's name, but belong to his siblings. Dividing them during the divorce will be quite challenging. And it's not easy to gather evidence proving they are Tang Haojia's assets. However, if my aunt cannot claim them, Tang Haojia certainly won't either." Shu Ning perked up. "Oh, what good deed have you done?" She emphasized the word good. Shu Ning explained, "For Tang Haojia's siblings, it is indeed a fortunate turn of events. My aunt does not desire those properties. And, in a divorce, there will be no contention over whose name they are under." Shu Ning raised an eyebrow, impressed by Shu Ning's clever maneuvering. Shu Qiang's disinterest in those houses and the lack of contention during the divorce would incite his siblings to contend for the properties. No, to outright seize them. The siblings would be embroiled in disputes over the properties, causing Tang Haojia considerable distress. Shu Ning couldn't help but smile, thoroughly entertained by Shu Ning's cunning.
Su Hangsai.
Despite all his precautions, Tang Haojia overlooked the threat from his own family. If he had the audacity to transfer properties to his siblings, he must also be ready to face the consequences. Shu Ning added, "Let me think. Tang Haojia's siblings must believe that since he possesses a plethora of antiques and famous paintings, he is not in financial straits. What does it matter if they take a few houses? He won't go bankrupt. After all, they are all family." Shu Ning sighed again. "Oh, sister, how can you think so favorably of the Tang family? It is as if you are providing them with excuses, which is quite unseemly." He paused. "They are truly a nest of snakes and rats." Shu Ning applauded him over the phone 3 times. Now, having acquired the majority of the assets, Shu Qiang could swiftly proceed with the divorce without making any demands, simply wishing to finalize her separation from Tang Haojia as quickly as possible. Oblivious to the fact that the hidden paintings had been replaced with replicas, and unaware that Shu Ning had contacted his siblings who were now preparing to turn against him over the properties, Tang Haojia was entirely in the dark.
To him.
Since Shu Qiang did not insist on a division of assets, he saw no impediment to their divorce. The two agreed upon a time and promptly went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the divorce procedures. As they received their divorce certificate, Tang Haojia felt little. After all, his marriage had long been a mere formality, and Shu Qiang's presence in his life was as insubstantial as air. Thus, he stood up, said nothing, and prepared to leave. However, Shu Qiang, holding the divorce certificate, suddenly erupted into laughter, as if the act of divorcing brought her immense joy. Tang Haojia furrowed his brow at her, noting that onlookers were now observing them, which made him feel awkward. He could not help but say, "I knew you wanted a divorce. But must you be so jubilant about it?" Shu Qiang carefully placed the divorce certificate away, raised an eyebrow, and replied cheerfully, "Of course it is necessary. Breaking free from you is the most correct decision I have made in my life." After saying this, she slung her bag over her shoulder and, with her chin held high, strode out in her high heels. Tang Haojia found Shu Qiang somewhat neurotic. After all, he had not forced her into marriage. If she desired a divorce, he had readily agreed. Her proclamation of it being a lifelong decision seemed to suggest she had suffered an injustice. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Tang Haojia considered it necessary to share this news with Wang Xiaofan to celebrate this surprise with her. Upon receiving the call, Wang Xiaofan was astonished. "You've completed the divorce already? I thought the process at the Civil Affairs Bureau would take at least half a month." Tang Haojia suggested they celebrate by dining out that evening and invited Wang Xiaofan to bring Tang Li along. Wang Xiaofan, however, replied, "That won't work. I've made plans to go out with my girlfriends to unwind." Tang Haojia paused. "Going out to play?" Wang Xiaofan confirmed, "Yes. I mentioned before that my girlfriend has been troubled lately. Now that her issues are resolved, we are going out to have a good time. It will be my first time traveling." Tang Haojia reflected that it was indeed fitting for her to take a trip, considering she had been working tirelessly in the city since leaving their small hometown. He encouraged Wang Xiaofan to enjoy herself and generously inquired, "Is the money sufficient?" Wang Xiaofan replied with a smile, "Absolutely. My girlfriend is treating. She has plenty of money." Tang Haojia said nothing further, simply thinking that those working in the city would hardly possess any wealth. Nevertheless, if she claimed to have enough, then so be it. Little did he know that Wang Xiaofan's girlfriend was none other than Su Qiang, who had just recently finalized her divorce. The funds for their trip were, in fact, sponsored by him. Wang Xiaofan and Su Qiang set off on their journey, while Shu Ning continued her role as a cafeteria worker at the university. However, she would not be doing so for much longer, as the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had already submitted their resignations and were preparing to depart. Wang Xiaofan felt satisfied having helped Su Qiang finalize her divorce, contributing to Tang Haojia's dismay. Yet, she wished to avoid any further encounters with him. Shu Ning was ready for a change of scenery, aspiring to continue her life elsewhere. Shu Ning contemplated the possibilities of moving to a larger city, where the horizons would be broader and the atmosphere more open, presenting greater work opportunities. With diligence, they could thrive. Moreover, they still had the money Tang Haojia had previously given them, and soon she would receive 10% of the assets from the divorce settlement she had advocated for Wang Xiaofan, which would be enough to purchase a home in a big city. Thus, in the days that followed, Shu Ning adopted a leisurely lifestyle, neglecting the library and classes, working only to pass the time like a salted fish, basking in the sun, and playing games. Meanwhile, the task progress bar indicated that 99% of the world's tasks had been completed, leaving just the final 1% to achieve total completion. A new life and fresh world tasks awaited with eager anticipation. "Host, he wishes to pursue you," 13 remarked. Shu Ning replied, "I am aware." With a curious tone, 13 inquired, "So, host, do you harbor feelings for him?" Shu Ning responded lightly, "I feel a bit of attraction." 13 continued, "Would you then choose to remain in this world, embarking on a romance, marriage, and family with him?" This was indeed permissible. After the tasks were completed, the world would not forcibly remove the task-completing player. Should one wish to stay, they could continue living as Qin Xiang, experiencing her life until the natural end, at which point a transition to the next world would occur. With its understanding of humanity, 13 presumed that since its host acknowledged her affection for Su Heng, she would naturally desire to remain and pursue a romantic relationship with him. Even if not for the entirety of her life, at least she would leave after a breakup with Su Heng. However, Shu Ning remarked, "No, I may like him, but why must I date him?" 13 was perplexed, stating that for humans, liking someone is a gradual process, and after reaching a certain point, 99% would choose to deepen the relationship, such as entering a romantic engagement. Shu Ning nonchalantly countered, "You mentioned 99%, which makes me that 1%.
Why?
13 inquired, quietly absorbing her words to enhance its knowledge of humanity. Shu Ning continued, "I have previously stated in another world that not everyone is destined to be in love. I do not require it, even if love is a wonderful thing. Will you feel regret for not being with the one you like?" Shu Ning smiled, "Yes, but regret is always inevitable. I do not fear regret. Just as I do not fear being hurt, for both are unavoidable. Since these experiences are a part of life, I shall focus on becoming stronger, both physically and mentally. That is what matters most to me. As for men, they can take a step back." Then, she completed her resignation procedures, gathered her belongings, and left the university with Shu Ning, boarding a train heading north. They were departing, and Su Qiang did not try to retain them. With transportation being so advanced nowadays, a train or a plane could easily bridge the distance and they could communicate at any time via phone, making weekly visits quite feasible. Outside the train station, Su Qiang conversed with Wang Xiaofan while Su Heng and Shu Ning strolled nearby. Su Heng looked at her and asked, "Are you really not staying?" Shu Ning replied, "Do you expect me to be your cafeteria assistant for life?" Su Heng responded, "Life as a drifter in the north may not be easier than now." Shu Ning laughed heartily. "I have that 10%, plus the over 1 million that Tang Haojia previously gave my mother. How could I not be at ease?" Su Heng regarded Shu Ning in silence, and after a moment, finally said, "You know that is not what I meant. I want you to stay because I wish for you to remain." Shu Ning gestured for him to stop and candidly stated, I have already turned you down once when my mother and godmother went traveling. Su Heng pressed. What if you tried? Would it not be worth a shot? Shu Ning shook her head. Su Heng posed the timeless question between men and women. Why? Shu Ning replied. Because I do not enjoy dating. Not long after, Shu Ning and Wang Xiaofan entered the hall with their tickets, bidding farewell to Su Kuyang and Su Heng. They found their ticket gate just in time and directly proceeded to the platform, settling their luggage and taking their seats. This was Wang Xiaofan's first train ride, and she was particularly intrigued, commenting that the seats were more spacious than those on an airplane. Shu Ning could only chuckle, Mom. You have at least ridden on both train and plane, while I have yet to take a flight. Wang Xiaofan confidently patted her chest, declaring no worries. I will take you next time. 20 minutes later, as the train set in motion, the scenery outside began to recede, signaling their departure from the city and the onset of a new life. Both women felt a surge of excitement. Shu Ning prepared herself for any tasks ahead, while Wang Xiaofan eagerly anticipated their forthcoming life in the north. The two women chatted amiably as the train accelerated. Suddenly, Wang Xiaofan's phone rang. It was a call from Tang Haozhe. What? What did you say? He asked, bewildered. Wang Xiaofan exchanged a glance with Shu Ning and moved towards the connection between the train cars, saying, I am leaving the university. I am on the train. Tang Haozhe exclaimed in shock. You are leaving? Why did you not tell me? Standing in the car's connection, Wang Xiaofan gazed out at the passing scenery with a smile and replied, What should I have told you? Everything has been settled. You have finalized the divorce. However, Tang Haozhe could not comprehend her words. I have finalized the divorce. Then why are you leaving? Did I not promise to compensate you and our son? Hearing him mention their son ignited Wang Xiaofan's fury. She retorted, Who needs your compensation? You deceived me into marriage, then left without a second thought. I raised our son until he was 15 or 16. Where were you enjoying your life? Now you speak of compensation. Where were you 20 years ago? Where were you when Tang Li was ill? Tang Haozhe, still unaware of the truth, attempted to console her as he noticed her anger, but was met with her vehement rebuttal. Nonsense. I do not care for your compensation. You are nothing but a broke artist without money or property. I have your money and am living my life happily. In a couple of years, I will find a compatible partner. I certainly do not need you. Go away. She nearly hung up but paused, raising the phone to her ear once more. A man like you is not even worth as much as a boar from our village. At least that boar can breed piglets for profit, and when it grows old, it can be slaughtered for meat. Without money, you are worthless. She foresaw the anger, fear, and panic that would ensue when Tang Haozhe discovered she had absconded with his money, that the property was contested, and that the valuable antiques had long been removed. People often only awaken to reality after hitting rock bottom. Yet, by then, it was clearly too late. No amount of regret could amend the folly of past decisions. At that moment, Wang Xiaofan yawned, reclined, tilted her head, and said to Shu Ning, Mom is tired. I will take a short nap. If you need anything, just wake me. Okay, Shu Ning replied, almost forgetting the earlier discussion. She nodded repeatedly, assuring her, Mom, do not worry. I have a whole house full of beautiful foreign women in the afterlife. I miss them too, and I will be leaving soon. Wang Xiaofan, amused by her daughter's whimsical words, playfully nudged her before peacefully drifting off to sleep. 13. Mission accomplished. Based on the current developments, the world system has adjusted the original host's future life. Thank you, Shu Ning, for your efforts on behalf of the original host. Proceed to the next world. Host, do you not wish to rest before embarking on the third world? Now is the time. Understood, host. Transitioning to the next world. As Shu Ning turned a glance at the sleeping Wang Xiaofan, she slowly closed her eyes at 13's words. Thank you, mother-in-law, for your care. It has been an honor to be your daughter-in-law, and I am glad to have met you. Please continue to strive alongside Qin Xiang in the future. Wishing you both the best, goodbye. Suddenly, her hand was grasped, and Shu Ning instinctively opened her eyes. Just as she was transitioning to the third world, a vast expanse of white light enveloped her, within which she saw Su Heng, evidently still having something to convey. Regrettably, it was too late. Shu Ning smiled at him, not waiting to discern his expression before the brilliant light completely consumed her vision. soon replaced by a prompt for the next world. 31. Reborn mother-in-law. The mission in the second world was successfully completed, yielding a reward of 600,000. Additionally, since Shu Ning had brought the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law from a small village to a big city, the system recognized this as added value and awarded an extra 50,000. With a total of 650,000, Shu Ning smiled as she tucked the money into her pocket. The system informed her, host, in the previous world, Su Hing seemed to have pursued you to say something. Shu Ning replied, in the new world, we shall not discuss matters from the old world. The system harbored a genuine admiration for its host, reshaping its understanding of human women. Not all women are driven by emotions, nor do they prioritize love or cling to men. Shu Ning had indeed moved on from Su Heng, having departed from the second world where their paths would no longer cross. He was destined to encounter a more suitable partner. While her focus was on mastering the intricacies of this new realm, a portion of the narrative in this fresh world had been unlocked, and Shu Ning began perusing the system's main interface. Upon reading just a single line, she was greeted by a familiar scent reminiscent of a well-known formula, Urban Woman versus Phoenix Man. Shu Ning complimented her system companion, 26, for sparing her the hardships of rural life after the double upgrade to 26. Although the material conditions had improved, the system modestly noted the potential complexities in dealing with the mother-in-law and husband. Shu Ning reassured it, stating that if the tasks remained unfulfilled, she would simply forfeit her reward, and it would not advance. Such pragmatism left 26 momentarily speechless. Continuing to delve into the narrative, Shu Ning discovered that the original host, Zhang Yuyu, aged 28, was labeled a leftover woman. Employed as an accountant in her family's modest company, she had recently married Su Ming, a younger Phoenix man who had recently graduated from a prestigious university but struggled to find a job due to his less favorable major. He was currently working in Zhang Yuyu's father's company, which some might euphemistically refer to as joining the family business, although it was essentially a form of living off parental support. In reality, the societal pressures faced by urban leftover women were far harsher than portrayed online. Zhang Yuyu's family arranged for her to marry a charming, capable son-in-law from a reputable school, who treated their daughter well and contributed to the household, ostensibly a win-win situation. However, as a seasoned consultant, Shu Ning was well aware of the perils of marrying a Phoenix man. Zhang Yuyu's superior background compared to Su Ming's was stark. His rural family struggled even to afford a down payment in their current second-tier city, and thus the wedding home and car were gifts from Zhang's family. Given these circumstances, it was reasonable for Su Ming to show gratitude and respect towards his wife, especially since his family was reliant on hers. However, shortly after their marriage, before the wedding banquet could even be held, Su Ming made a shocking request. He wanted Zhang Yu's father to finance an additional home for his mother to live in during her old age, with the deed in their names, requiring only a down payment. Any sensible girl would be taken aback by such an outrageous demand. If it were Shu Ning, she would have promptly sent him packing, brandishing a knife in the kitchen like a furious mother-in-law. Yet, the original storyline revealed that Su Ming not only agreed to this arrangement, but that his family provided the full payment for the house, conveniently located near the couple's current residence. The plot quickly escalated. After the house was acquired and his mother moved in, Zhang Yuyu unexpectedly discovered she was pregnant. This was not part of her plan. She intended to relish her single life a bit longer before adapting to married life, postponing motherhood for a few years. However, with her mother-in-law's encouragement and Su Ming's insistence, Zhang Yuyu acquiesced, ultimately giving birth to a daughter, disrupting her original timeline. Years later, as the child grew, Su Ming launched his own successful company, surpassing his father-in-law's business. Then came the pivotal moment. Su Ming sought a divorce. After 5 years of hard work, establishing himself in the city with a home, a car, and a child, he demanded a divorce, leveraging their daughter as a bargaining chip to compel Zhang Yuyu to relinquish all her assets, including their marital home and the house intended for his mother. To maintain access to her child, Zhang Yuyu had no choice but to comply, forfeiting everything. At this critical juncture, Zhang's family business found itself on the brink of bankruptcy. Zhang's father implored Su Ming for assistance, hoping their long-standing relationship would prompt him to help. Coldly, Shu Ning refused. Thus, Zhang Yuyu faced the dual calamities of divorce and familial ruin, having been a homemaker for years without income and ultimately lost custody of her daughter. The original host, once a woman of relatively stable means, plummeted into despair, stripped of wealth, home, and familial affection, ultimately losing her child as well. Meanwhile, Shu Ning thrived, leveraging his marriage to ascend the social ladder, becoming a prominent figure in the city despite his previous marriage and child, which did little to dampen his appeal in the dating market. Soon after, he married a wealthy woman from a family even better off than Zhang's, solidifying his status as a success. As for Zhang Yuyu, after enduring hardship and laboring tirelessly, her parents' debts mounted, leading to her father's tragic suicide. Shortly thereafter, her mother passed away as well. Alone in her struggle to support her daughter, Zhang Yuyu succumbed to mental health issues, culminating in a fatal accident one winter's night. Shu Ning remarked, 13, no. 26. Host? 26 replied. Chen Shuiyan succumbed to depression. Qin Xiang committed suicide after her imprisonment, and Zhang Yuyu, bereft of family and plagued by madness, met her end in a tragic accident? Do we women not have a unique narrative in this vast cosmic system, destined for such grim conclusions? Indeed, host, if the outcomes weren't as dire, there would be no need for your intervention. 26 acknowledged. Shu Ning knew that the narrative thus far only unveiled a single facet, akin to a box revealing but one side, while the Third World's story promised greater complexity than merely urban women and phoenix men. She distinctly remembered the guiding phrase upon transitioning to this world, the wife to be conquered. The notion of a conquered wife was indeed intriguing. At that moment, 26 chimed in with a notification, indicating the quest difficulty level was set at 6 stars, with the challenge being the reborn mother-in-law. A reborn mother-in-law. A wife to be conquered. She pondered the stark reality that while countless phoenix men existed, it was rare for a woman from a well-to-do family to face such dire circumstances. At worst, a divorce would suffice to mitigate losses. Yet, if a reborn mother-in-law viewed the daughter of a wealthy family merely as a stepping stone for her son, the scenario became quite ludicrous. Now seated on her couch, the clock read just past 9 in the evening. Alone in her home, the television droned on with a series entirely devoid of her interest, while she clutched her phone tightly in hand. The screen displayed the WeChat chat interface, with the contact being Shu Ning. The most recent conversation had taken place 2 days prior, and the white input box contained a message awaiting transmission. Then let us buy it, bring mom over. I understand that raising you alone has been a challenge for her, and I do not wish to be an unsympathetic wife. The sentence abruptly halted at the comma, indicating that the original author intended to express further words of compassion and tenderness, but was abruptly interrupted by Shu Ning's unexpected arrival. Shu Ning lowered her gaze and briefly scanned the message. Swiftly, she steadied her hands, ensuring her fingers did not touch the screen, thus preventing the message from being sent. Before meticulously deleting the words, one by one. By what nonsense, bring over whom? It's not easy for you, my dear. Sympathy, indeed. As she deleted the message, Shu Ning reflected, young lady, I truly regret not lingering in my previous world a bit longer. Had I delayed, you would have fallen into the clutches of your phoenix husband and reborn mother-in-law. Using your family's money to support your mother-in-law and buy a house? How foolish. Do you think your family's money comes from thin air? What a naive girl you are. Having promptly erased those thoughts, Shu Ning settled back onto the sofa and perused the previous messages exchanged between the original owner and Shu Ning. After reading, she felt a deep sense of realization. The original owner, Zhang Yuyu, had indeed been ensnared by the manipulations of the reborn in-laws. Shu Ning had broached the topic of purchasing a house for his mother's retirement half a month ago. Initially, the original owner sensed something amiss, questioning why, just after marriage, there would be an expectation to provide financial support for his mother. Zhang Yuyu had flatly refused. However, Shu Ning persisted with his usual tactics, coaxing his wife, saying, my mother has had a difficult life. Please show some understanding for the elderly. She needs a place to stay when she comes here, right? Living together will only lead to conflict. Separate accommodations will ensure comfort for both her and us, avoiding any discord. He further argued, regardless, the house will be under our names. We will manage the mortgage ourselves, and it 1TB in my mother's name. When we eventually have children, 1T all of this property belong to them?